I traveled to the Great Xia Dynasty and became the ninth prince. Unlike other time travelers in novels, I don't have extraordinary knowledge of science and engineering, nor can I remember many ancient poems. Facing this strange world, I have never thought about making any earth-shaking achievements. My only goal is to lie down, avoid being involved in those complicated struggles, and spend my life in wealth and glory. Because of my mother's status, I was eventually granted marriage by the emperor, and my fiefdom was arranged to a bitter and cold land in the north. I became a prince far away from the center of power. Just when I thought my life was set and I was living an ordinary life, something unexpected happened. On my wedding night, I actually activated the system. The system told me that as long as I have offspring, I will receive generous rewards and improve my personal strength. At this time, a luxurious mansion. The blue interface in front of me stunned me. I even began to wonder if I was hallucinating because I was weak from the excessive exercise I had just done. I stared at the blue interface and clicked the bind button. Then, the woman's voice sounded again. Newcomer gift pack has been received. As soon as the prompt sounded, a large number of items appeared in front of me. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a dragon tiger pill, a boundary breaking pill, a desert eagle, 500 bullets, 50 grenades, and a dragon phoenix tree seed. These things seemed incomprehensible, so I didn't rush to accept them. Instead, I glanced at the beauty next to me vigilantly. Mu Zixuan was so tired that she fell into a deep sleep, so I reached out again with peace of mind and clicked on the 3 words. Dragon Tiger Pill. Dragon Tiger Pill. After taking it, it can greatly enhance the host's combat power and help the host give birth to offspring faster. The next moment, an exquisite porcelain bottle appeared in my hand. My eyes widened. It was actually true. With an idea in my mind, I waved my hand gently, and the porcelain bottle disappeared into the blue interface again. I continued to click on other rewards. Breakthrough Pill. After taking it, the host can directly become a first-class warrior. Desert Eagle. This gun is powerful and can help the host better protect himself in this world. Dragon and Phoenix Tree Seeds. Cultivated with the host's blood, they will eventually grow into dragon and phoenix trees. After the leaves are brewed into tea, drinking it by women can promote the relationship between her and the host, and help the host have more high-quality offspring. Seeing this information, I was so excited that I almost jumped up. I didn't expect that the prince role I had planned to spend the rest of my life in peace would suddenly get such a many children, more blessings. System. I asked myself in my heart. System, will any woman who bears a child from me be rewarded? Although I have received help from the system, I still doubt whether such rewards are conditional. If every woman can bring rewards, then I can easily become invincible, stay at home all day to cultivate the fields, and reap the rewards without doing anything? The female score must reach 90 for this to take effect. After hearing the system's reply, I turned around and looked at the sleeping Mu Zixuan again. Just then, an identification interface popped up on the screen. Name Mu Zixuan. Identity: daughter of Mu Chatian, citizen of the Great Xia Dynasty, princess of the Northern King. Rating 93. Favorability 60. You made her very satisfied today. Seeing Mu Zixuan's rating, I smiled slightly. After all, for such a beautiful woman, a rating of over 90 is not too much. Then I glanced at the 2 maids in the room, thinking that they might also be able to achieve a score of 90. Name: Zhou Xiaoxiao. Identity: daughter of Zhou Wangtian. Zhou Wangtian's family was confiscated for treason, and Zhou Xiaoxiao was sent to the Jiaofeng division. Later, she was bought by the Mu family and married into the Northern Palace as a dowry maid with Mu Zixuan. Rating 90. Favorability 50. Looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao's profile, I was stunned for a moment. Although her rating was reasonable, what shocked me was that she was actually Zhou Wangtian's daughter. Zhou Wangtian was the one who implicated the Mu family in rebellion. Although the truth is unknown, the official authorities had already determined it to be a treason. The Mu family was so bold that they actually pulled her out of the Jiaofeng division and sent her to the Beiwang mansion. Wouldn't this cause trouble for me? If someone knew about this, they might drag me into it too. Then, I glanced at the equally beautiful maid next to her. Name: Zhou Yuyu. Identity: daughter of Zhou Wangtian, younger sister of Zhou Xiaoxiao. After Zhou Wangtian's family was confiscated, Zhou Yuyu was sent to the Jiaofengsi, and later bought by the Mu family with money, and married into the Beiwang mansion as a dowry maid with Mu Zixuan. Rating 91. Favorability 80. She fell in love with you at first sight. After reading Zhou Yu's profile, my brows furrowed. This was exactly what I expected. I have been very curious before, why Mu Zixuan's dowry maids are so outstanding. They are not maids at all, they are clearly two noble ladies. However, since they all have a score of more than 90, if they give birth to children for me, I can meet the requirements of the system. This is undoubtedly buy one get two free. But the question is, how to deal with their identities. This matter is quite sensitive. Although they were bought by the Mu family, and perhaps the procedure was legal, they were, after all, the daughters of criminals and could only be considered slaves. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu were standing next to the bridal chamber. Seeing that I was still awake, they couldn't help but feel nervous, and were obviously a little afraid of my gaze. After all, they are dowry maids, and they should serve me and Mu Zixuan, doing things like wiping sweat. They may even have to serve me on their behalf when the mistress is not convenient. They had long understood their fate, and instead thought that it was a blessing to be favored by me. The reason why the Mu family chose them as dowry maids was obviously to allow the Northern Prince's mansion to protect them. I coughed lightly and said calmly, "You can go and rest now." They both answered in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then, they turned around and quietly walked towards the common room next to the bridal chamber. Looking at their graceful backs, I couldn't help but sigh. Ancient society was really evil. But I've long been accustomed to this kind of scene, and even when they stood by and looked at me just now, I didn't feel anything unnatural. After they left the bridal chamber, I picked up the realm-breaking pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Immediately, a warm force quickly spread out, and I felt a lot more relaxed. After a while, the blue interface appeared in front of me again. Host Luchin. Realm first rank. Skills none. Magical powers none. Weapon Desert Eagle. Offspring none. I took a quick look and then closed the interface. At this moment, I felt a little restless. Since I came to this world, although I occasionally exercised, I never really practiced martial arts, so I never had the power of a warrior. Now that I finally have this power, I can't wait to give it a try. However, seeing Mu Zixuan sleeping soundly, I decided to wait until the next day. The next morning, Chu Yuqin came to my yard. Seeing that the door of Mu Zixuan and I's wedding room was still closed, she asked the palace soldier at the door, "Is Chun'er still not up?" The soldier seemed a little embarrassed. "Well, the prince has woken up, but he is still busy. Madame Chu should go back first." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin vaguely heard some movement coming from the room. Chu Yuqin, as a 9th-rank warrior, shoulders the important post of commander of the guards of the Northern Prince's palace. Her position in the palace is extremely important. However, despite her noble status, the soldiers responsible for guarding the gate still felt that it was a bit subtle to let Chu Yuqin wake up the prince. In the past, Chu Yuqin had no problem doing this, but now that the prince is married, if there is any intimate scene, the atmosphere will be very awkward. Just like now. The courtyard gate was not close to the palace's bridal chamber, but the faint voice still came out quietly. Chu Yuqin frowned slightly. Although she was still a Yunying, as an adult woman, she could naturally understand the meaning of this voice. She whispered to herself, "This little rascal is so restless so early in the morning." Turning around, she looked at the soldier beside her and ordered, "Go down. From now on, the gate guards will be replaced by female guards." The soldier immediately responded, "Yes, Madame Chu." Before the soldier finished speaking, she hurried away from this sensitive place. At the same time, Mu Zixuan and I had just finished some fun, and I held her tightly in my arms. At this time, Mu Zixuan's cheeks were slightly red, and she didn't dare to look me in the eye. I stroked her hair and asked with a smile, "Madam, are you satisfied with me as your husband?" Mu Zixuan whispered, "Yeah." Ever since she married into the palace, her worries had long since dissipated. Before marriage, she had worried whether I was just a child, but after spending a night with me, she completely put her worries aside. She found that my body had gradually matured, and although I was not strong, I was healthy and strong. Moreover, I was handsome, which completely met the image of an ideal husband in her mind. Although the Mu family was affected by the rebellious family, and could not recover for a long time, It was undoubtedly a blessing for her to marry the king of the north. Her father originally wanted to train her to be the crown princess, but she herself never planned to be one. For her, marrying a prince who does not fight for power and gain is more relaxing. Although my mind is still immature, this also means that as a princess, she has a lot of say in the northern palace. Moreover, the northern king's fiefdom was far away from the capital. Once he left the capital, it would be almost impossible to return to the political center. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan felt an inexplicable excitement in her heart. At this time I whispered, "We will set off for Beijun tomorrow. After you get up, I will accompany you to meet your father." Mu Zixuan nodded gently. "Okay." Afterwards, with the help of 2 maids, I simply washed up and walked out of the room. When I saw Chu Yuqin standing at the gate of the courtyard, my eyes lit up and I checked her personal information through the system. Name, Chu Yuqin. Status, Chu Yu's maid, Chu Yu's sworn sister, spokesperson for the Chu family's interests, Wang Han's wife, current commander of the Northern Prince's Palace Guards, and the Northern Prince's first love. Rating 97. Favorability 98. When I saw Chu Yuqin's information, I was confused. When Chu Yuqin married Wang Han had already passed away, and the two of them didn't even have their wedding night. How can she be considered Wang Han's wife? Also, what was the meaning of Northern King's first love? Although I did have some feelings for her, this introduction to her identity was too confusing. However, Chu Yuqin's score was as high as 97, and her favorability towards me reached 98, which made the evil thoughts in my heart even stronger. I smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, why are you standing here eavesdropping so early in the morning?" Chu Yuqin snorted, rolled her eyes at me, and cursed. "You little rascal, you're not being honest this early in the morning. It's important to carry on the family line, but you also have to take care of your health." I smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Aunt Chu, I'm strong and can handle it." Chu Yuqin curled her lips and then instructed, "After dinner, go meet Duke Mu. Although he was implicated not long ago, his influence in the army cannot be underestimated. When you go to Beijun to be a vassal, you will still need to rely on him to take care of things." I asked curiously, "Why do I need him to help me go to Beijun to be a vassal?" Chu Yuqin smiled and explained, "Chinner, you don't think everything will go smoothly when you go to Beijun to be a vassal, do you?" I was stunned for a moment, thinking to myself, "What does Aunt Chu mean by this? Is she trying to scare me?" Chu Yuqin looked at me sharply and said solemnly, "Although you are unlikely to get that position, for some people, only when you die will you no longer be a threat." I immediately understood what Chu Yuqin meant. Although I had always acted lazy and did not fight for power, I thought I would not cause any threat. But I forgot my identity. As a representative of the Chu family, even if I did nothing, others would still see me as a potential threat. Chu Yuqin continued, "I know what you are thinking. You think that since you have never participated in the fights and have never made friends with the ministers, no one will regard you as a threat. However, you have overlooked one point, your identity." I finally realized that even if I did nothing, the Chu family's huge background and my status were enough to make some people see me as a threat. If they wanted to cooperate with the Chu family, they had to get rid of me first. Thinking of this, I no longer worry too much. In the past, I might have worried about my safety, but now that I have a system, my confidence has increased. I smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, I understand." At this time, Mu Zixuan walked out of the house. The 2 sisters of the Zhou family supported her as she walked, and her posture was a little staggering. Seeing Chu Yuqin, Mu Zixuan immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Madam Chu." Although the princess status was higher than Chu Yuqin's, Mu Zixuan was aware of Chu Yuqin's important position in the Northern Prince's palace, so she took the initiative to pay her respects. Chu Yuqin smiled and nodded. "Zixuan, Chinna will be handed over to you from now on." Mu Zixuan replied respectfully, "Madam Chu, please rest assured. I will take good care of the prince." Chu Yuqin said nothing more and turned to leave the yard. After breakfast, Mu Zixuan and I went to Duke Mu's mansion. Duke Mu was a tall and strong man with a majestic demeanor. He immediately bowed when he saw me and said, "Greetings, King Bei." I hurriedly said, "Father-in-law, you're welcome." Mu Chantian looked at me carefully and nodded. "King of the North, please." Under the guidance of Mu Chantian, I entered the main hall. Mu Chatian then asked, I wonder what the Northern King plans to do after he goes to Beijun to take up his fiefdom. I thought about it and replied, govern Beijun well and live a peaceful life with Xishuan. Mu Changyan couldn't help but frown after hearing this. My answer was too simple, which not only showed that I had no interest in politics, but also made him realize that I might not be mature enough and didn't even understand the deep meaning of it. At this time, I took the initiative to speak. I heard that my father-in-law has a great influence in the army. When I go to Beijun, I will ask my father-in-law for help. Mu Changtian sighed inwardly. He is still a child. However, for the sake of my daughter, this kind of me might be beneficial to Xishuan. Mu Changtian smiled and said, Don't worry, King Bei, your trip to Beijun will be smooth sailing. Mu Changtian did not explicitly say that he would help me. Some political topics cannot be discussed directly. But since he promised that I could go to Beijun smoothly, it means that he would send someone to protect me and would definitely make arrangements with the army. Although I have only a vague understanding of politics, I still understand what Mu Changtian said. I smiled and said, Thank you for your support, father-in-law. Mu Changtian glanced at the servants in the hall, then ordered in a low voice, You go out first, I have something to talk to the king of the north alone. The servants withdrew in response. When we were the only two left in the hall, I couldn't help but ask, Father-in-law, what do you want to say to me? Mu Changtian obviously took this conversation very seriously. After he asked his servants to leave, he decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with me. King of the North, he said, I want to remind you that even if you make it to the North County successfully, you may not be able to rest easy. I frowned. Why is that? Mu Changtian looked at me and seemed to decide to speak frankly. Your mother is the eldest daughter of the Chu family. The Chu family will naturally support you. Although you have left the capital, you are still a huge threat to most of the princes. And the Chu family may have always had expectations of you. He paused and continued. I think so, and those princes will definitely think so too. If you are still here, the Chu family will always support you, but if you... Mu Changtian did not continue speaking here. He paused. Obviously, these words were a bit sensitive. He believed that I understood what he meant. I nodded silently, and instantly understood what he meant. After all, Chu Yuqin had reminded me this morning. My heart couldn't help but feel heavy. My situation was indeed not optimistic. If I were alive, the Chu family might still support me, and as a large family in Jiangnan, the Chu family would be an extremely important support force in the eyes of any prince. However, once I die, the Chu family will lose their best support, and they will definitely turn to other princes. And those princes who want to win over the Chu family, the first thing they need to do is to get rid of me, a useless prince, and completely cut off the Chu family's concerns. It's really a headache. I originally thought that after coming to this world, I would be able to enjoy peace and tranquility, and would not want to fight for the throne at all. I did not expect that this life alone would bring me so much trouble. But no matter what, my background is innate and cannot be changed. Now, I only have two choices. One is to completely break with the Chu family and let outsiders believe that we have completely severed our relationship. Another option is to eliminate all enemies who try to eliminate me. Only then will I be truly safe. Choosing the second path means that I will embark on the road to becoming an emperor. From an emotional point of view, I obviously don't want to break off with the Chu family. First of all, my grandfather has always treated me like a relative, the Chu family has always sent people to protect me, and my first love Chu Yuqin is also from the Chu family. I really can't break up with the Chu family completely. Moreover, even if I really broke with the Chu family, there was no guarantee that the princes would let me go. After all, who could guarantee that this was not a double act staged by me and the Chu family? Therefore, if I want to completely ensure my own safety, the best way is to eliminate those who threaten my life. In this way, those princes will surely take action against me. At this moment, there is only one last choice left to embark on the road to becoming the emperor. I thought for a moment. If it were before, it would be difficult for me to compete with those princes for the throne. But now it is different. I have a system of having many children and more blessings. As long as I go to Beijun, take more concubines and have more children, I can quickly improve my strength. That position may not belong to me. Thinking of this, I said to Mu Changtian. Thank you for reminding me, father-in-law, I understand what you mean. After leaving the Mu mansion, Mu Zixuan asked cautiously in the carriage. My lord, what did daddy say to you? I smiled slightly, then pulled Mu Zixuan into my arms and said softly. It's nothing, he just reminded me to treat you well. A hint of hesitation appeared on Mu Zixuan's face, as if she was struggling over whether she should tell me about the two sisters of the Zhou family. After all, their identities were too sensitive. At this time, I gently stroked her hair and whispered, My beloved, after arriving in Beijun, you must give birth to more children for me. Mu Zixuan's cheeks instantly flushed. Even though she was already a wife, such topics still made her feel shy. Seeing her shy look, a funny idea arose in my mind, and I almost couldn't help but want to tease her, but I held back. At the same time, in the imperial garden of the palace, a middle-aged man in a yellow dragon robe stood in a pavilion beside the lotus pond, with his hands behind his back, looking at the fish swimming in the pond. Suddenly, a man in black armor appeared behind him and reported in a low voice. Your Majesty, the King of the North just went to the Mu mansion. Duke Mu asked the servants to leave and closed the door. He talked to the King of the North alone. Emperor Xia pondered for a moment and said to himself, It seems that Mu Changtian attaches great importance to Xiaojiu. He turned to look at the red-robed eunuch beside him. Eunuch Lu, do you think the Chu family will give up Xiaojiu? The red-robed eunuch was immediately startled, and said respectfully but hesitantly, Your Majesty, I dare not speak nonsense. Emperor Xia said unhappily, If you dare to hide something, tell me the truth. The red-robed eunuch immediately knelt down and whispered, Your Majesty, I think the Chu family will most likely abandon the northern king and choose to support the 8th prince. Emperor Xia sneered and said, Support Xiao Bao? Then Xiaojiu's road will probably not be smooth. Then, the black-armored soldier standing beside him asked, Your Majesty, do you want to send someone to protect His Royal Highness the Northern King? Emperor Xia smiled coldly. No need, there must be someone protecting him. If he really gets into trouble, then he can only blame his luck for not being strong enough. Night fell. In the room, I had originally planned to have a good talk with Mu Zixuan, but when I thought about the troubles of yesterday and this morning, I finally gave up. Seeing that I seemed a little depressed, Mu Zixuan finally mustered up the courage to say, My lord, why don't you take in Yu and Xiao Xiao? My eyes lit up. I didn't expect my beloved concubine to be so generous. However, I still smiled and said, My beloved, how can you bear to push me to other women? Mu Zixuan's cheeks turned slightly red. Your Highness, you were staring at them this morning. How could she not understand what I was thinking? She continued, They were originally my dowry maids, so it is their duty to serve the prince. I smiled and hugged Mu Zixuan. With a wife like this, what else could a husband ask for? At this time, Mu Zixuan waved to Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao. Yuyu, Xiaoxiao, come here. The candlelight flickered in the room, and a warm atmosphere gradually spread. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting another wife or concubine, and I will give you the qi refining technique as a reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting another wife or concubine, and I will give you the rejuvenation hand as a reward. Ding, the host and his wife and concubine are in telepathy, and they have obtained a Barrett and 20 Barrett bullets. I was immersed in joy when I suddenly heard the system prompt sound and woke up immediately. I didn't expect that I would receive such a generous reward. And this is before I even have a child. If I have a child, wouldn't the reward be even more amazing? Just as I was thinking about this, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, the host and his wife and concubine communicated for the first time, the reward will be particularly rich. I realized that it was because this was the first time we communicated that I got such a generous reward. Would every communication be rewarded like this? But when I thought about this, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. I immediately checked the reward I just received, Qi Refining Ju, a legendary immortal skill. Practitioners can practice by communicating with their wives and concubines, and they can practice as long as their minds are connected. Rejuvenation Hand, a spiritual healing technique that can cure various injuries and illnesses. If practiced to perfection, it may even be possible to revive a dying person. The practice method is closely related to the communication between wives and concubines. These two rewards stunned me. Are we really in the world of martial arts? Can we also possess secret techniques such as chi refining technique and rejuvenation hand that are only available in the world of immortal cultivation? But then again, if I could become an immortal one day, wouldn't the throne of the Great Xia Dynasty be within my grasp? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but hug Zhou Yuyu, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Mu Zixuan tightly, and said with a smile, "You are really the treasures of my life." The two sisters of the Zhou family were delighted when they heard this. They finally became the women of the Northern King, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. When they arrived in Beijun, they would no longer have to hide their identities. However, at this moment, I suddenly said, "By the way, my beloved, I feel like you are hiding something from me?" Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment, and her heartbeat accelerated. She didn't expect me to be so perceptive. I continued, "You are my wife now, and I don't want my woman to have any secrets in her heart." Before Mu Zixuan could speak, I suddenly patted Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao's waists and said with a smile, "If I'm not mistaken, you two are not Zhou Wentian's daughters, right?" The three girls were shocked when they heard this. It turned out that I had already discovered their identities. Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately sat up from my arms, knelt down, kowtowed, and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive us, we didn't mean to hide it from you. We were wrong, please don't blame us, Your Majesty." Mu Zixuan hesitated to speak, but in the end she was unable to speak. After all, what she did was indeed inappropriate. Zhou Wangtian and Mu Changtian are the two kings of the Great Xia Dynasty, and the relationship between the two families has always been close. Mu Zixuan has a deep relationship with the two sisters of the Zhou family. She has always felt sorry for them. How could she bear to see them imprisoned in the Jiaofeng division? Seeing them so flustered, I raised the corners of my mouth slightly and said with a smile, "It is indeed wrong for the three of you to hide such an important thing from me. However, I can give you a chance to atone for it." Mu Zixuan was stunned, a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes, and she immediately asked, "My lord, I wonder how we can make up for our crimes?" I looked at Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao and said softly, "It's actually very simple. You just need to give birth to a few children for me." As soon as the words fell, the three women understood instantly. Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking us in. We will definitely give birth to more children for you." I smiled and waved my hand. "Okay, you go and rest first. When we get to Beijun, I will make you my concubines." They both answered in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." They left shyly and walked towards the adjacent room. Mu Zixuan asked softly, "Prince, do you really want to take them in?" Although she is 3 years older than me, I am a prince after all, and Mu Zixuan is not sure about my temper. I pulled her into my arms and kissed her ear gently. "If I didn't intend to take them in, do you think I would have touched them just now?" She was stunned for a moment, and finally understood. Indeed, I had never paid attention to their identities, and it was obvious that I already knew everything. I smiled and said, "My dear, today's matter ends here. I hope this is the last time. I hope you understand what I mean." Mu Zixuan quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will never hide anything from you again." I kissed her forehead, stroked her shoulders, and said with a smile, "This is my good concubine. By the way, you don't have to be too cautious. After all, you are the mistress of this family." Although Mu Zixuan is 3 years older than me, over the past few days of getting along with her, she has gradually shown her feminine side. She is extremely careful in everything she does and says, as if she is an outsider. Her cheeks blushed slightly, and she responded in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I will adapt to my identity as soon as possible." I smiled and said gently, "Don't call me prince from now on, call me husband." She bowed her head slightly and replied shyly, "Yes, husband." "Okay, go to bed early, we will set off for North County tomorrow." I held her tightly in my arms, feeling her soft and fragrant body, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, before it was completely light, the guards in the Northern Prince's palace had already started to make preparations. I don't usually get up early, but today I had to leave the capital, so I got up early from the soft and warm fragrance. Standing in front of the Beiwang mansion, looking at this place that once held countless memories of mine, I couldn't help but feel a little sad. After leaving, who knows when I can come back? After all, the the prince cannot return to Beijing without orders. I silently made up my mind, I must grow up as quickly as possible. Only when I return to Beijing that day can I truly rule the world. At this moment, a group of cavalrymen in armor rode over from a distance, and stopped in front of the gate of the northern palace. When the leading General Li Feng saw me, he immediately knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "General Li Feng, I pay my respects to the prince. This time when the prince goes to Beijun, I will do my best to protect the safety of the prince and his family." I smiled faintly, my eyes swept over Li Feng, my heart moved, and a message bar quietly emerged. Name, Li Feng. Status, General of the Great Xia Tiger Guards, currently the General of the Temporary Guard of the Great Xia Northern King. Strength, rank 7. Loyalty, 50. I was stunned for a moment. It turned out that the many children and many blessings system could display this information. This was an unexpectedly valuable resource for me. I am very satisfied with Mu Changtian's arrangement. Although Li Feng is only a 7th rank warrior, in this world, a 7th rank warrior can easily face 100 enemies. Moreover, the soldiers Li Feng brought were almost all elites of the 2nd and 3rd ranks, and there were no ordinary soldiers at all. In other words, they were all elites, and there were no cannon fodder at all. I turned to Li Feng and said, "General Li, get up. I believe you are strong enough to protect me and my family." "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Feng stood up immediately. He leaned close to my ear and whispered, "Your Majesty, Duke Mu asked me to remind you that the 8th Prince has sent people to Beijun." This made me frown slightly and ponder for a moment. The 8th Prince? Lu Xuyun? What did he send people to Beijun for? To assassinate me? Soon I understood. Lu Xuyun's mother was also from a Jiangnan family, so if he wanted to win the throne, he needed the support of the Chu family the most. If I died, the Chu family would definitely turn to the Jiangnan family that he came from. I didn't expect Mu Changtian to be able to get such news. It seems that even if he was dismissed, his control over the army is still strong. No wonder my father is so afraid of Mu Changtian. "Okay, I get it," I responded calmly. Then I got on my horse and said firmly, "Now that everyone is here, let's go. We should get to Beijun as soon as possible. I have only one goal in mind, to reach Beijun as soon as possible and start my cultivation journey. The qi refining technique and the rejuvenation hand require me to cultivate a deep relationship with my wives and concubines, which is not just daily communication, but requires some special experiences. However, it is not convenient to be on the road. You must find a safe place to start practicing. As for the threats along the way, I am not worried at all. All of us below the Grand Master level are mortals, and the Desert Eagle and Barret in my hands are not just for show. As the convoy left the city, we moved forward with great momentum. No ministers from the court came to see me off today, not even my father-in-law showed up. The roadside was full of people watching the excitement. I don't care about it, it doesn't matter who sends me there. When we passed a restaurant, a man in green clothes on the upper floor stared at the convoy going away. He asked, "Are you ready?" "Don't worry, Your Highness. Everything has been arranged. Blood Moon Tower has sent an 8th rank and 2 9th rank masters. As long as they leave the jurisdiction of the capital, the people of Blood Moon Tower will take action immediately." Hearing this, Lu Xuyun looked at me going away and whispered to himself, "If Chu Yuqin hadn't followed you to Beijun, I might not have chosen this method. My good brother, I wish you a safe journey." Originally, Lu Xuyun thought that after I left the capital, the Chu family would completely abandon me. After all, even Emperor Xia drove me to the bitter cold land of Beijun. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuqin, a 9th rank master, also went with me. What does this mean? It means that the Chu family has no intention of giving up on me. They are still making their last struggle. In this case, Lu Xuyun can only make the final decision. Soon we were out of the city. Chu Yuqin noticed that I was still riding in front and frowned. "Chinner, you'd better go back to the carriage." She immediately rode to my side. I turned around and looked at her, smiling. "Don't worry, Aunt Chu, I'm fine. Even if someone does something, it won't be near the capital." Chu Yuqin's tone changed and became serious. "It's better to be safe than sorry. You should listen to me and get back to the carriage." Li Feng also came and reminded, "Your Highness, we are about to leave the jurisdiction of the capital. you'd better go to the carriage. The carriage provided by Duke Mu is reinforced and can block most arrows. At their insistence, I finally decided to follow their advice and return to the reinforced compartment. At this time, I separated from Princess Mu Zixuan and the others. If there was a sneak attack by the enemy, at least they could be safe. The convoy traveled on the wide official road, gradually leaving the control area of the capital. We entered a dense forest, the light dimmed instantly, and my alertness increased. I took out the Desert Eagle from the system space and quickly loaded it with bullets. This gun is enough to deal with it. I don't need to deal with the small fish. Li Feng and the others will deal with them, but if there is an expert attacking, I am ready to fight. When the convoy entered the depths of the forest, a swish sound was suddenly heard, followed by countless arrows falling like raindrops. Li Feng shouted loudly, "Enemy attack! Protect the prince!" Chu Yuqin drew the sword from her waist and was on guard around her. The sound of arrows hitting could be heard outside the carriage. Duke Mu's reinforced carriage lived up to expectations and blocked most of the arrows. As the first round of arrow rain passed, assassins dressed in black and wearing masks rushed towards the convoy, led by an 8th-rank warrior. Li Feng immediately led the escort team to fight. My personal guards still stayed close to the carriage to ensure the safety of me and my family. Chu Yuqin did not join the battle. She was alert and did not miss any movement around her. She knew that there must be a more powerful force behind this assassination. Just as she was on full alert, a breeze suddenly blew through the woods, and leaves fell like a knife. A sharp light flashed in Chu Yuqin's eyes. The real enemy is coming! Just as Chu Yuqin was ready to fight, a dark shadow quickly appeared on her right side and stabbed her with a sword. She kicked her feet lightly and her body leaped into the air like a feather. She turned quickly and swept her sword towards the assassin. The assassin stepped back hastily. She is indeed a female swordsman trained by the Chu family. She has a very quick reaction. A voice of praise came from a distance. Chu Yuqin finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. There were 2 people standing in front of her, and neither of them was wearing a mask. Judging from the auras they exuded, they were at least 9th-rank warriors. However, those 3rd-rank warriors were all wearing masks. Obviously, the 2 protagonists did not care about exposing their identities. Either they were ready to kill people to silence them, or their faces were simply disguised by the art of disguise. But none of this matters. The most important thing is how to deal with the 2 people in front of you. She noticed that both of them had a red moon pattern printed on their clothes, which made Chu Yuqin instantly understand their origins. She said coldly, "Does Blood Moon Tower know what you are doing? The person in the carriage is the Northern King. If your Majesty knew that the Northern King was assassinated by Blood Moon Tower, your Blood Moon Tower would probably be destroyed soon." Lu Tong laughed loudly upon hearing this. "Mrs. Chu is such a joker. If Emperor Xia had the ability to deal with us, he would have wiped out the Blood Moon Tower long ago. Why would he have waited until today?" At this time, Bai Hong said calmly, "Mrs. Chu, we have no intention of being enemies with the Chu family. As long as you get out of the way, we will never attack you." Chu Yuqin gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, and responded coldly, "If you dare to touch the King of the North, you will be an enemy of the Chu family." Lu Tong sneered. "The Waste, the Northern King, has long been abandoned by Emperor Xia and will never inherit the throne. What reason do you, the Chu family, have to support him?" Bai Hong added, "Madam Chu, we are paid to do this. If you insist on stopping us, we will do it with swords and mercies." Chu Yuqin swung her sword, and the sword energy flew out, drawing an invisible line in the air. "This is the bottom line. Anyone who crosses it will die." Bai Hong and Lu Tong looked at each other, and could only move forward. Although they were both 9th-grade warriors, Chu Yuqin's swordsmanship was extremely advanced and her speed was incredibly fast. Lu Tong's face changed. He didn't expect that she would kill him with just one sword. "Elder Bai, don't waste time." Bai Hong understood that Lu Tong was no match for Chu Yuqin, so he quickly rushed towards the convo. Chu Yuqin followed closely behind, her figure as fast as an arrow, and her sword energy slashed towards Bai Hong. Bai Hong reacted quickly and blocked her attack, but he was secretly anxious. Chu Yuqin's swordsmanship was so fast that he was really afraid of her. Chu Yuqin watched Lu Tong approaching, feeling anxious. She had promised to protect me and not let anyone hurt me. She rushed towards Lu Tong without hesitation, determined to stop him. Seeing this, Bai Hong hurried forward to stop her. At this moment, Lu Tong finally came to my carriage. He did not rush into the carriage directly, but smashed the door with a sledgehammer, preparing to search each carriage one by one. "Ha ha, it seems I'm lucky!" He laughed and smashed the car door open with a hammer. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuqin's face suddenly turned pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. "It's over! Chun'er!" Li Feng was also anxious, but he was blocked by the 8th grade warrior in front of him and could not rescue him. Everyone thought I was going to die, but at this moment, I slowly smiled. Lu Tong was stunned. "Boy, what are you laughing at?" I didn't answer, but just raised my hand slightly and quickly pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Lu Tong fell to the ground. Everyone present was stunned. No one understood what happened. Lu Tong, a 9th rank warrior, died just like that. Chu Yuqin's eyes were filled with shock, and she could hardly believe it. She had guessed that Lu Tong's death must have something to do with the black stick in my hand. However, she couldn't understand why that thing had such amazing power that it could kill with one blow. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. The troops on both sides were stunned and even forgot to continue fighting. Chu Yuqin finally came back to her senses, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. "The 9th rank warrior who assassinated me is dead, but the 9th rank warrior in front of me must not be let go easily." She didn't know the true identity of the item in my hand, but it must be extremely powerful to allow an ordinary person to kill a 9th grade warrior. If this news spreads, I'm afraid the entire martial arts world will be shocked. Bai Hong was still shocked by the sight of Lu Tong falling to the ground. When he wanted to escape, the sky seemed to be fine, but suddenly, illusory raindrops and petals fell. Then, the air around Bai Hong suddenly changed, and several white lights streaked across the sky. He finally realized it, and his face changed. "Not good!" At this time, Chu Yuqin spoke softly. "9 swords, flower, rain falls!" The phantoms of raindrops and petals suddenly became violent, and attacked Bai Hong frantically. The battle between 9th rank warriors can often decide the outcome in a split second. If you lose focus for a moment, your opponent will seize the opportunity. Chu Yuqin accurately captured this moment, and mercilessly displayed her strongest swordsmanship. I was stunned as I watched Bai Hong slowly fall to the ground. Chu Yuqin's sword was so fast that I almost couldn't react. When I realized it, I saw a few white sword lights flashing past the 9th grade warrior, and then he fell to the ground. Is this the power of a 9th rank warrior? Really strong. Although I just defeated a 9th rank warrior, I did it with the help of a gun. As for the real martial arts, I still need to constantly pursue improvement. After all, guns are just external things. If the opponent is prepared, I think it will not be easy to kill a 9th grade warrior. Especially after seeing Chu Yuqin's sword-drawing speed, the complacency of easily killing a 9th grade warrior with a firearm disappeared instantly. When the other assassins from the Blood Moon Tower saw the 2 elders fall, they knew that their mission had failed and began to flee. The 8th rank warrior who was fighting with Li Feng saw that the 2 9th rank warriors were dead. He knew that if he continued, he might also die, so he turned around and fled into the woods without hesitation. Chu Yuqin ordered the guards and the palace guards in a cold voice. "Kill! Don't let any of them go!" The situation changed dramatically in an instant. Li Feng led the guard team and the palace guards to encircle and suppress the remaining assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. Although these assassins were not weak, most of them were of the 3rd or 4th rank. Their mission was only to delay us and buy time for the elders. Now, their mission failed, and the only thing left was to escape. Seeing that the 8th rank warrior was about to escape, I walked out of the car and took out the Barrett. I had never used this gun before, so today was a good opportunity to try it out. Chu Yuqin had intended to chase the 8th rank warrior, but when she saw the weapon in my hand, she was stunned. It was a black metal stick. I quickly laid down and took aim at the fleeing 8th rank warrior. Bang! With a dull, loud noise, the head of the 8th grade warrior exploded and he died instantly. Chu Yuqin was still standing there, shocked. At such a long distance, I could kill an 8th rank warrior instantly. She had never seen me possess such a powerful weapon, and she was shocked. And I, Just an ordinary person, holding such a weapon in my hand, can easily kill 8th and 9th rank warriors, which completely subverted her cognition. At this moment, Chu Yuqi knew clearly in her heart that if this weapon became widely circulated, the entire martial arts world would be in turmoil and the status of martial artists would decline sharply. She was in a daze for a long time until she realized that the crisis still existed. She turned around anxiously and prepared to deal with the assassin from the Blood Moon Tower. She kicked her toes and quickly rushed towards the remaining assassins. Without the restraint of the 9th grade warriors, these 3rd grade warriors were nothing more than ants in Chu Yuqin's eyes. In a moment, almost all the assassins in the Blood Moon Tower were wiped out. However, we also paid a huge price. Li Feng's guards were less than 100 people left, and only 50 or 60 of the royal guards survived. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, my heart was not shaken at all. The road to becoming an emperor must be forged with blood and fire, and today's battle is just the beginning. Just as I was lost in thought, a graceful figure appeared behind me. "Chinner, tell me the truth, are you hiding something from your aunt?" There was a hint of resentment in Chu Yuqin's tone. She watched me grow up, and even the affairs of the palace were managed by her, but she had no idea when I acquired such a terrifying weapon. She knew that such a weapon could not be made by me. Now she just wanted to know who gave me such a powerful weapon and what purpose was hidden behind it. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Chu Yuqi knew this very well. She was worried that I would fall into a bigger conspiracy, and even hoped that I could survive the trip to Beijun safely. I was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect the following explanation to be so tricky. After all, the 8th and 9th rank warriors were broken by me in an instant. If their deaths were spread, it would definitely cause quite a stir. I turned my head and looked at Chu Yuqin with an innocent smile. "Aunt Chu, what could I possibly hide from you?" Chu Yuqin sighed and continued to ask. "Tell me, who gave you the 2 weapons in your hands just now?" I pretended to be clueless. "Weapons? What weapons?" She rolled her eyes at me and said, "Do you think your aunt is blind?" At this time, I took out the black desert eagle from my arms and slowly took out the magazine. "Are you talking about this?" Chapter 9. You've grown up. Looking at the desert eagle in Lu Chen's hand, Chu Yuqin was slightly stunned. After all, this was a weapon that allowed an ordinary person to kill a 9th grade warrior in seconds. Seeing that Chu Yuqin was very curious about the desert eagle, Lu Chen directly handed her the desert eagle with the magazine removed. After Chu Yuqin took the desert eagle, she rubbed it repeatedly with her fair hands. She was very curious. How could this tiny thing kill a 9th grade warrior? Chu Yuqin then asked. "Chinner, where did you get this weapon?" Chu Yuqin is a warrior after all, and has seen many weapons. The moment she picked up the weapon, she could tell that the material used to make the desert eagle was not ordinary, and the precision of this weapon was beyond imagination. It is even possible that the royal family of the Great Xia Dynasty did not have such materials and could not produce such sophisticated weapons. Although Lu Chen survived with the help of this mysterious weapon, Chu Yuqin felt a little guilty at this time. She had been protecting Lu Chen's safety, but she still allowed the provider of this mysterious weapon to come into contact with Lu Chen. What if the other party did not provide Lu Chen with weapons, but wanted to kill him? The consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Aunt Chu, if I say that I had someone make these parts and then assembled them myself, would you believe me?" Chu Yuqin snorted and said, "I, your aunt, am not a fool." Lu Chen pretended to be an adult and said, "Aunt Chu, I am a man too. It is normal to have some little secrets of men." Originally Lu Chen was just joking, but after hearing this, Chu Yuqin fell silent. Ever since Lu Chen lost his mother when he was 10 years old, Chu Yuqin has been taking care of Lu Chen and treating him like her own child. Now Lu Chen is 16 years old and married, but she subconsciously still treats him as a child. Seeing that Chu Yuqin didn't say anything, Lu Chen asked in confusion, "Aunt Chu, what are you thinking about? Is there anything wrong with what I said?" Chu Yuqin came back to her senses. She handed the desert eagle back to Lu Chen with a relieved smile on her face. "Chinner, you are right. You have grown up and become a man. Auntie shouldn't continue to treat you as a child. But I still want to remind you that the person who provides you with weapons must have a big plan, so you have to be careful. Also, you must not let outsiders know about the 2 weapons on you. Otherwise, even if you go to Beijun, you will attract a steady stream of assassinations from the powerful in the martial arts world. Lu Chen said. Well, Aunt Chu, don't worry, I know the pros and cons of this. Chu Yuqin said. Okay, go check on Zixuan and the others first. Then Chu Yuqin turned around and left, coming to Li Feng and the others. At this time, Li Feng and others were cleaning up the bodies. Seeing Chu Yuqin coming over, Li Feng immediately asked, Madam Chu, is the prince okay? Chu Yuqin said calmly, Well, it's okay. At this point, Chu Yuqin reminded, Generally, I hope you and your soldiers can pretend that you didn't see what happened today. Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Li Feng instantly understood what Chu Yuqin meant. She was obviously talking about the Northern King instantly killing a 9th-rank warrior. It is rumored that the King of the North is just a useless prince who knows nothing about martial arts, does not study much, and spends all his time eating, drinking and having fun. When Mu Changtian found Li Feng and hoped that Li Feng could protect the King of the North, as he went to Beijun to be a fiefdom, Li Feng was still somewhat reluctant. But seeing it today, I'm afraid everyone is wrong. The King of the North holds such a terrifying weapon in his hands, so he obviously cannot be just a waste. He is a 9th-grade warrior. The 9th rank is second only to the Grand Master in strength. Just by taking one more look at the Northern King, the 9th-rank warrior was gone. And there was the 8th-rank warrior. At such a long distance, Li Feng thought that he might not be able to kill the 8th-rank warrior with his arrows. 8th-grade warriors have spiritual energy in their bodies, and when an arrow enters their bodies, they can control their muscles to clamp the arrowhead. However, the King of the North used an unknown weapon, but he actually blew the head of the 8th-grade warrior off in an instant at such a long distance. Moreover, at that time, the King of the North was just lying on the ground without moving at all. Shooting an arrow requires drawing the bow, but just with the King of the North lying like that, the life of the 8th-grade warrior came to an end. This is enough to show how terrifying the weapon in the Northern King's hand is. The King of the North possesses such a terrifying weapon, but he does not fight for the throne, and is even willing to go to the Northern County. What does this mean? Li Feng didn't dare to think about it any further. He even doubted whether he would be killed by the King of the North to silence him. Although he was the general of the guard when the Northern King was in theft, he was also a general of the Great Xia Tiger Guards. The King of the North may not trust these people. Thinking of this, Li Feng and others broke out in cold sweat on their backs. After Chu Yuqin reminded Li Feng and the others, she turned and left. Looking at Chu Yuqin's back, a soldier whispered beside Li Feng, General, we won't be silenced after we arrive in Beijun, right? The soldiers following Li Feng were all elite soldiers in the Tiger Guards. They were smart and they knew very well what it meant to have weapons that could instantly kill a 9th-grade warrior. In the eyes of everyone at this moment, the King of the North must have a big plan, so in order to prevent what happened today from leaking out, the King of the North is very likely to silence them. In order to comfort the remaining 100 soldiers, Li Feng immediately said, Don't talk nonsense, kid. We are the people of Duke Mu. Duke Mu is the father-in-law of the Northern King. The Northern King must trust us. After hearing what Li Feng said, the soldiers reacted. Yes, Duke Mu is the father-in-law of the King of the North, and his daughter is the princess. Aren't these soldiers from Duke Mu's faction equivalent to the people on the Northern King's side? Why would the King of the North kill his own people for no reason? Thinking of this, the soldiers also breathed a sigh of relief. But Li Feng was still very worried at this time. Although these people are from Duke Mu's faction, they are also the Tiger Guards of Daxia. After sending the King of the North to Beijun, they will return to the capital. Would the King of the North really trust these people? It's hard to say. But there is no other way now. We can only wait until we arrive in Beijun to find out the King of the North's true thoughts. After cleaning up the scene, Lu Qin and his convoy set off again and continued their journey to Beijun. A few hours later. A restaurant. Lu Xuyun sat in front of the window, quietly waiting for news. At this moment, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Logically, those people should have returned long ago, but there was still no news until now. At this moment, a man in gray clothes came out in a panic. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. As soon as the man entered the room, he knelt down. Lu Xuyun frowned, then asked in a cold voice, What happened? The man immediately replied, Blood Moon Tower failed, and none of the people they sent out came back alive, including the 2 ninth-grade masters. The owner of the Blood Moon building is furious now. He thinks we are deliberately cheating them and is demanding compensation from us. Chapter 10. The Chu family is not the Chu family's Chu family. After hearing his subordinate's words, Lu Xiyun's face instantly darkened. 2 ninth-grade warriors, 1 8th-grade warrior, and hundreds of warriors around the 3rd grade couldn't even kill a useless prince. Not only did the assassination fail, but all of them were left behind and no one came back. The more Lu Xiyun thought about it, the angrier he became. He flew into a rage and slammed the table with his palm, and the bowls, pots, and other things on the table were instantly shattered. Waste, all waste! He couldn't understand how this could fail. They had already found out how many people the Northern King was bringing with him this time, and the only ones who were stronger were Chu Yuqin and Li Feng. Apart from the two of them, there were not even a few people of the 5th rank in the team. As a result, the Blood Moon Tower failed. This can fail. What do the assassins of Blood Moon Tower eat? What use are they? There are 2 ninth-grade masters. Even if they can't do anything to Chu Yuqin, one of them can hold Chu Yuqin back, and the other can deal with the useless prince. But they just failed. Now the Blood Moon Tower has the nerve to ask them for compensation? You can't even kill a useless prince, and you still want compensation? After he had almost let out his anger, Lu Xiyun calmed down a little. He asked expressionlessly, "Did the Blood Moon Tower find out why their operation failed this time?" The man kneeling on the ground immediately replied, "Your Highness, when the Blood Moon Tower sent people to investigate the situation, they found that the bodies of some members of the Blood Moon Tower had been burned. When Lu Xun and his men left, they buried all the bodies of their own people, and piled up the bodies of some of the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower and burned them. Although it wasted some time, Chu Yuqin thought it was necessary, especially for the 2 people killed by Lu Xun. Warriors can judge how a person died by the wounds on the dead body. In order to prevent the people in the Blood Moon Tower from discovering how they died, Chu Yuqin adopted this method of directly destroying the body." After hearing the report from his subordinates, Lu Xiyun became even more angry. It was bad enough that the mission failed, but they didn't even know how their people died. At this time, the subordinate next to Lu Xiyun said, "Your Highness, I suspect that there are masters of the Grand Master level hidden in the Northern King's convo." Hearing his subordinate's speculation, Lu Xiyun's brain was stunned for a moment, and then he fell silent, with the expression on his face constantly changing. After a while, Lu Xiyun's eyes flashed with hatred. "If this is the case, then this piece of trash should disappear from this world." His subordinate said again, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Our people have already arrived in Beijun. Even if he has a master-level expert protecting him, they will become lax over time." Lu Xiyun didn't say anything more. Now he could only wait patiently. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Lu Xiyun looked out the window and said to himself, "My dear brother, I hope you will always be so lucky." At the same time, people of status and position in the capital basically knew about the failed assassination attempt at Blood Moon Tower, and no one knew who released the news. The Imperial Palace. Imperial Garden. Emperor Xia felt a little unbelievable when he saw the news sent back by the Shadow Guard. At this time, there was a white-haired old man sitting in front of Emperor Xia. Seeing Emperor Xia looking at the note in his hand with a surprised expression, the old man asked, "Your Majesty, what happened?" Emperor Xia came back to his senses and tore up the note in his hand. "I didn't expect that there might be a master around Xiaojiu. The Chu family is really generous." Hearing this, the old man in front of Emperor Xia was stunned for a moment. Emperor Xia continued, "National Master, do you think the Chu family really wants to support Xiaojiu, or are they deliberately diverting attention?" The old man in front of Emperor Xia is Situ Su, the pillar of the Great Xia Dynasty. He is also the national teacher of the Great Xia Dynasty, and often gives advice to Emperor Xia. In response to Emperor Xia's question, Situ Su pondered for a moment, and then replied, "I think this is Chu Xiong's personal behavior and does not represent the will of the entire Chu family." Emperor Xia smiled and said, "Oh? Why does the Imperial Master think so?" Situ Su replied, "Beijun is a bitter and cold place. Even if the king of Beijun arrived in Beijun, it would be difficult to develop Beijun, let alone recruit soldiers and accumulate strength. The Chu family is not the Chu family's Chu family. They can't possibly support a prince who has completely lost the qualification to succeed the throne under such circumstances. However, Chu Xiong is different. Chu Xiong is the grandfather of the Northern King, and they are still related by blood. So I think Chu Xiong sent people to protect the Northern King because he was his grandson, not because of the interests of the Chu family. Hearing Situs's words, Emperor Xia stood up from the stone bench and laughed, saying, "What the Imperial Master said is quite interesting. The Chu family is not the Chu family's Chu family. Ha ha ha, this reminds me of myself. This Great Xia is also not my Great Xia." The Chu family is already tied to the Jiangnan forces, so it is impossible for the Chu family to blindly support a prince who has no hope of becoming the crown prince. If they insist on doing so, it will cause conflicts with those forces, and then the Chu family may fall apart. So the Chu family is not the Chu family of the Chu family. Emperor Xia also thought of himself because of Situs's words. The Chu family cannot do what they want, and the same goes for him as the emperor. Whatever he wants to do, he will also be restrained by various forces, especially the major families, including the Chu family. Duke Mu's mansion. Seeing the carrier pigeon letter in his hand, Mu Changtian's hands trembled slightly. This letter was sent back by Li Feng, and it described how they were ambushed by the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. When Mu Changtian saw the letter saying that the Blood Moon Tower had sent 2 9th-grade warriors and 1 8th-grade warrior, he thought that something really happened to the King of the North. However, at the end of the letter, Li Feng told him that a mysterious master appeared and eliminated the 2 9th-grade masters of the Blood Moon Tower. This made Mu Changtian a little curious. Mysterious master? Who was sent to protect the King of the North? Could it be that the mysterious master came from the palace? Thinking of this, Mu Changtian looked towards the direction of the imperial palace, but he quickly rejected the idea. Emperor Xia did not regard the King of the North as his child at all, and even thought that the King of the North was a stain on his life. How could he send someone to protect him? At the same time, Lu Qin and his group have already set off. In the following month, Lu Qin did not suffer any assassination attempts. This is mainly due to a rumor in the capital. Now people think that Lu Qin has a master protecting him. With the master around, those forces will not be so stupid as to send people to assassinate him. Of course, people did not think that the master would always be by Lu Qin's side to protect him. There are not many masters at the Grand Master level in the entire Xia Kingdom. How could they possibly protect a useless prince all the time? In people's opinion, the Grand Master would at most protect the King of the North to beijun and then leave. Chapter 11. Mu Zixuan is pregnant. After nearly 2 months of travel, Lu Chen's convoy finally arrived in Beijun. Along the way, when Lu Chen and his companions passed through various counties, the officials of each county received them well. When Lu Chen was on the road, he also communicated with his wives and concubines, but because they had to hurry, they basically didn't have any serious communication, and Lu Chen didn't practice the qi refining technique and rejuvenation hand much. After seeing the boundary line of Beijun, Lu Chen's 2 months of fatigue were swept away. There are no cement roads in this world, and riding in a horse-drawn carriage would be a shaky journey. Now that he has arrived in Beijun, his plan to have a baby can finally be implemented. Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked people to speed up and head to his new mansion. Soon, Lu Chen and his convoy arrived at Yanqing in Beijun. There are 13 cities in Beijun, the most prosperous of which is Yanqing, which will also serve as Lu Chen's royal capital in the future. When Lu Chen's convoy appeared in Yanqing, all the officials of Yanqing came out to greet them, and the people of Yanqing also stood on both sides of the road. At this time, many people in the crowd were whispering about the King of the North. Finally, our northern land has a vassal king. What's the use? The King of the North is only 16 years old. He's still a child. I heard that the northern king is an uneducated man, and that's why he was driven to the northern county. I don't know if the northern king will raise taxes as soon as he arrives. If he continues to raise taxes, we won't be able to survive. If the northern king keeps having fun in his palace and doesn't care about us, that's fine. I heard that after the establishment of vassal kings in some places, the lives of the people have become even more difficult. When Lu Chen entered the city, he looked at the people on both sides of the road. The clothes of the people in the north are obviously more tattered than those of the people in other counties. Compared with the people in other counties, they are almost like beggars. This is too poor. Yanqing is still the richest city in Beijun. Even the people in Yanqing are dressed so shabbily, one can imagine what the situation is like in other counties. His father was really cruel enough to let him come to such a place. I don't know how many women in Beijun can reach 90 points, and whether it will affect my chances of taking a concubine. Lu Qin kept using the system to search the crowd for women who could score 90 points, but after scanning for a long time, he didn't see any. Among the common people on both sides of the road, the highest score among women was no more than 80. Lu Qin felt a little disappointed. When the convoy arrived at the city gate, the officials of Beijun all bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Qin got off the carriage at this time. When the people saw Lu Qin coming out, they immediately became excited. "The King of the North is so handsome. They say the Northern King is only 16 years old, but he looks as mature as a 20-year-old. Judging from his facial features, the King of the North doesn't seem to be the kind of person who is uneducated and unskilled." At this time, a middle-aged man in a green robe came to Lu Qin and said, "I, Li Rui, pay my respects to the prince." Hearing this, Lu Qin looked at Li Rui. Name: Li Rui. Identity: temporary county magistrate of Beijun. Strength: 5th rank. Loyalty: 30. In his eyes, you are an unlearned and useless prince. Seeing that Li Rui's loyalty was so low, Lu Qin immediately looked at the loyalty of the officials in Beijun, and found that the loyalty of almost all officials was the same as Li Rui's. This is not surprising. These people must have already found out about his situation in the capital. Lu Qin asked directly, "Li Taisho, I wonder how the construction of my mansion is going?" Li Rui replied, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, your mansion has been completed and you can move in now." Lu Qin said with a smile, "Then lead the way." "Yes, Your Majesty." Afterwards, Li Rui and his team brought the convoy to the Northern Prince's palace. After entering the Northern Prince's mansion, Li Rui asked directly, "Your Majesty, I wonder when you will be free so that I can report to you about the situation in Northern County." Although Li Rui looked down on Lu Qin, the useless prince, Lu Qin was the king of the north after all, and now the highest authority in Beijun. The appointment and dismissal of officials in Beijun are all decided by the king of Bei. In this era, the princes had great power in their fiefdoms. They not only had administrative power and the power to appoint and dismiss officials, but also the power to mint coins and military power. Li Rui was only a temporary county governor appointed by the imperial court. After the northern king came, he might be transferred away, so Li Rui planned to show off his reputation in front of the northern king, make his presence felt, and let the northern king know that he was a capable official. Hearing Li Rui's words, Lu Qin smiled and patted Li Rui on the shoulder, then said, "Professional matters should be left to professionals. Governor Li, you managed Beijun in an orderly manner before I came. From now on, you will continue to govern Beijun for me." After hearing this, Li Rui half knelt down excitedly and said, "Thank you for your recognition, Your Majesty. I will do my best to assist Your Majesty and serve you until my death." After hearing what Li Rui said, Lu Qin was speechless. He just wanted to find someone to do the work. At this time, Lu Qin saw that Li Rui's loyalty instantly rose to 50, so he said, "Okay, Li Taisho, go and do your thing. If there is nothing important in the future, don't come to me. I'm going to get familiar with my mansion now." Having said that, Lu Qin walked towards his palace. Seeing Lu Qin's back, Li Rui felt a little complicated. It was obvious that the king of the north intended to be a hands-off boss and leave all the affairs of Bei County to him as the county magistrate. This is certainly a good thing for him. After all, who doesn't like power? However, Li Rui also knew that taking over too much of the power granted by the northern king would most likely lead to dissatisfaction from the court. There was a precedent for this in the Great Xia Dynasty. Once upon a time, a chief secretary of a fiefdom took over all the power of the prince. He was convicted by the imperial court of stealing the power of the prince and imprisoning him. In the end, the chief secretary's property was confiscated and his clan was exterminated. After Lu Qin entered the palace, he determined the courtyard where he would live. Then he took out the dragon and phoenix tree seeds from the system space. He bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on the dragon and phoenix tree seeds. Then he buried the seeds in the soil and told his servants to take good care of them. After the dragon and phoenix tree grows up, the tea made from its leaves can make women more dependent on him. This thing is very useful to Lu Qin. At this time, Mu Zixuan, who was wearing a red gauze dress, passed by the yard. When she saw Lu Qin biting his finger and squeezing blood into the soil, she hurried into the yard. "My lord, what's wrong with you?" Mu Zixuan thought that Lu Qin was bitten by a poisonous snake and was squeezing out the poison. Lu Qin glanced at the charming Mu Zixuan and said with a smile, "I'm fine, I'm using blood to cultivate the dragon and phoenix tree." Mu Zixuan asked doubtfully, "Dragon and phoenix tree, what is that?" Lu Qin hugged Mu Zixuan's waist and replied, "You will know from now on." At this point, Lu Chen's hand began to wander around Mu Zixuan's waist. "My beloved, how about we try the bed in the palace now?" Hearing this, a blush instantly appeared on Mu Zixuan's face. Then Lu Qin picked up Mu Zixuan by the waist and walked towards the room. "You have cultivated feelings with your wife and concubine once, and your qi refining skill experience points have increased by 10. Congratulations on unlocking the qi refining skill and successfully drawing qi into your body. Congratulations on successfully getting Mu Zixuan pregnant and obtaining the soap-making method. The reward for pregnancy is an encouragement reward, so the reward is small. If the child is born successfully, you can get a richer reward." Chapter 12. You're all dead. After hearing the system broadcast, Lu Qin instantly felt his body become extremely refreshed, as if his skin could breathe. Lu Qin was extremely surprised. He had finally drawn the qi into his body. After drawing the qi into his body, he could be considered to have embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, right? Of course, another thing that surprised Lu Qin was that Mu Zixuan was finally pregnant. They had been on the road for the previous 2 months. Although they communicated and cultivated their relationships along the way, there was no sign of pregnancy in Mu Zixuan and the other two. Unexpectedly, just when everything had settled down, Mu Zixuan became pregnant. To reproduce, a stable environment is indeed needed. Lu Qin hugged Mu Zixuan, gently stroking her white and red skin, and said, "My beloved, I have a way to make money. Are you interested?" Lu Qin is now the vassal king of Beijun. The main source of income for the palace is taxes from the people. However, these taxes must also be used to pay salaries to lower-level officials, so there is probably not much left for the palace. If the royal family wanted to live a good life, they had to have their own industry. It just so happened that he got the method of making soap. Of course, the real money-making stuff is things like salt and iron, but Lu Qin has no plans to touch these two things for the time being. This kind of interest involves too many things. If he takes action as soon as he arrives in Beijun, there will probably be more people trying to assassinate him. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked, "Prince, what method are you talking about?" Mu Zixuan also wanted to prove that her value was not just in bed. When she was in the capital, her father trained her to be the crown princess, so she was strong in all aspects. Lu Qin replied, "I have something that can clean clothes. I believe it will be favored by the people." Mu Zixuan asked doubtfully, "Is the prince talking about bath beans?" There is a kind of tree in this world. The fruit on the tree has the function of cleaning clothes. People call it bath bean. If it's bath beans, they're everywhere and it's hard to turn them into an industry. Lu Qin smiled and said, "Of course not. What I'm talking about has a stronger cleaning ability than bath beans. You'll understand when I have someone make it in a few days." Mu Zixuan said, "Well, I understand." At this time, the maid's voice came from outside the door. "My lord, Madame Chu is looking for you." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately said to Lu Qin, "Prince, you should go and see her quickly. Aunt Chu should have something important to talk to you about." They had just arrived in Beijun, so there must be a lot of things to do. Mu Zixuan didn't dare to pester Lu Qin. If people knew that she had pestered Lu Qin as soon as she arrived in Beijun, who knows how many people would scold her. "My dear, you have a good rest. I will go out and check the situation." Lu Qin reluctantly got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and left the room. When Lu Qin walked to the martial arts training ground of the palace, he saw Li Feng and Chu Yuqin talking about something. Seeing Lu Qin coming over, Li Feng quickly said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Qin looked at Chu Yuqin and said, "Aunt Chu, do you want to talk to me about something?" Chu Yuqin said, It's not me who is looking for you, it's General Li who is looking for you. Lu Chen's gaze fell on Li Feng again. Li Feng quickly took out a letter from his arms, and then said to Lu Chen, Your Highness, this is what Duke Mu gave me when we set out. He asked me to give you this letter after arriving in Beijun. Lu Chen immediately took the letter from Li Feng, opened it, and read it carefully. At this time, Li Feng and the more than 100 soldiers behind him were staring at the letter in Lu Chen's hand. Li Feng, in particular, seemed very nervous. He didn't know what was said in the letter, and he was now afraid that the King of the North would kill them. After all, they were about to return to the capital, and the King of the North might not trust them. After reading the letter, Lu Chen glanced at Li Feng and others. Li Feng's loyalty has now risen to 87, making him completely usable. The loyalty of the soldiers in the escort team is also not low, basically no one is less than 60. Lu Chen said directly, Duke Mu told me in this letter that you are all dead. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar. Li Feng and others couldn't help but think, is the King of the North really planning to silence us? No, it should be said that Duke Mu had no intention of letting them go back alive. After all, this letter was from Duke Mu to the King of the North. Seeing that Li Feng and the others seemed very nervous, Lu Chen continued, Duke Mu asked me to tell you that he has sent people to send your family members to Yanqing. You have been removed from the Tiger Guards. From now on, you will follow me. This? Li Feng reacted instantly, and realized that they had misunderstood Lu Chen's meaning. They are already dead, which means they have been expelled from the Great Xia Tiger Guards. It seems that Duke Mu didn't want them to return to the capital from the beginning, and wanted them to follow the King of the North. Lu Chen showed a sly smile at this time. Of course, if you don't want to follow me, I won't force you. Hearing this, Li Feng and the more than 100 soldiers half knelt down without hesitation. We swear to follow the prince until death. What a joke! If they dare to say no, now, they will never be able to leave Yanqing. They are not fools. And there is nothing wrong with following the Northern King. After learning that the Northern King possesses weapons that can kill 9th rank masters, they think that the Northern King has been hiding his abilities. When the Northern King returns to the capital and rules the world, these people will have served him well. No need to think too much about what to choose. Lu Chen said. Okay, all of you get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Chen took out a token from his arms, threw it to Li Feng and said, General Li, take my token and go take over the army of Beijun. The matter of training the army is left to you. Li Feng immediately clasped his fists and said, I will definitely live up to the prince's expectations and reorganize the Beijun army as soon as possible and train them into a combat-ready army. Lu Chen said, There is no need to be too anxious. If you make too big a move, it will have a bad impact. Li Feng reacted instantly and said immediately, Understood, I will be careful. Li Feng thought that the King of the North must be planning to continue hiding his abilities to avoid being discovered. Okay, go do your own thing. Having said that, Lu Chen turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen's back and felt vaguely that something was wrong. For some reason, she always felt that there seemed to be a ball of gas on Lu Chen's body. In order to verify her guess, Chu Yuqin pushed hard with her toes and instantly came behind Lu Chen. After Lu Chen felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him, he turned around suddenly and saw Chu Yuqin, and their eyes met. Chu Yuqin was less than 30 centimeters away from him. A faint fragrance drifted into Lu Chen's nostrils, making Lu Chen's body a little restless. Aunt Chu, what are you doing? Chu Yuqin smiled and then said, Chinner, I didn't expect that you would become a martial artist without telling your aunt. How come I have never seen you practice martial arts before? What kind of skills do you practice? Forehead. Seeing that he was exposed, Lu Chen smiled and said, Aunt Chu, this is a man's little secret. Chu Yuqin said coquettishly, Where do you get so many secrets? Lu Chen chuckled. It's normal for a deep man to have a lot of secrets in his heart. Chu Yuqin glared at Lu Chen speechlessly, then said, Forget it if you don't want to say anything. I'll go set up the defense. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin walked towards the gate of the palace. Looking at Chu Yuqin's graceful and elegant figure, Lu Chen felt the fire in his heart burning brighter and brighter. He quickly turned around and ran to find his 2 concubines to practice. Chapter 13, Reclaiming the Military Power of Beijun. Gu City. County Magistrate's Office. When they saw Li Rui coming back, the officials of Beijun all rushed forward. What of the officials asked? Sir Li, did the prince say what he would do next? Now the officials of Beijun are very concerned about what kind of big moves the king of Bei will make after he comes to the north, and whether it will affect their jobs and interests. Li Rui smiled, raised his hand and stroked his beard, then replied calmly. The prince told me not to go to him unless it's important. Everything in Beijun remains the same. Hearing this, the officials of Beijun County instantly became extremely excited. If this is the case, neither the power they hold nor their interests will be harmed. Although they didn't say it out loud at this time, their thoughts were basically, it's a good thing the court sent a useless prince to Beijun. However, at this moment, a soldier from the county magistrate's office ran in a panic. He came in front of Li Rui and whispered something. After hearing what the soldier said, Li Rui frowned and his face instantly darkened. Seeing Li Rui's grim expression, an official quickly asked, Sir, what happened? As soon as the official finished speaking, Li Feng walked into the county magistrate's mansion. Seeing that Li Rui and a group of officials were there, Li Feng smiled and said, Lord Li, your mansion is really bustling today. Li Rui came back to his senses, and quickly walked over and said, No. I wonder if General Li has anything to convey to my residence? Li Feng directly took out the token of the Northern King and said, The prince has ordered that from today on, all military affairs of the Northern County will be taken over by me. Hearing this, the officials in the yard suddenly panicked. The main reason why they dared to act so recklessly and did not take the King of the North seriously at all was because the army of Beijun was under the control of the prefect. The King of the North took over the military affairs of Beijun as soon as he arrived in Beijun. What is he going to do? The army is relatively sensitive, and the princes who control the army will inevitably do something. Could it be that the King of the North is planning to take action against them? Li Rui said at this time. Generally, the prince has just arrived in Beijun and is not familiar with Beijun. I wonder why he asked you to take over military affairs? Li Rui did not think that the King of the North was going to take action against the forces in Beijun, at least not in the short term. After all, he had just arrived in Beijun and had not yet established a firm foothold in Beijun. Besides, if the King of the North wants to maintain his rule in Beijun, he still needs officials like them and the major forces in Beijun. Even if the King of the North is ignorant, he should not do something that will destroy his foundation. Li Feng saw the worries in Li Rui and the others' hearts, so he said directly, Master Li, I believe you must have heard the news that the prince was assassinated by the Blood Moon Tower on the way to the vassal state, right? Li Rui said, This is natural. Li Feng continued, If that's the case, then you should understand why the prince wants to control the military power. The prince doesn't want his personal safety to be in the hands of others. After hearing what Li Feng said, Li Rui and others reacted instantly. Yes, the King of the North was assassinated on the way here. He was quite young and must have been frightened. Perhaps it was because he was afraid of death and worried that the Beijun army would harm him, so he took control of the military power. Li Feng continued, Master Li, you don't want to hand over the military power, do you? The prince has handed over all the affairs of Beijun to you. If the military power is still in your hands, then are you the prince, or is the King of Beijun the prince? When Li Rui heard Li Feng's words, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Indeed, if all the power in Beijun was in his hands and no one could restrict him, it would not be long before the imperial court would send people to cause trouble for him. Li Rui thought about it, and decided that since there weren't many soldiers in Beijun, he might as well just hand them over to avoid getting himself into trouble. Thinking of this, Li Rui immediately took out the tiger talisman from his arms. General Li, this is the tiger talisman that controls all the troops in Beijun. Then Li Rui said to an armored soldier beside him, Captain Wang, take General Li to the barracks to have a look. Yes, sir. Then Li Feng followed the soldier to the barracks in Yanqing. After Li Feng left, the officials behind Li Rui surrounded him. Sir, why did you give the tiger talisman to him? Yes, sir, if the prince has military power, what will happen if he messes up? Sir, what should we do now? Hearing the officials' discussion, Li Rui said, Don't worry, the military power should have been in the hands of the prince. It is normal for the prince to take back the military power. And you just heard what Li Feng said. The prince has handed over all the affairs of Beijun to me. If I still control the military power, I am afraid that the prince can tolerate me, but the court cannot. After hearing what Li Rui said, some officials with quick thinking immediately understood what Li Rui meant. After all, there was once a case in the Great Xia Dynasty where a chief official of a royal palace monopolized power and imprisoned vassal kings. But they still have some concerns. Once the northern king has military power, it is equivalent to having weapons in his hands. It will be easy to deal with them, and they will not dare to act recklessly like before. Li Rui continued. Okay, you all return to your respective jurisdictions. If the northern king has any orders, I will inform you immediately. After hearing what Li Rui said, the officials had no choice but to leave the county magistrate's office one after another. A few days later. Northern Palace. Lu Chen was in the yard, watching the servants making soap according to the soap-making diagram. He picked up a piece and smeared it on a dirty piece of clothing to try it out. Soon, the stains on the dirty clothes became clean after washing. Seeing this scene, everyone in the yard cried out in disbelief. Chu Yuqin asked curiously, Chinner, where did you find the method of making this soap? How can this soap be so useful? Lu Chen smiled and replied while washing his hands, Aunt Chu, if I say that this is what I thought of, would you believe it? Chu Yuqin raised her beautiful eyes and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, Chinner has really grown up. He has more and more secrets and hides everything from Auntie. Seeing that the atmosphere seemed a little bad, Mu Zixuan quickly tried to smooth things over and said, Aunt Chu, this is indeed the solution that the prince came up with. In fact, Chu Yuqin's tone was just a little bit gloomy. She was not angry at all in her heart. Chu Yuqin had no intention of exploring the secrets in Lu Chen's heart. But then again, when Chu Yuqin thought about how Lu Chen had told her everything in the past but kept everything from her after they got married, she felt a little sour inside. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao changed the subject and said, Your Majesty, how are you going to sell this soap? Before making the soap, Lu Chen made it clear that he wanted to sell it, so Zhou Xiaoxiao was very curious about how the Soap King planned to price this soap with such a strong cleaning effect. Lu Chen thought for a moment then said, Just sell it for 3 to 10 cents apiece. Zhou Yuyu, who was standing next to Zhou Xiaoxiao, said in surprise, So cheap? Lu Chen said, Small profits but quick turnover. This product is originally used to replace bath beans, so it can't be too expensive. If it's too expensive, no one will buy it. Having said that, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Mu Zixuan. My dear, the soap industry is now in your hands. Mu Zixuan said excitedly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will manage the soap business well and fill the inner treasury of the palace as soon as possible. As soon as Mu Zixuan finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed and she began to dry heave. Seeing this, Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly came to her side and supported her. Sister, what happened to you? Hurry, call a doctor! Chapter 14. Hunters often take the form of prey. Seeing Mu Zixuan retching, Lu Chen basically guessed what was going on. After all, he had received a prompt from the system a few days ago, and the method of making this soap was obtained because of Mu Zixuan's pregnancy. However, even if you know she is pregnant, you still need to see a doctor. He had not yet started practicing his rejuvenation skills, so he was unable to check Mu Zixuan's body. He could only ask the doctor to take a look at the situation. Mu Zixuan was then transferred back to the room. She lay on the bed, looked at Lu Chen beside the bed and said, Your Majesty, I'm fine. Lu Chen stroked Mu Zixuan's cheek and said with a smile, Just lie down and wait for the doctor to come and see you. Soon, the doctor came to the room. After taking her pulse, he immediately stood up, bowed and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty. The princess is pregnant. Hearing this, everyone in the room became excited. Zhou Xiaoxiao said beside Mu Zixuan, Sister, that's great, you're pregnant. Our prince has an heir. Lu Chen also said happily, Xiao Rou, take 2 taels of silver to give to the doctor. Hearing this, the doctor immediately said, Thank you for the reward, Your Majesty. In this day and age, 2 taels of silver is not a small amount. Doctors don't know how many patients they have to see to earn 2 taels of silver. After the doctor left, Lu Chen stroked Mu Zixuan's belly and said with a smile, My beloved, it seems that all our hard work for so many days is worth it. Mu Zixuan's face turned slightly red. There were so many people watching here, and Lu Chen actually spoke so directly. Mu Zixuan said at this time, My lord, I will not be able to serve you for a while. Lu Chen said, It's okay, just take good care of the baby. Mu Zixuan asked at this time, Prince, when do you plan to let Xiao Xiao and Yu Yu in? Although Zhou Xiao Xiao and Zhou Yu Yu are already Lu Chen's women, they haven't held a wedding banquet yet. After all, it's the prince taking a concubine, so a banquet must be held. Lu Chen thought about it then said, It will be done in 2 days. Mu Zixuan asked with a smile, Can this matter be handed over to me? Lu Chen said, If my beloved concubine is willing, then I will trouble you with this matter. Seeing the affection between Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan, Chu Yuqin always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Then she turned around and quietly left the room. In the past, she was the one who accompanied Lu Chen, but now that Lu Chen has a princess, he seems to no longer need her as his aunt, which makes her feel very lost. A few days later, news spread from the Northern Prince's palace that the Northern Prince was going to take a concubine. After hearing the news, various forces in Beijun began to prepare gifts. Baiwa Tower. A woman in a red robe was sitting at the window, looking at the people coming and going in the distance. The woman's red robe was loose, revealing her fair collarbone and a patch of white. If someone saw it, they would easily be confused. There was nothing to fault about her absolutely beautiful face. Her delicate face was faintly blushing, and she was charming and lovely. The woman's lips were slightly curved, her peach blossom eyes seemed to hold a hint of spring, and she looked extremely charming. Her hair was tied up high in a bun with a phoenix hairpin. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her curvaceous figure made her even more charming. At this moment, a masked woman entered the room and said from behind the curtain, Saint, the pavilion master wants you to complete your mission as soon as possible and leave Beijun. Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but sneer. Her voice was very clear, like the singing of birds in the forest. The Northern King has been hiding in the mansion, and we can't confirm whether the Grand Master beside him has left. How can it be so easy to complete the task? The woman outside the curtain said, The pavilion master said that this was His Highness's intention, and he couldn't do anything about it. If you need any help, please ask. Wang Qingxi said calmly, Forget it, you write back and tell him that I will find an opportunity to approach the King of the North as soon as possible, and ask him not to rush. Wang Qingxi was a little upset at this time. She came to Yanqing 2 months ago. In order to get close to the King of the North, she even made herself an oiran. However, after the King of the North arrived in Yanqing, he never came to Baiwa Tower once. It is said that the Northern King is uneducated and lustful, and likes to sneak into brothels to listen to music. As a result, when the King of the North arrived in Beijun, he seemed like a different person. He stayed in his mansion the whole time and didn't go anywhere. Wang Qingxi also tried to send people to the palace to gather intelligence, but there were many guards at the palace, and Chu Yuqin was personally in charge, so it was difficult for their people to sneak in. They don't know what the current situation in the palace is. At this time, a blue bird flew from the window to Wang Qingxi. Wang Qingxi immediately caught the bird and took the note off its leg. After reading the contents of the note, Wang Qingxi smiled. It seemed that their intelligence was correct. The King of the North was indeed lustful. It has only been a few days since he came to Beijun, and he has already started taking in concubines. This is a good thing for her. She has to find a way to go to the palace. If she can attract the attention of the King of the North, that would be great. The beauty trap is the most useful for her, especially when it comes to assassinations. A few days later. Northern King's Palace. Today is the day that Lu Chen takes a concubine. The palace is decorated with lights and people come to give gifts one after another. All matters concerning taking a concubine this time were handled by Mu Zixuan. Basically, all the major forces in Beijun had received invitations from the palace. Mu Zixuan also planned to use this opportunity to promote the soap, so she invited all the major forces in Beijun. While the gifts were being given, Lu Chen sat in the martial arts arena, listening to the people in the palace reporting on the gift-giving situations of the major forces, while scanning the women who came to attend the wedding banquet. In the Xia Dynasty, unmarried women generally would not go out to attend other people's wedding banquets. However, today many people brought unmarried girls from their families in order to attract the prince's attention and thus marry him. But after Lu Chen took a quick look, he didn't find any score over 90. Lu Chen sighed. Yanqing is indeed too small and too poor. There are so few women with a score over 90. Just when Lu Chen was about to give up, a woman in a purple dress entered Lu Chen's sight. Name, Wang Qingxi. Identity, 9th rank warrior, adopted daughter of the Jiangnan Wang family, saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion, temporary owner of the Baiwa Tower. In order to assassinate the North King, she came to the North King's wedding banquet on purpose, trying to attract the North King's attention and seduce him with the beauty trap. Rating 95. Favorability 0. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that a 9th rank assassin would sneak in. Oh, that's not right. Others didn't sneak in, but walked in openly. Looking at Wang Qingxi's charming figure, her smooth old shoulders and that white patch, Lu Chen suddenly felt a little confused. I finally found a stunning character with a score of 95, but he turned out to be an assassin. How unlucky! It is not easy to find a woman with a score of 95. He must find a way to get this enchanting rose and let her give birth to a child for him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. It seems that the dragon and phoenix tree has grown out. He will test the effect of making tea with the leaves of the dragon and phoenix tree later. If the effect of dragon and phoenix tea is good, then his and Wang Qingxi's identities will change. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. Sometimes the hunter often appears as the prey. Chapter 15, Tricking Chu Yuqin. At this time, Wang Qingxi also noticed Lu Chen. After all, she came here for Lu Chen. Seeing that the king of the north was actually smiling at her, Wang Qingxi was overjoyed. It seemed that her plan was half successful, and she really attracted the king of the north's attention. Next, just wait quietly. She believed that it would not be long before the king of the north would come looking for her, and Wang Qingxi was very confident in her beauty. Then Wang Qingxi also smiled at Lu Chen. After the wedding banquet, Lu Chen left directly, while Mu Zixuan chatted with the women who came to the wedding banquet. Lu Chen had already discussed their relationship with Zhou Xiaoxiao and the others, so he was not in a hurry at all about the bridal chamber. He now came to the main courtyard, which was the courtyard where he planted the dragon and phoenix trees. Less than half a month had passed since the dragon and phoenix tree was planted, but it had already grown to the height of Lu Chen's waist. However, the dragon and phoenix tree looks no different from ordinary trees. Lu Chen picked a few leaves from the dragon and phoenix tree, intending to make tea for Zhou Xiaoxiao and her two sisters to drink in the bridal chamber later. At this time, Chu Yuqin appeared in the yard. Seeing that Lu Chen did not go to receive the guests, nor did he go to find Zhou Xiaoxiao and the others, but came to this yard to look at the trees, Chu Yuqin asked curiously. "Chinner, what are you doing? Why didn't you go to find the two sisters of the Shou family?" Hearing Chu Yuqin's voice, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then he turned his head to look at Chu Yuqin, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. At this time, Lu Chen asked the system in his heart. "System, is it true that after drinking dragon and phoenix tea, women will become dependent on me and cannot leave me?" "That's right. And after women drink the dragon and phoenix tea, they will not be able to harm you. When you touch their bodies, they will lose their strength. However, if the woman who drinks the dragon and phoenix tea has a crush on you, then the dragon and phoenix tea can improve their skills to a certain extent." Lu Chen was a little surprised to hear what the system said. He thought that dragon and phoenix tea could at most make women dependent on him, but he didn't expect it to have the effect of increasing his skills. "Chu Yuqin has such a high liking for me, so if she drinks more dragon and phoenix tea, she will definitely be able to increase her skills." Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's broad daylight now. Why should I go to them? Could it be that Aunt Chu wants me to do that in broad daylight?" Hearing this, Chu Yuqin rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I just asked you to go talk to the two sisters. After all, you are already married." At this time, Chu Yuqin looked at the dragon and phoenix tree leaves in Lu Chen's hand and asked curiously, "What are you doing with the leaves?" Lu Chen did not directly answer Chu Yuqin's question. Instead, he looked around and said cautiously, "Aunt Chu, come with me. I have a secret to tell you. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's eyes lit up and she instantly became interested. Recently, she discovered that Lu Chen had many secrets. Every time she asked Lu Chen about it, he was unwilling to tell her on the grounds that he had grown up. She once thought that Lu Chen no longer recognized her as his aunt. Since Lu Chen was willing to tell her the secret today, she would definitely want to listen. She wanted to know what kind of secret Lu Chen would tell her. At this time, Lu Chen walked towards his room, and Chu Yuqin hurriedly followed. After Lu Chen entered his room, he put a few leaves in his hand into the teapot on the table. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuqin became even more curious and wondered what Lu Chen was doing. After a while, Lu Chen poured the brewed dragon and phoenix tea into 2 purple clay cups. "Aunt Chu, please taste this tea." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment, then she asked speechlessly, "Chenner, is this the secret you mentioned?" Lu Chen said mysteriously, "Aunt Chu, if you drink it first, you will understand what the secret I am talking about is." Having said that, Lu Chen picked up a purple clay cup on the table and drank the dragon and phoenix tea in the cup. Seeing that Lu Chen had drunk it, Chu Yuqin picked up the purple clay cup in front of her doubtfully, and then took a sip of the dragon and phoenix tea in the cup. As soon as she took a small sip, Chu Yuqin instantly felt a coolness rushing into her heart. The next moment, Chu Yuqin discovered that her internal strength was actually increasing slowly. Her realm had remained at the 9th level for many years, and she thought it would be difficult to improve her realm any further. Unexpectedly, after just drinking a sip of tea, the realm in her body actually began to loosen. Chu Yuqin immediately drank the dragon and phoenix tea in the cup, and then her beautiful eyes stared at Lu Chen. "Chenner, if I'm not mistaken, the leaves in your hand just now are from the tree in the middle of the yard, right?" Chu Yuqin had long noticed that Lu Chen seemed to be particularly concerned about the tree in the middle of the yard. Chu Yuqin had always been curious as to why Lu Chen would water the tree himself every day after coming to Beijun. It turns out that the leaves of that tree can actually increase one's martial arts skills. This is really incredible. Lu Chen still did not answer Chu Yuqin's question but asked, "Aunt Chu, how do you feel now?" Chu Yuqin closed her eyes slightly, and the next moment a stream of air spread out from Chu Yuqin's body. Chu Yuqin opened her eyes, somewhat unable to believe it. She actually broke through to the half-step Grand Master level. Although there is still a long way to go before becoming a master, this at least gives her hope. At this time, Lu Chen started to explain. "Aunt Chu, the tree in the yard is called the Dragon and Phoenix Tree. Drinking tea made from the leaves of that tree can help warriors improve their skills." Lu Chen only explained part of the content. As for the other uses of dragon and phoenix tea, Lu Chen had no plans to tell Chu Yuqin for the time being. Chu Yuqin has a soft personality, and Lu Chen has no intention of forcing her from the beginning. Chu Yuqin was very surprised when she heard Lu Chen's words. Although she had already experienced the benefits of dragon and phoenix tea, she felt even more incredible after hearing Lu Chen's explanation in person. Not only was Lu Chen able to come up with a weapon that could instantly kill a 9th-grade warrior, but now he had unexpectedly found a plant that could increase his martial arts skills from somewhere. If this kind of thing were to be known by others, I'm afraid the entire martial arts world would be in chaos. By then, I wonder how many masters will come to the palace to snatch the tree. Not only the Grand Master, but perhaps the Grand Master would be interested in this tree. Chu Yuqin didn't plan to ask Lu Chen how he got here, because Lu Chen probably wouldn't tell her anyway. Chu Yuqin sighed at this time and asked worriedly, "Chenner, does anyone else know the function of this tree?" Lu Chen shook his head and said, "I only told you, Aunt Chu, about this matter. No one else knows." Chu Yuqin reminded, "Don't tell others the function of this tree, otherwise the Northern Palace will be in great trouble, and I won't be able to protect the Northern Palace at that time." Lu Chen said, "Don't worry, Aunt Chu, I know the pros and cons of this." Chu Yuqin said, "Okay, go to Xiao Xiao and Yu first." Lu Chen said, "Well, I'll go over first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen turned and left. For some reason, Chu Yuqin suddenly felt a little uneasy when she saw Lu Chen's tall back leaving. Chapter 16. Thank you for your reward, my lord. After Lu Chen left the main courtyard, he was about to go to the courtyard of the 2 sisters of the Shou family. At this time, he saw Mu Zixuan taking Wang Qingxi to the backyard of the palace. Lu Chen was a little curious. Why did Mu Zixuan bring this woman here? He frowned, fearing that Wang Qingxi wanted to get close to him, so he found some excuse to deceive Mu Zixuan. This won't work. If this woman was coming for me, then there would be no problem at all. But if Wang Qingxi hurt Mu Zixuan in the process, it would be troublesome, because Mu Zixuan is pregnant again. Thinking of this, Lu Chen hurriedly followed. When Lu Chen entered the backyard, the maid Xiaoro was about to make tea. Lu Chen immediately stopped her and said, "Xiaoro, use this leaf to make tea later." Having said that, Lu Chen handed the leaves in his hand to Xiaoro. Xiaoro didn't think much about it. After all, she was just a maid. "Yes, Your Majesty." After handing the leaves of the dragon and phoenix tree to Xiaoro, Lu Chen immediately entered the backyard. After seeing Lu Chen, Wang Qingxi was suddenly very happy. He finally found an opportunity to get close to the King of the North. Of course, she had no intention of taking action against the King of the North right now. The main reason why she approached the King of the North this time was to show off in front of him, make him remember her, and deepen his impression of her. She was not sure whether the Grand Master, as rumored, had left the Northern King's palace. If she took action at this time, she might not be able to leave the Northern King's palace. At this moment, Wang Qingxi immediately stood up from the stone bench, bowed and said, "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chen running here and asked curiously, "Prince, why didn't you go to your sister's place?" Although Lu Chen had already taken advantage of Xiao Xiao and Yu, today was the day of the wedding banquet after all, so he still had to go through the formalities. As a result, Lu Chen came here. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, let's talk about it in the evening." Having said that, Lu Chen looked at Wang Qingxi in front of him. Wang Qingxi exuded a charming fragrance all over her body. She was truly a seductive woman. Lu Chen then asked, "Who are you?" Wang Qingxi immediately introduced herself. "Your Highness, I am the courtesan of Baiwa Tower." Mu Zixuan added at this time, "Your Majesty, after seeing the effect of soap, Miss Wang plans to order a batch of soap from us." Lu Chen said, "Oh, so that's how it is. Then you guys continue talking and don't bother me." Having said this, Lu Chen walked to the edge of the pavilion and sat down. At this time, Xiaoro entered the yard carrying the brewed dragon and phoenix tea. Xiaoro poured each of them a cup of dragon and phoenix tea. Wang Qingxi then continued to say to Mu Zixuan, "Princess, our Baihuala has ordered a large quantity of soap. I wonder how long it will take for the palace to make it." Wang Qingxi's attention was not on Mu Zixuan at all, but she didn't dare to go too far at this time, so she had to pretend to talk about something. Mu Zixuan asked, "How much do you need?" Wang Qingxi replied, 1,000 yuan. Mu Zixuan was a little surprised. This was the first time that the palace had received such a large order. "So much?" Wang Qingxi smiled and then explained, "The girls in our Baiwa Tower have a lot of clothes, and they need to be washed every day. In order to wash these clothes, Baiwa Tower needs to go outside the city to buy a large amount of bath beans every day." Mu Zixuan thought about it, and felt that there was some truth in it. After all, it is a place of prostitution, and the clothes worn by those prostitutes must be clean, so it is normal to consume soap. So, Baihuala will be able to become a big customer of the palace in the future? Just when Mu Zixuan was happy about the palace's first big order, she noticed that Lu Chen's eyes were scanning Wang Qingxi's body not far from the pavilion. Mu Zixuan instantly understood why Lu Chen appeared here. It turned out that he came for Wang Qingxi. However, Mu Zixuan didn't think there was anything wrong. It was well known that Lu Chen liked beautiful women. Wang Qingxi is the most beautiful courtesan in Baiwa Tower. She is so charming, so it is normal for Lu Chen to have feelings for her. At this time, Wang Qingxi picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea. After drinking this, Wang Qingxi suddenly felt a refreshing feeling surge in his heart, and Wang Qingxi was stunned for a moment. Then he asked, "Princess, where does your palace's tea come from?" Mu Zixuan was a little confused when she heard this abrupt question. She never expected that Wang Qingxi would suddenly change the topic to tea. Then Mu Zixuan curiously picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Mu Zixuan immediately understood why Wang Qingxi suddenly asked about the tea. Mu Zixuan turned her head and looked at the maid beside her. "Xiao Rou, what kind of tea did you make? Why have I never drunk this kind of tea?" Before Xiao Rou could answer, Lu Chen, who was not far away, took the initiative to speak. My beloved, do you remember the tree I planted in the main courtyard? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan instantly remembered the tree that Lu Chen had taken good care of recently. She had always been curious about why Lu Chen cared so much about that tree. It turned out that it was a specialty tree. Mu Zixuan then asked, Your Majesty, could it be that the tea leaves in this teapot are made from leaves picked from that tree? Lu Chen nodded and said, Yes. At this point, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Wang Qingxi, and he asked with a smile, Miss Wang, how about this tea? Wang Qingxi replied, It's refreshing and sweet. I've never tasted such a magical tea before. Lu Chen said, Since Miss Wang likes it, I will ask my servants to pick some fresh tea leaves for you to bring back. Wang Qingxi thought to herself that it looked like the King of the North was planning to use this tea to please her. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the King of the North would become her lover, and her mission would be almost completed. Thinking of this, Wang Qingxi showed a charming smile and said, Thank you very much for your reward, Your Majesty. Lu Chen then said to Xiao Rou, go pick 2 tails of fresh tea leaves from the tree I often water and bring them back to Miss Wang. Yes, Your Majesty. Shiro then left the backyard and went to the main yard to pick tea leaves. Afterwards, Wang Qingxi and Mu Zixuan continued to discuss the soap matter. After confirming the delivery date, Wang Qingxi left the palace with the dragon and phoenix tree leaves that Xiao had just picked. Seeing that Lu Chen's eyes were fixed on Wang Qingxi's back, Mu Zixuan walked over to Lu Chen's side, sat down and said, My lord, if you like Miss Wang, I can have someone go to Baiwa Tower to buy her and let her serve you. Miss Wang should still be a virgin. Mu Zixuan is relatively open-minded about women, and she doesn't have any jealous thoughts. Hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses. He put his big hands around Mu Zixuan's waist, then lifted her up and let her sit on his lap. Then Lu Chen whispered in Mu Zixuan's ear, My beloved, you don't really think she is just an ordinary courtesan, do you? Lu Chen planned to tell her Wang Qingxi's true identity directly. After all, this woman Wang Qingxi had other intentions towards him. If she were allowed to have too much contact with Mu Zixuan, it might be harmful to her. It would be better to tell Mu Zixuan her true identity so that she would be wary of her. Chapter 17 Grandmaster is no big deal. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan was slightly stunned. In her eyes, Wang Qingxi was indeed just an ordinary courtesan. Lu Chen continued, She is a 9th-rank warrior and the saint of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Mu Zixuan's brain froze. She didn't know what kind of force Yanyu Pavilion was. But for a 9th-rank warrior to go to a place like Baiwa Tower to be in courtesan, this was clearly some conspiracy. Mu Zixuan now understood why Wang Qingxi suddenly wanted to approach her. It seems that ordering soap was fake, and the real purpose was to take the opportunity to get close to the prince. Mu Zixuan said quickly, Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. I didn't know her true identity and let the wolf into the house. I am willing to accept the punishment. Lu Chen raised his hand, scratched Mu Zixuan's nose, and said with a smile, Ignorance is not a crime, I don't blame you. Mu Zixuan asked, How does the prince plan to deal with her and Baiwa Tower next? Lu Chen did not answer directly, but looked at the teapot on the stone table and said, My beloved, after drinking the dragon and phoenix tea just now, do you have any special feelings? Mu Zixuan thought about it. Special feeling? After drinking dragon and phoenix tea, I felt refreshed. Lu Chen continued to ask, Apart from that? For example, is your body agitated or something like that? Having said that, Lu Chen put his hand on Mu Zixuan's belly and rubbed it. Mu Zixuan's face turned red instantly, and she immediately understood what Lu Chen wanted to ask. Just now, the scene of my wedding night with the prince suddenly came to my mind, and those images have been lingering in my mind. Lu Chen said, This is the effect of dragon and phoenix tea. The dragon and phoenix tea cultivated with my blood can make women who drink it fall in love with me. Now Mu Zixuan's favorability towards him has reached 95, so there is no need to hide the matter of the dragon and phoenix tea from her. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan reacted immediately. She said that why she suddenly wanted to be intimate with Lu Chen just now, it turned out that she was affected by the dragon and phoenix tea. At this time, Mu Zixuan remembered that when Wang Qingxi was leaving, Lu Chen gave Wang Qingxi 2 tails of dragon and phoenix tea. Mu Zixuan then asked. The prince gave the dragon and phoenix tea to Wang Qingci. Is he trying to win her over? Lu Chen replied. Yanyu Pavilion gave me a 9th grade stunning beauty, so there is no reason for me not to accept it. Mu Zixuan said. I congratulate the prince on conquering a 9th rank master. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said nothing more. After hugging Mu Zixuan in the pavilion for a while, Lu Chen felt a little restless, so he went to the north courtyard. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu were waiting quietly in the room. Although they had already been Lu Chen's women, they still very much looked forward to Lu Chen's visit to them. Unlike marrying a wife, the procedures for taking a concubine are not that complicated. After the banquet, you can get down to business. Lu Chen entered the room and found the 2 sisters sitting on the bed, so he took out dragon and phoenix tea, brewed a pot of tea and said to them, Xiao Xiao Yuyu, come here and try the tea I brewed first. Zhou Xiaoxiao and the others didn't understand why Lu Chen wanted them to drink tea at this time, but Lu Chen was the prince, so they just needed to obey. The 2 sisters came to the table, picked up the teacups on the table, and took a sip of dragon and phoenix tea. After drinking the dragon and phoenix tea, Zhou Xiaoxiao asked in surprise, Your Majesty, what kind of tea is this? It's so sweet? Lu Chen put his arm around Zhou Xiaoxiao's waist and replied with a smile. This is dragon and phoenix tea. It will help us focus more later. The 2 sisters' faces turned red instantly. However, Lu Chen did not do anything at this time. He suddenly remembered that he still had a pill that he had not taken. There is a dragon tiger pill in his novice gift pack, and its function is very simple, mainly to enhance his combat effectiveness. He didn't take it because he didn't need it before. He was already a first-grade warrior, and his physical fitness was several times better than that of ordinary people. It was basically no problem for him to deal with the 3 weak women including Mu Zixuan. But this pill is just sitting there anyway, so why not just use it? The effect is permanent anyway. Thinking of this, Lu Chen took out the dragon tiger pill from the system space and threw it directly into his mouth. The taste of dragon tiger pill is nothing special, just like eating candy beans. After swallowing the dragon tiger pill, Lu Chen didn't feel anything. Lu Chen was a little confused. Could it be that this pill had expired? After all, it's a beginner's gift pack, bought 2 months ago. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, the fragrance of the 2 sisters Zhou Xiaoxiao drifted into Lu Chen's nose. The next moment, Lu Chen suddenly felt his blood rising and his body became unusually hot. Lu Chen frowned, thinking that he might have underestimated this thing. Next, Lu Chen had no choice but to ask the 2 sisters for help in solving his negative physical condition. Ding! The host and his wife and concubine develop feelings once. The qi refining skill experience value increases by 10, breaks through to the 1st level, and the host realm breaks through to the 4th level. Ding! The host has cultivated feelings with his wife and concubine once, and the experience value of rejuvenation hand is increased by 10. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the skill Rejuvenation Hand. Congratulations to the host for getting Zhou Xiaoxiao pregnant and obtaining the method of making perfume. Pregnancy rewards are incentives. Please try your best to protect the child's safe birth. The rewards for obtaining offspring will be even richer. A series of system prompts made Lu Chen, who had originally calmed down, become very excited. At this time, he felt that his body became lighter and his physical strength became more abundant. If Zhou Xiaoxiao and her sister had not fallen asleep, he would still like to continue cultivating his relationship with them. Lu Chen opened his system panel at this time and checked his current situation. Host Lu Chen. Realm 4th level. Skills, Qi Refining Technique, Level 1, Rejuvenation Hand, just unlocked. Magical powers, none. Weapons, Desert Eagle, Barrett Grenade. Offspring, none. Seeing the words, 1 level, behind the Qi Refining Art, Lu Chen couldn't help but think that just by breaking through to the 1st level of Qi Refining Art, his realm actually jumped directly from the 1st level to the 4th level. If he could break through to the 2nd level of Qi Refining Technique, wouldn't he be able to become a master? What if the Qi Refining Technique breaks through to the 10th level? Will he become an immortal directly? Just as Lu Chen was imagining the scene of becoming an immortal in the future, the system prompt sounded. Host, please keep your feet on the ground and don't fantasize too much. This world will not allow the birth of immortals. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Qin was stunned for a moment. But he didn't care too much. It didn't matter even if he couldn't become an immortal, as long as he could still use the qi refining technique. Relying on the qi refining technique to improve your realm is much faster than relying on practicing martial arts. Improving one level of qi refining art would allow him to reach the 4th level. By the time he reaches the 2nd level of qi refining art, even if he hasn't reached the level of a grandmaster yet, he will be not far from that level. But then again, even if one becomes a master, in this world one is at most just stronger than most warriors. When Lu Qin thought about how he could instantly kill a 9th grade warrior with the Desert Eagle, he suddenly felt that becoming a master was no big deal. After all are equal in front of guns. His own strength only enhanced his ability to protect himself, nothing more. Chapter 18: Lu Chen's attitude towards taking a concubine. Xia Dynasty. A restaurant in the capital. At this time, a veiled woman was kneeling behind Lu Shuyun. Lu Shuyun had his hands behind his back, looking at the attic in the distance. After a long while, Lu Shuyun finally spoke up and said, "It's been so long, and you, Yanyu Pavilion, haven't made any moves at all. I really don't understand, what's the point of me supporting you?" Hearing this, the woman behind Lu Shuyun hurriedly said, "Your Highness, the saint has contacted the Northern King. Once the saint confirms that the mysterious master has left the Northern King's palace, she will take action immediately. I believe that the saint will be able to complete the task soon." Lu Shuyun said coldly, "Soon? What I need is a definite time." Hearing this, the woman fell silent and did not continue speaking. Just then, a man entered the room. "Your Highness, the Blood Moon building has already agreed, but they asked for 5 times more money this time than last time, but they will send the deputy building owner." Hearing this, Lu Shuyun's anger subsided a little. Originally, he had no plans to continue looking for the Blood Moon Tower. After all, the last assassination attempt on the Blood Moon Tower had failed, and there were also people from the Misty Rain Pavilion that he supported in Beijun. At first, he planned to let the people from the Misty Rain Pavilion take action. However, the calls for a neutral crown prince have been growing louder recently, which has given Lu Shuyun a sense of urgency. He needs to get help from the Chu family as soon as possible. Once he obtains the help of the Chu family, he will basically have obtained the support of the Jiangnan family, and the possibility of him being made the crown prince will be greatly increased. Lu Shuyun had recently sent people to contact the Chu family, but the Chu family didn't seem to be very interested in him, which made Lu Shuyun always feel that the Chu family had not given up on his useless brother. In his opinion, the mysterious master beside Lu Qin was sent by the Chu family. Since the Chu family sent a master to protect Lu Qin, how could they give up on him? So Lu Qin must be eliminated. Lu Shuyun asked at this time, "How strong is the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower?" Lu Shuyun's subordinates immediately replied, "Your Highness, it is said that his strength has reached the level of a half-step master." Lu Shuyun thought about it, and felt that even if the Grand Master beside Lu Qin was still there, the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower should be able to hold him back. Then the other people in the Blood Moon Tower would have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation to get rid of Lu Qin. Moreover, Yanyu Pavilion also sent many experts to Beijun. Lu Qin only had one Grand Master and Chu Yuqin by his side at most. As for Li Feng, he is only a 7th grade cultivator and nothing to be feared. Lu Shuyun then said to the man in the room, "Go and tell the Blood Moon Tower that 5 times the price is 5 times the price, but I must see the head of the King of the North." "Yes, Your Highness." As soon as the man finished speaking, he left the room, leaving only the veiled woman in the room. Lu Shuyun then said to the woman, "Write a letter to Wang Qingxi immediately and ask her to cooperate with the assassination operation of the Blood Moon Tower. If the Blood Moon Tower can lure away the Grand Master of the Northern Palace, the Misty Rain Pavilion will take action immediately." "Yes." After saying that, the woman also left the room. Lu Shuyun placed his hands on the windowsill, looking towards the direction of the palace, tapping the windowsill with his fingers, muttering, "My dear brother, it's almost time for you to go down." In the capital, the eldest prince's residence. Looking at the information in his hand, the eldest prince Louis smiled. "Xiao Ba is really cruel and ruthless. Xiao Jiu has already gone to Beijun, but he still doesn't plan to let him go." At this time, a retainer in a gray robe next to Louis said, Your Highness, what are you going to do this time? Louis thought for a moment and said, I originally thought that if I spread the rumor that Xiao Jiao was protected by a master, Xiao Bao would give up. It seems that this trick is useless. Xiao Jiao can't die. If he dies, how can I win over the Chu family? Louis and Lu Shuyan have different maternal clan identities and different positions, so what they have to do is also different. Lu Shuyan wanted to get rid of Lu Qin to leave the Chu family with no choice, because his mother was also from a Jiangnan family. Without Lu Qin, the Jiangnan family would have no choice but to support him with all their strength. However, Louis believed that Lu Qin was the grandson of Chu Xiong, the head of the Chu family. Even if the Chu family had really given up on Lu Qin, Chu Xiong still had personal feelings for Lu Qin. Getting rid of Lu Qin would be equivalent to offending Chu Xiong. Even if the Chu family really had to support Lu Shuyun because of the interests of the Jiangnan family, this incident would leave a knot in Chu Xiong's heart. What Louis had to do was very simple. He wanted the Chu family to see his goodwill, thereby further dividing the Chu family and other Jiangnan families. Therefore, Lu Yi's position is more inclined to protect Lu Qin. Moreover, in his opinion, Lu Qin was just an unlearned and useless prince. A prince like Lu Qin posed no threat to his position as the crown prince. In the future, when he inherits the throne, he can even support Lu Qin to become the new leader of the Jiangnan family. A useless prince who is uneducated and unskilled is much easier to control than those Jiangnan families. At this time, Louis said to a guest beside him, Mo Dongping, you will spread the news that the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower is going to Beijun later. The deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower is going to Beijun, which makes Louis worry whether Lu Qin is really going to die this time. Louis thought to himself, Xiao Jiao, I can only help you up to this point. From now on, it depends on whether you are lucky enough. At this time, Lu Qin still didn't know what happened in the capital. For the next period of time, he continued to stay in the Beiwang mansion, cultivating his relationship with Zhou Yiyu every day. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao are both pregnant, and now Zhou Yiyu is the only one left to take care of Lu Qin, which makes Zhou Yiyu feel miserable. Lu Qin is already a 4th-rank warrior, and he has also taken the Dragon Tiger pill, so the weak woman Zhou Yiyu is no match for him at all. North Courtyard. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao walked towards the yard while talking. According to the perfume drawings provided by Lu Qin, they have already made some perfumes. There are many flowers planted in the North Courtyard, and they plan to use these flowers in the North Courtyard to try to make new perfumes. However, just as they were about to enter the yard, they heard a faint female voice coming from the pavilion in the distance. The voice was sometimes low and sometimes high. At this time, the 2 maids who were responsible for Zhou Yuyu's food and daily life came to Mu Zixuan and the others with red faces. Meet the princess. Seeing the 2 little maids' red faces, they instantly understood what had happened. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao said tentatively, Sister, now that I am pregnant, Yuyu is the only one left to serve the prince, and the prince seems to like doing that more and more recently. Yuyu can't handle it alone. Do you want to ask him if he is willing to take a concubine? Zhou Xiaoxiao knew very well that she was just Lu Qin's concubine, so it was inappropriate for her to talk about taking a concubine. She could only let Mu Zixuan say it. She also didn't know whether Mu Zixuan was willing or not. After all, Mu Zixuan was the princess and the mistress of the northern prince's mansion. Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Mu Zixuan sighed. Sister, I have already told the prince about taking a concubine. The prince said that his attitude towards taking a concubine is to rather have nothing than to have someone who is not good enough. He doesn't like ordinary women. Chapter 19. It's time to take down Wang Qingzi. Mu Zixuan has always been very open-minded about Lu Qin taking a concubine. She doesn't care about Lu Qin taking a concubine at all. However, Lu Qin himself had very high requirements for taking a concubine, and Mu Zixuan had no choice. After hearing what Mu Zixuan said, Zhou Xiaoxiao whispered in Mu Zixuan's ear, Sister, isn't there a woman in our palace who meets the prince's vision? Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment, and then she instantly understood that Zhou Xiaoxiao was talking about that woman. Mu Zixuan said calmly, Xiaoxiao and Chu's affairs are not something we can interfere with. This depends on the wishes of the prince and Aunt Chu. Almost everyone in the palace knows that the relationship between Chu Yuqin and Lu Qin is not simple. It can be seen from the way Lu Chun looks at Chu Yuqin that Lu Chun wishes to eat her up completely. However, Chu Yuqin's identity is rather special, and it is not an easy task for Lu Chun to take Chu Yuqin down. Chu Yuqin has been married before, and although her husband died shortly after she got married and they didn't even have time for their wedding night, she was already considered a member of that family, and could be said to be a widow now. If Chu Yuqin married into an ordinary family, it would be easy to deal with. After all, Lu Chun is the king of the north and has a certain status and position. He can force the other family to divorce his wife or cancel the engagement. However, Chu Yuqin married into the Wang family, a family in the south of the Yangtze River that is second only to the Chu family in strength. Moreover, the Wang family is also the maternal family of the 8th Prince Lu Xun. It is basically impossible for Lu Chun to use his identity as the king of the north to make the Wang family divorce Chu Yuqin. Of course, the biggest obstacle is still Chu Yuqin. People in the Northern Prince's mansion could also see that Chu Yuqin treated the Northern Prince as a child and her junior. In addition, she has a soft personality and is unlikely to accept Lu Chen's relationship. After hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Zhou Xiaoxiao curled her lips and stopped talking. Mu Zixuan thought of Wang Qingci from Baihua Tower at this time. If Lu Chun could subdue Wang Qingci as soon as possible, perhaps Zhou Yuyu would not have to work so hard. But this is also not something she can interfere with. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan sighed slightly. After a while, when the noise from the pavilion had almost stopped, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao entered the yard. At this time, Zhou Yuyu's clothes were loose, her hair was messy, and she lay powerlessly in Lu Chen's arms. She fell in love with Lu Chen at first sight, so she was originally very happy that Lu Chen was developing feelings for her. But recently, without her sister and princess to share the firepower, and Lu Chen became so fierce for some unknown reason, Zhou Yuyu was a little overwhelmed. After seeing Mu Zixuan and the others enter the yard, Lu Chen guessed that they must have heard the noise just now, but he didn't care at all. The palace is divided into inner and outer courtyards. Now the inner courtyards are all guarded by female guards, and Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao are his concubines, so if she heard it, she heard it. It's no big deal. At this time, Mu Zixuan took the initiative to say, "Your Majesty, we have made the perfume according to the method you provided." As soon as Mu Zixuan finished speaking, the maid beside her walked into the pavilion carrying a wooden box and placed the box on the stone table in the pavilion. After hearing this, Lu Chen picked up Zhou Yuyu from his arms and let her sit on the bench in the pavilion. After seeing this scene, Zhou Yuyu's maid hurried over to support Zhou Yuyu. Lu Chen came to the stone table, took out a small porcelain bottle from the wooden box, then opened the stopper and smelled it. Influenced by the production method, the perfume of Wangfu is very natural and will not choke your nose even if the fragrance is strong. Lu Chen said with satisfaction, "My beloved Xiao Xiao, you have worked hard." Zhou Xiaoxiao then asked, "Prince, how are you going to sell this perfume?" Wangfu's perfume is much better than ordinary sachets, and the fragrance lasts longer. When needed, just take out the bottle and drop a few drops. Lu Chen thought for a moment then said, "Perfume is not a necessity like soap, so let's sell it at a higher price, 1 tael of silver per bottle." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were stunned. However, they soon realized that although Lu Chen's pricing was relatively high, as women they knew very well that once the perfume was launched, it would definitely attract the attention of countless girls. At this time, Mu Zixuan asked curiously, "Prince, where did you get the method of making this perfume?" The perfume-making drawings that Lu Chen provided were very clear, with pictures showing each step, so you could learn it at a glance. When they were making the perfume, they didn't even let the servants do it. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao made the perfume themselves. Hearing Mu Zixuan's question, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then replied cheekily, "I researched this when I had nothing to do." The girls were very surprised to hear Lu Chen's answer. People outside say that the king of the north is unlearned and unskillful, but he was able to research these 2 practical items. At this moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something, so she continued, "Your Majesty, I plan to invite Miss Wang from Baihua Tower to the mansion and discuss with her about letting the girls from Baihua Tower try out the perfume in advance. What do you think?" Mu Zixuan thought that it was not a good thing for Lu Chen to keep focusing his attention on Zhou Yuyu. Since Lu Chen had already set his sights on Wang Qingci, he should give Wang Qingxi more opportunities to appear in front of Lu Qin. Moreover, letting the courtesans in Baiwa Tower try out the perfume can quickly make the perfume famous. With the perfume, men who go to Baihualu in the future will definitely be covered with fragrance when they return home, and the fragrance will linger for a long time. By then, the female family members of those men might try to find out where the fragrance on them comes from. When Lu Qin heard Mu Zixuan mention Wang Qingxi, that enchanting figure instantly appeared in his mind. For a moment, Lu Qin felt the blood in his body surging. After taking the Dragon Tiger pill, it became increasingly difficult for him to control himself. If he didn't look for Zhou Yuyu to cultivate their relationship every day, he couldn't sleep at night. Lu Qin was speechless. It was not a good idea to continue like this. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao were both pregnant recently. Based on his current ability, Zhou Yuyu would probably be pregnant soon too. What would he do if they were both pregnant? I shouldn't have taken the Dragon Tiger pill earlier. This Dragon Tiger pill is really harmful. At this time, the system prompt sounded. Host, please rest assured. The reason why the host cannot control the medicinal properties of the Dragon Tiger pill is because the host's realm is not high enough. Once the host breaks through to the 9th grade warrior, he will be able to easily suppress his desires. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. 9th grade? His method of cultivation was to cultivate relationships with his wives and concubines, but I'm afraid that before he reached the 9th level, Yu would become pregnant. There are so few women with a score of 90 in this damn place called Yanqing. When will he be able to break through to the 9th level? It seems like it's time to take down Wang Qingxi. Wang Qingxi herself is a 9th rank warrior, and her physical fitness is not comparable to that of an ordinary weak woman. After conquering her, his chi refining technique should be able to break through to the 2nd level soon. Chapter 20. I want to talk to you alone. Lu Qin felt helpless between having a child and improving his cultivation. His method of cultivation was to cultivate relationships with his wives and concubines, but the system told him that he could only obtain more generous rewards if he had children. But if his wives and concubines are all pregnant, who can he develop a relationship with? A woman who scores 90 points is not an easy commodity. You can't find her just because you want to. How can his cultivation improve if there is no one to cultivate feelings with? Thinking of this, Lu Qin became more determined to take down Wang Qingxi. The higher the realm of a warrior, the less likely it is for him to get pregnant. I will use her to practice in the future. Then Lu Qin said to Mu Zixuan, My beloved, please be sure to inform me and Aunt Chu before you invite Miss Wang to come. Wang Qingxi is a 9th rank warrior, so we still need to be on guard. Mu Zixuan said, I understand. At this time, Lu Qin glanced at Zhou Yuyu, who was still resting on the bench in the pavilion, and said with a smile, Yuyu, have a good rest, I will come to see you in the evening. Hearing this, Zhou Yuyu was stunned. Coming again in the evening? Wu, please save the child. A few days later. Baiwa Tower. Wang Qingxi was half lying on the beauty couch, her cloud-covered clothes loose. At this moment, she murmured, It's a pity to kill such a handsome man like this. Ever since Wang Qingxi came back from the palace, Lu Chen's figure always appeared in his mind. She didn't realize that she was affected by the dragon and phoenix tea. After all, Lu Qin was indeed handsome. Seeing the note in his hand, Wang Qingxi felt a little regretful. Soon, the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower will come to Beijun. At that time, regardless of whether the Grand Master of the Northern Palace is still there or not, the Misty Rain Pavilion must take action to assassinate the Northern King. When Wang Qingxi thought of that handsome figure, he felt a little reluctant. Wang Qingxi's mouth curled up slightly at this time, and then he said to himself, Little prince, don't blame your sister for being cruel and ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born into the royal family. At this moment, a maid entered the room and said from behind the curtain, Master, someone from the Northern Palace has come to invite you over, saying that they have something important to discuss. Hearing this, Wang Qingxi asked, Is it the King of the North who is looking for me? The maid replied, It seems that it is not the King of the North who is looking for you, but the princess. Wang Qingxi wondered doubtfully, what did Mu Zixuan want to talk to him about? Was it because of the soap? But then again, no matter whether Mu Zixuan or King Bei is looking for her, she will definitely go. Since she had a legitimate reason to enter the Northern Prince's palace, why didn't she go? She can take this opportunity to find out whether the mysterious master is still in the Northern Prince's palace, and seduce the Northern Prince at the same time. Thinking of the handsome face of the King of the North, Wan Qingxi felt a little restless. Wan Qingxi then stood up from the beauty couch and straightened her loose clothes. I'll go right away. As the time approached, Wan Qingxi went to the Northern Palace. When the servants of the Northern Prince's mansion brought Wan Qingxi into the backyard, Chu Yuqin was patrolling and happened to see Wan Qingxi. She frowned immediately and said, "Wait a minute!" When Wan Qingxi heard Chu Yuqin's voice, his heart tightened. Chu Yuqin is a 9th rank warrior, so it is easy to detect that she is also a warrior. If he reveals his identity as a warrior, it will probably arouse Chu Yuqin's suspicion. In order not to be exposed, Wan Qingxi stopped immediately. Chu Yuqin came to Wan Qingxi at this time and asked, "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" Wan Qingxi immediately bowed and replied, "Madam Chu, I am the courtesan of Baiwa Tower. I came to the palace this time at the invitation of the princess." Chu Yuqin took a close look at Wan Qingxi and couldn't help but think, this woman is quite charming. Could it be that Xi Xian intends to let this woman serve China? Chu Yuqin naturally knew about what had happened in the inner courtyard recently. Zhou Yu had difficulty walking these days. If Lu Qin was not allowed to take a concubine, Zhou Yu was afraid that she would not be able to bear it. But Chu Yuqin looked at Wan Qingxi with some suspicion. She always felt that this woman was not simple. She seemed to feel that this woman had internal strength just now. But now it seems that this woman is no different from an ordinary person. After thinking for a while, Chu Yuqin finally said, "Okay, you guys go in." Immediately afterwards, the servants of the palace took Wan Qingxi to the north courtyard. After entering the north courtyard, Wan Qingxi's sight fell on Lu Qin in the pavilion. For some reason, she couldn't help but want to look at Lu Qin. Wan Qingxi walked into the pavilion, and immediately half-knelt to salute, and said, "I greet the prince and princess." Lu Qin smiled and said, "Get up." "Thank you, your majesty." Then Wan Qingxi looked at Lu Qin and asked, "I wonder what the prince wants me to come to the palace for?" Lu Qin replied, "It's not the king who is looking for you, it's the king's beloved concubine who is looking for you. You guys can talk about things. I will just sit here and not disturb you." Mu Zixuan immediately took out some small porcelain bottles from the wooden box on the stone table. "Miss Wang, come here." Seeing the small porcelain bottle on the stone table, Wan Qingxi walked to the stone table curiously. At this time, Mu Zixuan opened a porcelain bottle, and a floral fragrance instantly rushed into Wan Qingxi's nose. Mu Zixuan then said, "Miss Wang, this is the perfume made by our palace. The fragrance lasts for a very long time. We plan to let the girls from Baihualu try it for a while and help promote our palace." After hearing this, Wan Qingxi finally realized that he had something important to discuss with her. She thought that the king of the north wanted to talk to her about love. Wan Qingxi then took the porcelain bottle from Mu Zixuan's hand, leaned in and smelled it. The floral scent was very strong, but not pungent. It was a very natural scent. Wan Qingxi then asked, "Princess, may I ask you a question? How long will the fragrance of this perfume last?" Mu Zixuan replied, "The smell of one drop of perfume can last about 3 hours. And this perfume is different from a sachet. You can take it out at any time and drop a drop on yourself to keep the fragrance all day long. And just one bottle can be used for a long time." Hearing this, Wan Qingxi's eyes lit up. Although she came here for the king of the north, this perfume attracted her more. "I didn't expect that there were such good things in the Beiwang mansion." Wan Qingxi then looked at the other porcelain bottles in the wooden box. "Princess, can I smell the fragrance of the other porcelain bottles?" "Of course, the perfumes in this wooden box are all the ones I plan to give to you at Baihuala for trial." Wan Qingxi immediately said, "Thank you for the reward, princess." After he finished speaking, Wan Qingxi opened the other porcelain bottles and smelled them. Each scent was different, but all of them were relatively natural, making people want to smell them again. At this time, Lu Qin used the system to identify Wan Qingxi's personal information. Name, Wan Qingxi. Identity, 9th rank warrior, adopted daughter of the Jiangnan Wang family, saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion, temporary owner of the Baiwa Tower. She rushed here immediately after hearing that the Northern King's mansion was looking for her. Recently, the figure of the Northern King has always appeared in her mind. When she thought that the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower would come to assassinate the Northern King soon, she felt very sorry. Rating 95. Favorability 60, continued to be affected by Dragon and Phoenix Tea. Lu Qin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the Blood Moon Tower would dare to cause trouble for him. But now is not the time to think about this. Seeing that Wang Qingxi had a favorability of 60, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It was time to reap the rewards. Thinking of this, Lu Qin said to Wang Qingxi, who was trying out the perfume, "Miss Wang, I heard that your Baiwa Tower is the most lively place in the entire Beijun." Wang Qingxi then said, "Your Majesty, Baiwa Tower may not be the most lively place in the entire Beijun, but it is definitely the most lively place in Yanqing." Lu Qin continued, "Your Baiwa Tower is so lively, so you must know a lot of things that others don't know. I want to talk to you alone later and ask you about what happened in Beijun. I wonder if you are willing?" Chapter 21. Wang Qingxi panicked. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingxi was stunned, and the jade hand holding the perfume bottle stopped in midair. Didn't she come to the Northern Prince's mansion just to get close to the Northern Prince? I didn't expect that the King of the North would take the initiative to ask to talk to me alone. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she could win the heart of the Northern King, then she wouldn't be able to find out the whereabouts of the mysterious master in the Northern King's palace? Not only that, if she could win the heart of the Northern King, when the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrived, she could also find a way to lure the Northern King out, and then they would be able to complete the mission more easily. And maybe they can complete the task without waiting for the people from Blood Moon Tower to arrive. Thinking of this, Wang Qingxi immediately said to Lu Qin, "Of course, it is my honor." Lu Qin smiled and said, "In that case, let's go to another place to talk." At this point, Lu Qin looked at Mu Zixuan and said, "My beloved, I plan to have a private chat with Miss Wang. As for these trial perfumes, you can have them delivered directly to Baiwa Tower." Mu Zixuan knew that Lu Qin was planning to take down Wang Qingxi, so she immediately said, "Okay, Your Majesty, I will have someone send these perfumes to Baiwa Tower later." At this time, Lu Qin stood up from the bench in the pavilion, turned around and walked out of the yard. "Miss Wang, please follow me. I will take you to a quiet place." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi sneered in his heart. What a lecherous fellow! Although they were alone together, Wang Qingxi was not worried at all about what Lu Qin would do to him. In her opinion, Lu Qin is just a useless prince. Apart from a good-looking body, he has no real strength. How could she, a 9th-rank warrior, be afraid of a useless prince? If Lu Qin wanted to do something to her later, she could find all kinds of excuses to avoid him. This was how she treated the men she wanted to assassinate in the past. If Lu Qin insisted on taking a hard approach, she could also use her charm to seduce Lu Qin and make him fall into a sweet dream. Wang Qingxi has 100 ways to deal with an ordinary person, which comes from his confidence in his own strength. While Wang Qingxi was thinking about how to deal with Lu Qin later, he followed Lu Qin to the main courtyard. When Lu Qin and Wang Qingxi entered the room, Mu Zixuan immediately asked someone to invite Chu Yuqin over. Chu Yuqin was a little confused. What did Mu Zixuan want to see her for? Although Mu Zixuan believed what Lu Qin said, she was still worried that something might go wrong. After all, Lu Qin and Wang Qingxi were alone together, and Wang Qingxi was a 9th-grade warrior. Seeing Mu Zixuan standing at the entrance of the main courtyard, Chu Yuqin walked over and asked, "Zixuan, what do you want to talk to me about?" After spending some time together, Chu Yuqin and Mu Zixuan have become very familiar with each other. Chu Yuqin basically no longer calls Mu Zixuan princess, but calls her by her name directly. Mu Zixuan said at this time, "Aunt Chu, the prince brought Miss Wang into the room. I was afraid something might happen, so I asked someone to ask you to come and watch." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin looked at Mu Zixuan with confusion. "Zixuan, the Miss Wang you are talking about is the one you called to the palace?" Mu Zixuan replied, "Yes." Chu Yuqin was a little confused. She had thought that Mu Zixuan had called the courtesan from Baiwa Tower over just to have her serve Lu Qin. As a result, Mu Zixuan now asked him to come here and watch. What does this mean? Could it be that Mu Zixuan is jealous? Want to let yourself judge? Chu Yuqin then continued to ask. Are you going to let me talk to Chinair? Tell him not to get in touch with prostitutes. Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Mu Zixuan reacted instantly. Chu Yuqin had misunderstood, so she immediately explained. Aunt Chu, you misunderstood. What I meant was that it would be unsafe for the prince to be alone with others. If something happens later, you should take action immediately. Chu Yuqin then realized that Mu Zixuan was worried that the courtesan in Baihua Tower would do something bad to Lu Qin. But then again, Mu Zixuan was right to be so cautious. She had felt that there was something wrong with the courtesan in Baihua Tower. The woman walked very lightly, much like those masters who were very good at martial arts. It is indeed dangerous to let Lu Qin be alone with a warrior who is suspected to have internal strength. Chu Yuqin said, I understand. If there is anything unusual in the room, I will go in immediately. At the same time, in the room, Lu Qin sat at the table, brewed a pot of dragon and phoenix tea, and then said to Wang Qingxi with a smile, Miss Wang, please sit down. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then Wang Qingxi sat down slowly. Her buttocks were slightly sunken by the stool, and it was obvious that her body was very soft. Wang Qingxi asked with a hint of charm at this time, My lord, what do you want to know about beijun? I will tell you everything I know. Lu Qin did not start to make moves right away. He asked seriously, Miss Wang, do you know any beautiful girls in beijun? Especially those beauties who are so beautiful that they can overwhelm the whole country and shame the moon and flowers. Hearing Lu Qin's question, Wang Qingxi couldn't help but despise Lu Qin in his heart. He was indeed a lustful man. As soon as I arrived in beijun, I asked about the beauties in beijun. It's not surprising when you think about it. This guy just took 2 concubines not long ago, and he probably wants to take another concubine now. Then Wang Qingxi replied, Your Majesty, beijun is different from the capital. It may not be that easy to find a woman with the kind of beauty that can overturn a country or a city. However, I heard that there is a very beautiful woman on the grassland. Hearing this, Lu Qin immediately became interested. Oh? Miss Wang, are you talking about the barbarians on the grassland? How can there be beautiful women among the barbarians? Wang Qingxi said, Your Highness, although most women on the grassland are relatively strong and do not conform to the aesthetic tastes of the men of the Great Xia Dynasty, there are still many beautiful women with good figures in the barbarian court. The beautiful woman I'm talking about is in the barbarian court. Lu Qin thought about it, and realized that facing the women in the barbarian royal court was not something he could approach now, so he decided to be more practical. Miss Wang, please tell me about the women I can currently meet. The barbarian king's court is not a place I can go to right now. Wang Qingxi smiled and said coquettishly, My lord, isn't the beautiful woman you can currently get in touch with right in front of you? Hearing this, Lu Qin's mouth curled up slightly. Wang Qingxi could no longer hold back and wanted to start seducing him. In that case, he won't be polite. Today his little yo-yo can have a day off. Lu Qin then placed a hand on Wang Qingxi's jade leg, and said with a smile, Miss Wang is right. I didn't look at the person in front of me, but actually thought about going outside to find a beautiful woman. It was my fault. At this time, the fragrance from Wang Qingxi's body was madly attacking Lu Qin's nostrils, and Lu Qin's body immediately became restless. His current level is not high enough, and it is not easy for him to control his desires. Of course, Lu Qin had no intention of taking control today. Seeing Lu Qin start to make moves, Wang Qingxi knew that the conditions were ripe and now he could use his charm to deal with Lu Qin. Anyone who is seduced by her charm will let her do whatever she wants. Later, she can ask where the mysterious master in the palace has gone. Then, Wang Qingxi looked at Lu Qin, and said with a look of autumn water in his eyes, My lord, you are annoying. How can you touch me right away? Having said that, Wang Qingxi looked into Lu Qin's eyes and prepared to use his charm. But the next second, Wang Qingxi was dumbfounded. All her internal strength disappeared, and now she is no different from an ordinary woman. Wang Qingxi was confused. How could this happen? The only way to make a warrior lose his power is to give him some kind of drug that can disperse his power. But she hadn't eaten anything since she entered the palace. She didn't even drink the tea that the Northern King had made when she entered the room. Seeing Wang Qingxi's face change drastically, Lu Qin knew that she should have realized the seriousness of the problem. But unfortunately, it's all too late. Lu Chen then hugged Wang Qingxi's soft and delicate body. Miss Wang, you are so beautiful. I want you to be my woman. Hearing this, Wang Qingxi panicked instantly. She quickly said, Prince, we have only known each other for a short time. Isn't it too fast? Why don't we get to know each other for a while longer? Wang Qingxi found that not only had she lost all her powers, she also had no strength at all. She was completely unable to push Lu Chen away, as if she had really been drugged. As a warrior, how could Wang Qingxi not understand her current situation? If Lu Chen wanted to do something to her now, she would have no ability to resist at all. Seeing Wang Qingxi panic, Lu Chen lifted her chin with his hand, looked into her beautiful eyes and said, Miss Wang, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. Since we want to understand each other, it is better to get to know each other deeply. Having said that, Lu Chen kissed Wang Qingxi's red lips. Wang Qingxi wanted to struggle and push Lu Chen away, but it was of no use. She could only make a whimpering sound. After a while, Lu Chen carried this charming and beautiful woman to his bed and began to cultivate feelings with her. Chapter 22 Aunt Chu, I actually have my own dilemma. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having a woman again and obtaining the all-poison immunity pill. The host and Wang Qingxi developed a relationship and gained 20 experience points for chi refining technique and 10 experience points for rejuvenation hand. Although the system notification sounded in his ears, Lu Chen had no intention to pay attention to it. He has gone completely crazy now. He finally understands why Wang Qingxi has a score of 95. Although they are all above 90 points, this woman is the best of the best, and he cannot control himself. At this time, at the main courtyard entrance, Mu Zixuan was waiting anxiously, but at this moment, they seemed to faintly hear a sound coming from the room. Hearing this voice, Mu Zixuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the prince had succeeded. Next, the palace had another 9th-rank master. Chu Yuqing's face was a little red at this time. The princess took her to eavesdrop on the wall, which gave her a strange feeling. Recently, she always thought of Lu Chen's handsome face in the dead of night, and what came with it was endless emptiness and loneliness. Chu Yuqing kept reminding herself in her heart that Lu Chen was her sister's son, and she couldn't have that kind of feeling for him. But during the day, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Lu Chen. Every time she heard the mixed voices of Lu Chen and other women, she could no longer suppress her inner restlessness. But this bad guy Lu Chen liked to mess around in the inner courtyard. If she continues like this, I'm afraid she will really do something out of line. At this time, Chu Yuqing quickly practiced her internal energy to calm her mind and stop herself from thinking too much. While Chu Yuqing was practicing her skills, she reminded herself in her heart. Chen'er is Sister Yu's son, I absolutely cannot have any improper thoughts about him. At this time, Mu Zixuan, who was standing by, saw Chu Yuqing closed her eyes and her face turned red, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. After all, she is a woman, and a woman who has never had any sexual intercourse. It would be abnormal if she was not moved by those sounds. However, this also shows that Chu Yuqing has feelings for the prince in her heart, but because of their identity issues, she has been suppressing her inner feelings between men and women. At this moment, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something. It seems that Chu Yuqing has been drinking dragon and phoenix tea recently. Others don't know the effects of dragon and phoenix tea, so they don't know what drinking dragon and phoenix tea means, but she knows it because Lu Chen told her. Mu Zixuan thought to herself, could it be that the prince really intends to make Chu Yuqing his woman? The reason why he is able to subdue Wang Qingxi, a 9th-grade warrior, is because of the dragon and phoenix tea, and Chu Yuqing is also drinking dragon and phoenix tea. This means that in the near future, if Lu Chen insists on making Chu Yuqing his woman, Chu Yuqing will have no way to resist. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan looked at Chu Yuqing meaningfully. It seems that Chu Yuqing will never be able to escape from the clutches of their prince in this life. The time of pain is long, and the time of happiness is short. However, the length and shortness of time are relative. For example, Lu Chen felt that time was very short, while Wang Qingxi felt that time was very long. Wang Qingxi tried all possible ways to escape, but was eventually pulled back by Lu Chen. She felt extremely humiliated. She was a 9th-rank warrior, but today she fell into the hands of an ordinary person, and she herself didn't even know how she was caught. After an unknown number of hours, Lu Chen hugged Wang Qingxi's waist tightly and said with a smile in her ear, "Qingxi, I didn't expect that you, a courtesan of Baiwa Tower, are actually Yunying. It seems that I have good luck." Lu Chen's words at this moment were like the whispers of a devil. Wang Qingxi gritted his teeth and wanted to curse him, but finally held back. She had to find a way to leave the palace, to leave this place where she had suffered so much humiliation. After her power is restored, she will come back to kill the person who took away her innocence. Wang Qingxi then said in a delicate voice, "My lord, please let me go. I can't stand it anymore." Hearing Wang Qingxi's voice, Lu Chen became even more agitated. Lu Chen said, "Qingxi, why don't you live in the palace from now on? I will buy you and let you serve me forever." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi's face suddenly turned pale. She said quickly, "Your Majesty, I still have a lot of stuff in Baiwa Tower. If your Majesty really wants to buy me, then let me go back to Baiwa Tower and bring my stuff to the palace." Lu Chen stroked Wang Qingxi's jade back and said, "Those things are dispensable, just buy new ones. Anyway, our palace is not short of money." Wang Qingxi quickly found a new excuse and said, "Your Majesty, I grew up in Baiwa Tower and have a very deep relationship with the sisters there. I can't bear to leave them. If the prince really likes me, can you give me some time to say goodbye to them?" Now she can only play the emotional card and get Lu Chen to let her go. Lu Chen said, "Okay, I'll give you a month, what do you think?" Wang Qingxi thought to herself, 1 month? It just so happens that the people from the Blood Moon Tower will be here soon. This guy will die in a month. By then, she will personally deal with this guy to vent her hatred. Although she thought so in her heart, Wang Qingxi still said charmingly, "Thank you for your help, Your Majesty. I will serve you well in the future." Seeing Wang Qingxi's fair body, Lu Chen couldn't help but cultivate feelings with Wang Qingxi again. It was unknown how long it had been before Lu Chen let Wang Qingxi leave. When Wang Qingxi walked out of the palace gate, his body was still shaking and he felt so weak that he needed the support of the palace maids to walk. At this time, Wang Qingxi turned his head and glanced at the plaque of the palace. The expression on his face instantly became extremely cold, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "King Bei, just wait for me, you will die soon!" After making these harsh words in his heart, Wang Qingxi turned around and returned to Baiwa Tower. After Wang Qingxi left, Lu Chen came out of the room and just happened to see Chu Yuqin and Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan said at this time, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for winning the heart of this beautiful lady." Lu Chen came to Mu Zixuan, hugged her body, and then said gently, "All this is thanks to your arrangement, my beloved concubine." At this time, Chu Yuqin reminded him, "Chinner, I find that you have been getting more and more absurd recently. You even brought the courtesan home. If people knew about this, what would the people of Beijun think of you? You are their king." Hearing Chu Yuqin's reprimand, Lu Chen sighed and said, "Aunt Chu, I actually have my reasons." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment, then asked, "What's the reason?" Although Chu Yuqin thought that Lu Chen was making excuses for his lust, Chu Yuqin was different from ordinary people. She usually listened to Lu Chen's explanation. Lu Chen then said to Mu Zixuan, "My beloved, please tell Aunt Chu why I am having difficulties." Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment. How could she know what Lu Chen's difficulties were? Isn't it that my husband simply loves beautiful women? However, Mu Zixuan reacted quickly and said to Chu Yuqin, "Aunt Chu, I will tell you about the prince's affairs later. He does have his own difficulties." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin looked at Mu Zixuan with suspicion. She now seriously suspected that Lu Chen and Mu Zixuan were acting in collusion. After all, the husband should sing and the wife should follow. However, she had no evidence. Chu Yuqin then said nothing more. "I'm going on patrol, you guys can chat." Chapter 23: Lu Chen's Difficulties. Looking at Chu Yuqin's leaving back, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh again. Lu Chen asked doubtfully, "My beloved, what are you laughing at?" Mu Zixuan replied, "Your Highness, you didn't see Aunt Chu's expression just now. When she was at the gate of the courtyard, her face was red and she looked very tormented." Lu Chen thought that this must be the effect of the dragon and phoenix tea. Mu Zixuan then asked, "My lord, has Miss Wang really completely submitted to you?" Lu Chen thought about it. When Wang Qingxi left just now, he glanced at Wang Qingxi's favorability. Wang Qingxi's favorability did not decrease because of his force. On the contrary, under the influence of dragon and phoenix tea, her favorability increased by 10 and reached 70. However, it is still too early to say that he has completely surrendered. Lu Chen then said, "Not yet, but if she comes to the palace a few more times, I believe she will soon be unwilling to leave the palace." Mu Zixuan said, "Then I wish the prince to conquer Miss Wang as soon as possible." Lu Chen smiled slightly and said nothing more. After Wang Qingxi returned to Baiwa Tower, she immediately carefully recalled what she had done after entering the palace. She was a 9th rank master after all, but she was drugged without anyone knowing. Fortunately, the King of the North did not know her identity, and was just greedy for her beauty. If the King of the North wanted to kill her today, she would probably be dead. She would never allow this to happen a second time. After Wang Qingxi pondered for a while, he still couldn't think of where she might have been drugged. At this moment, Wang Qingxi suddenly thought of something, and she immediately took out a perfume bottle from the wooden box on the table. The moment she might be drugged is the perfume in the palace. Wang Qingxi then opened a perfume bottle and took a sniff, but the perfume did not cause her to lose her power. Then, Wang Qingxi opened all the perfume bottles and smelled them all, but her internal strength was still there. She suddenly remembered that she had recovered her strength immediately after leaving the Northern King. Could it be that the problem lies with the King of the North? But the King of the North is just an ordinary person, how could he have such mysterious means? The more Wang Qingxi thought about it, the more confused she became. She was very irritated. Originally, she just wanted to seduce the King of the North, and then use her charm to entice and control him. However, not only did she fail to seduce him, but she also got herself involved. That guy had been tormenting her for so long that she even doubted whether she could possibly get pregnant with his child. When he thought of this, Wang Qingxi became extremely angry. "Damn it! The North King is such a lecher, I will castrate him myself sooner or later." At the same time, Northern Palace. Lu Chen did not go to see Zhou Yu today. Zhou Yu had a rare day off. After Chu Yuqin walked around the inner courtyard, she returned to the main courtyard. At this time, Lu Chen was no longer in the main courtyard, only Mu Zixuan was still in the pavilion. Chu Yuqin immediately came to Mu Zixuan and said, "Zixuan, Chen said before that he had his reasons for being lustful. Can you tell me what those reasons are?" This? Mu Zixuan was slightly stunned. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Lu Chen was just making up an excuse, but Chu Yuqin didn't expect that he actually believed that he had his own reasons. What kind of hardship could he have? He's just simply lustful. Of course, as Lu Chen's princess, Mu Zixuan would definitely not say this about her husband. Mu Zixuan thought for a moment, then replied, "Aunt Chu, haven't you noticed that the prince has changed a lot recently? Although he still likes sex, he is very different from the unlearned northern prince in the rumors." After hearing what Mu Zixuan said, Chu Yuqin thought about it and realized that it was indeed the case. Not to mention that Lu Chen has 2 mysterious weapons. Lu Chen also has a tree that can improve his skills. Just from his personal character, he has also changed a lot. In the past, he didn't care about the affairs of the mansion at all, and everything was arranged for him by his aunt. But Lu Chen recently took out soap and perfume, hoping to increase the income of the palace. And he seemed to have Li Feng actively training the army. Of course, the biggest change is the fluctuation of internal force in his body. He is now a warrior. Although she doesn't know where his power comes from, he is indeed a warrior. But then again, what does this have to do with his lustful predicament? Chu Yuqin continued to ask. "Chenner has indeed changed a lot recently, but what does this have to do with the difficulties he mentioned?" Mu Zixuan's brain was spinning rapidly, and then she sighed and said, "Aunt Chu, in my opinion, the prince is not unlearned, nor does he really like beauty. All he did was to defile himself and to save his life. Think about it, if he was a prince who was both civil and military, could he have walked out of the capital alive?" After hearing what Mu Zixuan said, Chu Yuqin's brain was stunned, and she instantly connected all the events that happened in the past. She used to think that Lu Chen was spoiled by her and would continue to enjoy himself like this in the future, but she never thought that this might be Lu Chen pretending. Now think about it, if Lu Chen hadn't pretended to be unlearned, perhaps many forces would have taken action against him when he was still in the capital. The assassination at Blood Moon Tower is a typical example. He was already considered by people to be an unlearned and useless prince, and had even been banished to the bitter cold land in the north by the emperor, but there were still people who wouldn't let him go. If he behaved a little smarter, wouldn't he be a greater threat in the eyes of others, and wouldn't the princes want to kill him even more? When Chu Yuqin thought that she had misunderstood Lu Qin, she felt extremely guilty. It turned out that it wasn't that Lu Qin hadn't grown up, but that she had never understood Lu Qin. Lu Qin must have been under a lot of pressure pretending to be unlearned. She is such an incompetent aunt. She once said in front of her sister that she would take good care of Qin'er for the rest of her life. However, she didn't know how much pain Qin'er was suffering in his heart, and she thought he was ignorant and a lustful man. Mu Zixuan had only been married to Lu Qin for a few months when she found out what was hidden in Lu Qin's heart. However, she had been with Lu Qin for more than 10 years but didn't know his difficulties. Chu Yuqin said to Mu Zixuan in a depressed mood, "Zixuan, you are right. It's my fault that I'm an incompetent aunt. I don't know the pressure he's under. You are the closest person to him now, and I hope you can help me take good care of him and share more of his burdens." Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, please don't say such things. In the eyes of the prince, you are the closest person to him." Chu Yuqin sighed and said, "How can I be considered his closest person? I don't even know what he's thinking." Mu Zixuan said quickly, "Aunt Chu, please don't think like that. In the eyes of the prince, no woman is as important as you." Chu Yuqin showed a bitter smile on her face and did not continue the topic. Chapter 24, Inviting Wang Qingxi again. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Today is the opening day of the perfume shop in Beiwang Palace. After half a month of publicity by the girls at Baiwa Tower, the whole Yanqing now knows that the perfumes made by the palace are very good. In the morning, as soon as the perfume shop opened, the ladies and wives of the noble families in Beijun poured in. In less than half an hour, all the perfumes produced by the palace in the past half-month were sold out. Lu Qin did not go to the perfume shop. He was studying the map of the world at home. Now that he has decided to fight for that position, he can no longer lie down and read nothing like before. At this time, Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao came back. Seeing that they came back so soon, Lu Qin put down the map in his hand and asked, "My beloved, how are the sales of the perfume?" Mu Zixuan did not answer directly but said, "Your Majesty, I think the price of perfume is still too low." Hearing this, Lu Qin was stunned for a moment, then he asked, "Why do you think so?" Mu Zixuan replied, "Our palace only produced less than 2,000 bottles of perfume in half a month, but they were all sold out in less than half an hour." Lu Qin said in surprise, "So fast?" Lu Qin is not a fool. He priced the perfume at 1 or 2 taels of silver per bottle based on the economic situation of Beijun. After all, Beijun is so poor, and there are not so many wealthy families who can afford perfume. As a result, Mu Zixuan told him that all the perfumes were sold out in less than half an hour. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao said on the side, "Your Majesty, there are many outsiders who come to buy perfume, especially the foreign caravans. They are very interested in perfume and buy dozens of bottles at a time." Lu Qin instantly understood the reason. It seemed that the palace's perfume was being targeted by those merchants, which was why it was selling so quickly. Those merchants probably bought perfume not for their own use, but to sell it in other places, such as wealthy places like the capital. Lu Qin pondered for a moment, and felt that his vision should not be so narrow. In the future, he will need a large amount of silver to support his army, and his economic and trade activities certainly cannot be limited to Beijun. The people of Beijun don't have much money in their pockets, so it is basically unrealistic to squeeze money out of them to support the army. Thinking of this, Lu Qin looked at Mu Zixuan and the other 2 girls, and then asked, "My beloved, if you were in the capital now, and you were still a young lady of the Mu family and had not married, if you heard someone in the capital say that this kind of perfume was for sale, how much silver would you be willing to spend to buy a bottle of perfume?" Mu Zixuan thought for a moment, then replied, "Your Majesty, if it were me, I would be willing to spend at most 20 taels of silver to buy a bottle of perfume." Mu Zixuan's identity represents the young ladies and ladies of the wealthy families in the capital. If Mu Zixuan is willing to spend 20 taels of silver to buy a bottle of perfume, Then other young ladies and ladies are about the same. Then Lu Chen said, I have decided to open another perfume shop in Beijing and Sufing City respectively. From now on, the price of perfume will be set at 20 taels of silver. When the production of perfume increases, the price will be appropriately increased according to the exquisiteness of the small porcelain bottles. Lu Chen thought to himself that although he couldn't go back to the capital, there should be no problem selling things in his shop in the capital. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan immediately said, Your Majesty, I need to tell my father about this matter. Lu Chen has no way to go back to the capital, and perfume will definitely be a high-profit commodity in the future, so it is inevitable that some people will be jealous. So if he wants to open a shop in the capital, he still needs someone in the capital to watch over it. Lu Chen naturally understood this truth, and he smiled and said, Then I'll trouble you, my beloved concubine. At this time, Mu Zixuan continued, Prince, if you want to open a perfume shop in Sufing City, I'm afraid you have to tell Aunt Chu and let her tell the Chu family. Sufing City is located in the south of the Yangtze River. It is a city where major families in the south of the Yangtze River gather, and it is also the most developed commercial place in the Great Xia Dynasty. Of course, that place can also be said to be the territory of the Jiangnan family. If a perfume shop wants to be opened in Sufing City, it needs someone to look after it, and it has to be a noble family. If it is not a noble family, it will definitely not be able to control the business. Without a noble family looking after it, the shop may be robbed in a few days. Lu Chen said, I will talk to Aunt Chu later. At this time, Chu Yuqing was patrolling the outer courtyard. She was not here, so Lu Chen was not in a hurry. Things have to be done slowly. It takes some time to open a shop. It's not something that can be opened immediately. At this time, Zhou Yuyu quietly came behind Mu Zixuan, and then gently pushed Mu Zixuan with her hand, as if to remind her of something. Mu Zixuan reacted instantly. She smiled and asked, Your Majesty, the perfume has become so famous now thanks to the promotion of Baihualu. Should we invite Miss Wang to come to the palace and thank her in person? In the past half-month, Lu Chen has been in Zhou Yuyu's room almost every night, and Zhou Yuyu can't stand it anymore. Mu Zixuan and the other three girls also discovered that it seemed that Lu Chen had to cultivate relationships with them every day. Mu Zixuan and Zhou Xiaoxiao would occasionally serve Lu Chen, but they had children after all, so Lu Chen would not let them serve him too much. For him, children are more important. Zhou Yuyu wanted Wang Qingxi from Baiwa Tower to share some of the pressure with her, but such words were definitely not something a concubine like her could say, so she asked Mu Zixuan and Lu Chen to do it. It just so happened that they could use the excuse of thanking Wang Qingxi today to invite Wang Qingxi to visit the palace. After hearing Mu Zixuan's proposal, Lu Chen said, Well, sure, but you have to invite her in your name. Half a month had passed, and Lu Chen felt hot inside when he thought of Wang Qingxi's soft and boneless body. There was no way. He had not yet broken through to the 9th level and could not suppress his inner desires. Mu Zixuan smiled and said, I understand. Then Mu Zixuan said to the maid Xiaoro, Xiaoro, go and invite Miss Wang to come to the palace and tell her that I want to thank her in person. Yes, Princess. Then Xiaoro went to Baiwa Tower. Not long after, Wang Qingxi met Xiaoro. When Wang Qingxi heard that the princess wanted to thank him personally, his brows slightly frowned. She suffered a loss in the palace last time, so she is still afraid of it. She still hasn't figured out how she got drugged. She has been trying to recall the details of what happened that day for the past half-month, but she still can't find any clues that the other party had drugged her. This time Mu Zixuan invited me to the palace. Maybe it was that lecherous guy who instigated me again. When Wang Qingxi thought of Lu Chen, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Last time, the demon didn't let her leave for several hours, completely treating her as a plaything. Wang Qingxi hesitated. Should he go to the palace today, or wait a few days until the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrived? After pondering for a moment, Wang Qingxi decided to go to the palace to take a look. Firstly, this was an order from the palace, and it was difficult for her, a nominal courtesan, to refuse. Secondly, she was on guard this time. She was confident that she would not fall into the trap again. She also planned to bring some muscle-softening powder with her. After entering the palace, if she was alone with Lu Chen again, she would directly use the muscle-softening powder against him. This time, she didn't believe she would be played with again. Chapter 25: The Effect of the All-Poison Immunity Pill. Led by the servants of the palace, Wang Qingzi once again came to the place where she lost her body. Looking at the plaque of the palace in front of her, the scene from half a month ago kept echoing in her mind. Wang Qingzi tried hard to control his emotions and tried to make himself look calm. Soon, the servants of the palace brought Wang Qingzi to the north courtyard. After entering the courtyard, Wang Qingzi only saw Lu Chen sitting in the pavilion, but did not see the princess. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingzi understood instantly that this lecherous guy was indeed making up an excuse to deceive him. What did the princess want to thank him for? It was obvious that he wanted to repeat the same old trick and play with her body again. Wang Qingzi sneered in his heart. This time was different from last time. It would not be so easy for the king of the north to repeat the same trick. She then clenched the muscle-softening powder in her hand, planning to use it on Lu Chen while he was not paying attention, and then use her charm to seduce him. She will make the king of the north pay a heavy price today for daring to take away her innocence. Thinking of this, Wang Qingzi slowly walked towards the pavilion, then bowed and said, "I greet you, your majesty." Lu Chen nodded slightly, and then said seriously, "Miss Wang, Zishan said she has something to talk to you about, but she just went to the perfume shop and she probably won't be back for a while, so please sit down and wait for a while." Wang Qingzi said, "Yes, your majesty." Then Wang Qingzi came to the stone table, used Yu Chan to block the teapot on the table, and put the soft tendons in. At this time, Lu Chen glanced at Wang Qingzi, and Wang Qingzi's personal information appeared in his eyes. Name: Wang Qingzi. Identity: 9th rank warrior, adopted daughter of the Jiangnan Wang family, saintess of the Misty Rain Pavilion, temporary owner of the Baiwa Tower. When she heard that the Northern King's mansion was looking for her, she saw through the Northern King's trick at a glance, but she still chose to go to the Northern King's mansion. After arriving at the Northern King's mansion, she poured the muscle-softening powder into the teapot, intending to drug the Northern King first, then use the charm to seduce the Northern King, and finally take revenge on the Northern King. Rating: 95. Favorability: 75, continued to be affected by Dragon and Phoenix Tea. Seeing Wang Qingzi's personal information, Lu Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Want to use the muscle-softening powder against him? Then her wishful thinking would fail. Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked the system in his heart. "System, can the all-poison invulnerability pill resist the softening powder?" "Of course you can. After taking the Wandu Bue Dan, the host has acquired the Wandu Bue body, Wandu Bue body. The host's body can dissolve all the poisons in the world." After hearing the system's reply, Lu Chen felt relieved. Since Wang Qingzi used the muscle-softening powder on him, he could just take advantage of the situation. Then Lu Chen came to the stone table and poured 2 cups of tea, placing one in front of Wang Qingzi and holding the other himself. "Miss Wang, you must be thirsty. Have some tea to moisten your throat." Wang Qingzi quickly said, "Thank you, your majesty. I am not thirsty." She had put muscle-softening powder in the teapot, so she didn't dare drink it. Even if there was no muscle-softening powder, she still didn't dare drink the tea in the palace. What happened last time was still fresh in her mind. She had to be extremely careful in the palace and not fall into this trap again. Seeing that Wang Qingzi didn't drink, Lu Chen didn't say much. He then picked up the teacup and drank it all. Then he sat on the stone bench next to Wang Qingzi, staring at Wang Qingzi with his eyes wide open. "Qingzi, I have been thinking about you since you went back last time." Hearing this, Wang Qingzi's heartbeat inexplicably began to speed up. She knew that the King of the North was preparing to attack her. At this time, Wang Qingzi felt very fortunate that he had put muscle-softening powder in the teapot in advance, otherwise the situation like last time might happen again. Wang Qingzi then said, "Thank you for your concern, your majesty." Lu Chen continued, "Qingzi, have you said goodbye to your sisters in Baihualo? I plan to buy you back sometime." Wang Qingzi pretended to be pitiful and said, "My lord, please give me some more time. I can't bear to leave them, and I haven't told them about this yet." Lu Chen was about to say something, but suddenly stopped and raised his hands to cover his head. "Oh, that's strange. Why does my head feel dizzy?" Hearing this, Wang Qingzi's eyes lit up. The muscle softener took effect, and she could start her performance. Wang Qingzi quickly pretended to be panicked, and then immediately came over to support Lu Chen. Just at this moment, her skirt swept across the table and swept the teapot on the table to the ground. "My lord, what's wrong with you? Please don't scare me. Your Majesty, please wait, I will call someone over." At this time, there was no one in the north courtyard except the two of them, not even a maid. Of course, this was specially arranged by Lu Chen. Lu Chen shook his head and said, "Qingxi, I'm fine. Please help me to the room. I should be fine after a rest." Then Wang Qingxi helped Lu Chen to a room in the north courtyard. If there were other people present at this time, they would definitely be able to see that Lu Chen and Wang Qingxi both had a smile on their faces. Soon, Wang Qingxi helped Lu Chen into the room, and she closed the door casually. At this time, Wang Qingxi was still unaware of the seriousness of the problem. She thought her plan was about to succeed. She was already thinking about how to deal with the king of the north to vent her hatred. After Lu Chen came to lie on the bed, he pretended to be weak and said, "Qingxi, I'm fine, you don't have to worry. My body has always been weak, and I often have headaches and weakness in my limbs." Wang Qingxi sneered in his heart, "Feeling weak? Last time, I don't know who played with her body for several hours. Is this called weak?" Wang Qingxi did not intend to waste time. After all, this was in the Northern Prince's palace, and there was Chu Yuqin there. She had to seduce the Northern Prince as soon as possible and find out from him about the mysterious master of the Northern Prince's palace. Then Wang Qingxi looked into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "My lord, look into my eyes." As soon as she finished speaking, a charming smile appeared on Wang Qingxi's face, and then she was ready to use her charm. As a result, at this time, Lu Chen grabbed her jade hand and said with a smile, "Qingxi, you are so beautiful." Wang Qingxi was stunned for a moment. She found that the internal strength in her body had dissipated again, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. How so? It's clear that the king of the north did nothing. She was so careful, but she still got caught? Wang Qingxi glanced at Lu Chen lying on the bed and felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he had used the muscle-softening powder on King Bei in advance, so he couldn't do anything to him. However, just when Wang Qingxi was thinking this, Lu Chen's big hand pulled her hard onto the bed, and quickly turned over, looking down at Wang Qingxi. Wang Qingxi was stunned again. Didn't the king of the north get poisoned by his own muscle-softening powder? How come he still has strength? Moreover, she had just seen with her own eyes that King Bei drank the muscle-softening powder. Wang Qingxi felt her mind went blank. Just when she was about to say something, Lu Chen possessed her. Ding! The host and Wang Qingxi developed feelings once, and the experience value of qi refining technique increases by 20, and the experience value of rejuvenation hand increases by 10. Chapter 26 Showdown. Wang Qingxi knew that he was finished. When she first developed feelings for the king of the north, she felt nothing but pain, and kept thinking about how to take revenge on him and how to kill him. However, just half a month later, when she started to develop feelings with the king of the north again, she forgot all the pain and was completely lost in depravity. A few hours later, Chu Yuqin came to the north courtyard for patrol. When she heard the sound coming from the room, she was stunned. When she was patrolling in the east courtyard just now, she clearly saw Mu Zixuan and the other three women there, so how could there be such a noise in the north courtyard? Could it be that a man sneaked into the north courtyard and had an affair with the maid there? That won't work. Chu Yuqin then came to the room where the sound came from, poked a hole in the paper on the door, and looked inside the room. Upon seeing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment. She quickly closed her eyes, blushed, and turned away, muttering as she walked, "This little rascal brought a woman back without telling me." She thought that a man from the outer courtyard had come in and had an affair with a maid from the inner courtyard, but it turned out that Lu Chen himself was doing something bad. After seeing the scene just now, Chu Yuqin felt even more agitated. Chu Yuqin quickly practiced her skills to calm her mind and kept reminding herself not to let her thoughts wander. At sunset, the sun gradually set, and the sky was filled with fiery red sunset glow. Mu Zixuan and the two Zhou sisters came to the north courtyard talking and laughing. The three of them naturally knew what happened in the north courtyard. At this time, in a room in the north courtyard, Wang Qingxi lay in Lu Chen's arms, motionless. The fiery red glow shone into the room, making Wang Qingxi's snow-white skin appear bronze. At this time, Wang Qingxi had completely sobered up. She knew she had been fooled. No, it should be said that everyone was fooled. The entire Xia dynasty was deceived. The king of the north, the man who took away his innocence, could never be a waste. The last time her innocence was taken away by the king of the north, she was in extreme anger, so she never considered the possibility that the king of the north was not a waste. But now that I think about it, there are doubts everywhere. First of all, it is impossible for an ordinary person to play with her for several hours. Ordinary people do not have such physical strength. Moreover, it is rumored that the king of the north had long been drained of his body by alcohol and sex. Moreover, the king of the north was able to seal off her internal power without anyone noticing, which also proved that he was no simple man. In addition, after the northern king drank the muscle-softening powder today, he was not hurt at all. Could he be an ordinary person? Could he be the useless prince that people talk about? What a joke! If people who can still be fine after drinking the muscle-softening powder are considered useless, then there are probably few people in the world who are not useless. As for the fact that King Bei said he had a headache and felt weak after drinking the muscle-softening powder, it now seems that he was obviously pretending. His purpose was to let her help him enter the room so that it would be easier for him to do things. When she thought of this, Wang Qingxi felt extremely regretful. She was so stupid that she actually believed that King Bei had been poisoned by the muscle-softening powder. But it's no use regretting now, it's already happened. At this time, Wang Qingxi whispered, "Your Majesty, you actually already knew my identity a long time ago. At this point, there is no need to continue pretending. It is time to come clean." Lu Qin was able to seal her power instantly, obviously knowing that she was a 9th-rank warrior, and he was able to resist the effects of the softening muscle powder, which also proved that he knew what the softening muscle powder was. There's no point in continuing to pretend. Hearing Wang Qingxi's words, Lu Qin stroked Wang Qingxi's smooth jade back and said with a smile, "What identity? Qingxi, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Wang Qingxi continued, "Your Majesty, you'd better stop pretending. Being able to seal the power in my body in an instant is not something that ordinary people can do. It's impossible for you not to know my identity. Tell me what you are going to do with me. Now that I have fallen into your hands, you can kill me or chop me up as you wish." Hearing this, Lu Qin turned over, supported his hands on both sides of her head, and looked down at her. "Why would I kill you? My 8th brother was so kind to me and sent me a 9th-rank beauty. If I just kill you like this, wouldn't that be too inhumane of me?" Wang Qingxi was startled when he heard Lu Qin's words. Sure enough, the king of the north already knew that she was sent by the 8th prince. Wang Qingxi then chuckled and said, "Everyone says that the king of the north is a waste. Even His Majesty didn't think highly of you and sent you to the North County. As a result, you never defended yourself and even came to the North County without hesitation. The king of the north hid himself so deeply, he must have a bigger plot. Now I know that you were pretending before. Are you sure you won't kill to silence the witness?" Wang Qingxi's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Qin. She didn't think she could survive. After all, she had lost all her powers in front of the king of the north, and the king of the north could not be an ordinary person. It was possible that the mysterious master that the outside world had been rumored to have was actually the king of the north himself. Lu Qin raised his hand at this time, stroked Wang Qingxi's charming cheek, and then said lightly, "If it were someone else, they might really kill you. But I am different. Not only will I not kill you, I will also make you my slave, my forbidden lover, and bear children for me." Hearing Lu Qin's words, Wang Qingxi was stunned. But then she sneered. Lu Qin asked doubtfully, "Why, is what I said ridiculous?" Wang Qingxi said, "It's ridiculous indeed. Does your Majesty think that I will serve you wholeheartedly by your side? Even if you seal my power, I can still kill myself when no one is around." Lu Qin smiled and said, "Commit suicide? I'm curious as to why you would commit suicide." Wang Qingxi said, "Your Majesty wants to lock me up in the palace as a tool to vent his anger, and he even asked me why I wanted to commit suicide? Your Majesty thinks I will endure such humiliation just to stay alive?" Lu Qin said calmly, "I didn't say I would keep you locked up in the palace forever. I will release you later." Wang Qingxi's brain froze. What did she hear? The king of the north said he would release her? How is this possible? They have already revealed their cards. If they let her go, wouldn't that be like letting a tiger return to the mountain? The fact that the King of the North has been able to disguise himself as a waste for so many years proves that he is a very scheming man. How could he dare to do such a risky thing? Or does the King of the North have the confidence that he can't leave Yanqing? Seeing Wang Qingxi's stunned expression, Lu Chen asked, "Why, do you find it strange?" Wang Qingxi came back to his senses and asked, "Aren't you afraid that after I leave the Northern Palace, I'll spread the news that you're not a waste?" Lu Chen said calmly, "First of all, no one will believe you. Secondly, I don't think you will tell anyone about me." After 2 rounds of cultivating feelings, Wang Qingxi's favorability has now risen to 90. Especially today's cultivation of feelings, it can be said that Wang Qingxi was directly conquered. There is no possibility of betrayal when the favorability is over 80, not to mention that her favorability has now reached 90. Chapter 27 Wang Qingxi's Choice. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingxi fell silent. Indeed, even if she went out and told everyone that the King of the North was not a waste, it was unlikely that anyone would believe her. After all, the image of the King of the North as a waste has been deeply rooted in people's minds. In addition, after the King of the North came to Beijun, he did nothing and just indulged himself in pleasure in the King of the North's mansion every day. There have been rumors in Bei County now that the King of Bei has kept many beautiful maids in the king's palace, and he hangs out with these maids all day long, indulging in wine and women. However, Wang Qingxi was a little puzzled. Why did the King of the North think that he would never tell anyone? Does he believe in himself so much? Doesn't he know that I have been wanting to take revenge on him since he did such an outrageous thing to me? At this moment, Lu Chen let go of Wang Qingxi's delicate body and got up from the bed. He put on his clothes and said, "Okay, you can go back." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. "Are you really going to let me go?" Lu Chen smiled slightly and then said, "Do you think that I am the kind of person who likes to joke?" Wang Qingxi stopped talking and started to put on her clothes. After a while, Wang Qingxi walked out of the palace cautiously. Standing at the gate of the palace, she still couldn't believe it. She turned her head to look at the plaque of the palace, feeling mixed emotions. She just came out like that? Did the King of the North really not do anything to her? Wang Qingxi quickly sensed her own power, and at this time her power returned. If the King of the North did not intend to let her go, it would be impossible for him to unlock the seal on her internal power. After all, she was a 9th-rank warrior, and it was not easy to catch a 9th-rank warrior. Wang Qingxi then turned around and quickly returned to Baiwa Tower with a nervous heart. Along the way, she had been paying attention to the situation around her, fearing that the King of the North would attack her on the road. In the end, even when she returned to Baiwa Tower, still no one attacked her, not even one person followed her. After returning to Baiwa Tower, Wang Qingxi stood on the attic of Baiwa Tower, looking in the direction of Beiwang Mansion, and couldn't help thinking that it seemed that Beiwang was serious. "I didn't expect the King of the North to have such courage." Wang Qingxi sighed. The more magnanimous the Northern King was, the stronger he was. The King of the North is not afraid to tell others about his affairs, which shows that he is no longer afraid of the consequences of exposing his strength. This also indirectly shows that the King of the North is likely to be fully grown now. Wang Qingxi's emotions were somewhat complicated. What should he do now? Could it be that she really wanted to betray Yanyu Pavilion, betray the Wang family, and betray the 8th prince? Sitting in the attic, Wang Qingxi looked quietly into the distance, with the breeze blowing on her face. At this time, Lu Chen's figure appeared in her mind again. Then, the scenes that had just happened replayed in her mind, and for a moment, her body became extremely hot and restless. Wang Qingxi sighed. She had discovered that she seemed to have become addicted to the feelings she was developing with the King of the North. Although it happened only twice, the feeling this time has been engraved in her heart. If the King of the North died one day, she could hardly imagine how she would calm her restless body without him. She didn't know how the King of the North did it, but it didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that she couldn't live without the King of the North. And she thought about it, and realized that even if she cooperated with the Blood Moon Tower to kill the Northern King, she would still be just a tool in the eyes of the 8th prince. After all, she was just a killer raised by the Wang family and had no identity, so it made no difference whether she was with the 8th prince or with the Northern King. In addition, she didn't know that the King of the North had used a method that made her body unable to leave him, so becoming the King of the Norsewoman was her best choice. Wang Qingzi then looked in the direction of the Northern Palace and said softly, "My lord, you win?" As she finished her words, the pressure on her seemed to dissipate instantly. She also understood why the King of the North was so confident in letting her go. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that the King of the North was really a terrible man. Fortunately, she is a woman. If she were a man, she would have died long ago. Just then, an old woman appeared in the attic. "Saintess, there's a letter from Blood Moon Tower asking us to find out as soon as possible whether the mysterious master is still in the Northern Palace. They will be able to reach Yanqing in 5 days. Wang Qingzi said expressionlessly. "I understand. I will go to the Northern Palace in person tonight to test them." In the dead of night, a black figure appeared at the door of the Northern Palace. The black figure easily bypassed the palace's guards and quickly entered the inner courtyard. There aren't many powerful warriors in the outer courtyard of the palace, so it's not surprising that someone could sneak in, but not everyone can enter the inner courtyard. The black figure just arrived at the inner courtyard, but was blocked by a woman in white before entering the door. Chu Yuqin looked at the man in black in front of her and said coldly, "Not everyone can enter the palace." As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin stabbed the woman in black with a sword. The black-clad woman flashed and easily dodged Chu Yuqin's sword. Chu Yuqin frowned and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. 9th rank warrior? It looks like he is here to assassinate Chinner. Just as Chu Yuqin was sitting in the car and continuing to work, the woman said, "Madam Chu, I have something important to discuss with the prince. Please help me." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin sneered and said, "You have something important to discuss? I'm afraid you are here to assassinate him." Chu Yuqin couldn't remember when Lu Qin had any interactions with any 9th grade warrior other than herself. Although the woman's voice sounded familiar, Chu Yuqin still didn't dare to be careless and could only treat her as a female assassin. Then Chu Yuqin swept her sword towards the woman in black again. The woman in black did not seem to have any intention of a head-on confrontation with Chu Yuqin and kept dodging. Not long after, Lu Qin in the main courtyard heard the noise outside and he immediately opened the door and came out. Lu Qin has a system that can quickly identify a person's identity, even if the other person is wearing black clothes and a veil. Seeing that the woman in black was Wang Qingzi, Lu Qin's mouth curled up slightly, and then he said to Chu Yuqin, "Aunt Chu, she is mine, let her in." After hearing Lu Qin's words, Chu Yuqin was stunned. She was very confused. When did Lu Qin have a 9th rank warrior as his subordinate? And the other party was a woman? She had never heard of or seen any other 9th grade warriors around Lu Qin. But Chu Yuqin soon let it go. After all, there were too many things about Lu Qin that she didn't know. Chu Yuqin had no choice but to step aside, but she still threatened Wang Qingzi, saying, "If you dare to harm the Northern King, you will not be able to leave the Northern King's palace." Wang Qingzi ignored Chu Yuqin's threat and went straight into Lu Qin's room. After entering the room, Wang Qingzi took off her veil. At this time, Lu Qin took a look at Wang Qingzi's whole body. At this time, Wang Qingzi was wearing a tight black dress, which perfectly highlighted her curvy figure, and she looked quite charming. Lu Qin smiled and asked, "You came to see me again less than 2 hours after leaving the palace. Do you want to have sex with me again?" Wang Qingzi smiled charmingly and said, "Your Majesty, you are joking. I am not as powerful as you. I came to see you this time to tell you that the people from Blood Moon Tower will arrive in Yanqing in 5 days, and that they have sent 5 9th rank warriors to kill you. Even the deputy owner of Blood Moon Tower has been dispatched." Chapter 28. It's you. After hearing Wang Qingzi's words, Lu Qin did not show a trace of uneasiness on his face. He had already read the information from Wang Qingzi's personal profile that the Blood Moon Tower had sent someone to assassinate him. However, he did not expect that this time the Blood Moon Tower would send so many 9th grade warriors to kill him. Isn't it said that there are very few 9th grade warriors in this world? Why are there 9th grade warriors everywhere now? Is it really a good idea to send 5 9th grade warriors to assassinate a useless prince like myself? If he didn't have a system, he would be dead. Seeing that there was no worry on Lu Qin's face, Wang Qingzi thought to himself, as expected, the King of the North has grown strong, and he is not afraid of the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower at all. Lu Qin came behind Wang Qingxi at this time, then put his hands under her armpits, hugged her willow waist, and whispered in her ear, smiling. It seems that you have made your choice. But if you betray my 8th brother like this, aren't you afraid that he will send someone to kill you? Wang Qingxi said coquettishly. This is all caused by your majesty. I am your woman now and I cannot live without you. I have no choice. What else can I do? I just hope that your majesty will be able to have mercy on me in the future and not treat me like a tool to be thrown away after use. Lu Qin smiled and said, This is natural. Having said that, Lu Qin rested his head on Wang Qingxi's shoulders, enjoying the fragrance of Wang Qingxi's body. Lu Qin was thinking that the people from the Blood Moon Tower would be here in a few days. Although he had modern firearms like the Desert Eagle and the Barrett, if the other side had more people and someone was holding them back, he would probably be in danger as soon as he took out his weapon. Therefore, his own strength must be enhanced. It would be best if you could break through to the 9th grade warrior within these few days. A 9th grade warrior's physical fitness in all aspects will be greatly improved. Even if the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower were very fast, with the help of his 9th grade strength, it would still be easy for Desert Eagle and Bartley to kill them. However, although weapons are useful, you also have to stay alive. If someone from the enemy suddenly attacks you and you are not aware of it enough, even if you have the ability to kill the enemy with one shot, you will most likely be killed by the enemy in advance. At this time, Lu Qin asked the system in his mind. System, how much experience do I need to upgrade the qi refining technique to the 2nd level? The system's voice immediately sounded in Lu Qin's mind. 100 experience points are needed. Hearing this, Lu Qin was delighted. Only 100 experience points are needed to upgrade to the 2nd level? So fast? Lu Qin then asked. After the qi refining technique is upgraded to the 2nd level, can my realm break through to the 7th level? Lu Qin's question was a little conservative. Originally, he thought that if he could break through to the 2nd level of qi refining technique, his strength would probably be able to break through to the 9th level. At this moment, the system voice sounded. After the qi refining technique is upgraded to the 2nd level, the host's realm will be upgraded to the 9th level. Lu Qin was a little excited. Just as he thought, he was promoted to the 9th rank. But then again, the qi refining technique is just a qi refining technique, which is mainly used to increase his skills and has no actual killing power. In the future, he still has to find a way to acquire some lethal external skills. At this time, Wang Qingxi, who was held by Lu Qin, felt something strange in Lu Qin's body. Wang Qingxi's fair face instantly turned rosy, and then a blush spread from his face to his collarbone and neck. At this time, Lu Qin whispered in Wang Qingxi's ear. From now on, you are my slave girl. As a slave girl, do you know what you should do for your master? Hearing this question, Wang Qingxi was slightly stunned. She had just been toyed with by this guy for an entire afternoon, and she didn't expect that this guy would still be energetic at night. How could the King of the North have such strong physique? Wang Qingxi was a little surprised. She had been in Baiwa Tower for such a long time, but she had never heard of a man as ferocious as the King of the North. Wang Qingxi then said, Your Majesty, I am only here to report the news. Now that the letter has been delivered, I will go back first. Having said that, Wang Qingxi half turned around and wanted to push Lu Qin away and leave, but she found that her power had disappeared again. She suddenly felt weak all over and was unable to push Lu Qin away at all. Lu Qin then hugged Wang Qingxi and walked towards the bed. Now he had to hurry up to gain experience points in the qi refining technique, and couldn't let Wang Qingxi get away like this. Wang Qingxi finally sighed, feeling somewhat confused. After becoming the Northern King's slave girl, she had no idea what the future would be like. Confused about the future, Wang Qingxi quickly immersed herself in the happiness that Lu Qin brought her. At the same time, outside the yard, after Chu Yuqin saw the woman in black enter Lu Qin's room, she has been guarding at the gate of the yard. If anything happened in the room, she would rush in immediately, because she still didn't trust the woman in black. That's a 9th rank warrior. She didn't believe that the woman in black had no other purpose in approaching the King of the North. But at this moment, Chu Yuqin heard a woman's cheerful voice coming from the room. Chu Yuqin's brain was stunned. This That ninth-rank warrior is actually Chiner's woman? Ninth-rank warriors are relatively rare in this world, and ninth-rank women are even rarer. As a ninth-rank warrior, the woman in black was actually willing to become the woman of a nominally useless prince, which made Chu Yuqin feel very incredible. Chu Yuqin was a little curious as to why this woman chose Lu Qin. The next morning, Wang Qingci limped out of Lu Chen's room, and as soon as she came out, she ran into Chu Yuqin, who was still at the gate of the courtyard. Seeing that it was Wang Qingci who came out of the room, Chu Yuqin's face darkened and she said coldly, "It turned out to be you." A ninth-rank warrior went to Baiwa Tower to be the most beautiful courtesan, and also came to get close to the king of the north. Who would dare to believe that there was no conspiracy? As a maidservant of Lu Chen's mother, Chu Yuqin had seen all kinds of conspiracies and intrigues, so she believed that Wang Qingci must have some plans against Lu Qin. Seeing that Chu Yuqin was still there, Wang Qingci was also stunned for a moment. In the end, Chu Yuqin resisted the urge to take action. After all, Lu Qin had already said that Wang Qingci was his. However, Chu Yuqin still warned coldly, "Although I don't know who you are, I have to remind you that if I find out that you have plans for Chiner and want to use him to achieve your ulterior motives, not only you, but also the forces behind you will pay the price." Hearing this, Wang Qingci smiled slightly and then said, "Madam Chu, why do I feel that you are very hostile to me? Could it be that Madam Chu is jealous after listening to the conversation last night?" As soon as Wang Qingci finished speaking, a gust of wind spread out from Chu Yuqin's body, and even the hem of Chu Yuqin's skirt was blown up. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingci's smile disappeared instantly. Half-step Grandmaster, he has even reached the level of releasing his internal energy. The Northern Prince's palace was indeed not as simple as she thought. Then Wang Qingci turned around and left. "Madam Chu, I will go back today. Madam Chu, please rest assured that I am only your slave girl and cannot shake your position in your heart." Chapter 29. Let Go of Your Aunt. Looking at Wang Qingci's departing back, Chu Yuqin fell into deep thought. A ninth-rank warrior? He actually said she was Chiner's slave girl? If Lu Qin was the prince of the Great Xia Dynasty now, and he had a ninth-rank female slave, Chu Yuqin would not find it strange at all. After all, the prince held real power. But in the eyes of outsiders, Lu Qin is a waste who is uneducated, unskillful, and extremely licentious. This Wang Qingci would actually take the initiative to become his slave girl. Could it be that the forces behind Wang Qingci have already discovered Chiner's disguise? Or does it mean that the force behind Chiner is the same force behind Wang Qingci? At this time, Chu Yuqin came to the door of Lu Chen's room. She thought she needed to remind Lu Qin. Just then, Lu Qin came out of the room and saw Chu Yuqin's serious face. Lu Qin asked curiously, "Aunt Chu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Chu Yuqin asked. "Chiner, is that Wang Qingci from the force that supports you behind the scenes?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen was confused. What forces supported him? Does Aunt Chu think that there is some force supporting her? Lu Chen thought about it, and realized that his behavior in recent times was too abnormal. In addition, he took out the Desert Eagle and the Barrett, which were epoch-making modern firearms. He was afraid that this made Chu Yuqin think that there was a powerful force supporting him. Thinking of this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, how did you know?" The existence of the system must not be told to anyone, but in order to reassure Chu Yuqin, Lu Chen planned to make up a lie. Chu Yuqin sighed, and then said, "Chiner, that woman is not simple, she is a ninth-rank warrior. Auntie doesn't want to interfere too much in your affairs, but when it comes to your personal safety, I still want to remind you. The force that supports you must have a big plan. Although I don't know their purpose yet, you should not be led by them all the time. If you want that position in the capital, just tell your aunt, and I will tell your grandfather. Then your grandfather and the Chu family will definitely stand on your side, and you don't have to rely on those forces of unknown origin." The Chu family had no intention of giving up on Lu Qin, but Lu Qin was really a hopeless case, and now he had been driven to the desolate place of beijun, so the Chu family had to consider other candidates. After all, Lu Qin is the grandson of the head of the Chu family. In terms of blood relationship, he is the closest among the princes. If Lu Qin could stand up and dare to boldly stand up and express his intention to participate in the fight for the throne, not only the Chu family, but most of the Jiangnan families would support him. In Chu Yuqin's opinion, There is no need for Lu Qin to rely on those forces whose origins are unknown. Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Qin smiled slightly, then walked to Chu Yuqin's side, and then naturally took Chu Yuqin's hand. Being held by Lu Qin's hand like this, Chu Yuqin's delicate body couldn't help but tremble, but she didn't break free. After all, they used to talk about things holding hands often. Lu Qin said at this time, "Aunt Chu, I know what you are worried about, but I can assure you that the force behind me will completely obey my orders. There are some secrets that I cannot tell you directly. Once I tell you, I am afraid that not only Daxia but the whole world will be in chaos. But I can reveal a few things to you." Chu Yuqin's heart trembled slightly. What kind of secret was so horrible that it could lead to chaos in the world? At this time, Lu Qin lifted up Chu Yuqin's jade hand, and then wrote the word, immortal, in the palm of her hand. After feeling the words written by Lu Qin, Chu Yuqin was suddenly shocked, and a trace of panic appeared on her dignified and elegant face. As we all know, this world is a world of martial arts, and there are no immortals. Even if someone reaches the legendary realm of heaven and man, it will only add a few hundred years to their lifespan, and they will still die. Countless people have tried various methods to become immortals, and countless emperors have searched for immortals everywhere in order to become immortals, which eventually led to the collapse of dynasties and the change of dynasties. However, immortals are still just a distant legend in this world. And now, Lu Qin actually told Chu Yuqin that the secret on him was related to immortals. How could Chu Yuqin not be shocked? If Lu Qin's secret is really related to immortals, it could really lead to chaos in the world. Not only chaos in the world, it could even lead to the destruction of countless countries and dynasties. Chu Yuqin said in a panic, "Qin'er, you don't need to say anything more. From today on, don't reveal anything about these two words to anyone, including me." Lu Qin asked, "Aunt Chu, do you believe it so quickly?" Chu Yuqin said, "I can't help but believe it. The mysterious weapon on your body and the inner strength you suddenly generated have proved that what you said is related to those two words." At this point, Chu Yuqin still asked with some concern, "Could it be that Wang Qingxi and the forces behind her are also related to the two words you mentioned?" Lu Qin shook his head and said, "No, I just have the means to control them so that they can't betray me. If they betray me, they will die. So far, I am the only one who knows this secret because I am the only inheritor." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin felt a little excited, and tears unconsciously fell from her eyes. Seeing this scene, Lu Qin was stunned. "Aunt Chu, why are you crying?" Chu Yuqin quickly rolled up her sleeves and wiped her tears. As she wiped her tears, she said, "If your mother knew that you had this opportunity, she would be very happy in her grave." Chu Yuqin originally thought that Lu Qin would just live his life like this, but she didn't expect that he would actually have the chance to become an immortal one day. This is something that many people dream of, and it finally fell into Lu Qin's hands. As Chu Yuqin, who has watched Lu Qin grow up, she is happy for him from the bottom of her heart. With the fate of immortality, regardless of whether he can achieve immortality, at least Lu Qin can do many things. For example, he can also compete for the position in the capital. Lu Qin hugged Chu Yuqin's mature and graceful body, patted her on the back, and said comfortingly, "Aunt Chu, don't cry, this is something you should be happy about." At this time, the fragrance of Chu Yuqin drifted into Lu Qin's nostrils, and the soft body in his arms immediately made Lu Qin restless. Lu Qin was speechless. The dragon tiger pill was truly the source of all evil, making him lose all self-control. Chu Yuqin was about to say something, but when she noticed something was wrong, her face instantly turned red. She quickly pushed Lu Qin and said, "Qin'er, let go of me. You are a married man now, and it would be bad if others saw us hugging each other." Lu Qin did not let go, but leaned over to whisper in her ear, "Aunt Chu, what's the big deal? You are the person closest to me. I don't know who dares to gossip about you. Besides, you've watched me grow up, and we've done more intimate things before, so what's wrong with a hug?" Hearing this, Chu Yuqin became even more flustered, and she quickly pushed Lu Qin's body again. As a result, she found that her internal strength had dissipated, and she could not exert any strength at all. Chu Yuqin quickly said, "Qin'er, don't be like this. You have grown up and are not a child anymore. You should know how to avoid suspicion in some things." Lu Qin smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, no matter how old I am, you are still my aunt, and I am still your Qin'er." Having said that, Lu Chen hugged Chu Yuqin tightly, and their bodies were completely pressed together. Feeling the heat from Lu Chen's breath, Chu Yuqin was already a little dazed. Chu Yuqin's heart was filled with sorrow. No! This can't go on. Chapter 30. It seems that Chen heir has really grown up. Chu Yuqin felt that if this continued, something might happen. Then she said to Lu Chen in shame and anger, "Chener, if you don't let me go, I will be angry." Seeing Chu Yuqin's blushing cheeks and angry look, Lu Chen had no choice but to let her go. Lu Chen was not in a hurry at this moment. Most women in ancient times cared a lot about their reputation. Although Chu Yuqin's favorability was very high, she might not be able to accept the relationship between her and him for the time being. It would take time for him to get used to it. Seeing Lu Chen let go, Chu Yuqin quickly took a few steps back and put some distance between herself and Lu Chen, but she did not continue to blame Lu Chen. Chu Yuqin sensed her own power and found that it had returned. She asked curiously, "Chener, my power just disappeared. Does this have anything to do with your chance?" Lu Chen replied, "Well, this has something to do with the technique I practice. Any woman who loves me will lose her power temporarily and become weak all over after coming into contact with my body." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin instantly understood the implication of Lu Chen's words. She glared at Lu Chen, then blushed and spat. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm your aunt." "Okay, I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. I'm going to go on patrol." Before she finished her words, Chu Yuqin turned and left. To be more precise, she turned and ran away. At this moment, Chu Yuqin felt that her heart was about to jump out, and her body became extremely hot. What did she just hear? That little bad guy is actually targeting her. How dare he think of that? She is his aunt. Although they are not related by blood, he has watched him grow up since he was a child. Moreover, she was a widow. Although she was still a virgin and had never had any sexual relations with anyone, she had been married after all. How could he have any thoughts about her? But then again, she herself was gradually losing control just now. When she was in Beijing, she often checked Lu Chen's body, but she didn't feel the same way as she did today. Only a few months had passed, and she actually had that kind of thought about Lu Chen. Chu Yuqin felt a little guilty. How could she have any other thoughts about Lu Chen? Chu Yuqin sighed and said to herself, "Alas, it seems that Chener has really grown up and is becoming more and more manly. I have to keep my distance from him in the future." Chu Yuqin then began to practice Qigong, trying to calm her restless body. At this time, Lu Chen stood in place, and when he saw Chu Yuqin's plump figure and charming back, he suddenly felt as if his body was about to burn. Then he immediately went to the north courtyard. At this time, Zhou Yuyu had just got up and was about to go to Mu Zixuan's place. "Xiao Huan, I'm going to go to Sister Mu first. Come over after you've packed up." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Yuyu walked out the door. As a result, as soon as I went out, I ran into Lu Chen. Without saying a word, Lu Chen picked up Zhou Yuyu's delicate body and walked into the room. Zhou Yuyu exclaimed, "Ah, Your Majesty!" Hearing Zhou Yuyu's voice, Xiao Huan, the maid who was making the bed, quickly turned her head. Seeing Lu Chen holding Zhou Yuyu, Xiao Huan's face turned red instantly. As a maid in the palace, how could she not understand what was going to happen next? Xiao Huan quickly moved aside, left the room and closed the door. The host and Zhou Yuyu develop a relationship once, and the experience value of qi refining skill increases by 10, and the experience value of rejuvenation hand increases by 20. Congratulations on successfully getting Zhou Yuyu pregnant. You will be rewarded with 10,000 kilograms of breeding potatoes. The reward for pregnancy is an encouragement reward, so the reward is small. If the child is born successfully, you can get a richer reward. After his body calmed down, Lu Chen felt much better. What happened today also made Lu Chen realize that he had to quickly break through to the 9th level, otherwise he would not be able to control his body and problems would easily arise. It doesn't matter what happens to him in the mansion or in the inner courtyard, after all, everyone in the inner courtyard is his own people. But if one day he left the palace and went out, and if he still couldn't control himself when he saw a beautiful woman, he would be very embarrassed. After calming down, Lu Chen looked down at the little beauty in his arms. At this time, Zhou Yuyu's starry eyes were slightly closed, her face was flushed, and her lotus-like arms were placed on his shoulders. Zhou Yuyu is the petite and cute type. Lu Qin felt a little guilty when he thought about how he had been cultivating feelings with her recently, and she hadn't had a good rest. Although this is his woman, Lu Qin does not regard her as a tool for bearing children. He truly likes them. Lu Qin glanced at the reward he had just received, and a smile appeared on his face. He then gently stroked Zhou Yuyu's skin and said in her ear, "Yuyu, you are really my lucky star. With 10,000 kilograms of breeding potatoes, the entire North County will be planted with potatoes in just a few years. Because of the cold weather, Beijun is not suitable for growing rice, and the wheat yield is not very high. But potatoes are different. The soil in North County is just right for growing potatoes. Once potatoes are planted throughout Northern County will have an extra source of food, and the people will no longer be so short of food. What is the most important thing in an agricultural society? Of course, food is the most important. Only when you have food in your hands can you stay calm." After Wang Qingxi returned to Baiwa Tower, the old woman from yesterday came to her again. "Saint, what did you find out last night?" Wang Qingxi replied calmly. "I haven't discovered the existence of the mysterious master yet. There is only Chu Yuqin, a 9th-rank master, in the inner courtyard." Hearing this, the old woman immediately said, "Saint, since the mysterious master is no longer in the northern palace, let's take action tonight." Wang Qingxi frowned, then asked, "Grandma you seem very anxious?" Qingyu said quickly, "Saintess, this mission was originally assigned to us by the 8th prince. If we wait until the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrive to complete the mission, your status in front of the 8th prince will inevitably plummet. Why don't we complete the mission before the Blood Moon Tower arrives? This way, the 8th prince will see your value." Wang Qingxi then said, "No need for that. Since the 8th prince has already sent people from the Blood Moon Tower, it is to ensure that nothing goes wrong. If we act in advance and alert the enemy, causing the assassination mission to fail, the 8th prince will blame us, and our entire Yanyu pavilion will not be able to bear the consequences." Seeing Wang Qingxi say this, Qingyu didn't want to say anything more. A few hours later, Beijun, Yubei City. A group of people dressed in black and red clothes were sitting in a restaurant. At this time, a bird flew onto the shoulder of a man wearing a bamboo hat. The man caught the bird, removed the note tied to it from its claws, then opened the note and took a look. After reading the contents of the note, the corners of the man's mouth slightly raised. "Very good. Since the Grand Master has left, it is time for you, the useless prince, to go down and accompany my brothers." Night. Another dark shadow appeared in the inner courtyard of the palace. Different time, same place, same people. After seeing the shadow, Chu Yuqin was about to draw her sword, but she heard the shadow say, "Madam Chu, why haven't you rested yet so late? You have worked so hard for the prince's safety. It seems that Madam Chu really cares about the prince." Hearing that it was Wang Qingxi's voice, Chu Yuqin snorted coldly. "Sneaky, what a shame!" Even though Lu Qin had told her in the morning that Wang Qingxi was his and that he could completely control them. But for some reason, Chu Yuqin always felt a little uncomfortable. She had no good feelings towards Wang Qingxi at all. Wang Qingxi was about to say something when he heard Lu Chen's voice coming from the room. "Qingxi, come in quickly when you are here." Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Wang Qingxi had to immediately bypass Chu Yuqin and enter Lu Chen's room. Last night, when Lu Chen and Wang Qingxi were cultivating their relationship, Lu Chen discovered that his qi refining technique did not increase his experience points. Later he asked the system and found out that a woman could only provide him with experience points once a day. He had just developed a relationship with Wang Qingxi yesterday during the day, and came again in the evening, so naturally he had no experience. There was no other choice. Lu Chen had to ask Wang Qingxi to come every night for the next few days. He had to quickly advance to the 9th level. Chapter 31: The Effect of the Rejuvenating Hand. Not long after Wang Qingxi entered Lu Chen's room, her voice was heard. Chu Yuqin, who was standing at the gate of the courtyard, heard her voice and said coldly, "How shameless!" Chu Yuqin naturally wouldn't talk about her own chinner, so the person she could scold could only be Wang Qingxi. After she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin turned and left. She didn't want to continue eavesdropping here, otherwise she would not be able to bear it later. At the same time, in the room, after Lu Qin and Wang Qingxi developed some feelings for each other, the system prompt sounded. The host and Wang Qingxi develop a relationship once, and the experience value of qi refining art increases by 20. This emotional development triggers an emotional critical strike, gaining an additional 40 experience points, and the experience value of rejuvenation hand increases by 20, and rejuvenation hand breaks through to the first level. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Qin was stunned for a moment, and then he felt extremely excited. He originally thought that after Zhou Yu became pregnant, it would be difficult for him to break through to the 9th level before the arrival of the Blood Moon Tower, unless he pushed Xu Yuqin away. Otherwise, Wang Qingxi could only provide himself with 20 experience points every day, which would take at least 5 days. Maybe in less than 5 days, those guys from the Blood Moon Tower will arrive in Yanqing. As a result, he gained 60 experience points today. Emotional crit, that's a really good thing. If he had a few more emotional attacks, wouldn't it be easier for him to improve his realm in the future? Just as Lu Qin was thinking this, he found that there seemed to be green gas emanating from his hands. What is this? Lu Qin raised his right hand, changed his arm around Wang Qingxi with his left hand, and then looked at his right hand seriously. System, what's wrong with my hand? This is the power of the rejuvenation hand. The host can use the rejuvenation hand to heal illnesses and injuries in the future. Hearing the system voice, Lu Qin put down his right hand and wanted to try the ability of the rejuvenation hand. When his right hand touched Wang Qingxi's delicate body again, Wang Qingxi couldn't help but let out a moan. My lord, what are you doing? My waist feels so good. Hearing this, Lu Qin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the rejuvenation hand would take effect immediately as soon as it touched Wang Qingxi's body. Lu Qin soon understood what was going on. It turned out that when the emotional attack was triggered before, he was too angry and too fierce, and accidentally injured Wang Qingxi's slender waist. Now the spiritual energy gathered in her right hand is helping Wang Qingxi repair the muscle damage in her body, so Wang Qingxi feels very comfortable. The rejuvenation hand technique is very good. From now on, any minor injuries or illnesses will allow you to recover quickly. At this time, Lu Qin patted Wang Qingxi's buttocks with his big hand, then said with a smile, How does it feel to be my slave girl? Hearing this, Wang Qingxi's cheeks flushed, and with spring in her eyes, she replied, My lord, please don't humiliate me. Wang Qingxi didn't know what her future would be like, but she had already gotten used to being with Lu Qin. Although they had only developed their relationship a few times together, she could no longer live without Lu Qin. This bad guy not only captured her heart, but also conquered her entire being. Lu Qin said at this time, When I have settled the matter of Blood Moon Tower, you can move to the palace. Hearing this, Wang Qingxi was silent for a moment. To be honest, she also wanted to come to the palace to serve Lu Qin every day. But she thought of a question, that is, in front of the King of the North, can her value only be demonstrated in bed? Although his body and mind are in the shape of the Northern King, Wang Qingxi does not want to completely become a tool for the Northern King to satisfy his low-level desires in the future. She wanted to show her value in front of Lu Qin. Only in this way could she go further, and the King of the North would value her as a slave girl more. Even if she grows old and loses her beauty one day in the future, if she has made great contributions to the palace, the King of the North is unlikely to abandon her. Thinking of this, Wang Qingxi said, Your Majesty, I want to stay in Baiwa Tower and collect intelligence for you. Hearing this, Lu Qin asked doubtfully, Don't you want to come to the palace to serve me? Wang Qingxi quickly said, That's not the case. I just feel that if I come to the palace like this, people will think I am a member of the palace, and then I won't be able to collect intelligence for the prince. After the assassination in Blood Moon Tower is over, the 8th prince will definitely not give up. He may send someone to assassinate the prince. If the prince has me as a chess piece, then no matter what the 8th prince does, I will be able to inform the prince immediately. After hearing what Wang Qingxi said, Lu Qin felt that there was some truth in it. Baiwa Tower is a place of fireworks, so it is indeed easy to collect intelligence. Moreover, his 8th brother might not give up. If Wang Qingxi, the saint of Yanyu Pavilion, was around, perhaps he would be able to monitor Lu Xiyun's every move in the future. This is also a good thing for him. Thinking of this, Lu Qin gently stroked Wang Qingxi's jade back, and then said, Well, you can continue to stay in Baiwa Tower. If my eighth brother makes any moves in the future, notify me immediately. Seeing that Lu Chen agreed to her proposal, Wan Qingzi was very happy. She finally found an opportunity to show her own value. This was a good start, which meant that her value was no longer just for Lu Chen to play with. The next day, after getting up in the morning, Lu Chen ate something simple and then went to find Chu Yuqin. Seeing Lu Chen's extremely energetic look, Chu Yuqin felt a little curious. Why is it that Lu Chen is entangled with women every day, but his body does not seem to be affected too much? It stands to reason that men will lose their energy when engaging in sexual intercourse, and women are a big taboo for those who practice martial arts. Warriors often say, "Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword," and this statement is not groundless. If a warrior is obsessed with women, it is indeed possible that his reaction speed will decrease. Chu Yuqin thought to herself, could it be because Lu Chen has a destiny with the immortals? That's why he won't be affected by the affairs between men and women? Seeing Chu Yuqin's beautiful eyes sweeping over him, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, do I have anything on me?" After Chu Yuqin came to her senses and realized her own gaffe, she quickly coughed and said, "Chinner, I noticed that you have been having sex every day recently. Although it is important to continue the family line, you should also take care of your health." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Don't worry, Aunt Chu, I know what's going on. By the way, Aunt Chu, I came to see you today and I have something to tell you." Having said this, Lu Chen's expression turned serious. Lu Chen is like this. He will not smile or laugh when talking about serious matters. Seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, Chu Yuqin knew that there must be something important, so she asked, "Chinner, is it about the palace?" Lu Chen nodded and said, "I have asked someone to invite General Li Feng. I believe he will come to the palace soon." When Lu Chen mentioned Li Feng, Chu Yuqin realized that what Lu Chen was going to say might not be simple. At this time, the maid outside came in and said, "Your Majesty, General Li is here." Lu Chen said, "Aunt Chu, let's go to the martial arts training ground first." "Good." After the words fell, the two went to the martial arts training ground of the palace. Li Feng, wearing armor, was walking back and forth in the martial arts training ground. The armor on his body made clanging sounds. He was very curious about what important matter the King of the North wanted to find him for at this time. After the King of the North came to Beijun, he seemed to have done nothing except asking him to train the army. Even the opening of the shop was the responsibility of the princess, while the King of the North was living a life of debauchery in the inner courtyard. Of course, Li Feng always believed that it was the King of the North who was misleading others and making outsiders think that he was a useless prince. At this moment, Li Feng couldn't help but wonder, could it be that the King of the North came to him at this time because he felt that the time was right? He could start his next plan? Chapter 32: A Gift for Blood Moon Tower. After Lu Chen and Chu Yuqin arrived at the martial arts training ground, Li Feng quickly came over to salute and said, "I greet the prince and meet Madame Chu." Lu Chen nodded slightly and then said, "Let me talk about business. I got intelligence here that the Blood Moon Tower sent assassins to assassinate me. This time they not only sent 5 ninth-grade masters, but the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower also came in person." Hearing this, Li Feng's face changed instantly, and then he asked, "Your Majesty, are you sure that the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower will come in person?" Li Feng had heard of the deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower. It was said that the man had already reached the level of a half-step grandmaster, which made him very worried. Lu Chen said, "If the intelligence is correct, he should have come in person." Chu Yuqin thought for a moment, then said, "The Blood Moon Tower is really bold enough to send people to assassinate you again and again." Lu Chen said, "If they don't have someone supporting them, they wouldn't dare to do this." Li Feng looked at Lu Chen and asked tentatively, "My lord, what are you going to do?" Li Feng knew that Lu Chen had a weapon that could easily kill a ninth-grade master, so he thought that the King of the North should not be afraid of the assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower at all. But since Lu Chen found him, there must be some arrangement. Lu Chen did not answer immediately but asked, "General Li, have you completely controlled the army of Beijun?" Li Feng replied, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. Under my command, the army of Beijun has been completely under the control of the Beiwang Mansion." Lu Chen said, "This is the best." Since the people from the Blood Moon Tower are coming, let's entertain them well. By the way, General Li, go and call the soldiers who escorted me to Beijun. I have something else to tell you. Hearing this, Li Feng asked cautiously, Prince, in what name did you call them here? Those more than 100 soldiers are all 3rd or 4th rank warriors. Even though there are only more than 100 3rd or 4th rank warriors, in a poor place like Beijun, these people are considered a very powerful force. If they are all allowed to come to the Beiwang Mansion, it will definitely arouse the curiosity of the people in Yanqing. Moreover, there are many people watching the Northern Palace now. After Lu Qun came to Beijun, he had been enjoying himself every day. As a result, he suddenly summoned so many soldiers at this time. It is hard not to wonder whether the Northern Palace is going to do something big. Lu Qun thought for a moment and said, Just tell them that their families have arrived in Beijun. I will take this opportunity to hold a banquet to thank them for their escort and meet their relatives at the same time. Li Feng instantly understood what Lu Qun meant, and then said, Okay, Your Majesty, I'll do it right away. Li Feng then turned around and left the Northern Prince's palace. After Li Feng left, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Qun and said, Qin'er, the deputy leader of the Blood Moon Tower should have reached the level of a half-step master. I can hold him back by then, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to contain the other 5 9th-grade warriors. Although the mysterious weapon on Lu Qun is indeed powerful and can kill a 9th-grade warrior instantly, if the opponent attacks together, Lu Qun may not be able to react in time. Chu Yuqin was a little worried. There must be more than 6 people from the Blood Moon Tower who came to assassinate Lu Qun this time. Last time, they sent a lot of 3rd and 4th rank warriors to assassinate Lu Qun. This time when they come to Beijun, they will definitely send many 3rd and 4th rank warriors. Those 3rd and 4th rank warriors were not the main force, but they were able to hold back the people from the Northern Palace, making it difficult for them to protect Lu Qun. After what happened last time, Chu Yuqin realized that her ability alone was limited. Even if she could withstand the attack of a half-step grandmaster, she would not be able to restrain everyone. The last time facing the assassination attempt from Blood Moon Tower, if Lu Qun hadn't taken out that mysterious weapon at the critical moment, she would probably have lost her Qin'er forever. Lu Qun understood what Chu Yuqin was worried about, and then he said to Chu Yuqin, Aunt Chu, when General Li comes back later, I will show you something. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin became a little excited. She guessed that what Lu Qun showed her should be a weapon, but she didn't know what kind of weapon it was. Afterwards, the palace began to get busy. After hearing that Lu Qun was going to host a banquet for the relatives of the soldiers who had escorted them to Beijun, Mu Zixuan took the initiative to take charge of the event. Near noon, many people entered the Beiwang Palace. Seeing the carriages and horses coming and going, people were curious and thought that the Beiwang had taken another concubine. As the main person in charge of Yanyu Pavilion in Yanqing, Qinyu felt something was wrong when she saw so many people coming and going in Beiwang Mansion, so she disguised herself a little, came to the door of Beiwang Mansion, and found someone to inquire about the affairs of Beiwang Mansion. Sir, is there something important happening in the Northern Palace today? Why is it so lively? Hearing this question, the young man who was watching the fun in front of Qinyu answered, I heard that the King of the North wants to host a banquet for the soldiers and relatives who escorted him to Beijun. The young man whispered at this time, It is said that if it weren't for those people, the King of the North would have died on the way to Beijun. After hearing the young man's answer, Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it was. She thought the King of the North had already noticed something. The Blood Moon Tower will come to Beijun in a few days. It will be troublesome if the King of the North notices any clues at this time. Afterwards, Qinyu returned to Baihua Tower and told Wang Qingxi what happened in Beiwang Mansion today. Wang Qingxi was a little confused after hearing about the movements of the Northern Palace. If Lu Qun was planning to make arrangements in advance, he wouldn't have started now. After all, the people from the Blood Moon Tower hadn't arrived yet. Could it be that the King of the North really just wanted to thank the soldiers who escorted him to Beijun? Wang Qingxi always felt something was strange, but now she was the Northern King's person, so there was no need for her to try to find out what the Northern King was going to do. Besides, she still had to go to the Northern Prince's mansion to serve the Northern Prince tonight. If she wanted to know what the Northern Prince was doing, she could just ask him in the evening. Noon. Lu Qun has said some words of thanks at the banquet, and then let people eat and drink to their heart's content. At this time, Li Feng came to Lu Qin and whispered, "Your Majesty, everyone has arrived." Lu Qin nodded and then said, "After dinner, come to the backyard of the palace." After he finished speaking, Lu Qin started drinking with the soldiers. It was hard to tell whether he had anything important to tell them later. After lunch, the soldiers came to the backyard drunk. Lu Qin said he wanted to reward them, but the soldiers were not fools and they knew that the king of the north had something to talk to them about. After arriving at the backyard, Lu Qin glanced at these soldiers. The loyalty of these soldiers was basically above 80, so they could be considered his own people. When Chu Yuqin saw that everyone had arrived, she asked, "Qin'er, what was it that you said you wanted to show us?" Lu Qin smiled, and then asked someone to bring in a few cattle and sheep that had just been slaughtered at noon, and wrap them up in fine armor. Then Lu Qin took out a grenade that was bigger than an adult's fist and said to everyone, "Everyone step back 50 steps." Hearing this, everyone took 50 steps back without even thinking. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qin opened the safety pin and threw the grenade out. The next moment, a deafening sound was heard, which frightened the soldiers who were already drunk and made them sober up. After a while, their ears were still buzzing. As the grenade exploded, a cloud of white smoke rose in the distance, and countless holes appeared on the armor wrapped around the cattle and sheep. Seeing this scene, the soldiers were stunned and stood there, not daring to move. Heavenly thunder? Their prince can summon heavenly thunder? Is this true or false? Is this something a human can do? Could it be that their prince isn't immortal? Although some of the soldiers were still confused, Li Feng and Chu Yuqin had already realized that the sound just now was produced by the thing in Lu Qin's hand. But even so, Li Feng and Chu Yuqin still felt extremely shocked. Lu Qin said at this time, "Okay, come and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qin walked towards the place where the explosion had just occurred. Seeing that their prince had gone there, the soldiers hurriedly followed. Chapter 33 Breakthrough to the 9th rank. Lu Qin got the grenade from the novice gift pack, and he has never used it. In order to test the explosion range of these grenades, Lu Qin took out one for test explosion. The grenades in the novice gift pack are much larger than the ordinary grenades on Earth. They are not grenades that can be carried with you, so they are more powerful. When Lu Qin approached the place where the grenade exploded, he found that all the armor within a 10-meter range had been penetrated by the fragments from the grenade explosion, and the bodies of the cattle and sheep were full of holes. When the soldiers saw the wounds on the cattle and sheep, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, they were quite far away from them. If they were closer, their bodies would probably be full of bloody holes. Lu Qin then said to Chu Yuqin and Li Feng, "General Li and Chu, what do you think of the weapon I just used?" Li Feng immediately said, "If the prince possesses such a magical weapon, he will surely be able to unify the world." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, the soldiers half knelt in unison, and then said in unison, "We congratulate the prince on obtaining the artifact. The prince will surely unify the world and be feared by all." Lu Qin was speechless. What the hell, what a bunch of flatterers. "Okay, everyone get up." Hearing Lu Qin's words, the soldiers immediately stood up again. Chu Yuqin asked at this time, "Qin'er, isn't that thing just now disposable? Do you have more?" Lu Qin said, "There are not many, only a few dozen, but when the conditions are ripe in the future, we can make them ourselves." Hearing Lu Qin's answer, Chu Yuqin was extremely excited. With this magical weapon, it would probably be easier for Lu Qin to compete for the position in the capital in the future. Lu Qin then pulled out a grenade from his sleeve like a magician, and said to Li Feng, "General Li, I will teach you how to use it first. When the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower come, you can use this thing to entertain them." "Yes, Your Majesty." Immediately afterwards, Lu Qin taught Li Feng and the soldiers how to use grenades. Of course, this time he did not directly pull out the safety pin. After teaching the soldiers how to use it, Lu Qin said to them, "When the Northern King was giving rewards to the soldiers, a thunderbolt struck the palace, scaring the Northern King so much that he hid in his room for the entire afternoon." When the soldiers heard Lu Qin's words, they immediately understood what he meant. After all, the sound of the grenade explosion was so loud that the people living around the palace must have heard it. If I don't find an excuse, it might arouse people's suspicion. As soon as Lu Qin finished speaking, he asked someone to quickly clean up the backyard, and then he returned to the main courtyard. After Li Feng and the soldiers left the backyard, their relatives surrounded them and asked them what had just happened. Li Feng and the others said that a bolt of lightning had just struck the backyard, scaring the prince. In the evening, the news that the Northern Prince's palace was struck by lightning spread throughout Yanqing. People suspected that the Northern Prince had done something unscrupulous, which led to him being struck by lightning. At the same time, Baiwa Tower, Wang Qingxi was sitting on the beauty couch in the attic, with her skirt half pulled up, looking very lazy. At this time, Qin Yu came to the attic. "Granny Yu, what's the matter?" Wang Qingxi asked first. Qin Yu replied, "Saintess, our people heard the news that when the Northern King was rewarding the soldiers after lunch at noon, thunder struck from the sky, scaring the Northern King so much that he hid in his room and did not come out for the entire afternoon." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi smiled slightly, then got up from the beauty bed and looked very interested. "This is quite interesting. Is the Northern King injured?" Wang Qingxi naturally didn't think that Lu Qin was really frightened by the thunder and hid in his room for an entire afternoon. She only suspected that King Bei was preparing something. It is obvious that words like "scared by thunder" are meant to divert people's attention. Qin Yu said at this time, "We don't know about this." Wang Qingxi said calmly, "Then I will go to the Northern Palace to find out more information in the evening." Hearing this, Qin Yu said with some concern, "Saintess, you go to the Northern Palace every night, it is easy for Chu Yuqin to find you. Before the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrive, I think it is better for you not to go to the Northern Palace for the time being." Wang Qingxi said, "Don't worry about this. I usually don't go near the inner courtyard, so Chu Yuqin won't be able to find me." Having said that, Wang Qingxi stood up and prepared to change clothes and go to the Northern Palace. When the night is quiet, a black figure appeared again in the inner courtyard of the Northern Prince's palace. At this time, Chu Yuqin was still patrolling in the inner courtyard. Because of the grenade incident during the day, Chu Yuqin was worried that spies would come to the Beiwang mansion to inquire about the news, so she was particularly serious tonight. When Chu Yuqin saw a black figure swaggering into the main courtyard of the Northern Prince's mansion, she was about to take action, but she heard the woman in black say with a smile, "This servant greets Madame Chu. Good evening, Madame Chu." Hearing Wang Qingxi's voice, Chu Yuqin snorted coldly and said, "Take off your veil." Wang Qingxi took off the veil without hesitation. After confirming that it was Wang Qingxi's identity, Chu Yuqin turned around and left without saying anything to Wang Qingxi. Seeing Chu Yuqin leaving, Wang Qingxi's mouth curled up slightly, and then he said to himself, "It seems that Madame Chu really hates me." After he finished speaking, Wang Qingxi walked towards Lu Chen's room. After entering the room, Wang Qingxi originally planned to ask Lu Chen if anything happened in the palace during the day, but his mouth was blocked before he could say anything. Wang Qingxi was speechless. Although her opinion of the King of the North had changed a lot, she also found that the rumors about the King of the North being lustful were absolutely true. The King of the North can no longer be described as lustful, he is simply a lust-hungry ghost. Wang Qingxi naturally didn't know why Lu Chen was so anxious. Lu Chen only needed 30 experience points to break through to the second level of the qi refining technique. Of course, he was very anxious. He couldn't wait to become a 9th grade warrior. As he and Wang Qingxi completed their relationship development, the system prompt finally sounded. The host and Wang Qingxi develop a relationship, and the experience value of qi refining art increases by 20. Emotional crit is triggered, and the experience value increases by another 40. The qi refining art breaks through to the second level, and the experience value of the rejuvenation hand increases by 10. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 9th level. After hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen finally calmed down. Then he felt a powerful force surging into his body. All of a sudden, his body became lighter, and he seemed to have endless energy. Not only that, he found that his eyesight had become clearer, and his brain was particularly alert. After enjoying the unique feeling brought by the improvement of his realm, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "Is this a 9th grade warrior? I never thought that one day I would be able to become a 9th rank warrior." When he was in the capital, he always thought that he would just lie there for the rest of his life and would be an ordinary person all his life. After all, he had no talent for martial arts, and could not bear the hardship of practicing martial arts. Unexpectedly, after obtaining the system, he broke through to the 9th level in less than half a year. Very nice. After improving his own strength, he has also acquired a certain ability to protect himself. In the future, he can go out and plan the future development direction of Beijun. Chapter 34, Dark and Windy Night. A few days later. Baiwa Tower. Today, when many guests arrived at the entrance of Baihualu, they found that the door was closed. There was a sign at the door with a line of words written on it, saying that Baihualu would be closed for renovation in preparation for the Oiran conference in half a month. This kind of thing is not surprising. The reason why Baihualu has become the most lively place in Yanqing is because of its continuous upgrading and renovation, which provides guests with many new and interesting things. Moreover, after each upgrade and renovation, many beautiful girls would come, and this renovation also made the guests of Baihualu start to look forward to it. Of course, this renovation of Baiwa Tower was not a real renovation, but because the guests from Shiyue Tower had arrived. At this time, in the attic of Baiwa Tower, a man wearing a bamboo hat was looking in the direction of Beiwang Palace. Wang Qingxi sat on the beauty couch, her two slender legs crossed, her buttocks pressing the couch slightly concave. Lu Yuan then said, "Thank you, Miss Wang, for giving me the opportunity to take revenge myself." In Lu Yuan's opinion, if Yanyu Pavilion wanted to take action against the Northern King, it would be entirely possible for them to kill the Northern King without the mysterious master. However, they did not take action. Instead, they waited for the Blood Moon Tower to arrive before discussing how to assassinate the Northern King. This gave the Blood Moon Tower the opportunity to take action. Wang Qingxi said with a smile, "Master Lu, I didn't wait until today just for you. I waited until today to ensure that this assassination would be foolproof." Lu Yuan said, "No matter what Miss Wang thinks, objectively speaking, she still gives me a chance." At this moment, Lu Yuan wished he could rush into the Northern Prince's palace and chop off the Northern Prince's head with his own hands. Although his younger brother Lu Tong might have been killed by the mysterious master of the Northern King's palace, he still put the debt on the Northern King. The reason is very simple. First of all, he may not be the opponent of the mysterious master. Secondly, Lu Tong died because of the assassination of the Northern King, which is related to the Northern King. Since the mysterious master cannot be found and defeated, the only thing they can do is kill the King of the North to vent their anger. At first, he thought the task of assassinating the useless Prince Beiwang was simple, so he asked his younger brother to go. Unexpectedly, when he saw Lu Tong again, Lu Tong's body had been burnt. If the Northern King had not died at his hands, it would have been difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Wang Qingxi asked at this time, "Master Lu, are you planning to start tonight?" Lu Yuan said, "Yes, I can't wait to chop off the Northern King's head and offer sacrifice to the soul of my brother in heaven." Wang Qingxi said, "Well, our Yanyu Pavilion will fully cooperate with the Blood Moon Tower tonight. If you need anything, please let us know." Lu Yuan asked, "Miss Wang, just in case, I'd like to ask you one more question. Are you sure that the mysterious master who followed the Northern King to the palace has left?" Wang Qingxi smiled and said, "I have been to the palace many times just to inquire about this matter. According to the information I have collected, the mysterious master has indeed left the palace and returned to the Chu family." Lu Yuan said, "That would be the best." Wang Qingxi smiled and said, "Master Lu, even if the information we collected from Yanyu Pavilion might be false, you don't have to worry too much. Even if that mysterious master returns to the Northern Palace again, with your strength, it should be no problem to hold him back. While you're holding him back, we can definitely get rid of the Northern King." Lu Yuan thought about it and felt that what Wang Qingxi said made sense. After all, they have 5 ninth-grade masters and 1 half-step grandmaster this time. If we don't count that mysterious master, there is only Chu Yuqin, a 9th-rank person, in the Northern Palace. 1 9th-grade person has no way of restraining 6 9th-grade people. So the Northern King will definitely die tonight. It would be useless even if that mysterious master came. At this time, Wang Qingxi took out a map of the Northern Prince's mansion. "This is the map of the Northern Prince's mansion. When we take action tonight, our people from the Misty Rain Pavilion will go directly to the backyard to block the Northern Prince's escape route. As for the matters in the front yard, let the Blood Moon Tower complete them. What do you think, Master Lu? If Mr. Lu has other ideas, you can also bring them up." Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then said, "Okay, let's do as Miss Wang said." However, if Chu Yuqin wants to stop me at that time, can you trouble Miss Wang to hold her back for a while so that I can go and take the head of the Northern King? Chu Yuqin is a difficult person to deal with. If she comes out to stop him from killing Lu Qin, he might need some time to get rid of her entanglement. Although he could ask other 9th grade masters to kill him, Lu Yuan wanted to do it himself. Wang Qingxi said, "That's no problem." Then Wang Qingxi said, "Well, let's each get ready." At the same time, Northern Palace. When the Blood Moon Tower arrived at the 100 Flowers Tower, Lu Qin received the news from Wang Qingxi. He immediately began to mobilize troops and prepared an ambush in the palace. This time he distributed a total of 20 grenades to the soldiers, which were more than enough to deal with Lu Yuan and his men. Moreover, they did not throw grenades right away. After the people from the Blood Moon Tower entered their ambush circle, the soldiers would shoot arrows first. In an ambush, even if Lu Yuan and his group were at least at the 3rd or 4th level, most of them would be shot to death. Grenades are mainly used to deal with the 5 9th grade masters and the deputy master of the Blood Moon Tower. In order to prevent Mu Zixuan and the other 3 pregnant wives and concubines from being frightened, Lu Qin moved them to the secret passage of the palace in advance. After everything is ready, just wait for night to fall. The cold wind was blowing at night. There is no moon or stars tonight, and thick dark clouds gather above people's heads, as if the sky is about to fall down. At this time, the entire Beiwang mansion was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind. After an unknown amount of time, a group of people in black broke into the palace from the main gate. When Lu Yuan and his companions entered the palace, they did not see anyone at the door, not even a patrolling guard. This made Lu Yuan feel something was wrong. The Northern Prince's palace is so big that it is impossible for it to not have even one guard. Maybe the King of the North learned about their coming in advance and ran away. At this time, Lu Yuan had not thought about the possibility that the Northern Palace would ambush them. After all, there were enough 9th grade warriors coming with them this time, and they did not take the Northern Palace seriously at all. In Lu Yuan's opinion, even if the Northern Prince's mansion knew they were coming, the Northern Prince would only be scared and run away, and it would be impossible for them to ambush them. Unless the King of the North has lost his mind, he would not do such a thing. At this time, Lu Yuan's face darkened. If the Northern King really escaped, it would probably take some time to kill him. The people in Beijing can't wait, and I don't want to waste time. Lu Yuan then said to his men, "Search for me. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find the King of the North for me." Chapter 35 Immortal. There is an immortal in the Northern Palace. Following Lu Yuan's order, people from the Blood Moon Tower immediately poured into the Northern Prince's palace. Just as the people from the Blood Moon Tower arrived at the training ground, countless arrows flew from the sky. At this time, someone shouted loudly, "Owner! We have fallen into a trap!" Looking at the rain of arrows from the sky, Lu Yuan was not panicked at all. He just snorted coldly and said, "It's just a dying struggle." A 9th grade warrior cannot be killed by a rain of arrows, not to mention that he is a half-step master and can already release his internal energy. These rain of arrows had no way of hitting him, and even if they did, they could not cause him any harm. In his eyes, this ambush and sneak attack was just a small trick. Lu Yuan immediately said, "Come closer to me immediately." Hearing this, the people in the Blood Moon Tower quickly turned their backs to each other, and waved their swords continuously to block the rain of arrows from the sky. Seeing this scene, Lu Qin was stunned. Damn it, is this the world of martial arts? The last time he came to Beijun to take up his fiefdom, he was in the carriage and did not see the scene of his own guards resisting the rain of arrows. Today's scene shocked him deeply. Without using a shield, can one use the sword in one's hand to block the rain of arrows? Although some people failed to block the attack completely, and were still shot to death, most of the people in the Blood Moon Tower survived. Today's scene also made Lu Qin realize how important the fragmentation grenade given to him by the system is. If there were no grenades with the few people in their palace, they would have no way of dealing with the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. At this moment, Lu Qin also felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, the system gave him a novice gift package which contained modern killing weapons such as grenades. As soon as the soldiers in the palace finished shooting the arrows, Lu Yuan looked at the rooftops in the distance and said sarcastically, "With just these few arrows, you think you can kill us? Isn't the king of the north a little too naive?" Lu Qin had no intention of wasting time talking to Lu Yuan. He directly said to Li Feng and the others, "Ignore them. Just throw the grenade. Pull the safety pin and wait for 3 breaths." Hearing this, Li Feng and others quickly took out the grenades in their arms. At this moment, the soldiers holding the grenades in their hands couldn't help but tremble a little. After all, they had seen the power of this killing weapon. They were afraid that they might accidentally fail to throw the grenade away. If they hadn't been thrown out, they would probably have been the ones to die. Seeing how nervous the soldiers were, Lu Qin said, "Don't worry, we won't bomb you." As soon as Lu Qin finished speaking, Li Feng pulled the safety pin of the grenade in his hand, and then after holding it for less than 2 seconds, he threw the grenade forcefully into the crowd in the Blood Moon building. Although Li Feng is a 7th rank warrior, he is also very nervous when using killing weapons such as grenades. Originally, Lu Qin wanted them to explode in midair. No one knew whether those warriors would kick the grenades back. If they did, they would be in trouble. Fortunately, when Li Feng threw the grenade into the crowd, Lu Yuan and others did not take it seriously. They thought it was a stone thrown by the Northern Palace, and they easily dodged the grenade thrown by Li Feng. Lu Yuan mocked again. "Ha ha ha, has the Northern Palace become so poor that it has no arrows left and can only throw stones?" However, as soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, a loud noise exploded in the crowd. Boom! As a cloud of white smoke rose, people around were killed or injured, and there was wailing at the scene. After seeing this scene, everyone in the Blood Moon Tower was stunned and did not react for a long time. It was not until the second grenade exploded in the crowd that the warriors from the Blood Moon Tower began to flee in all directions like crazy. "Oh my God! It's thunder! Run! Someone in the Northern Palace will summon thunder! Immortal! There is an immortal in the Northern Palace!" Seeing the people from the Blood Moon Tower fleeing in all directions, Lu Yuan clenched the sword in his hand, and then roared with all his strength. "Stop right there! I will kill anyone who tries to escape!" Before Lu Yuan could finish his words, a soldier from the palace threw a grenade towards where Lu Yuan was. Lu Yuan is not a fool. He has already understood that this is the thing that exploded just now. Although he doesn't know why this thing can have such great destructive power, he is very clear that this thing is very dangerous. Lu Yuan quickly kicked his legs forward and retreated 10 steps. However, when the grenade exploded, a piece of fragment directly passed by his leg, causing his leg to bleed. Lu Yuan was considered to be relatively lucky. At this moment, the 9th grade warrior who was closest to Lu Yuan was hit directly by the grenade, and more than a dozen bloody holes were instantly blown on him. Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan's body couldn't help but tremble. There was no doubt that he was scared. He had never seen such a strange weapon. It clearly looked like just a piece of stone, but after it exploded, it was able to kill a 9th grade warrior instantly. This completely overturned his cognition. He had never heard of such a weapon. How could such a weapon exist in this world? If that dynasty had such a deadly weapon, it would have unified the world long ago. At the same time, the backyard of the palace. When Wang Qingxi and the people from Baiwa Tower arrived at the backyard of the palace, they also heard a loud explosion. Hearing those voices, Wang Qingxi was stunned for a moment. At this time, Qinyu beside her said, "Saint, it looks like it's going to rain soon, which is just right to cover up our actions." Qinyu thought that the rumbling sound was thunder, but Wang Qingxi obviously didn't think so. Although the dark clouds were indeed thicker tonight, the sound was obviously not coming from the sky, and there was a loud echo. Something must have happened over there in the front yard. It seems that the King of the North has quite a few secrets. At this time, one of the assassins from the Misty Rain Pavilion suddenly reminded, "Saint, there's someone!" As soon as the words fell, everyone in Baiwa Tower became alert instantly. The main reason they came to the back door of the palace was to block the escape route of the Northern King. Since someone appeared at the back door, it meant that the Northern King and his men were preparing to escape. Just when everyone in the Misty Rain Pavilion thought they were about to see the escaped servant of the Northern Prince's mansion, they discovered a beautiful woman in a green cloud-colored dress and with a cloud-like bun slowly walking to the backyard door. The people from Yanyu Pavilion recognized this woman instantly. She was none other than Chu Yuqin, the 9th grade master in the Northern Palace. Seeing Chu Yuqin appear in the backyard, Chen Yu and other assassins from Yanyu Pavilion were stunned. Chu Yuqin is a 9th rank master. Instead of staying by the king of the north side to protect him, she actually ran to the backyard at this time? What's going on? For a moment, a bad premonition came to people's minds. Chu Yuqin asked coldly. It's so late, where are you going, Miss Wang? Wang Qingxi replied with a smile. I came to the Northern Prince's mansion to serve the prince. Chu Yuqin snorted coldly and said, Do you need so many people to serve Chiner? Chen Yu took the initiative to step forward at this time. She immediately walked in front of Wang Qingxi and said, Saintess, please go to the front yard and check the situation. I feel something is wrong. I will hold them back. Before Chen Yu could finish his words, he felt a chill on his back, and then a sharp pain swept through his body. Chen Yu lowered his head slightly, somewhat unable to believe the blade on his chest. She turned her head and found that the person who killed her was Wang Qingxi. Saint Yu! Wang Qingxi then drew out his sword, and before Chen Yu could finish his words, Chen Yu fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, the killers from Yanyu Pavilion were stunned. They never dreamed that their saint would attack their own people at this time. At this time, Wang Qingxi said to Chu Yuqin again, Madam Chu, please help me to clean up these people and don't let them escape. After hearing what Wang Qingxi said, no matter how dumb the assassins from Yanyu Pavilion were, they realized that Wang Qingxi was betraying the 8th prince. One of them shouted, Everyone, run! We must spread the news of the saint's betrayal. After saying that, the assassins from Yanyu Pavilion fled in several directions. At this time, Chu Yuqin just glanced at him coldly. Soon, more than a dozen corpses appeared at the back gate of the palace. Chapter 36 Man, times have changed. After Chu Yuqin dealt with the assassins from Yanyu Pavilion, she went to the martial arts training ground with Wang Qingxi. Wang Qingxi was somewhat curious as to why Chu Yuqin dared to leave Bei Wang at this time. Although she knew that Bei Wang might have some strength, there were so many 9th grade warriors coming to Blood Moon Tower after all, and there was even a half-stepped grandmaster. Could it be that Chu Yuqin is really not worried at all that her Chena would be killed? Or, in Chu Yuqin's opinion, Lu Chen is fully capable of dealing with the killers in the Blood Moon Tower? Is the Northern Palace already so powerful? Just when Wang Qingxi's mind was full of questions, they had already arrived at the martial arts training ground of the palace. Seeing the people from the Blood Moon Tower surrounded in the martial arts training ground, Wang Qingxi was stunned. At this time, the martial arts training ground was littered with corpses, but these corpses were all those of the killers from the Blood Moon Tower. Currently, only 2 9th grade masters and the Blood Moon Tower's deputy owner Lu Yuan are still alive in the Blood Moon Tower. But the situation of the 3 of them was very bad. The 3 of them were covered in blood, and the 2 surviving 9th grade warriors were obviously seriously injured. If they were not treated in time, they would probably be close to death. It hasn't been long. The soldiers of the Northern Palace actually captured all the assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower? Wang Qingxi felt like he was dreaming. She knew that the Northern Palace might have some strength, but she never expected that the Northern Palace could get rid of the assassin from the Blood Moon Tower in such a short time. That's 5 9th grade ones. There is also a half-step grandmaster. Even if there really is a powerful master in the Northern Palace, it is impossible that he could eliminate so many people in less than a quarter of an hour, right? How did the Northern Palace do it? At this time, Wang Qingxi turned his head and looked at Lu Chun, who was walking towards the martial arts training ground from a distance. If you want to know how the Northern Palace did it, perhaps you will have to ask the Northern King in person later. At this time, Lu Yuan stuck his sword into the ground to support his wounded body. When he saw the Northern King slowly walking out of the crowd, he gritted his teeth and sneered. Northern King, I didn't expect you to be the one hiding the deepest. It seems that everyone in the world has been deceived by you. Lu Yuan at this time no longer had the same fighting spirit as before. In just a short time, almost all the people he brought with him were killed, leaving only 3 seriously injured people. The kind of weapon that the Northern Palace just took out, let alone a half-step Grandmaster, I'm afraid even a real Grandmaster might not be able to completely block it. He never dreamed that one day he would fall into the hands of a useless prince. Hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Chen said calmly, Master Lu, do you have any last words to say? When I destroy the Blood Moon Tower in the future, I may be able to pass your last words to your master. Lu Yuan laughed and said, You little brat, since you want to kill me, I will also drag you to be buried with you. Having said that, Lu Yuan suddenly pulled out the sword that was stuck in the ground, and then ran straight towards Lu Chen. A ferocious and complacent smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. If the Northern King had not come out before, he would definitely not have been able to kill him. But Bei Wangqian should never come out and mock him at this time. The distance was so close, and he was a half-stepped grandmaster. Although he was seriously injured, it was still no problem for him to kill a piece of trash. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingxi's face changed drastically and he exclaimed, Not good! Just when Wang Qingxi thought that something was going to happen to Lu Qin, he discovered that no one around him moved. The soldiers of the palace and Chu Yuqin just stood there, watching the scene quietly, as if they did not see that Lu Yuan wanted to die together with Lu Qin. Wang Qingxi was stunned. She didn't understand why the soldiers in the palace and Chu Yuqin had such a calm reaction. Lu Yuan is a half-step master. Even if he was seriously injured, it would not be a problem for him to drag a 9th-rank master to take his place with him before he died. But the people in the palace were indifferent to this scene. Soon, Wang Qingxi understood why the people in the palace had no reaction to this scene. At this time, Lu Qin took out a black stick-like weapon and pointed it at Lu Yuan, who was rushing towards him. When Lu Yuan saw the stick in Lu Chen's hand, he laughed loudly and said, You are just a useless prince, and you dare to fight me alone. Do you think that I can't kill you just because I am seriously injured? Seeing that the people around him did not move, and seeing Lu Chen took out a stick, Lu Yuan thought that Lu Chen was stupid and wanted to end his life himself. As he spoke, Lu Yuan had already arrived in front of Lu Chen. Go to hell! Seeing that the sword in Lu Yuan's hand was about to chop towards Lu Chen, Wang Qingxi's heart was in his throat. However, at this time, what she worried about did not happen. At this moment, a huge voice sounded, and then Lu Chen's body took a step back. Gang! At the moment of the gunshot, Lu Chen smiled and said, Brother, times have changed. The next moment, Lu Yuan's body flew out instantly, and a huge bloody hole appeared on his back. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingxi was completely stunned. What just happened? What was that loud noise? She only saw Lu Yuan swinging his sword at the King of the North, and then the King of the North pointed a stick at Lu Yuan, and then Lu Yuan flew out, and a huge bloody hole appeared on his body. The King of the North didn't move at all, but Lu Yuan died? Wang Qingxi was not a fool. She quickly realized that Lu Yuan was killed by the black stick-like thing in Lu Chen's hand. Wang Qingxi's brain was a little confused. A half-step grandmaster. Just die like that? What weapon is in the Northern King's hand and why is it so terrifying? Does this world really have such a weapon that can kill a half-step grandmaster in seconds? Wang Qingxi's brain instantly connected all the recent events. She finally understood why the first assassination attempt at Blood Moon Tower failed. I finally understood why the King of the North was not afraid of the assassination attempt by the Blood Moon Tower at all. At the same time, she also understood why the soldiers in the Northern Prince's mansion, including Chu Yuqin herself, were indifferent when the Northern Prince was in danger. Where is Bei Wang in danger? The one in danger is Lu Yuan. A half-step grandmaster just took a look at the Northern King, and a huge bloody hole instantly appeared on his body. With this weapon in hand, the King of the North is not afraid of any half-step master. Not to mention a half-step grandmaster, even a grandmaster would probably not be able to resist that mysterious weapon. Seeing the black stick in Lu Chen's hand again, Wang Qingxi couldn't help but break out in sweat on his white forehead. The black stick seemed to emit a strong bloody aura, causing Wang Qingxi's delicate body to tremble unconsciously. In fact, let alone Wang Qingxi, even Li Feng and others who had seen Lu Qin use Barrett to snipe an 8th-grade warrior once before were also shocked by this scene. The last time the Blood Moon Tower assassinated the Northern King, he only killed an 8th-rank warrior. And the one who died at the hands of the Northern King this time was a half-step grandmaster. Half-step grandmaster. This is an existence that even the imperial court wants to win over. Moreover, even the previous grenade failed to kill the half-step grandmaster of the Blood Moon Tower. But in front of the Northern King, and in front of the Northern King's mysterious weapon, killing this half-step Grand Master was just a matter of a moment. Seeing the huge bloody hole on Lu Yuan's back, almost everyone felt a chill on their backs. For a moment, the entire training ground was as quiet as a cemetery at night, until the two remaining 9th grade warriors in the Blood Moon Tower begged for mercy, and people came to their senses. Chapter 37: The Northern King in Wang Qingxi's Eyes. The two surviving 9th grade warriors in the Blood Moon Tower completely lost the idea of resisting after seeing Lu Yuan being killed instantly by the Northern King with a mysterious weapon. A half-step Grandmaster was killed like a chicken by the Northern King. What resistance could these two 9th grade warriors have? That's a half-step Grandmaster. A half-step Grandmaster who is only one step away from being a Grandmaster. Not to mention the Grandmaster, even for a Grandmaster it would be difficult to kill a half-step Grandmaster instantly. As a result, he was instantly killed by the Northern Prince, who was rumored to be a waste. Your Highness, please spare my life. I was threatened by Lu Yuan, and I have no intention of going against you. Your Majesty, spare my life. I know where the Blood Moon Tower is hidden. If your Majesty wants to destroy the Blood Moon Tower, I can lead the way for you. The two 9th rank warriors from the Blood Moon Tower kowtowed as they spoke. The blood on their heads had already stuck their hair together. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingxi felt mixed emotions. She once thought that 9th rank warriors were so powerful, especially after she became a 9th rank warrior. She thought that one day she would be able to use her own strength to get rid of Yanyu Pavilion and the Wang family. But now it seems that the 9th rank is just this level. Not to mention the 9th rank, even the status of a half-step Grandmaster might decline significantly in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Qingxi glanced at the black stick in Lu Chen's hand again. With that mysterious weapon, any half-step Grandmaster is no different from an ordinary person. If the Northern Palace could mass-produce the same weapons, I'm afraid the entire martial arts world would be overturned in the future. At this moment, Wang Qingxi seemed to have seen the collapse of the martial arts world and the scene of the Northern King unifying the entire continent. At this time, Li Feng said to Lu Chen, "Prince, do you want to keep these two? Perhaps they can help us find the location of the Blood Moon Tower." Lu Chen thought for a moment, then asked, "Generally, can you guarantee that these two 9th rank warriors will not escape?" Li Feng said, "Your Majesty, we can use hooks to lock their scapulae so that they cannot use their power." Lu Chen smiled and said, "Generally, what I'm asking is whether you can guarantee that these two 9th rank warriors won't escape." This? Li Feng was silent. He certainly had no way of guaranteeing that. Even if the hooks were used to hook the scapula of these two people, they might still be able to escape in various ways. After all, they were 9th grade warriors. Seeing that Li Feng was silent, Lu Chen could basically confirm that Li Feng had no way to be sure that it was absolutely safe. Although he now has a 9th grade master and a half-step grandmaster by his side, one is Wang Qingxi and the other is Chu Yuqing. He can't possibly let the two of them watch the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. If Li Feng and his men were asked to watch over these two assassins, Li Feng was a 7th rank soldier, and the rest of the soldiers were all 3rd or 4th ranks. If the assassins from Blood Moon Tower really broke free, these soldiers might not be able to stop them. So to be on the safe side, it's better to get rid of these two people. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said nothing, and took out the Desert Eagle from his sleeve like a magic trick, then aimed at the two 9th grade warriors and fired 2 shots. The last 2 assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower also fell to the ground. At this point, all the assassins sent by the Blood Moon Tower were wiped out, and the 8th Prince's plan failed again. Seeing the 2 9th rank masters lying on the ground, the soldiers couldn't help but swallow. If it were in the past, one 9th grade warrior would be able to defeat 50 of them. Under normal circumstances, these 2 9th rank kings are fully capable of killing all of their more than 100 soldiers. But now, the 2 9th rank masters were easily executed by their prince. The weapons on the prince are simply terrifying. They dare not think about what would happen if someone used this weapon on them in the future. At this time, Li Feng and others were extremely grateful. Fortunately, they were smart and knew to stay in Beijun. If they had chosen to return to the capital, let alone whether they could get out of Yanqing. Even if they return to the capital, when the Northern King rises in the future, they will probably have to face the mysterious weapons in the Northern King's hands. When the soldiers thought of the previous grenade explosion scene, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Wang Qingxi stared at the desert eagle in Lu Chen's hand. She thought that the King of the North only had that long black weapon, but she didn't expect that the King of the North actually had a mysterious weapon that could easily kill a 9th-grade warrior. How could the Northern King have such a terrible weapon? Where did these weapons come from? Wang Qingxi was very sure that there was no such terrifying weapon in this world, otherwise the martial arts world would have been in chaos long ago. At this moment, Lu Chen turned his head and looked at Wang Qingxi. Wang Qingxi's delicate body trembled slightly, and her brain was stunned. Just being glanced at by Lu Chen made Wang Qingxi's heart filled with fear. In her mind, the King of the North was now a god of death, a synonym for mystery. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Qingxi, how are you people from Yanyu Pavilion going to deal with this?" Lu Chen only subdued Wang Qingxi, so he did not plan to keep anyone from Yanyu Pavilion. It would be best to eliminate all factors that could not be fully controlled. He has not yet grown to the point where he can become an enemy of the entire world, so he still needs to be cautious and careful in what he does. After hearing Lu Chen's question, Wang Qingxi immediately replied, "Don't worry, Your Majesty, Madame Chu and I have dealt with them all just now." Lu Chen was a little surprised to hear Wang Qingxi's answer. To be honest, she didn't expect Wang Qingxi to be so cruel. After all, she was the saint of Yanyu Pavilion and grew up in Yanyu Pavilion. Chu Yuqin asked at this time, "Chener, what are you going to do next?" Now they have thwarted another assassination attempt by the Blood Moon Tower, but Chu Yuqin does not think that the Blood Moon Tower will let it go. This time their deputy building owner died in the Northern Prince's mansion, and the Blood Moon building is famous for its vengeance, so they will definitely come back for revenge. The situation of the palace will still not be very good in the future. Lu Chen thought about it, and then said, "Let's spread what happened today and say that the mysterious master of the palace did not leave. With the help of the master of the palace, we thwarted another assassination attempt by the Blood Moon Tower." Lu Chen does not plan to let more people know about his Desert Eagle and battery, so for now he can only use the mysterious master to deter those who are hostile to the palace. Chu Yuqin pondered for a moment, and thought that there was nothing wrong with Lu Chen's approach. "Chener, go check on Zixuan and the others. Leave this to us." Mu Zixuan and the others were still in the tunnel. They must have heard the noise from the palace a long time ago, and must be very worried at this moment, so Chu Yuqin wanted Lu Chen to go and see them first. Mu Zixuan and the other 3 are all pregnant, so they can't be too scared. Lu Chen said okay, and turned and left. At the same time, inside the palace tunnel, Mu Zixuan and the 2 Zhou sisters were looking at the top of the tunnel with worry. Zhou Xiaoxiao said to Mu Zixuan at this time, "Sister Mu, the prince should be okay, right?" Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu had experienced the confiscation of their homes and the extermination of their clans, so they were very sensitive to such things. They did not want to go back to their previous lives. It could be said that the King of the North was the sky for these 2 sisters. If anything happened to the King of the North, their sky would collapse. Mu Zixuan comforted him. "Don't worry, the prince will be fine." Although Mu Zixuan did not see with her own eyes the scene where Lu Chen used the mysterious weapon to kill the 9th-rank warrior last time, she heard about it from her personal guards afterwards. So she was very confident that the man she married must be no simple man, and he would be able to easily deal with the assassination attempt by the Blood Moon Tower. They just needed to wait here. Just then, a tall and strong man entered the tunnel. Seeing that it was Lu Chen, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yu rushed up without hesitation and hugged Lu Chen. "Great, Your Majesty, you are okay." "Woo woo woo, I'm scared to death." Lu Chen patted Zhou Yu and Zhou Xiaoxiao on the back and said with a smile, "Okay, it's okay, it's okay." Chapter 38 Rumors in the Capital. Early in the morning, the Beijun army blockaded Yanqing. On the streets, almost every street was filled with soldiers coming and going. Seeing this scene, the people were so scared that they ran home quickly. At the same time, the gate of the county magistrate's mansion was surrounded by a group of soldiers. Before Li Rui got up, he heard his wife rushing into the room and shouting, "Master, something bad has happened!" After hearing his wife's voice, Li Rui got up from the bed and asked dazedly, "Madam, what happened?" Madam Li said quickly, A group of soldiers came to the door and said they wanted to search the county governor's mansion. Hearing this, Li Rui's eyes suddenly widened and he woke up instantly. He immediately stood up from the bed. What's going on? Why are there soldiers searching the county magistrate's mansion? Madame Li said. I don't know what happened, master, go and have a look. They are about to break in. Li Rui hurried towards the gate of the county magistrate's mansion without even having time to put on his clothes. At this time, Li Rui was extremely nervous. He wondered if the king of the north was going to take action against him, the county magistrate. But he changed his mind and thought he had handed over the military power and was still working diligently for the northern king. The northern king would not take action against him, right? He is now considered the northern king's man. How could a vassal king attack his own people? If he, the county magistrate, were gone, it would be even more difficult for the king of the north to suppress the powerful groups in the north county. Soon, Li Rui appeared at the gate of the county magistrate's mansion. Seeing that the team leader who brought the soldiers was someone he knew, Li Rui was relieved. He asked, Captain Wu, what are you doing? Wu Hong smiled and said, Master Li, please forgive me. Last night, the prince was assassinated by assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. It is said that several assassins escaped. The prince ordered us to search the entire city and not let anyone's house go. Hearing this, Li Rui's face changed, and he quickly asked, Is the prince okay? Wu Hong said, Don't worry, Lord Li. Thanks to the mysterious master in the palace, the prince was just frightened and is fine. Hearing this, Li Rui felt a little relieved. If the king of the north was killed, he, as the county magistrate, might also be implicated. Then Li Rui said, Okay, go ahead and search. Wu Hong cupped his hands and said, Sorry to bother you then. Wu Hong then led the soldiers into the county magistrate's mansion, conducted a brief search, and then led the soldiers to the next mansion. Soon, the news of the assassination of the northern king spread throughout Yanqing. Almost everyone in Yanqing knew that the Blood Moon Tower sent people to assassinate the northern king, but was thwarted by the mysterious master of the northern king's palace. Although the king of the north is a useless prince, he is a prince after all, and the assassination of a prince is a big deal. The news soon spread to the capital, the residence of the 8th prince. After seeing Wang Qingxi's carrier pigeon message, Lu Shuyun became furious. He raised his arm and swept everything on the chopping board to the ground, and then overturned the table in front of him. Immediately afterwards, clanging sounds were heard in the study, and Lu Shuyun smashed everything that could be smashed in the study. Waste! Waste! A bunch of waste! 6 ninth grade masters and 1 half-step grandmaster, but they can't even kill a piece of trash. What's the use of you? After hearing Lu Shuyun's voice, the maids in the room all stood aside trembling, not daring to make a sound. Lu Shuyun couldn't believe that this operation would fail. Even if the mysterious master is still in the northern palace, with the presence of the half-step grandmaster from the Blood Moon Tower, he will be able to hold him back for a while, thus giving other 9th-rank warriors the opportunity to kill Lu Qin. As a result, the Blood Moon Tower failed. Not only did the people from the Blood Moon Tower fail, but even the people sent by the Misty Rain Pavilion were basically all killed. Only Wang Qingxi escaped, and it was said that he was seriously injured and could only hide in Yanqing to survive. Lu Shuyun felt like his lungs were about to explode. He had always thought that getting rid of the waste Lu Qin would be an easy task, but he failed twice in a row. After these 2 failures, it might not be so easy for them to attack the northern palace again in the future. The other forces are not fools. Even the Blood Moon Tower, which specializes in assassinations, has failed. It is highly likely that other killer organizations will not accept his mission. Just as Lu Shuyun was smashing things to vent his dissatisfaction, a servant rushed in hurriedly. Your Highness, something bad has happened. Something terrible has happened. Lu Shuyun was already furious, and when he heard the servant yelling, he became even angrier. He kicked the servant against the wall. Fortunately, he was not very strong and did not kick the servant to death. After the servant spat out a mouthful of blood, he quickly stood up and said, Your Highness, now the whole capital is saying that you sent assassins from the Blood Moon Tower to assassinate the Northern King in order to make the Jiangnan family support you in the battle for the throne. Hearing this, Lu Shuyun was stunned and stood still. He reacted quickly, his face darkening instantly. My good brothers really never let go of any opportunity. When it comes to politics, you can do it but cannot say it, and you can say it but cannot do it. Although it was common for royal brothers to kill each other, it was a taboo in any dynasty. Of course, people knew that the 8th prince was the one who wanted to get rid of the 9th prince the most. Their maternal families were all from Jiangnan families, and the Jiangnan families could only support one prince to fight for the throne. But this kind of thing should only be known to the public and must not be spread out. Once it gets out, it will become a scandal of royal brothers killing each other. Since this kind of thing is a taboo in the royal family, why are there rumors in the capital that he sent people to assassinate the 9th prince? It was obvious that someone from other princes was pushing this from behind, with the intention of making him lose the qualification to compete for the position of crown prince. Lu Xuyun was originally thinking about how to get rid of Lu Qin, but now after hearing the rumors in the capital, he can't touch Lu Qin. This is what politics means when one can say but not do. Since there are already rumors, if he sent someone to assassinate Lu Qin and Lu Qin died, it would basically be equivalent to confirming that he did it. Even if he didn't kill Lu Qin, the ministers in the court who supported other princes would say it was him, and the people would also think that he killed the 9th prince. When that time really comes, he will completely lose the qualifications to compete for the position of crown prince. Lu Xuyun clenched his fists, feeling very unwilling. Could he really let that piece of trash go? The first and second assassination attempts were mainly for his own political purposes, but at this time Lu Xuyun was so angry that he didn't think about the problem from a political perspective. He just wanted to get rid of Lu Qin. Of course, this was just a momentary personal emotion, and Lu Xuyun soon calmed down. In any case, Lu Qin cannot be touched for the next period of time. At this time, Lu Xuyun turned his head to look at the bookshelf in the study, and then said to that side, "Send a message to Wang Qingxi immediately, and tell her to continue to lurk in Beijun after she recovers from her injuries, and not to take any action for the time being." As soon as Lu Xuyun finished speaking, a dark shadow climbed out of the window and left the study. Chapter 39: The Chu Family's Crisis. Capital City. Imperial Palace, Imperial Garden. Emperor Xia, wearing a yellow dragon robe, sat in the pavilion, savoring the fragrant tea in his hand. At this moment, a soldier in armor suddenly appeared behind him. "Your Majesty, I have already found out that the news that the 8th prince sent someone to assassinate the 9th prince was spread by the 1st prince." Upon hearing this, the teacup in Emperor Xia's hand instantly broke. Emperor Xia snorted coldly and said, "My children are getting more and more restless. Could it be that they all hope that I will die soon? Are they so anxious to become the crown prince?" Seeing Emperor Xia getting angry, the imperial preceptor Situsu, who was sitting opposite Emperor Xia, immediately said, "Your Majesty, calm down. The position of crown prince is still undecided, so it is not surprising that brothers would attack each other. If your Majesty can appoint a crown prince as soon as possible, it would actually help calm down His Highness." Hearing this, Emperor Xia chuckled and then said, "Grandmaster, only you dared to say this to me. If someone else had told me to appoint a crown prince earlier, I would have had him dragged down to fight 100 battles." Having said that, Emperor Xia stood up from the stone bench, put his hands behind his back and looked at the lotus pond in the imperial garden. "To be honest, compared to what happened in the capital, I am more curious about how Xiaozhou survived." Emperor Xia's idea was similar to Lu Xiyun's. Even if the Chu family really sent a mysterious master to protect Lu Qin, the assassination by the Blood Moon Tower would most likely be successful. According to the information obtained by the Shadow Guard, the Blood Moon Tower sent a half-step Grandmaster and 5 ninth-grade masters to Beijun this time. In addition, Lu Xuyun himself has planted some pawns in Beijun. If they act together, even if there is a master, the King of the North is unlikely to survive. But the King of the North survived. This made Emperor Xia doubtful. Could it be that the mysterious master beside King Bei was just a master? Situsa said at this time. "The 9th prince was able to survive, perhaps because it was not his destiny, it was just luck." Emperor Xia said calmly, "Forget it, the farce should end. Since the Chu family has not sent anyone to Beijun to contact Xiaozhou recently, let Xiaozhou make trouble in Beijun. I don't plan to ask about his affairs in the future." Emperor Xia has had people investigate the Chu family recently and discovered that apart from sending Chu Yuqin and the mysterious master to protect Lu Qin in Beijun, the Chu family has not taken any action since then. No one was sent to contact Lu Qin, and it seemed as if they had really given up on Lu Qin. Emperor Xia even heard that the Chu family was very dissatisfied with Chu Xiong as the head of the family, and was already clamoring to change the head of the family. Chu Xiong himself is already in trouble, so it is normal that he has no time to care about Lu Chen, who is far away in Beijun. Emperor Xia then said to the red-robed eunuch beside him, "Pass on my order. The eldest prince has been spreading rumors everywhere, which has damaged the dignity of the royal family. He is under house arrest for 3 months. As for the 8th prince..." At this point, Emperor Xia paused for a moment, then continued, "Eunuch Lu, go and tell the 8th prince to stop." Hearing this, the red-robed eunuch in front of Emperor Xia immediately said, "Yes, your majesty." Eunuch Lu then left the palace and went to the residences of the eldest prince and the 8th prince to convey the imperial edict. At the same time, Jiangnan, Sufing City. Chu family. A gray-haired old man was sitting in the yard, reading the letter in his hand over and over again. At this time, a middle-aged man in green brocade clothes came into the courtyard. "Dad, didn't you say you would not take care of the affairs of the Northern Prince's mansion for the time being? Why didn't you let Qiner come back? And you even secretly sent a master to protect the Northern Prince." The man's name is Chu Hongfei. He is Chu Xiong's son and Lu Chen's uncle. Chu Hongfei was in a bad mood after learning that there was a mysterious master in the Northern Palace. Although Lu Chen was his nephew, he and Lu Chen did not have much in common, let alone any good feelings towards each other. What's more, the woman he liked had always been following the King of the North, which made Chu Hongfei even more unhappy. As for who the woman he likes is, it is naturally Chu Yuqin. Facing his son's questioning, Chu Xiong was silent for a moment, then asked, "Hongfei, do you really think that the Grand Master of the Northern Palace was sent by me?" Hearing Chu Xiong's words, Chu Hongfei was stunned for a moment, and then he said, "Apart from you, who would send a master to protect a useless prince?" In Chu Hongfei's opinion, Chu Xiong probably thought that Lu Chen was his grandson, so he was afraid that he would get hurt, so he sent a master over. Chu Xiong sighed and said, "I did think about sending a master to protect the Northern King, but when I thought about the various actions in the capital recently, I finally gave up the idea. I don't know where that mysterious master came from. Yuqin voluntarily followed the King of the North to the North County. Now she no longer listens to the Chu family." At this moment, Chu Hongfei showed a hint of doubt on his face, and then he asked, "Dad, you are not lying to me, are you? If it wasn't for your order, how could Qiner follow such an unlearned loser? I don't believe it." Chu Xiong said angrily, "Emperor Xia is constantly making moves. The commander of the Imperial Guards in the capital has been replaced again and again. Even Zhou Wangtian's family was confiscated and exterminated. Mu Changtian has also been imprisoned in the capital. Emperor Xia is obviously going to take action against the noble families next. How dare I have too much contact with the King of the North at this time? Do you really think I am old and confused, and afraid that Emperor Xia's sword will not come down fast enough? As for Yuqin, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Although her husband died on the first day she married into the Wang family, she is still considered a daughter-in-law of the Wang family." Hearing Chu Xiong's words, Chu Hongfei said thoughtfully, "Dad, if it is really not the Grand Master you sent to Beijun, then there should be no Grand Master who would protect the King of Beijun, right?" Chu Xiong stroked his gray beard, and then said, "I was also confused when I first saw this news, but I just received news from the capital. This matter may have something to do with the eldest prince." Having said that, Chu Xiong handed the letter to Chu Hongfei. Chu Hongfei picked up the letter and glanced at it, and the expression on his face changed again and again. Then he said, "Dad, do you think that the eldest prince sent the Grand Master to protect the Northern King, and that he wanted to win over our Chu family in this way?" Chu Xiong said calmly, "It's not about winning over the Chu family, but winning over me." The letter in Chu Hongfei's hand was sent by the Chu family's spy in the capital. The spy found out that the eldest prince had spread news related to the Northern King several times, including the news that the 8th prince sent people to assassinate the Northern King, which was spread in the capital this time. It was also spread by the eldest prince. It looked as if the eldest prince was protecting the Northern King. But Chu Xiong was not a fool. It was obvious that the eldest prince did this for him to see. As for whether the master beside the King of the North is a subordinate of the eldest prince, it is really hard to say. As the eldest prince, the one most likely to become the crown prince, there is no doubt that he must have masters under him. But the Grand Master is not a cabbage. The eldest prince himself needs the Grand Master's protection. If a Grand Master is sent to protect the Northern King, then who will protect him in the capital, unless there is more than one Grand Master around him? At this time, Chu Hongfei placed the letter on the stone table and said, I don't care. Qiner must come back no matter what. What is she doing in Beijun following a useless prince? The environment in Beijun is so bad. She can only suffer in Beijun. Hearing this, Chu Xiong was furious and said angrily, You think about women every day, that's all you can do. The Chu family is about to face a disaster, and you are still thinking about women. Chu Hongfei said nonchalantly, What does it have to do with me if the Chu family is in great trouble? If that happens, I will take Qiner to the Xia Dynasty. Chu Xiong almost choked when he heard Chu Hongfei's words. Get out! Get out of here right now! Chu Xiong shouted loudly. Seeing that Chu Xiong was angry, Chu Hongfei hurriedly left the yard. After Chu Hongfei left, Chu Xiong looked at the empty yard, sighed deeply and said, Your dad is sorry for you. I didn't protect you well at the beginning, and now I don't even dare to send someone to protect your child. Chapter 40. Auspicious Signs. This is an auspicious sign. As time passed, Mu Zixuan's and her two daughters' bellies grew bigger and bigger, and soon the day of delivery arrived. Ever since news spread from Beijun that the king of Bei was assassinated by the Blood Moon Tower and then rescued by a mysterious master, Beijun has suddenly become much more stable. This made some forces realize that the mysterious master beside the Northern King might always follow the Northern King and protect him. Although the King of the North is a waste, the mysterious master beside him is no pushover. Because of Emperor Xiao's warning, the 8th prince did not send any more people to assassinate Lu Qin. He just asked Wang Qingxi to continue to monitor Lu Qin in Beijun and tell him immediately if he found any contact between the king of Bei and the Chu family. In the past few months, Lu Qin has not been busy dealing with the affairs of Beijun, and Beijun is still governed by the county magistrate Li Rui. However, Lu Qin had the palace's land measured, and then asked the people to reclaim the land and plant all 10,000 kilograms of breeding potatoes. There are a lot of wastelands in Beijun, and not many people pay attention to the Beiwang Mansion's land measurement and reclamation. These days, Lu Qin has been staying in the palace with Mu Zixuan and the other 3. All 3 of them are about to give birth, so Lu Qin is taking extra good care of them, fearing that something might happen to them. At this time, Lu Qin gently stroked Mu Zixuan's bulging belly, then smiled and said, My beloved concubine, you can leave the palace's industry to Aunt Chu for the time being. Next, you just need to wait for the birth with peace of mind, and don't worry about those things for the time being. In the past few months, Mu Zixuan has expanded the soap and perfume industries hundreds of times. Now the entire Great Xia Dynasty, whether it is high-ranking officials or ordinary people, are using the perfumes and soaps produced by their palace. Although these 2 things are more profitable, because they are the Northern King's industry, and Mu Chantian is looking after the Northern King's mansion in the capital, no one dares to take advantage of these 2 industries for the time being. What Lu Qin could not have expected the most was that Mu Zixuan seemed to be a very business-minded person. She even combined perfume and soap to create a product called soap. Of course, this is not a simple combination. The soap is modified and can be used for bathing. With these industries, the palace can earn hundreds of thousands of taels of silver every month, and Mu Zixuan is also actively exploring trade routes. She plans to sell these things to other countries. Unfortunately, as her belly grew bigger, her energy became lower and lower, and she felt sleepy every day. Now she was completely unable to manage the palace's business. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan said, Well, I have asked someone to transfer all the account books of the palace to Aunt Chu. Aunt Chu has been familiarizing herself with the properties of the palace these days. Although Chu Yuqin cannot be considered a member of the Northern Palace now, everyone in the palace trusts her and knows that she will be Lu Chen's woman sooner or later. People didn't worry at all about anything going wrong when the palace's property was handed over to her to manage. Just then, the maid Xiaoro entered the room and whispered, Your Highness, General Li is looking for you. He said he has something important to tell you. Hearing this, Lu Qin stroked Mu Zixuan's cheek and said, My beloved, I have something to go out first, you lie down well. Mu Zixuan smiled and said, Well, Your Majesty, Go and get busy. Lu Chen immediately stood up and walked towards the martial arts training ground. After seeing Li Feng, before Li Feng could salute, Lu Chen asked, General Li, what do you want from me? Li Feng quickly replied, Your Majesty, good news, the soil you asked us to plant, soil. At this point, Li Feng thought for a moment, and then immediately said, Oh yes, potatoes. Those potatoes are ready to be harvested. Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Potatoes are the most suitable crop to solve the food shortage in Beijun, and it is also an agricultural product that Lu Chen values very much. Lu Chen immediately said, Let's go and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen walked towards the gate of the palace. Lu Chen now really wants to know how many potatoes they can harvest from the ones they grow in Beijun. He was not an agricultural expert, and could only plant crops according to the planting methods used by the people in this world, so he was very unsure. Soon, Lu Chen came to a field where potatoes were planted in the Beiwan mansion. At this time, many soldiers and nearby civilians were already waiting here. The common people nearby are all interested in the new crops grown by the Northern King. Although the Northern King's palace has never told the common people what they are growing, it can be seen from the fact that the Northern King's palace sends soldiers to patrol every day that these crops grown by the Northern King's palace must be very important to it. Seeing so many people nearby, Li Feng asked, Your Majesty, should we drive all these people away? After all, potatoes are considered a secret of the Northern Prince's palace. If too many people knew about it, I'm afraid many people would covet the potatoes from the Northern Prince's palace. Lu Chen shook his head and then said, If we drive them away, how can we promote potato cultivation in Beijun in the future? He originally planned to let the people of Beijun grow potatoes. If he couldn't let the people see the per acre yield of potatoes, they would definitely not grow potatoes. If the Northern Palace forced the people to grow crops they had never seen before, it might cause public outrage. At this time, the people around saw that the King of the North had come in person, so they started talking about it. Look! That's the prince, right? It's him. I saw him when he first came to Yanqing. What is being planted in this field? Even the King of the North has come here in person. It is said that it is food that can be eaten. Is this true? This is the first time I've heard of food being buried under the ground. Let's wait and see. They should be planning to start digging. We'll know when they start digging. Lu Chen ignored the people's comments. He glanced at the crowd and then said to the soldier holding the hoe, Dig 1 acre of land first, and see how much the yield is. At Lu Chen's order, the soldiers began to dig the soil, and soon, some irregular oval potatoes appeared in front of people. The people around were shocked to see so many potatoes under one plant. Are these really edible? Oh my God, there are so many of them under one plant. If everything is edible, then there will be no more famine in Beijun in the future, right? But will the Northern King distribute the seeds of this plant to us ordinary people? Time passed minute by minute, and soon all the potatoes in an acre of field were dug up. Seeing the potatoes piled up like a small mountain, both the soldiers from Beijun and the surrounding common people stared with their eyes wide open. After weighing, the potato yield per acre was nearly 2,000 kilograms. When Li Feng saw this number, he couldn't believe it. There were actually 2,000 kilograms of potatoes per acre. In this era, an acre of wheat does not even produce 200 kilograms. Although he couldn't believe it, it all happened right before his eyes and Li Feng couldn't help but believe it. Li Feng then came to Lu Chen and was about to report the weighing situation. Lu Chen said to Li Feng directly, General Li, tell the people loudly, what is the yield of potatoes per acre? Li Feng instantly understood what Lu Chen meant, so he said loudly, Report to the prince, after our weighing, the yield of potatoes per acre is 2,000 kilograms. Hearing this, the people around were instantly excited. Oh my God! 2,000 kilograms! If we had so much food, we would never have to worry about going hungry again. Auspicious! This is auspicious! Chapter 41 The First Child is Born. Seeing the excited people, Lu Chen smiled. He believed that after seeing the potato yield, these people had already had the idea of growing potatoes in their minds. After all, compared with potatoes, wheat yield is too low. At this time, Lu Chen said to the people around him, Be quiet! After hearing the Northern King's words, the people instantly quieted down. Their eyes were fixed on Lu Qin, just like hungry wolves seeing meat. They now really want to know whether the king of the north will distribute the seeds of this plant to the people. After seeing the crowd quiet down instantly, Lu Qin spoke up. The food you see is called potatoes, which can be used as staple food. As for the yield, you have also seen it. This king has decided to distribute some potatoes to the people for trial planting, and the people who try planting potatoes will not have to pay agricultural taxes for 2 years. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the people became excited again. They didn't expect that the king of the north actually intended to give them this magical grain to try growing, and also exempted them from agricultural taxes for 2 years. At this time, some people couldn't help but kneel down and kowed out to Lu Qin continuously. Seeing the excitement of the people, Lu Qin knew that there should be no big problem in promoting potatoes. After a few years, if there are no natural disasters or man-made disasters in Beijun, there is a high probability that Beijun will not have such a serious food crisis as it is now. Just at this moment, when Lu Qin was about to say something, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Congratulations to the host for having his first offspring. He is rewarded with 5,000 genie guards, 2 Grand Master level commanders, and weapon forging technology. The more offspring the host has, the more valuable the rewards he will receive, including but not limited to various modern technologies, factories, and even industrial production lines. Hearing this sudden system voice, Lu Qin was stunned. He didn't expect that he would have a child not long after leaving the palace. But there is no need to think about it, it should be Mu Zixuan who gave birth. At this time, he was about to hurry back to the palace, when a guard from the palace rode on a horse and shouted excitedly. My lord, the princess is about to give birth. Madame Chu wants you to go back quickly." Hearing this, Lu Qin said to Li Feng without hesitation. "Generally, the next thing is left to you. I want to go back to see the princess." Li Feng naturally knew the importance of the princess giving birth to an heir. Having an heir meant that the northern palace would have a bloodline inheritance in the future. He immediately said, "Your Majesty, please go back without worry. I will ask the soldiers to dig out the potatoes as soon as possible." Lu Qin didn't say anything else and got on the carriage. At the same time, a tavern in Yanqing, Beijun. The tavern owner was standing at the front desk, clacking away on his abacus. Suddenly, his brain froze and a stream of information flooded into his mind. The tavern owner immediately showed an expression of great shock. He turned his head to look in the direction of the northern palace with a look of disbelief. The tavern owner said to himself, "It turned out to be him? No wonder. It looks like I'll be busy in the future." Having said that, the tavern owner put down the abacus in his hand and started to change his clothes. Almost at the same time. Capital City. This is the 8th prince's favorite restaurant, and he is also the owner of the restaurant. He was just about to receive today's distinguished guest in person, when suddenly he froze in place with an expression of disbelief on his face. Then he muttered to himself, "If it's that prince, I'm afraid my mission will come soon. It seems I have to prepare in advance." On the way back to the palace, Lu Qin opened the system and took a look at the reward he had just received. "System, where are these 5,000 genii now? What is their strength?" Lu Qin did not expect that one of the rewards he would receive after having offspring would be a group of people. He thought the system would reward him with a batch of modern weapons. At this time, the system prompt sounds. These 5,000 genii are now distributed in various counties of the Great Xia Dynasty. Their strength is at least the 5th rank, while the leaders of the 4 major organizations and the 5,000 households of genii are all at the 9th rank. In addition, the loyalty of subordinates obtained by the host through the system is 100%, and they have the implanted identity of this world. Hearing the system's prompt, Lu Qin asked curiously, "How did those people know that I was a member of the genii?" This is the power of this system. The host can understand that this system has implanted a part of special memory in them, allowing the entire genii organization to continue to operate until their real master appears. Hearing the system prompt sound, Lu Qin couldn't help but sigh at the power of the system. All members of the Imperial Guard have received your personal information. Currently, there are 300 Imperial Guards in Beijun, including 1,000 households, 1 commander, the director of the Criminal Justice Department, the director of the Investigation Department, the chief of the Outer Department, and the chief of the Inner Department. They are all in Yanqing, Beijun. They will rush to the palace as soon as possible to report the intelligence to you. Does the host need to recall the Jinui outside beijun? After seeing the system prompt, Lu Chen asked. Can I talk to them remotely? No, but the host has the right to recall once. Lu Chen understood what the system meant. If he wanted to recall all the Jinui, they would be able to receive messages from the system. This was the system's capability. But why did he recall all the Jinui? Isn't the role of the Jinui to monitor officials and collect intelligence? If they are recalled, what kind of Jinui would they still be? Thinking of this, Lu Chen said, No need, let them stay where they are. The Jinui outside beijun have received the host's order to stay on standby. After Lu Chen returned to the palace, he hurried to Mu Zixuan's delivery room. At this time, Mu Zixuan was pale, covered in sweat, and looked extremely weak. After seeing Lu Chen coming back, Mu Zixuan tried hard to get up from the bed. Lu Chen hurried over to help her and said, My beloved, you should lie down and rest. At this time, the midwife came to Lu Chen holding the child and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty. The princess has given birth to a prince for you. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately took a look at the child in the midwife's arms, and nervously took him into his own hands. The newborn baby was very small and very ugly, but Lu Chen did not feel disgusted with the baby. After all, it was his own child. At this time, Chu Yuqin on the side reminded, Chinner, you haven't named the child yet, give him a name now. Lu Chen thought about it, and then said, Let's call him Lu Changfeng. Changfeng can be understood as continuous wind, symbolizing strength, vitality, and hope. Lu Chen hopes that his first child can grow up positively and achieve great things in the future. After accompanying Mu Zixuan in the delivery room for a while, Lu Chen left the room and prepared to meet the upcoming commander of the Jinui. As soon as they walked out of the delivery room, Chu Yuqin asked, Chinner, what did you do just now? Mu Zixuan is about to give birth, but Lu Chen is not in the palace, which means he must have something very important to do. Lu Chen replied, The potatoes are ripe. I just went to see General Li and his men digging potatoes. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's eyes lit up, and then asked, Is it the same potato you gave us last time? Chu Yuqin and other women in the palace's inner courtyard had all seen potatoes and tasted them. When Chu Yuqin heard Lu Chen introduce potatoes, she realized the importance of potatoes to beijun. Lu Chen nodded at this time. Chu Yuqin continued to ask, How is the yield of those potatoes? Lu Chen replied, The yield per mu is 2,000 kilograms. Upon hearing this answer, Chu Yuqin was stunned. Although Lu Chen had told her that the potato yield would be very large, she did not expect it to be so large. If potatoes can be popularized, the people of Beijun will no longer have to suffer from hunger in the future, and the prestige of the King of the North will rise rapidly. Seeing that Chu Yuqin seemed very surprised at the potato yield, Lu Chen said mysteriously, Aunt Chu, are you surprised now? There will be more surprising things waiting for you later. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, a guard from the palace came running over and said, My lord, Madam Chu, something bad has happened. A group of warriors in strange costumes have come to the palace. Chapter 42 Crisis at Duke Mu's Mansion. Chu Yuqin frowned when she heard the report from the personal guards. A warrior in strange costumes? Who dares to come to the Northern Prince's palace to cause trouble? Ever since the failed assassination attempt by Blood Moon Tower on Lu Chen, no one in the entire Beijun dared to provoke the Beiwang Palace. People know that there is a master in the Northern Palace, so they won't be so stupid. Someone actually came to my door today? Chu Yuqin then said to Lu Chen, Chinner, I'll go take a look first. Lu Chen said, Aunt Chu, I will go with you. Chu Yuqin was about to say something, but when she thought of the mysterious weapon on Lu Chen, and the fact that Lu Chen was now a warrior, she did not say anything to dissuade him. Then they arrived at the gate of the palace. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw the warriors in strange costumes mentioned by the royal guards standing in rows and very respectfully at the door of the palace, with no intention of causing trouble at all. Lu Chen took a look at these Jinui who were wearing Feiyu uniforms and cloaks, but did not step forward immediately. When Chu Yuqin saw this scene, she was stunned. She just thought these people were here to cause trouble, but looking at their looks, they didn't look like they were here to cause trouble at all. Moreover, they were all dressed in the same uniform, as if they were warriors from some institution in the imperial court. However, she had never heard of any organization in the Great Xia Dynasty that wore this kind of clothes. After sensing the realm of these people, Chu Yuqin frowned and became alert instantly. Judging from the aura of the man standing in the front, his strength is definitely not inferior to hers. The 5 people behind him are also of the 9th rank. As for the remaining 200 or so warriors, almost all of them are warriors of the 5th rank or above. The last time the Blood Moon Tower sent people to assassinate Lu Qin, they did not bring so many 5th grade warriors. What are the origins of these people? What do they want to do in the palace? What worried Chu Yuqin the most was the man in front. That man made Chu Yuqin feel a huge threat, and she even suspected whether he was a master. Chu Yuqin was about to ask who they were when the leading man came forward, knelt on one knee and said to Lu Qin, "Jin Yue, Commander Qin Yushan pays respect to His Majesty. I failed to report my work to Your Majesty in the first place. Please punish me, Your Majesty." After Qin Yushan half-crouched, the Jinyui behind him also squatted down in unison. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuqin's face was filled with shock. She couldn't figure out when Lu Qin had so many powerful subordinates. You should know that Li Feng, who followed Lu Qin to Beijun, is only at the 8th rank now. And Lu Qin actually has 5 9th grade masters, hundreds of 5th grade masters, and even an expert whose strength is suspected to be more than that of a half-step grandmaster. Lu Qin then glanced at Qin Yushan and checked his personal information. Name, Qin Yushan. Identity, Commander of the Imperial Guards, owner of the Uli Tavern in Beijun. After learning that you are his master, he immediately summoned the Imperial Guards of Yanqing to report to you. Strength, Grandmaster. Loyalty, 100. After reading Qin Yushan's personal information, Lu Qin glanced at the other Jinyui and found that their loyalty was indeed 100 as the system said. The system was indeed powerful enough to train so many subordinates with a loyalty level of 100 for him in advance. Lu Qin then said, "Commander Qin, get up. Don't stand at the gate of the palace. Come in first." Having said that, Lu Qin turned and walked towards the palace. Occasionally, common people would pass by the gate of the palace. Seeing so many warriors in front of the gate, they would probably spread rumors everywhere. If there is anything to say, let's wait until we enter the palace. Qin Yushan then entered the palace with hundreds of his subordinates. When they arrived at the martial arts training ground, Chu Yuqin asked curiously beside Lu Qin, "Qin'er, when did you train so many masters? Why didn't I know anything about it?" If it was just one master, she wouldn't know what was normal, but when she saw these Jinyui wearing the same clothes, Chu Yuqin instantly understood that this was an organization. Lu Qin had even created an institution affiliated with the royal palace, but she hadn't heard a word about it at all. This left Chu Yuqin puzzled. Lu Qin smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, there are still many things about me that you don't know." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin rolled her eyes at Lu Qin. However, when Chu Yuqin thought that Lu Qin was a person with a destiny to be an immortal, she felt relieved. Lu Qin stopped at this time, turned around and said to Qin Yushan, "Commander Qin, please introduce the current situation of the Jinyui." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Jinyui currently has 5,000 people, distributed in various counties of the Great Xia Dynasty. Their strength is above the 5th rank. There are 11 warriors above the 9th rank, 2 of whom are Grand Masters, namely me and Commander Liang Zong. After hearing Qin Yushan's introduction, Chu Yuqin was completely stunned. 5,000 warriors above the 5th rank? Are they all Jinyui? And there are 9 9th grade warriors and 2 Grand Masters. Qin'er has actually created such a huge force in secret. If he had this kind of power, why did he pretend to be an unlearned good-for-nothing when he was in the capital? Even though the princes in the capital have various forces supporting them, none of them are like Lu Qin, who directly controls a superpower. With the support of such a huge force, Lu Qin no longer needs to be afraid of those princes. If he also gets the support of the Chu family and the Jiang'an family, Lu Qin's position as the crown prince is basically secure. Chu Yuqin was confused for a moment. She couldn't understand the meaning of Lu Qin pretending to be a waste. Of course, she didn't know that Lu Qin had just obtained the Jinyui, so it was normal for her not to understand. Lu Qin asked Qin Yushan to introduce the Jinyui purely to Chu Yuqin. Now that the introduction is over, it's time to get down to business. "Commander Qin, let me see what intelligence the Jinyui has collected recently," As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the Jinui soldiers behind Qin Yushan came to Lu Chen carrying several large boxes. Your Highness, this is the intelligence that the royal guards have collected about the Great Xia Dynasty this year. Please review it. Seeing so many boxes of information, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He certainly couldn't finish reading them today. Then he said to Qin Yushan, "Move this information to my study later. Commander Qin, tell me if anything has happened in the capital recently." Seeing Lu Chen asking about the capital, Qin Yushan immediately replied, "Your Highness, I received a pigeon message from my colleague in the capital yesterday. A big thing happened in the capital recently." Hearing this, Lu Chen and Chu Yuqin's expressions immediately became serious. Qin Yushan continued to report, "The remnants of the Qin kingdom failed to assassinate your majesty and fled the capital. Although your majesty has sent people to search the entire capital, no trace of the assassins was found. In the end, your majesty's shadow guards found out that it was the Duke Mu's mansion that sent the assassins out of the capital. Now the entire Manhwa mansion has been thrown into prison, awaiting trial." After hearing Qin Yushan's report, Lu Chen's brain was stunned. He didn't expect that his cheat father-in-law would get into trouble again so soon. Chapter 43 Information from the Capital. When the Zhou family rebelled, the Duke Mu's mansion was implicated once. That time, Mu Changtian took out the Iron Scroll of Immunity from Death, which barely saved the entire Duke Mu's mansion. It has only been over a year, and such a thing has happened again in Duke Mu's mansion. Lu Chen was somewhat skeptical as to whether his father-in-law was really that stupid. Even if he really had rebellious intentions, he would not collude with the remnants of the Qin state in such a short period of time. He is not a fool. Emperor Xia is now in his prime, and his realm has broken through to the Grand Master level. It will definitely not be a problem for him to live to over 100 years old. It would be so easy to assassinate Emperor Xia and overthrow the Great Xia Dynasty. Chu Yuqin hurriedly said to Lu Chen at this time, "Chener Zixuan just gave birth to a child, she must not know about this." Although there was no such thing as postpartum depression in this era, people of this era also knew that women would become more emotionally sensitive after giving birth. If Mu Zixuan knew that the entire Mu family was imprisoned, it would likely affect her physical recovery. Lu Chen said, "Well, I understand." At this point, Lu Chen looked at Qin Yushan and asked, "Commander Qin, is my father injured?" Qin Yushan replied, your Majesty was not injured. It is said that when the remnants of the Qin kingdom tried to assassinate your Majesty, the Imperial Master was in front of your Majesty." Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled. Then he said, "Are these remnants of the Qin kingdom really so stupid? They actually dared to assassinate a Grand Master in front of a Grand Master?" Although Satusa never said that he was a Grand Master, the fact that he was a Grand Master was no longer a secret. After all, he is the pillar of the Great Xia Dynasty. If he doesn't have the strength of a Grand Master, how can he be called a pillar of the country? When the remnants of the state of Qin tried to assassinate Emperor Xia, did they really not do any homework? Lu Chen continued to ask, "How many assassins did the remnants of the Qin kingdom send to assassinate my father? How strong are these assassins?" Qin Yushan replied, "According to the intelligence collected by my colleagues in the capital, the remnants of the Qin kingdom have sent a total of 30 assassins to infiltrate the palace. Most of these assassins are around the 6th rank, and the strongest among them is a half-step master. There are a total of 2 half-step masters." After hearing Qin Yushan's report, Lu Chen didn't know how to complain. Send 30 assassins, 2 of whom are half-step masters, to a heavily guarded place like the Imperial Palace to assassinate a master. Moreover, they did not even bother to find out if there were any powerful people around the Emperor beforehand. There really is something wrong with the brains of these assassins. Lu Chen even doubted whether these remnants of the Qin state were really remnants of the Qin state. Lu Chen then asked, "Have the Jinui investigated these remnants of the Qin kingdom? Are they really the remnants of the Qin kingdom?" Qin Yushan said, "Your Highness, Commander Liang has sent people to investigate, and confirmed that the remnants of the Qin kingdom have indeed entered the palace. However, after Commander Liang's investigation, the remnants of the Qin kingdom fleeing the capital may have nothing to do with Duke Mu's mansion." Qin Yushan also knew what Lu Chen wanted to know, so he directly told him about Liang Zong's investigation. After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Lu Chen fell silent. Emperor Xia first took advantage of the Zhou family's rebellion to take away the Iron Scroll of Immunity from Death from Duke Mu's mansion, then removed Mu Changtian's military power, and finally disbanded the Huban army and assigned its soldiers to other military camps. Now he has used the remnants of the state of Qin to throw the entire family of Duke Mu into jail. It seems that his father is planning to get rid of them after they have served their purpose. No matter how ignorant Lu Qin was in politics, he basically understood what Emperor Xia was going to do. Mu Changtian and Zhou Wangtian, who rebelled more than a year ago, were known as the two great kings of the Great Xia Dynasty. Now that Zhou Wangtian has been destroyed, it is almost time for Mu Changtian to step down. With the destruction of their two great kings, Emperor Xia's control over the Great Xia Dynasty reached an unprecedented level in the history of the Great Xia Dynasty. He took all the military power into his own hands. What was he planning to do? Seeing that Lu Qin didn't speak for a long time, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, "Qin'er, I'm afraid your father is planning to take action against the aristocratic family." Hearing this, Lu Qin reacted. His father, the emperor, must have something to do if he tried every means to take back the military power. Otherwise, why would he go to so much trouble to take back the military power and risk shaking the foundation of the country? If we want to take action against the aristocratic families, we really need to have soldiers at hand. I didn't expect that my father would have such courage. Throughout the dynasties, not many emperors dared to take action against the aristocratic families. It is said that aristocratic families last for 1,000 years, and a dynasty lasts for 100 years. Even if a dynasty is overthrown, those aristocratic families still exist, and it is common for aristocratic families to monopolize the court. Lu Qin couldn't help but admire his father for being so ambitious. But then again, his current situation is a bit embarrassing. First, his mother's family came from the Chu family, the largest family in Jiangnan. Second, his princess was the daughter of Mu Changtian. Lu Qin then looked at Qin Yushan and asked, "Did the court say how to deal with my princess?" Qin Yushan replied, "This issue has been debated several times in the court. The 8th prince believes that the princess should be brought back to the capital to be dealt with together, while the 1st prince believes that the princess is already the wife of the prince and should no longer be considered a member of the Duke Mu's mansion." Lu Qin smiled and said, "I didn't expect that there are people in the capital who would speak up for a useless prince like me." At this moment, a soldier from the palace entered the training ground. "Your Highness, there is a warrior claiming to be from the Imperial Guards outside who wants to see you." At this point, the palace soldier glanced at the brocade-clad guards in the martial arts training ground, and then continued, "That man is wearing the same clothes as them." Lu Qin said directly, "Let him in." "Yes, Your Majesty." Afterwards, the palace soldiers took the later genie guard into the martial arts training ground. When the Jinui soldier saw Lu Qin, he half knelt down and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Qin said, "Get up." Lu Qin originally thought that this Jinui soldier had just arrived at the palace because the journey was long, but after this Jinui soldier stood up, he immediately took out a bamboo tube from his waist and handed it to Lu Qin. "Your Majesty, a letter came from the capital that the Duke Mu's mansion was suspected of colluding with the remnants of the Qin kingdom and was exiled to the northwest by His Majesty." Lu Qin was a little surprised. He had just taken over the Jinui, and the Jinui intelligence agency was already up and running. Lu Qin immediately took the bamboo tube from the Jinui soldier, took out a letter of intelligence from it, and read it carefully. From the content of the intelligence, Lu Qin instantly understood that this was a routine exchange of intelligence between the Jinui, and it was not because the Jinui in the capital knew in advance that he, the king of the north, was their master. Seeing Lu Qin's face was a little solemn, Chu Yuqin asked, "Qin'er, what's wrong?" Lu Qin replied, "Commander Liang said in this intelligence that when Duke Mu was exiled to the northwest, he would be assassinated by many forces. Now that Duke Mu's power has been abolished, he is just an ordinary person. It is very likely that the entire family of Duke Mu's mansion will not be able to reach the northwest." Chapter 44 Prince? Which prince? In ancient times, officials were generally most likely to get into trouble while on their way to exile. The exiled official has lost his power, and those who usually offend him are no longer afraid of him. Those enemies are likely to send assassins to kill the exiled official as a revenge. Moreover, the political enemies in the court do not want these exiled people to return to the court, and will try every means to kill the exiled officials. What's more, Mu Changtian was a general who once had a great reputation in the Huban army. In order to help Emperor Xia fight for the throne, Mu Changtian offended many people. These people all want to kill Mu Changtian. Mu Changtian is now a tiger with its teeth pulled out, and his enemies will not miss this opportunity. What Lu Qin is thinking about now is whether or not to save his cheap father-in-law. With his current strength, if he wants to save him, it is not impossible. After all, he already has the Jinyu at his disposal. Moreover, Mu Changtian is the father of his princess. It would not be good if he just watched him die without helping. After a long while, Lu Qin finally asked, "If we are exiled to the northwest, then it shouldn't be far from Beijun, right?" Qin Yushan replied, "Yes, your majesty." Lu Qin took another look at the information in his hand, and then said, "This information was transmitted 4 days ago. I am afraid that the Mu family is already on the way to exile. If I want to save them, I don't know if I will be able to do it in time." Hearing Lu Qin's words, Qin Yushan immediately said, "Please rest assured, your majesty. I believe that Commander Liang Zong will know what to do after learning that you are his master." If Liang Zong didn't know that his master was the king of the north, he would definitely not have tried to save Duke Mu's mansion. But since he already knew that the master of their Jinyu was the king of the north, and Duke Mu was the king of the north's father-in-law, he would definitely take action to rescue Duke Mu's mansion as soon as possible, and then wait for the next order from the king of the north. Lu Qin thought about it, and now he could only hope that the Jinyu commander whom he had never met could understand something. Then Lu Qin said to Qin Yushan, "Send a message to Commander Liang, asking him to save Duke Mu's family and try to disguise them as all dead, and then find a way to send them to Beijun." Qin Yushan clasped his fists and said, "Yes, your majesty." Lu Qin glanced at the heads of the 4 major institutions of the royal guards, and then said, "The royal guards cannot appear in public for the time being. Continue doing what you were doing before." Although the Jinyu was nothing compared to the shadow guards of the Great Xia Dynasty. However, as a prince, a border lord, possessing such a large and complete intelligence agency would obviously arouse suspicion from others. As a prince, he sent people to lurk in various counties and prefectures of the Great Xia Dynasty to monitor officials and collect intelligence. What was he trying to do? This clearly shows that they want to rebel. Lu Qin is not that stupid. The Jinyu just need to continue hiding in the dark. At the same time, capital city. Sky prison. A tall and mighty middle-aged man in prison clothes was tied tightly to the rack. The man had disheveled hair and looked very tired. After learning that he was about to be exiled, Mu Changtian couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, ridiculous, really ridiculous. Lu Xingqiu, in order to save you, I risked my life and led 100 people deep into the enemy's territory to bring you out at the risk of my life. When you fought for the throne, I gave you everything I had to support you. I never thought that you would end up like this. Emperors have always had cold hearts. Today I have witnessed it." The cell next to Mu Changtian held the family members of Duke Mu's mansion. As soon as Mu Changtian finished speaking, a young man in prison clothes asked, "Dad, can we make it to the northwest alive?" The young man who spoke was Mu Changtian's second son, Mu Xingping, who was also Mu Zixuan's second brother. He had lived in the Duke Mu's mansion since he was a child and was sensitive to politics, so he knew very well that their family's exile to the northwest was just an excuse. Emperor Xia would definitely not let them reach the northwest safely. Even if Emperor Xia didn't kill them, the former enemies of Duke Mu's mansion would not let them survive safely. Now all the male members of their family have lost their martial arts powers and have become ordinary people. If they were to encounter an assassination attempt by a warrior on the road, they would have no ability to resist at all. After hearing what his second son said, Mu Changtian fell silent. Because he also knew that Emperor Xia would not see him reach the northwest alive, and his enemies would not let him live. He and his family would die in exile. Emperor Xia did not kill them directly, but chose to exile their entire family. He was simply afraid that others would say that he killed meritorious officials and that people would stab him in the back. At this time, Mu Changtian's eldest son Mu Jingwu said, "Dad, my little sister shouldn't be implicated, right? There is no doubt that these people are doomed to die. Mu Jingwu is now only worried that his sister, who has married the king of the north, will also be implicated. Hearing this, Mu Changtian sighed and still said nothing. The king of the north is nothing but an unlearned good-for-nothing, and his character is also rather weak and incompetent. He heard that after the northern king went to Beijun, he kept many women in the palace and indulged in pleasure every day. The entire palace was managed by his daughter. Judging from the character of the king of the north, even if the court did not punish his daughter, he might be afraid of the court's punishment and drive his daughter out of the palace, or even divorce her directly. After everyone in Duke Mu's mansion died, Mu Zixuan would be left alone, and the king of the north wouldn't have to worry about anyone causing trouble for him. When Mu Changtian thought about his daughter's future situation, he felt hatred in his heart. He was truly blind to have chosen to put Lu Xingqiu, this ungrateful bastard, on the throne. At this time, a jailer opened the cell where Mu Changtian was held in solitary confinement. At this time, a man came in and said to the jailer next to him, "You go out first. I have a few words to talk to Lord Mu." "Okay, jailer." Then the jailer left the cell, leaving only the man to the south of Mu Changtian. The Mu family members in the next cell saw someone entering Mu Changtian's cell, and they all looked towards Mu Changtian. Mu Changtian took a look at the man in front of him, snorted, and said, "Did Lu Xingqiu ask you to come?" As he was about to die, Mu Changtian no longer had that much respect for Emperor Xia and simply called him by his name. Hearing this, the man just smiled. Then he walked in front of Mu Changtian and opened all the iron locks that locked Mu Changtian. Seeing this scene, the Mu family members were a little confused and didn't know why the prison boss did this. At this time, the jailer said, "Duke Mu, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Hong, and I am the prince's man." Hearing this, Mu Changtian was full of doubts. "Prince? That prince? Is there any prince who dares to send someone to contact me now?" He was about to be exiled, and he didn't believe that those princes didn't know what his exile meant. If a prince came to contact him at this time, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among Emperor Xia. By then, not only will he be confined to his house, he might even lose his throne. After Mu Changtian was unchained, he stretched his body. He was about to ask Zhao Hong which prince he was, but Zhao Hong took out 3 bottles and said, "These are 3 Dahuan pills. After taking them, you can recover 90% of your power." Hearing this, Mu Changtian was stunned. Chapter 45 Chenwanrong, I will plant a love poison in him. As a former martial arts master, Mu Changtian couldn't possibly not know what the Dahuan was. But he had only heard of it before, and had never seen it. It is rumored that the Dahuan pill can bring a person back to life and completely restore a person's skills. Although the rumors are a bit exaggerated, there will definitely be no problem in recovering one's strength, as there is a Dahuan in the palace. Mu Changtian looked at the 3 small porcelain bottles in Zhao Hong's hand with some disbelief. After a moment of silence, Mu Changtian sneered and said, "I didn't expect that some people couldn't wait so long. They were planning to attack me before we even left the capital. It's already this late, how could anyone come to rescue them and give them a panacea like the Dahuan? It was obvious that someone was planning to attack them in advance and poison him to death. What a bullshit Dahuan! It's clearly poison." Mu Changtian then said, "Tell me, who sent you here? If it was Lu Xingqiu, haha, I would rather die on the road than take the poison he gave me." Seeing that Mu Changtian seemed to have misunderstood his meaning, Zhao Hong smiled and said, "Duke Mu, you misunderstood. Those who want to kill you will not let you die in the prison. The great rejuvenating pill in my hand is indeed real. As for which prince gave it to you, you will soon know. If you still want to see your daughter, you'd better take the great rejuvenating pill immediately and try to restore your full strength before being exiled." If Zhao Hong now said that the great Huan Dan was given to Mu Changtian by the northern king, Mu Changtian would probably not believe it even more. After all, the image of the northern king as a waste has been deeply rooted in people's minds. When Mu Changtian heard Zhao Hong mention his daughter, he was stunned. At this time, Mu Jingwu in the next cell said, "Dad, give it to me. I'll take it first. I'll take it even if it's poison. We won't live for a few days anyway." Mu Changtian looked at the small porcelain bottle in Zhao Hong's hand again. After thinking for a moment, he finally grabbed the porcelain bottle from Zhao Hong's hand, opened a bottle, and threw the pill inside into his mouth. Just when Mu Changtian was ready to face death, he found that his internal strength was beginning to recover, and he suddenly felt extremely comfortable. Soon, he felt that his power had returned. Although it had not been fully recovered, he now possessed the strength of a 9th-grade warrior. Mu Changtian looked at the 2 small porcelain bottles left in his hand with some disbelief. Could this be the real Dahuandan? How is this possible? The Dahuandan is only available in the Imperial Palace. This kind of elixir that can restore one's strength is coveted by not only the Grand Master, but even the Grand Master would covet it. One was already extremely precious, and now the jailer in front of him actually gave him 3. If people knew that there were 3 Dahuan pills among the people, the whole capital would probably be in chaos. Such precious pills were actually taken out by a prince, etc. Mu Changtian seemed to have thought of something. The jailer in front of him seemed to just say that this was the elixir given to him by a certain prince, but he did not say that this prince was the child of Emperor Xia. There are quite a few princes in the Great Xia Dynasty, and not only the current princes can be crowned kings, but they can also be vassal kings. Could it be that some vassal king wanted to rebel, so he planned to win me over? Thinking of this, Mu Changtian instantly confirmed his thoughts. This must be the case, otherwise how could the other party be willing to give out 3 Dahuandan to help him and his 2 sons recover their strength? But then again, even if the prince wanted to rebel, he wouldn't care. Lu Xingqiu is an ungrateful person, so what if we rebel against him? Thinking of this, Mu Changtian immediately said to Zhao Hong, "Thank you very much. Go back and tell your prince that no matter what he wants me to do, I, Mu Changtian, will accompany him." Having said that, Mu Changtian threw the 2 small porcelain bottles in his hand to Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping in the next cell. After Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping took the small porcelain bottle, they swallowed it without saying a word. When the 2 of them felt the power restored in their bodies, they also showed expressions of disbelief. This is not poison, but the real Dahuandan? So, their father has also recovered his powers? If this were the case, they would be able to put up a little resistance on the way and avoid being slaughtered one-sidedly by others. As for whether you can reach the northwest alive, it all depends on fate. Zhao Hong said. Okay, Duke Mu, I will pass your words on to the prince. I won't bother you anymore. Then Zhao Hong turned around and left the cell. After the cell was closed again, Mu Xingping immediately asked, Dad, which prince dared to send us elixirs at this time? And it was the legendary Dahuandan. Mu Changtian was silent for a moment, then said, It seems that some vassal kings can't sit still anymore, and want to take advantage of Lu Xingqiu dealing with the noble families to unite with the noble families to rebel against Lu Xingqiu. The noble families have long known that Lu Xingqiu might take action against them, so they cannot just sit there and wait for death. The most likely possibility is that they will support a certain vassal king, then overthrow Lu Xingqiu's rule and replace him with someone else as emperor. Just like how the noble families helped Lu Xingqiu ascend the throne. Hearing what Mu Changtian said, Mu Jingwu asked, Dad, what should we do? Mu Changtian snorted and laughed. What should I do? It was me who put Lu Xingqiu on the throne. Now that he has turned his back on me, don't blame me for pulling him down. Mu Changtian has already made up his mind that if someone really wants to rebel against Lu Xingqiu, he will definitely support that person. Obviously, these 3 Dahuan pills are the other party's sincerity, otherwise the other party would not have given them such precious pills. I just don't know who that prince is. There are not many princes in Daxia who are capable of rebellion. Although Daxia has given some princes great power, Lu Xingqiu likes to interfere in those fiefdoms with greater development potential. If the situation is really out of control, just let the shadow guards take action and resolve possible disasters in advance. Lu Xingqiu had done this kind of thing before. Mu Changtian knew that a prince was killed by Lu Xingqiu's shadow guard. After the prince was killed by the shadow guard, the court pushed all the responsibility onto the chief historian of the prince's fiefdom, saying that he imprisoned the prince with the intention of rebellion. After thinking for a moment, Mu Changtian finally did not expect that the vassal king would try to win him over, so he had to give up. Anyway, when he got out, he would know who was trying to win him over. At the same time, Xianhua Palace. In the gauze tent, filled with smoke, a woman in white plain clothes was sitting in front of a guqin, playing it seriously. The woman was tall with a graceful figure. At this moment, a breeze blew, blowing up the veil in front of the door, revealing a little of the woman's beautiful face. The woman's face was more beautiful than frost and snow without a single flaw. Her snow-white complexion revealed a hint of coldness. She was like a goddess from the ninth heaven or a fairy who had descended to earth. At this time, a beautiful woman wearing purple cloud clothes, looking elegant and graceful, entered the room. The melodious piano music stopped with the arrival of the woman, who asked, "Auntie Lin, is there anything wrong?" The woman's voice was cold yet gentle. The beautiful woman asked, "Palace Master, are you really planning to go to Beijun?" Hearing this, Chen Wanrong stood up and slowly walked out of the gauze tent. At this time, her holy face came into the eyes of the beautiful woman. Chen Wanrong said softly, "Only with the blood of Emperor Xia's child can the dragon's subduing curse be made, and the King of the North is the easiest prince to approach." Hearing this, the beautiful woman showed a worried look on her face. "But I heard that the King of the North is a lecher. He has many maids in his mansion and spends all day having fun. If he takes a fancy to you..." The woman did not continue. Chen Wanrong looked at the green mountains in the distance expressionlessly and said calmly, "People are easy to control when they have desires. I will plant a love poison in him, and then control him to help us complete the Fulong curse." Hearing this, the beautiful woman sighed, and then said, "He is Chu Yu's child. If possible, I hope the palace master can spare his life in the end." Chen Wanrong did not respond, but just looked quietly into the distance. At this time, a breeze blew, making her dress sway continuously. Chapter 46 Wang Qingci reports intelligence. Lu Qin had no idea that he had been targeted by the remnants of the Qin kingdom. With the arrival of the Jinyui, he became much busier. The Jinyui brought him too much intelligence, and he had been checking the accumulated intelligence in his study every day these days. I have to say that the Jinyui are really powerful. Without any supervision from his master, the Jinyui actually investigated some old events of the Great Xia Dynasty in great detail. For example, how his mother died, and how Emperor Xia, who was helped to ascend the throne by the aristocratic family, and the aristocratic family gradually became enemies. At this time, Lu Qin was flipping through the files of the Jinyui, and his brows were furrowed more and more as he flipped through them. According to the archives of the embroidered uniform guard, the woman Emperor Xia loved was killed by his mother. Emperor Xia hated his mother so much that he hated his mother as well. When Emperor Xia was born, Emperor Xia even wanted to get rid of his own flesh and blood. As for why her mother wanted to kill the woman Emperor Xia loved the most, it was because of some trivial matters in the harem, such as the dispute over the queen. Lu Qin was not interested in those things. What he was interested in now was how to return to the capital. Judging from Emperor Xia's attitude towards him, if he wanted to return to the capital in this life, he was afraid that he could only resort to rebellion. Any prince can participate in the fight for the throne, but he, the King of the North, has no possibility of participating in the fight normally. Emperor Xia will never allow him to return to the capital. If we want to go back, I'm afraid only corpses can go back. At this time, a charming voice sounded outside the door. "My lord, are you here? I have something important to report." Hearing Wang Qingci's voice, Lu Qin put down the information in his hand and thought, forget it, there are too many things to do and they can't be solved in a short time. It's better to take it slow. He still has plenty of time, so just relax first. Come in. As Lu Qin finished speaking, Wang Qingci, wearing a red veil, walked into the study with steady steps. Now Wang Qingci has completely surrendered to Lu Qin. Maybe it's because she and Lu Qin often develop feelings for each other, but Wang Qingci has become more and more charming, almost to the point of being enchanting. She has a small nose, soft red lips, a slender waist, a body as white as jade, and the warm body fragrance that she exudes at all times. People can't help but want to do something to her just by passing by her. If Lu Qin was not already a 9th-rank warrior, he would probably still pounce on Wang Qingci as soon as he saw him because of the influence of the Dragon Tiger pill. Of course, although Lu Qin is able to control himself, he will not give up on developing feelings with Wang Qingci just because he can control himself. During the time when Mu Zixuan and the other two were pregnant, it was basically Wang Qingci who took care of him, and she came to the palace almost every day. Compared to Mu Zixuan and the other three, Lu Qin has a stronger impulse towards Wang Qingci. I don't know if it's because of Wang Qingxi's identity as the courtesan, but Lu Qin gets very excited when he thinks that Wang Qingxi, the courtesan who is admired by everyone, is just one of his slave girls. I have to say that sometimes identity complements appearance. After Wang Qingxi entered the study, he said softly, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Qin glanced at Wang Qingxi, then raised his hand and grabbed her hand, pulling her into his arms in an instant. Wang Qingxi did not resist and sat in Lu Qin's arms. In front of this man, she had no ability to resist, nor did she need to resist. She was his slave girl, and he could do whatever he wanted to her. Lu Qin asked, "What do you want from me?" Wang Qingxi replied, "Your Majesty, the 8th Prince sent me a letter saying that the owner of the Blood Moon Tower plans to come to Beijun in person and asked me to collect information about what happened in the palace recently, especially to find out about the mysterious master in the palace." Hearing this, Lu Qin was stunned for a moment. Hasn't his 8th brother given up yet? He has been in Beijun for such a long time. Logically, he should know that the Chu family has not sent anyone to contact him, so why would they come to cause trouble for him? While stroking Wang Qingxi's body, Lu Qin asked, "The owner of the Blood Moon Tower should have the strength of a Grand Master, right? Is he here to assassinate me?" Wang Qingxi replied, "The 8th Prince did not tell me this. He just asked me to report what the palace has been doing recently and whether the mysterious master has made any moves." Lu Qin thought to himself that his 8th brother might not know that their father was planning to take action against the Jiangnan family. At this time, he still wanted to get the support of the Chu family. Don't let him and the Chu family be destroyed together. At this moment, Wang Qingxi suddenly thought of something, and then continued, "By the way, Your Majesty, I have also heard something." Lu Qin asked, "What's the matter?" "I heard that the entire Mu family was exiled to the northwest. The intelligence agency of Yanyu Pavilion is also quite powerful, and Wang Qingxi will soon be able to know what is happening in the capital." After she learned about the affairs of Duke Mu's mansion, she thought that the princess was also Duke Mu's daughter, and Lu Qin should be more concerned about this matter, so she took the initiative to bring it up. But after hearing this, Lu Qin immediately said, "I already know about this." Wang Qingxi then said, "Then I have nothing to do." Having said that, Wang Qingxi moved her body slightly. She felt a little uncomfortable sitting there. At this time, Lu Qin smiled and said, "No, you have one more thing. It just so happens that I'm a little tired just now, so I need to relax." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi looked at Lu Qin with resentment, then stood up and leaned over the table to help Lu Qin organize the scattered information on the table. The host and Wang Qingxi have cultivated their relationship once, and the experience points of qi refining technique have increased by 20, and the experience points of rejuvenation hand have increased by 20. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the second level of rejuvenation hand. After hearing the prompt tone, Lu Qin glanced at Wang Qingxi, who had collapsed into a ball, feeling a little confused. He knew that it was more difficult for warriors to get pregnant. However, ever since Mu Zixuan and her husband became pregnant, Wang Qingxi came to the palace almost every day and cultivated their relationship every day, but Wang Qingxi still had no children. Although Wang Qingxi is a 9th rank warrior, isn't it too difficult to get pregnant? It's been almost a year. Is there something wrong with Wang Qingxi's health? Lu Qin would not think that there was something wrong with his body. After all, he had taken Dragon Tiger Pill and drank Dragon and Phoenix Tea. It could only be that something was wrong with Wang Qingxi's body. Lu Qin thought about it, then used the rejuvenating hand to check Wang Qingxi's body. The rejuvenation hand has already broken through to the second level. It is very easy for him to check if a person has any hidden injuries or diseases. When he put his hand on Wang Qingxi's belly, the situation inside Wang Qingxi's body instantly emerged in his mind. There was nothing wrong with Wang Qingxi's body, she was just like a normal woman. That's a bit strange. There is obviously nothing wrong with my body, but it is so difficult to get pregnant. Could it really be because she is a 9th rank warrior? Wouldn't it be more difficult for me to make a beautiful woman pregnant in the future? At this moment, Wang Qingxi suddenly said, "My lord, when are you going to eat your Aunt Chu? She has been getting more and more jealous recently and hates me more and more." Hearing this, Lu Qin was stunned, then smiled and said, "What do you mean? Do you think I would do something disrespectful to her?" Wang Qingxi said, When the prince heard the name Aunt Chu, he became even more ferocious. What else do you need me to think? Lu Chen snorted and laughed, then said, It seems that you still don't know what a female slave is. You actually dare to meddle in my affairs. I must teach you a lesson today. Ah, my lord, I know I was wrong. Well, good brother. Chapter 47 Lu Chen's Problem. When Wang Qingxi left Lu Chen's study, her clothes were disheveled, her hair was disheveled, and her face was flushed. He staggers when he walks. Just as she walked out of the main courtyard, she happened to bump into Chu Yuqin, who was on patrol. Seeing Wang Qingxi's look, Chu Yuqin knew that this vixen must have gone to seduce her chinner. Chu Yuqin said sarcastically, Miss Wang, I heard that your Baihuala's business is very good. As the owner of Baihualu, why are you running to the palace every day instead of watching over the business at Baihualu? Seeing Chu Yuqin's jealous look, Wang Qingxi smiled knowingly. She knew very well why Chu Yuqin disliked her. Wasn't it because she served the king of the north every day, which made her envious? Then Wang Qingxi said, Madam Chu, the princess and the ladies are all pregnant, so I am the only one who can serve the prince. You know how much pressure the prince is under. If I don't serve him, will Madam Chu help him relax? If Madam Chu intends to help the prince relieve stress every day, then I will not come tomorrow. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's face changed drastically, and then a gust of wind blew out from her body, and her dress fluttered wildly. Wang Qingxi, you are just Chinner's slave girl. I advise you not to talk nonsense. Otherwise, even if I kill you, I believe Chinner won't say anything. Wang Qingxi smiled sweetly, and then said, Madam Chu, if you really want to kill me, without me to serve the prince, I'm afraid you will really have to serve the prince every day. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin felt angry and embarrassed, and a blush appeared on her face. You! Seeing that Wang Qingxi was not afraid of her at all, Chu Yuqin was too lazy to continue talking. She turned around and walked towards the other side of the palace, saying as she walked, It's just a tool used by Chinner to release his evil thoughts. Why would I get angry with the tool? Hearing this, Wang Qingxi was not angry. She was indeed just a tool, but as long as the king of the north liked her, that was enough. Looking at Chu Yuqin's voluptuous figure, Wang Qingxi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and whispered, Madam Chu, the prince's patience is limited. It won't be long before you are in his bed. Although Chu Yuqin has been trying to keep a distance from Lu Chen in the past 6 months, she is the commander of the inner courtyard guards after all, and she is responsible for protecting Lu Chen's safety. So Chu Yuqin would occasionally encounter the scene of Lu Chen grabbing Wang Qingxi and tormenting her. Wang Qingxi knew very well that every time he saw Chu Yuqin or mentioned Chu Yuqin in front of her, Lu Chen would become more furious, as if he had become a different person, becoming extremely crazy, and she would suffer as well. It is obvious that Lu Chen's desire for Chu Yuqin is growing day by day. Now he can still suppress his inner desire, but it may not be the case in the long run. Maybe one day, the two of them would accidentally bump into each other, and Chu Yuqin wouldn't be able to escape, but would be eaten up. After Chu Yuqin's figure disappeared from her sight, Wang Qingxi turned around and continued to leave the yard, but as soon as she turned around, she saw Mu Zixuan again. After giving birth, Mu Zixuan rested for a while and now she has basically recovered and can get out of bed and walk. Unlike when he was with Chu Yuqin, Wang Qingxi was still very respectful to Mu Zixuan, the princess. After seeing Mu Zixuan, Wang Qingxi immediately said, Meet the princess. Mu Zixuan smiled slightly, nodded and said, Miss Wang, please get up. Mu Zixuan knew that Wang Qingxi was Lu Chen's plaything, so she didn't care at all about Wang Qingxi often going to the inner courtyard. This was the way it was in that era. Most housewives didn't care if their husbands had concubines or female slaves, and Mu Zixuan was no exception. Mu Zixuan asked at this time, Is the prince in there? Wang Qingxi replied, The prince is in the study now. Mu Zixuan said, Okay, Miss Wang, go do whatever you want to do. I'll go see the prince. Mu Zixuan now has more and more the temperament of a princess, and her words and actions revealed the aura of a superior. Wang Qingxi was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something and immediately said, Oh, princess, I have something I want to trouble you with. I wonder if you would like to hear it. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan asked in confusion, What is it? Miss Wang, please speak. Wang Qingzi glanced at the location of Lu Chen's study, and then said, "Princess, is it time for the prince to take a concubine?" "Princess, just treat it as a servant's meddling." Ever since Lu Chen's wife became pregnant, Wang Qingzi has been serving Lu Chen every day. Even though she is a 9th-rank warrior, she can't handle it. Now that Mu Zixuan has just given birth to a child, it is impossible for her to serve Lu Chen. So she, as a slave girl, will have to continue to serve Lu Chen. Although she was just a slave girl and it was not her place to speak on matters such as taking a concubine, she really couldn't bear it anymore. She believed that Mu Zixuan was a magnanimous person and would not stop Lu Chen from taking a concubine. Besides, the number of wives and concubines that the king of the north had was not enough to serve him. As the princess, Mu Zixuan could not possibly not allow Lu Chen to take a concubine. Hearing Wang Qingzi's words, Mu Zixuan reacted instantly. She knew that Wang Qingzi must be unable to bear it anymore. Mu Zixuan thought to herself that even a 9th-rank warrior couldn't bear it, so her husband's physique was too strong. When she first married Lu Chen in the capital, she thought that Lu Chen was a young man whose body had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and his body must be very weak. Now it seems. Mu Zixuan sighed, and then said, "Miss Wang, I will tell the prince about taking a concubine, so you can go back without worry." Wang Qingzi immediately thanked her and said, "Thank you, princess. I'll take my leave." Then Wang Qingzi turned around and left the yard. At the same time, Lu Chen, who had just left the study, noticed Chu Yuqin, whose face was flushed, so he immediately stopped her and said, "Aunt Chu, wait a moment, I have a question for you." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin stopped walking, turned her head to look at Lu Chen, and asked in confusion, "Chinner, what do you want to talk to me about?" Lu Chen asked. "Aunt Chu, I remember that the higher the level of a warrior, the more difficult it is to get pregnant, right?" Chu Yuqin said. "That's right, what's wrong?" Chu Yuqin felt a little nervous. Why did Chinner suddenly ask this question? Was he still planning to take advantage of me? After all, in the inner courtyard of the palace, she seemed to be the only female warrior who was close to Lu Chen. Lu Chen then said, "Wang Qingzi and I have had sex so many times, but she still didn't get pregnant, but there is nothing wrong with her body. Even if it's harder to get pregnant as a warrior's realm increases, it shouldn't be the case that half a year has passed and her body still has no reaction at all, right?" Chu Yuqin heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Lu Chen mention Wang Qingzi. It turned out that he was talking about Wang Qingzi. She thought Lu Chen was targeting her. Chu Yuqin smiled and replied, "Chinner, don't you know that warriors above the 5th rank can use their internal energy to expel some impurities from their bodies? Many warriors are poisoned. As long as the poison is not very strong, they can use internal energy to expel it." Chapter 48. Then I'll trouble Aunt Chu. Hearing Chu Yuqin's answer, Lu Chen was slightly stunned. "Is that so?" He asked Wang Qingzi why there was nothing wrong with his health, but more than half a year passed, and there was no reaction in his stomach at all. Great! How dare the slave girl use her inner strength to expel the feelings that I conveyed to her without permission? The next time he sees her, he must give her a good beating to let her know how powerful he is as a master. This guy actually kept it a secret from me for half a year. He even suspected for a moment that there was something wrong with his body, but after a long time he realized it was her problem. Chu Yuqin reminded him at this time. "Chinner, although Wang Qingzi is a 9th-rank warrior, her public identity is the courtesan of Baiwa Tower. If you want to play with her, there is no problem, but if you want to take her as a concubine, I am afraid it will affect your reputation." Chu Yuqin did have some prejudices against Wang Qingzi, but her reminder was not without reason. In this era, people attach great importance to status. Even if an Oiran becomes a good woman or is bought by a wealthy family, she is usually not allowed to become a concubine. What's more, Lu Chen is a prince. If a prince takes an Oiran as his concubine, he will be laughed at if the news gets out. Hearing Chu Yuqin's reminder, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, don't you think taking her as a concubine can buy me more time to grow?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Do you mean that you want to continue to defile yourself and paralyze the court, so that the court will think that you are still that useless prince?" Lu Chen said, "Now is a time of trouble. Although Beijun is not under the attention of the court, there are still many people watching Beijun. My every move is particularly important. Chu Yuqin thought for a moment, sighed softly and said, Chinner, you are grown up now and have your own ideas. Just do whatever you want to do. If you have any trouble, you can tell your aunt, and I will persuade your grandfather to help you. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, Aunt Chu, I did encounter a problem recently. Chu Yuqin asked with concern, What's the trouble? Lu Chen replied, When I was practicing martial arts recently, I always felt that there was a stream of energy swirling in my dantian, which made me feel very uncomfortable. How about you help me check and see what's going on? Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment. When Lu Chen was young, she often examined him physically, but Lu Chen is now so old and has his own queen, so it is not appropriate for her to examine him at this time. After all, they are adults and there are differences between men and women. Chu Yuqin thought for a moment, then said, Chinner, you are an adult now, so it is not appropriate for me to check your body again. I will ask General Li to check you later. He should be able to tell what is wrong. Hearing this, Lu Chen said, Aunt Chu, General Li is only an 8th rank warrior, and he just broke through to the 8th rank not long ago. He is not as experienced as you. Chu Yuqin then said, Don't you still have the Jinyui? Commander Qin should still be in Yanqing. He is a master, let him check. Chu Yuqin said she had no intention of examining Lu Chen's body in person, as she was afraid that some intimate contact would occur again. After hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen sighed deeply, and then said, Alas, I understand, Aunt Chu dislikes me. Chu Yuqin immediately said, Chinner, how can you say that? I'm your aunt, how could I possibly dislike you? Lu Chen said, When I was a child, you often checked my body. Now that I have grown up, you don't check my body anymore. If not, what do you think of me? Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's face flushed, and the blush even spread to her neck. Chu Yuqin was about to say something when Lu Chen turned around and said, Aunt Chu, if you don't want to help me check, forget it. If something really happens, then let it die. Anyway, you don't care about me anymore. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned, and then she said angrily, Chinner, how can you talk about life and death so casually? As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin raised her jade hand and grabbed Lu Chen's wrist. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth rose slightly, but his back was facing Chu Yuqin, so Chu Yuqin couldn't see it. Lu Chen had already discovered that Chu Yuqin had been trying every possible way to avoid him in recent times. Of course, Lu Chen also understood why this happened. Chu Yuqin was afraid that they might accidentally get into trouble and eventually become his woman. After all, she is a relatively traditional woman, and she can't accept this kind of thing for the time being. After Chu Yuqin grabbed Lu Chen's wrist, she sighed and said, Go to the room, I'll help you take a look and help you regulate your internal strength. In fact, Chu Yuqin had wanted to see how Lu Chen was doing for a long time. Although Lu Chen had a destiny to become an immortal, practicing martial arts was a personal matter after all, and no one knew if anything would go wrong. However, when Chu Yuqin thought of what happened in the past, and she knew that the bad boy Lu Chen had always coveted her body, she could only suppress her thoughts and never took the initiative to offer to help Lu Chen check his body. Seeing that Chu Yuqin agreed, Lu Chen immediately said, Then I'll trouble Aunt Chu. Then the two of them came to the study. After smelling a strange smell in the study, Chu Yuqin showed a strange expression on her face. What's that smell? Why is it so bad? Although Chu Yuqin is already 28, almost 29, she has never been exposed to that kind of thing, so she still doesn't quite understand some things. Lu Chen said calmly, This is the new perfume developed by the palace. Chu Yuqin said in surprise, Perfume? No one would buy perfume with this scent, right? At this point, Chu Yuqin sniffed the air and continued, Could it be that because you were exposed to this perfume, something went wrong with your body during your martial arts training? Sometimes problems during martial arts practice are often caused by the environment, so Chu Yuqin suspected that it was because the smell was too pungent that caused her Chinner to have some physical problems while practicing martial arts. Lu Chen said, I don't know either, maybe there is a reason for this. At this time, Chu Yuqin glanced at Lu Chen and said with a red face, Take off your upper body clothes, let me take a look at this situation first. As soon as Chu Yuqin finished speaking, Lu Chen skillfully took off his clothes. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuqin's face became even hotter, as if she had a fever, and her ears turned red. As Lu Chen took off his clothes, his strong body appeared in front of Chu Yuqin. Seeing Lu Chen's neatly arranged 8 abdominal muscles, Chu Yuqin was slightly stunned. When Lu Chen married Mu Zixuan, Chu Yuqin helped Lu Chen to check his body. At that time, Lu Chen did not have obvious abdominal muscles, just a small belly. Lu Chen now has such obvious muscles, which makes Chu Yuqin feel a little unbelievable. Although she knew that Lu Chen was already a warrior, she had never actually seen how Lu Chen practiced martial arts. It was surprising that a person who had not practiced martial arts much had such strong muscles. Honestly, it's surprising. Chapter 49. You're not lying to me, are you? Although Lu Chen's muscles are very obvious, they do not appear to be particularly exaggerated, unlike those muscular men in modern times. Lu Chen's muscles are in perfect shape. Seeing his figure, Chu Yuqin felt a little confused. Chu Yuqin said with all her might, "Chinner, although you are already a warrior, I don't think I've ever seen you practice martial arts. Why is your body so strong?" Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Aunt Chu, who said I didn't practice martial arts? Haven't I been practicing martial arts every day these days?" Hearing this, Chu Yuqin asked in confusion, "Then why didn't I see it?" Lu Chen said, "I usually practice martial arts in my room, and I need Wang Qingxi's cooperation. It's normal that you didn't see it." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. She rolled her eyes at Lu Chen and said, "You little rascal, are you practicing martial arts?" Lu Chen said shamelessly, "Aunt Chu, you don't understand this. There are many ways to practice martial arts." Chu Yuqin snorted lightly and did not continue this topic with Lu Chen. "Chinner, tell me, you are not feeling well in that position." After she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen's abdominal muscles carefully. At this time, Lu Chen grabbed Chu Yuqin's jade hand and placed it directly on his chest. "It hurts here from time to time, especially when I practice martial arts. It often hurts so much that I can't move." Seeing Lu Chen holding her hand, Chu Yuqin subconsciously wanted to break free, but after hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yuqin didn't take it to heart. She carefully sensed Lu Chen's condition. Now she could transfer her internal energy into another person's body. She could easily discover what symptoms were inside a person's body. After a while, Chu Yuqin said to herself, "Strange, it seems that there is no problem?" Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen said, "Aunt Chu, you must be wrong. How can there be no problem?" At this point, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, then showed a surprised expression and said, How strange. Aunt Chu, I don't know why, after your hand touched my dantian, I no longer felt that burning pain." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen suspiciously. "Is this true?" Lu Chen said, "How could I lie to you?" At this moment, Lu Chen looked at his chest and said, "Aunt Chu, look, there is something strange on my chest." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's gaze instantly shifted from Lu Chen's face to Lu Chen's chest. Upon seeing this, she discovered that Lu Chen's chest was actually emitting green light. "What is this?" This was the first time Chu Yuqin had seen such a situation. At this time, Lu Chen continued, "It's amazing, Aunt Chu, the gas accumulated in my dantian has gradually dissipated, and it seems that my internal energy has also been unblocked." Chu Yuqin asked with a confused look on her face. "Really? But I didn't do anything?" She just put her hand on Lu Chen's chest, then checked Lu Chen's body, and did not help Lu Chen regulate his internal strength. As a result, Lu Chen's body healed on its own? Is there such a magical thing? Chu Yuqin couldn't understand the current situation. Lu Chen said at this time, "Aunt Chu, I understand what's going on." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin quickly asked, "What's going on?" Lu Chen continued, "There is a special technique in the immortal technique I inherited. As long as a woman who shares my mind is with me, she can help me practice. It must be you, Aunt Chu, who touched my body. Therefore, we indirectly had the conditions for dual cultivation. This calmed down the chaotic qi in my body, and my internal energy became smooth." Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen with suspicion. "Chinner, you are not lying to me, are you? Why do I feel like the technique you're talking about is the Huan technique of the demonic cult?" Lu Chen asked seriously. "Aunt Chu, have you ever thought about where the Huan Gong of the demon cult came from? The magic cult's Huan Gong is harmful to people, but the immortal method I inherited is beneficial to both sides. And you also saw that you only touched my body and helped me stabilize my internal strength, and you didn't suffer any harm. Having said that, Lu Chun looked into Chu Yuqin's beautiful eyes with a sharp gaze. I suspect that the Hehuan Gong must have some similarities with the martial arts I practice, but the Hehuan Gong is incomplete, so it is harmful to people. And the skills I have are complete, so there is no harm to both parties. Maybe someone stole the immortal skills back then, but what he stole was not complete, so the demon cult's Hehuan Gong came into being. After hearing Lu Chen's nonsense, Chu Yuqin thought about it seriously and felt that there was some truth in it. What should we do now? Chu Yuqin asked with a red face. Her hand was still on Lu Chen's chest, and because she was too close to him, she felt extremely restless. The masculine aura of Lu Chen's body constantly stimulated her and impacted her heart. If we continue like this, the same thing might happen again. Lu Chen said at this time. Aunt Chu, since your touching me can stabilize my internal energy, then you should stay close to me for a while longer. Chu Yuqin thought about it and just put her hand on Chen's chest. As long as she didn't take the initiative to get close, it should be fine. Thinking of this, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, Okay, if you get better, tell Auntie. But at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly let out a wail and suddenly exerted force with his hands, holding Chu Yuqin's hand tightly against his chest. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuqin asked in panic, Chinner, what's wrong with you? As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin's body subconsciously came in front of Lu Chen, and then she quickly supported him with her other hand. Lu Chen showed a painful expression and said, Aunt Chu, maybe there are too many impurities accumulated in my body when I was practicing martial arts, and they can't be cleared for a while. Chu Yuqin's rosy face turned pale in an instant. What should we do now? Lu Chen said. Aunt Chu, if you hold me now, maybe you can use the special skills I practice to relieve the pain in my body. This? After hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin hesitated. After all, Lu Chen has grown up and is no longer a child. It would definitely not be okay for me to have such close contact with him. But seeing Lu Chen in such pain, Chu Yuqin couldn't bear it, so she bit her lip and said, Chinner, tell me if you feel better. Having said that, Chu Yuqin took the initiative to hug Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen quickly controlled the internal strength in his body and calmed his mind. He, who is already a 9th-rank warrior, almost lost control. She is worthy of being a woman with a score of 97. Afterwards, the two of them hugged each other like this. After a while, Chu Yuqin felt something was wrong. Her body became hotter and more restless. Chu Yuqin clenched her teeth and said to herself, This is Sister Yu's child, and she must not have any improper thoughts. However, the more she thought about it, the more panicked Chu Yuqin became. Gradually, Chu Yuqin's whole body softened. Originally, she was hugging Lu Chen, but now it was Lu Chen who was hugging her delicate body. Seeing Chu Yuqin like this, Lu Chen knew that the dragon and phoenix tea was working. Lu Chen thought to himself, My dear Aunt Chu, I let you hide from me for most of half a year, but today you can't hide from me anymore. Just as he was thinking this, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. My lord, are you in there? Chapter 50 Why Not Take a Concubine? After hearing Mu Zixuan's voice, Chu Yuqin, whose mind was already confused and infatuated, instantly woke up. She quickly pushed Lu Chen hard and said anxiously, Chinner, let go of Auntie, Zixuan is coming in. Lu Chen felt like crying but had no tears. My dear princess, why don't you come at any other time? Why do you come at this time? Then Lu Chen had no choice but to let Chu Yuqin go. But Chu Yuqin did not run away immediately. She looked at Lu Chen and asked with concern, Chinner, are you feeling better now? Lu Chen nodded and said, Yeah, much better. It seems that this is indeed useful. Aunt Chu, you have to help me take care of my body regularly from now on. Chu Yuqin said, Can't you let Zixuan and the others help you? Lu Chen said, Zixuan and the other two are not warriors, they don't have internal strength, so it won't work. Qing Xi doesn't seem to have any feelings for me, and we can't meet the conditions for dual cultivation. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin felt like her brain was about to burn out. She quickly said, Well, if you feel uncomfortable in the future, come find me. I'm going out first. Having said this, Chu Yuqin immediately walked towards the door. When Mu Zixuan saw Chu Yuqin open the door, she was stunned for a moment. Chu Yuqin quickly explained. I checked China's body. You guys chat. I'll leave first. As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Yuqin ran away. Seeing Chu Yuqin's panicked back and her blushing face, Mu Zixuan instantly realized what had just happened. She turned her head and looked at Lu Qin and apologized. Your Majesty, it's all my fault. I have disturbed your good times. I will be more careful in the future. Hearing this, Lu Qin smiled slightly and then said, It's okay, Aunt Chu and I just chatted, and didn't do anything shameful. By the way, my beloved, what do you want to see me about? Mu Zixuan immediately entered the study and replied, Your Majesty. Mu Zixuan was about to speak when she suddenly smelled a pungent odor. As Lu Chen's princess, how could Mu Zixuan not know what this smell was? Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Chen speechlessly, and said that she had not done anything shameful just now, but the smell in the room was so strong. Seeing that Mu Zixuan suddenly stopped talking and had a strange look on her face, Lu Chen knew that Mu Zixuan must have misunderstood, so he immediately added, Oh, by the way, Qingxi was here before. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan finally realized that the smell in the room was caused by Wang Qingxi. Lu Chen continued, My beloved, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Mu Zixuan immediately said, Prince, I took over the business of the palace today and found that our sales of soap and perfume in the capital have dropped significantly recently. I don't know what's going on. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and he immediately came to Mu Zixuan, then hugged Mu Zixuan and said, My beloved, you just gave birth to a child, why don't you take a good rest? You took over the business of the palace so soon. Mu Zixuan said, Your Majesty, I am idle in the palace anyway, and there is someone to lead the way. In ancient times, when the wives of high-ranking officials and nobles gave birth to children, they would usually hire a wet nurse, and the royal palace was no exception. After Mu Zixuan gave birth to the child, although she would take care of the child, most of the time it was the wet nurse and maids in the palace who took care of the child, so she herself had more ease. Mu Zixuan was a person who couldn't sit still. She had stayed in the palace for so long because of her pregnancy, and she was a little tired of it, so she took over the business of the palace again right after giving birth. Mu Zixuan continued to ask, My lord, I heard that you set up an organization to collect intelligence. Do you know what happened in the capital? Although the Jinyui did not make a public appearance, Mu Zixuan often saw some Jinyui coming to the palace to report intelligence to Lu Chen in the past few days, so she had some understanding of the Jinyui and knew that Lu Chen had set up an intelligence agency. Mu Zixuan had just given birth to a child, and Lu Chen would definitely not tell her about the affairs of Duke Mu's mansion. Lu Chen said at this time, The capital has been quite turbulent recently. I heard that the commander of the Imperial Guards has been replaced again and again. The poor business of the palace may also be related to the current situation. Mu Zixuan showed a thoughtful look, and then said, So that's how it is. I was wondering why the business of the palace was declining so quickly. As for the decline in the palace's business, Lu Chen basically knew the reason, and it was definitely not just due to the turbulent times. Soap, perfume, and scented soap were all new things, and they sold very well and made a lot of money in Beijing. It was impossible that no one coveted them. In the past, no one dared to take over the shops of Prince Bei's mansion because the mansion of Duke Mu was watching. But now that the entire family of the mansion of Duke Mu is about to be exiled, who would be afraid of the mansion of Duke Mu? Moreover, the Northern King is far away in Beijun and has no control over the capital. The shops of the Northern Prince's mansion in the capital were probably either robbed or smashed. It is estimated that some people have started to think about the production methods of soap perfume. In the future, the palace's business philosophy must change. It would be best to find local businessmen or high-ranking officials to cooperate with and share some of the profits with others, otherwise they will always be thinking about it. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, My beloved concubine, from now on, our palace's business will not only be done in the capital, but also spread to other fiefdoms. When you do business in the future, try to give some gifts to the lords of those fiefdoms, especially shares of the shops, otherwise others will always be thinking about it. After hearing Lu Chen's reminder, Mu Zixuan instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Doing business requires the knowledge of human relations, and some profits that should be given up must be given up. Mu Zixuan then said. I will keep in mind the prince's reminder. Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of something at this time, and then said, My lord, there is something I don't know whether I should tell you. Lu Chen smiled slightly, then scratched her delicate nose bridge. Is there anything we can't talk about between husband and wife? Tell me, what is it? Mu Zixuan said. Your Highness, I just gave birth to a child, and Xiao Xiao and her sister are also pregnant. In this case, Miss Wan will be the only one to serve your Highness. The prince's health has been getting better recently, and Miss Wan seems to be a little overwhelmed. Why don't you take a concubine? Hearing Mu Zixuan mention Wang Qingzi, Lu Chen felt a little angry. Of course, he was not angry with Mu Zixuan, but he thought that Wang Qingzi, this guy, actually pushed his feelings out of his body. After Lu Chen pondered for a moment, he said, Since you said so, my beloved concubine, I will find a time to take in a concubine. But there don't seem to be many beautiful women in beijun. My beloved concubine, you know that although I am lustful, I only like stunning beauties. I am not very interested in ordinary women. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan thought about it, and then said, Prince, how about this? We issue a letter to recruit concubines, publicly recruiting concubines from all the families in the Great Xia Dynasty. By then, there will surely be many families who will send their daughters to the northern prince's palace to choose concubines. As long as there are enough people, there will always be a woman who will make the prince's heart beat. Chapter 51 Lu Chen has another special identity. After hearing Mu Zixuan's proposal, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He thought this method was feasible. At first, his focus was limited to beijun, mainly because his strength was not strong enough, and he did not want to be too high profile. Moreover, he had just arrived in beijun at that time and was still very poor. Even if he issued a notice to select a concubine, the beautiful girls from other fiefdoms might not necessarily come to beijun. Nowadays, Bai Wangfu's soaps, perfumes, and soaps are all over the Great Xia Dynasty, and many people know that Bai Wangfu is rich. If a concubine selection announcement is issued at this time, many large families will surely be tempted and send the beautiful girls and their families to the northern prince's palace. As long as there are enough people, there will always be scores above 90 points. After Lu Chen was silent for a while, he said to Mu Zixuan, Okay, then let's do as my beloved concubine says. Seeing that Lu Chen agreed, Mu Zixuan immediately said, My lord, can you let me choose a concubine? Lu Chen hugged Mu Zixuan's body, stroked her hair and said, You just gave birth to a child not long ago, you should take good care of yourself. Although Lu Chen is a scumbag, he is not such a beast. He asked his princess to run errands after she just gave birth to a child and even asked her to help him take a concubine. How could this be? Mu Zixuan said, I want to share the burden for you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please leave this matter to me. Having said that, Mu Zixuan's bright eyes stared at Lu Chen. Seeing Mu Zixuan's eyes, Lu Chen was touched and couldn't bear to refuse, so he said, Well, I'll trouble you to take a concubine, but I need to be present on the day of the selection. Seeing that Lu Chen agreed to let her take over the matter of taking a concubine, Mu Zixuan was very happy. She immediately said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will let Your Majesty choose the concubine personally. A few days later, the Northern Palace issued a concubine announcement to the entire Great Xia Dynasty. As soon as the announcement of taking a concubine was made, Lu Chen was scolded by the people of the Great Xia Dynasty. Not many people in Beijun thought there was anything wrong with this. After all, after the king of Bei came to Beijun, he did not do anything to trouble the people. Moreover, the Northern Palace seems to have recently cultivated grain seeds that can produce 1,000 kilograms per mu, and the Northern Palace has already had people trial planting them in various places in Beijun. If this kind of food called potatoes is popularized, then the entire Beijun will no longer be short of food, so the people of Beijun have a tolerance for Lu Chen's indulgence. Of course, the most crucial point is that the people of Beijun are all in Lu Chen's fiefdom. Lu Chen is the king of Beijun, and no one dares to scold their king in the fiefdom unless they don't want to live. It was different in other territories. Most of the people in the Great Xia Dynasty believed that the king of the north was indulgent, promiscuous, and incompetent. They had long heard that the king of the north kept many beautiful concubines in his own palace, and spent his days in pleasure and debauchery. The king of the north already has so many beautiful concubines, but he still wants to take a concubine, and he wants to take a concubine in all the territories of the Great Xia Dynasty. Could it be that the king of the north has already had enough of all the pretty girls in the North County, and wants to harm the girls in other vassal kings' territories? When they thought of this, some upper-class literati and poets became very angry. If the northern king took all the beautiful girls to the northern king's palace, how could they take concubines? For a time, scholars from all over the country wrote articles criticizing the northern king. At the same time, there were also remarks impeaching the king of the north in the court of Daxia. The court censors impeached the king of the north, of course, not because they were worried that the king of the north would steal their women. Generally speaking, things that were brought to the court basically had political reasons. Most of those who impeached the northern king were officials from the 8th Prince Lu Xiyun's faction. As for their purpose, it was mainly to belittle Lu Qin. Although the Chu family has basically had no contact with the northern king, as long as there is that blood relationship, officials from Lu Xiyun's faction will not miss any opportunity to discredit the northern king. They didn't think that impeaching Lu Qin would deprive him of the throne. It was not so easy for the vassal kings of the Great Xia Dynasty to be deprived of their thrones, unless they rebelled or did something to betray the Great Xia Dynasty. The imperial court would not care about someone like the king of the north who did not do anything wrong in the foreign land and just stayed in his own palace to enjoy himself. Emperor Xia even wished that all the vassal kings in the Great Xia Dynasty were like Lu Qin. If the Great Xia Dynasty were all ruled by vassal kings like Lu Qin, then Emperor Xia would be able to control the entire Great Xia more easily. Faced with the censor's impeachment of Lu Qin, Emperor Xia did not take it seriously at all. What happened recently in the capital was the most important. As for the king of the north, as long as he did not rebel, what he did in Beijun had little to do with the court. After the court session, Emperor Xia went to the imperial garden. Emperor Xia did not take the disturbances in the court seriously. It was time to deal with serious matters after the court was dismissed. At this moment, the national teacher Situsu was already waiting inside the pavilion. Unlike the ministers in the court, the imperial master does not need to attend court. This is the privilege of the Grand Master. When Emperor Xia appeared in the pavilion, a shadow guard in black armor appeared in front of him. Your Majesty, I have found out that the remnants of the Qin kingdom entered the palace not to assassinate you, but to find something. Ever since the remnants of the Qin state entered the imperial palace, Emperor Xia sent people to investigate the purpose of their entering the imperial palace. He didn't believe that the remnants of the Qin state would be so stupid that they would dare to enter the palace to assassinate him with only 2 half-step masters. That would be no different from committing suicide. After hearing the words of the shadow guard, Emperor Xia narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as he thought, the remnants of the Qin kingdom were not trying to assassinate him, but had other purposes. At this time, Emperor Xia asked Situsu in the pavilion, "What do you think the remnants of the Qin kingdom are looking for when they enter the palace?" Situsu said, "The only thing that could make the remnants of the Qin kingdom risk such a great risk to enter the palace to look for is probably the Qin kingdom's imperial seal. It is rumored that the imperial seal of the Qin kingdom is the key to the Qin kingdom's treasury. After Daxia conquered the Qin kingdom, it never found the location of the Qin kingdom's treasury. However, I believe that the remnants of the Qin kingdom's royal family must know it. If the state of Qin wants to restore its country, it needs money to recruit soldiers, so they should want to open the treasury of the state of Qin and take out the gold and silver treasures inside." After hearing what Situsu said, Emperor Xia snorted coldly and said, "Even I don't know where the jade seal of the state of Qin is, and they actually want to come to the palace to find the jade seal of the state of Qin. It's ridiculous." At this time, the shadow guard in front of Emperor Xia continued, "Your Majesty, I have found out one more thing." Emperor Xia said calmly, "Speak." The shadow guard commander immediately said, "I have found that the remnants of the Qin kingdom seem to be related to the Xianhua palace. After the remnants of the Qin kingdom disappeared, the disciples of the Xianhua palace appeared in the place where they were last seen." When Emperor Xia heard the words, "Xianhua palace," his face darkened instantly, as if the words, "Xianhua palace," touched upon something he didn't want to recall. Emperor Xia then said, "I understand." At this point, Emperor Xia immediately asked, "How is Shizhou doing?" The shadow guard commander replied, "After the 9th prince went to Beijun, he had fun in the palace every day. There was nothing unusual. In addition, the 9th prince's wife gave birth to a prince a few days ago." After listening to the report from the Shadow Guard commander, Emperor Xia said calmly, "Okay, you can go down." "Yes, Your Majesty, I will take my leave." After the Shadow Guard commander left, Emperor Xia put his hands behind his back, looked at the fish swimming in the lotus pond and said, "Grandmaster, why do I feel that the Grandmaster next to Xiaojiu was not sent by Chuxiong, but rather seems to be planted by Xianhua Palace next to him?" Lu Chen's mother, Chuyu, was once a member of Xianyu Palace and the goddess of Xianyu Palace. At first Emperor Xia hadn't thought about the Xianyu Palace. It was not until the Shadow Guard leader mentioned it just now that he realized that Lu Chen had a special identity. Chapter 52. Someone should be sent to watch him. According to the rules of Xianyu Palace, the child born by the goddess of Xianyu Palace is the son of God, so Lu Chen is the son of God of Xianyu Palace. Thinking of this, Emperor Xiao's face became uncertain. Now he actually regretted sending Lu Chen to serve as a vassal. This is an extremely unstable factor. After all, it involves the sex within Daxia. Xianhua Palace is likely to use the Northern King to deal with the capital. And now Xianyu Palace is suspected of colluding with the remnants of Chen State. Who knows what they want to do? Thinking of this, Emperor Xia sneered and said, "The aristocratic families haven't been dealt with yet, and the sects have jumped out again. They really don't let me have a good day." Hearing this, Sitisa said, "If Your Majesty is worried that the Northern King is colluding with the Xianhua Palace, why not send a shadow guard to monitor him?" Hearing what Sitisa said, Emperor Xia pondered for a moment and said, "We should indeed send someone to watch him." As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Xia said to the person behind him, "Commander Bai, I'll leave this matter to you. Go to Beijun in person. I want to see which master is so kind to Xiaojiu and has been staying by his side to protect him." There seemed to be no one behind Emperor Xia at this time, but as Emperor Xia finished speaking, the figure of a woman in white clothes gradually emerged. The woman had a graceful figure with curves in all the right places, and her face was cold and expressionless. She bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Emperor Xia continued, "Okay, you can go down. I'll take my leave." As soon as the woman finished her words, her body disappeared again, as if she had become invisible. Seeing that Emperor Xia actually asked the deputy commander of the Shadow Guard to go to Beijun in person, Situsa felt a little unbelievable, and then he asked, "Your Majesty, is it a bit of an overreaction to ask Commander Bai to go to Beijun to investigate this matter?" Emperor Xia said calmly, "Anything related to Xianhua Palace is not a trivial matter." Seeing that Emperor Xia said so, Situsa stopped talking. He knew very well that Emperor Xia was very wary of Xianyu Palace, and this had a lot to do with Chuyu. At this time, Situsa asked, "Your Majesty, Mu Changtian should be leaving the capital in the next few days, right?" When Emperor Xia heard Situsa mention Mu Changtian, his expression changed slightly and became very gloomy. "What? Is the Imperial Master planning to plead for Mu Changtian?" Hearing Emperor Xiao's cold tone, Situsa knew that it was useless for him to say anything. Emperor Xia was determined to have his own way and to get rid of Mu Changtian's family. Since it was useless to say anything, Situsa did not intend to waste any more time. He immediately said, "That's not the case. I just want to persuade Your Majesty that if you want to take action against the Jiangnan family, you must have a few confidants around you." Originally, Mu Changtian could be used as a sword by Emperor Xia to eliminate the Jiangnan family, but Emperor Xia was afraid of the military power in his hands and insisted on getting rid of him. There are fewer and fewer trustworthy people around Emperor Xia now, and he may become a lonely man in the future. However, Situsa did not intend to interfere too much. As long as the Great Xia Dynasty was still named Lu, everything had nothing to do with him as the Grandmaster. Facing Situsa's reminder, Emperor Xia said nonchalantly, "I will remember the Imperial Master's reminder." The residence of the 8th Prince. Lu Shuyun looked at the information he had collected and sneered. "My 9th brother is really a fool with good fortune. The soap and perfume he made are so profitable." The fight for the throne between the princes also requires money to win people's hearts, so Lu Shuyun has always been more concerned about making money. For example, all the masters in his mansion were recruited with silver. If he didn't have silver, he would not be able to recruit so many masters. Seeing Lu Chen enjoying himself in the palace all day long, not having to do anything and not having to worry about anything, and being able to earn hundreds of thousands of taels of silver by handing over all the palace business to a woman, how could Lu Shuyun not be jealous? He has run so many businesses, but he can't earn hundreds of thousands of taels of silver a month, while Lu Chen, the useless prince, can do it. This makes Lu Shuyun feel very unbalanced. After hearing what Lu Shuyun said, the guest beside him whispered, "Your Highness, why don't we think of a way to steal the soap and perfume making methods from the Northern Palace, and then sell soap and perfume ourselves?" Lu Xun said calmly, "No need. The owner of the Blood Moon Tower has already gone to Beijun in person. I think he will be able to bring back the methods of making soap and perfume in no time." Hearing this, the guest official's face changed drastically, and he quickly said, "Your Highness, you must not touch the ninth prince at this time. If something happens to the ninth prince, many people in the court will say that Your Highness sent someone to assassinate the ninth prince, and then this matter will be very disadvantageous to your bid for the throne. This is a critical period, and we cannot afford to make any mistakes." Facing the guest's persuasion, Lu Xuyun didn't care at all. The situation in the capital is chaotic now, and not many people care about the useless prince in the north. Besides, the barbarians will soon move south, and no one will know that this was done by the Blood Moon Tower. The focus of the ministers in the court will only be on the barbarians. Upon hearing Lu Xiyun's words, the guest's expression froze. It was obvious that the amount of information in Lu Xiyun's words was too huge, and the guest around Lu Xiyun was unable to react for a while. A few days later, at the gate of the capital, as prison vans passed through the city gate, the people did not throw stones or rotten eggs at the prisoners in the vans as usual. The common people all knew that today was the day that Duke Mu's family was exiled, and the people in the prison car were all family members of Duke Mu's family. The common people knew who Duke Mu was. He was one of the two great kings of the Great Xia Dynasty, and it was he who supported Emperor Xia to ascend the throne. Even though he has fallen to this point, the people still have awe and awe towards him. Right now, on the city wall, a man in silver armor looked at the slowly advancing prisoner car and asked the people around him, "Are you all ready?" The soldier next to him immediately said, "Don't worry, General. It will be safe." The man nodded with satisfaction, staring at Mu Changtian in the prison car, and then said to himself, "Teacher, have a safe journey." The Mu Mansion's exile convoy did not encounter any danger in the first 2 days, and the people in the Mu Mansion even thought they were safe. But Mu Changtian is not stupid. In the past 2 days, everything they eat and use must be thoroughly checked by them. Although the soldiers escorting them are unlikely to attack them, they still have to be on guard against them. And he also didn't believe that Emperor Xia would let them go. After all, he is one of the two kings of Xia. Even if his martial arts have been abolished, in the eyes of Emperor Xia, letting him go is still like letting a tiger return to the mountain. 2 nights later, the Mu family's convoy arrived at an inn. There was no village or shop around the inn, and no one was around. Seeing that it was already late, the guards escorting the Mu mansion said to Mu Changtian, "Duke Mu, why don't we rest here tonight?" Although Duke Mu's family had been exiled, the escorting officers were still very respectful to them. Mu Changtian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and then said, "Okay, let's rest here for a night." Chapter 53 Come out, don't hide. As Mu Changtian finished speaking, the escorting officers took out the keys to the prison van, opened the doors of the van, and released everyone in Duke Mu's mansion. Because they were escorting the family of Duke Mu, the officers were not so strict. Usually, when they arrived at the resting place, they would open the car door and let them out to rest. At this time, a messenger walked into the inn and said to the innkeeper, "Boss, we are going to stay here today. How many rooms do you have?" The innkeeper said with a smile, "Sir, the inn is full. You should go somewhere else." Hearing this, the officer said unhappily, "What, it's full? Are you kidding? There's no village or shop in the middle of nowhere. How can you have so many customers?" The innkeeper said, "Because there is no village in front and no inn behind. People passing by this road can only stay at our inn." Hearing this, the officer had no choice but to say, "Well, do you have a larger space here? We can rest here tonight." The innkeeper said, "The backyard of our inn is quite spacious. Would you like to stay there for one night?" The officer thought about it and was about to say something, but the innkeeper immediately continued, "If you stay at our inn, all the food and drinks tonight will be free. What do you think? Hearing this, the officer said without hesitation. Okay, find someone to help us feed the horses. The shopkeeper immediately said. Okay, I'll arrange for someone to feed the horses right away. The officer then turned around and left the inn. He came to Mu Changtian and said apologetically, Duke Mu, I'm really sorry, this inn is full. I'm afraid you will have to rest in the open air tonight. Mu Changtian said calmly, It's okay, go and do your own thing. The officer immediately said, Well, I'll ask the shopkeeper to bring you some food later. As soon as he finished speaking, the officer walked away. At this time, the two brothers Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping surrounded them. Mu Xingping said, Dad, why has no one attacked us after 2 days? Is His Majesty planning to let us go? Hearing this, Mu Changtian laughed, and then said, Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't they coming soon? Hearing this, Mu Xingping was startled, and then looked around nervously. Where are they? Where are they? Why can't I see them? Mu Changtian looked at the inn in front of him and said, They are waiting for us inside. Hearing this, Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu both looked towards the inn in front of them. Just at this moment they saw several people staring at them from upstairs with the windows half open. Seeing that the Mu family noticed the upstairs, those people immediately closed the windows. Seeing this scene, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping were both shocked. They thought that the emperor was planning to let them go, but they didn't expect that the time had not yet come. They were afraid that those people would take action tonight. Mu Jingwu then asked, Dad, what should we do now? Mu Changtian said, Let's talk about it tonight. I want to see who is coming. Mu Changtian knew in his heart that the emperor would definitely send a master-level expert this time, but he was not sure who the person would be. There are many masters he can think of, and many of them have conflicts with him. Soon, the sun in the sky gradually set. Mu Changtian and the others also put in their best efforts. Just at this moment, a whistle sounded in the yard. As the whistle sounded, a group of people dressed in black and wearing masks appeared in the yard. After seeing this scene, the officers escorting Duke Mu's mansion understood something instantly. They quickly stood up and ran away. The men in black did not stop the officers from escaping. After all, their target was not the officers themselves. Those men in black took out their bows and arrows and aimed them at the people in Duke Mu's mansion. The men in Duke Mu's mansion immediately stood up and surrounded the men and children inside. At this time, the women in Duke Mu's mansion were trembling with fear and dared not move at all. At this time, the crowd of people in black gradually dispersed, and a man walked out of the crowd. The man took off his mask, revealing his scarred face. After seeing the man's true face, Mu Changtian sneered and said, I just thought of anyone who might come to see me off, but I didn't think of you. Hearing this, the scarred man also smiled and said, Teacher, if I hadn't come to see you off in person, how could His Majesty be willing to let me take over the newly formed Dragon Guard army? The scarred man in front of him is named Qin Pingyi. He was promoted by Mu Changtian, who can be considered his mentor. In order to repay his teacher's kindness, Qin Pingyi is always very kind to Duke Mu's mansion. Even when the Duke Mu's mansion was implicated in the Zhou family's rebellion a year ago, it was he who personally pleaded with Emperor Xia, and in the end Emperor Xia used the Iron Scroll of Immunity from Death as an offset and did not take action against the Duke Mu's mansion. However, what Mu Changtian did not expect was that this person actually wanted to kill him. Mu Changtian sighed and said, The human heart is hard to predict. It seems that you asked the Emperor for mercy in order to get the Mu family to hand over the death-free Iron Scroll. This should be what the Emperor asked you to do, right? Qin Pingyi said calmly. Teacher, it's already this time. What else is there to talk about those things? Why don't you tell me what unfulfilled wishes you have? Perhaps I can fulfill them for you. Hearing this, Mu Changtian laughed and said, Ha ha ha, Qin Pingyi, today I was abandoned by Lu Xingqiu. Have you ever thought that one day you will also be abandoned by Lu Xingqiu? By that time, I'm afraid your fate will be even more miserable than mine. Qin Pingyi said nonchalantly, Teacher, don't worry about this. I will never follow your path. Well, since the teacher has nothing more to say, please have a safe journey. At this point, Qin Pingyi waved his hand and said in a cold voice, Shoot! However, at this moment, countless arrows suddenly shot down from the roof of the inn, and the people brought by Qin Pingyi were hit by the arrows before they could react. Seeing this scene, Chinpingyi's face suddenly darkened. Who is this person? How dare you interfere in His Majesty's affairs? As soon as Chinpingyi finished speaking, some people in red clothes jumped down from the building. These people were all at the 5th level. After seeing these people, Mu Changtian was slightly stunned. He actually guessed that the mysterious prince who gave them the Great Huandan would send someone to rescue them, but he didn't expect that the people sent by the other party were all warriors above the 5th rank. It seems that the prince values their Duke Mu's mansion very much. At this time, Chinpingyi said coldly, Since you dare to interfere in His Majesty's affairs, you should also be prepared to die. Then Chinpingyi shouted, Come out, don't hide. As soon as Chinpingyi finished speaking, 2 masters and several warriors appeared behind Chinpingyi. Seeing these people, Mu Changtian smiled and said, Your Majesty really thinks highly of me. In order to kill a useless person like me, he actually sent 3 masters here. Chapter 54 How is it possible that you didn't lose your power? Seeing that the warriors behind him had appeared, Chinpingyi looked at Mu Changtian in the distance and said, Teacher, I can't believe that at this time, there are still people willing to save you. It seems that the teacher is not as loyal and patriotic as he appears to be. If the teacher is truly loyal to the emperor and patriotic, he should commit suicide right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinpingyi kicked his legs and rushed towards Mu Changtian in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Mu Changtian. Then he swung his knife. A beam of white light flashed across Mu Changtian's face. Just when Chinpingyi thought that Mu Changtian was doomed to die, suddenly, a force gushed out from Mu Changtian's body, and then his body was wrapped in a ball of gas. The next moment, Mu Changtian raised his hand and caught Chinpingyi's blade with his bare hands. Seeing this scene, Chinpingyi was stunned, and even the 2 masters behind him and the warriors who came to kill him were stunned. They heard that His Majesty had bestowed the power-dispersing elixir on the men in Duke Mu's mansion, and that the men in Duke Mu's mansion no longer had any power in their bodies. Now, at most, they were just healthier and stronger than ordinary people. But judging from the aura released by Mu Changtian, it is not that he has no skills, he is clearly a master. There is a gap between masters, and there are many masters in Daxia, but why can Mu Changtian become the so-called king? It was not just that he supported Emperor Xia's ascension to the throne. In the Great Xia Dynasty, few people at the same Grand Master level could be Mu Changtian's opponent, so he was able to become the king of heaven. Chinpingyi said in disbelief. How could you not have lost your power? Chinpingyi's voice trembled a little. As Mu Changtian's student, he had participated in many battles with Mu Changtian, and he was very clear about Mu Changtian's strength. Originally, he thought that getting rid of Mu Changtian this time would be a very easy task, and it would also make Emperor Xia trust him more. However, he did not expect that Mu Changtian did not dissipate his power. What a joke! Mu Changtian is the god of war, claiming to be invincible in the same Grand Master realm. When the Mu family was arrested in the capital, even the Great Master Su, the imperial teacher, showed up in person, otherwise how could the Great Xia Dynasty have captured Mu Changtian so easily? But now he told him that Mu Changtian had not lost his power? Isn't this endangering his own life? A trace of panic appeared on Chinpingyi's face. He knew very well that he was no match for Mu Changtian. If Mu Changtian had not lost his power, he would have almost no chance of winning. But at this moment, a master behind Chinpingyi said, No! Mu Changtian has not fully recovered his strength. His body protection energy is unstable, and at most he can only exert the strength of a half-step master. After all, they are all masters, and they can tell at a glance whether Mu Changtian's strength has fully recovered. Mu Changtian's strength has indeed not fully recovered. Although the Dahuandan can help Mu Changtian recover his strength, Mu Changtian only needs a period of adjustment to return to the peak, but the time is too short after all. There is not much time for Mu Changtian to recover, and it is already very good that he can display the strength of a half-step grandmaster. After hearing the words from the master behind him, the panic on Chinpingyi's face disappeared instantly, replaced by an unbridled smile. Teacher! You really scared me. That's perfect. Since you haven't lost your power, I'd like to learn from you. As he spoke, Chinpingyi suddenly exerted force with his arm, pulled the knife out of Mu Changtian's hand, and then slashed at Mu Changtian again. The sharp knife wind instantly swept towards Mu Changtian. This time, Mu Changtian did not take it head-on, but dodged it directly. At the same time, the two masters behind Chenpingi also joined the battle. Although Mu Changtian is already at the end of his strength, they will not be careless until he dies. After all, Mu Changtian is the king of the Great Xia Dynasty. In order to kill Shou Wantian, the Great Xia Dynasty even dispatched its grandmasters. Although Mu Changtian's skills have declined now, he is still not that easy to deal with. Seeing Mu Changtian being besieged by three masters, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping rushed over and planned to help Mu Changtian. The two of them are at most at the 8th level of strength, so they are naturally no match for the Grandmaster. However, the two of them can alleviate the troubles that the other two Grandmasters bring to Mu Changtian. As Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu joined the battle, the warriors brought by Chenpingi also took action. After that, the sounds of swords clashing and fighting could be heard continuously in the backyard of the inn. Fortunately, those mysterious warriors in red clothes protected the Mu families. Although Mu Changtian and his men were beaten by the three great masters, the people brought by Chenpingi had no way to get close to the Mu families. However, Chenpingi and his companions were three grandmasters after all, and the other side also had several 9th grade masters, so those red-clothed warriors were soon no match for them. At this time, Mu Changtian was accidentally hit by one of the masters and instantly retreated more than 10 steps until he hit the wall of the yard and stopped. Seeing that Mu Changtian was injured, Chenpingi laughed and taunted. "Teacher, it seems that you are old." Hearing this, Mu Changtian snorted coldly and then said, "Chenpingi, even if I die today, I will definitely drag you down." As he spoke, Mu Changtian's aura instantly rose. Chenpingi's face changed, and he immediately said, "Not good, he is going to use the blood-burning technique. Stop it now." Pfft. Just when Chenpingi wanted to ask the two masters around him to stop Mu Changtian from using the blood-burning technique, a sword instantly pierced through Chenpingi's body, and Chenpingi didn't even have time to release the master's protective chi. Chenpingi tried hard to turn his head back, wanting to see clearly who stabbed him, but before he could turn around, the person who was trying to assassinate him stabbed him again from behind. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. A master on Chenpingi's side immediately shouted angrily, "Wei Chao! What are you doing?" Mu Changtian was also confused at this time. He was ready to use the blood-burning technique to fight Chenpingi and the others to the death, but suddenly a 9th grade warrior emerged from the crowd and stabbed Chenpingi in the back. What is going on? Why didn't he understand? At this time, a master from Chenpingi's side immediately stabbed Wei Chao, who was stabbing Chenpingi in the back, with a sword. Wei Chao's martial arts skills were amazing. He borrowed the master's sword in an instant, then jumped onto his shoulders and then jumped onto the roof. Wei Chao said to Mu Changtian with a smile, "Duke Mu, you can't use the burning blood technique carelessly. If the prince sees that you are seriously injured, I'm afraid we will be punished by him." Hearing Wei Chao's words, Mu Changtian reacted instantly and realized that this 9th rank warrior was also the mysterious prince's man. Who is that mysterious prince, and how could he place such an important person next to Chenpingi? Wei Chao's appearance further deepened Mu Changtian's curiosity about the mysterious prince. Chapter 55. The farce should end. After the Huban army was split up, Emperor Xia formed the Dragon Guard army, which was commanded by Emperor Xia himself, and Chenpingi was merely a general in charge. Logically speaking, the Dragon Guard should be an army with very strict selection, and it would be difficult for other forces to place pawns in this army. However, not long after the formation, a 9th rank spy appeared beside Chenpingi. Moreover, this 9th rank spy is actually the mysterious prince's man. This made Mu Changtian curious about the extent of the mysterious prince's control over the Great Xia Dynasty. After Chenpingi fell to the ground, he stared at Wei Chao on the roof. He really couldn't believe that Wei Chao was the one who stabbed him in the back. Chenpingi's eyes widened to their maximum, and his eyeballs were filled with red bloodshot. He used all his strength to shout unwillingly, "Wei Chao!" As soon as he finished speaking, Chenpingi went there without even catching his breath. At this time, the Grand Master of Chenpingi's side looked at Wei Chao and said, "Wei Chao, do you know what you are doing? You have disrupted His Majesty's plan. You and everyone in your family will pay the price for this." Wei Chao just smiled and said nothing. At this moment, the air seemed to suddenly solidify, and the surroundings became quiet in an instant. The sound of swords clashing in the yard also became smaller. It was not that all of Chenpingi and his companions were dead, but people suddenly felt extremely depressed for some unknown reason. At this time, everyone heard a man's voice coming from the gate of the courtyard. "The shadow guards are almost here. It's time to put an end to this farce." Feeling that something was wrong, a master immediately turned to the direction where the voice came from and said, "Who is it?" As soon as the Grand Master finished speaking, a cold light came, and before the Grand Master had time to resist, his head flew into the air in an instant. At this time, another master reacted and immediately attacked the figure. However, the next moment, another cold light flashed, and his head also flew into the air. "Kill the master with one sword." Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. When the bodies of the two masters brought by Chenpingi slowly fell to the ground, Mu Changtian could see the appearance of the people clearly. The man was wearing red clothes and holding a long knife in his hand. After killing two people, there was not a trace of blood on his knife. The man put the knife directly into the sheath. Mu Xingping couldn't help but say at this time, Grand Master?" Mu Jing was said at the side. "No, not a Grand Master. A Grand Master's aura is even stronger, but his strength is probably close to that of a Grand Master." As soon as Mu Jingwu finished speaking, the man spoke to the air behind him. "Everyone, it's time to clear the area." As soon as he finished speaking, several 9th grade warriors appeared behind him. However, these 9th grade warriors were extremely powerful. In just a short period of time, they killed all the warriors brought by Chenpingi. Mu Changtian stood there, motionless, feeling incredible. Because he knew the person who came. This person turned out to be the owner of Yuelai restaurant in Beijing. Mu Changtian likes the food at Yuelai restaurant very much. Before his daughter married the 9th prince, he often went to Yuelai restaurant to drink, so he was quite familiar with the owner of Yuelai restaurant. Mu Changtian always believed that Yuelai restaurant was the property of the 8th prince Lu Xuyun, so after Mu Zixuan married the 9th prince, he no longer went to Yuelai restaurant to drink. It turns out that the person who came to rescue them today was actually the owner of Yuelai restaurant. Moreover, he didn't even know that the owner of Yuelai restaurant was a powerful man who could kill two masters in an instant. Not to mention that he has not recovered his strength now. Even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to kill two masters in an instant. This is enough to show how powerful the knife skills of the owner of Yuelai restaurant are. No, his swordsmanship is more than just that. His knife is not simple either. After killing the person, not even a drop of blood was stained. Mu Changtian had never heard of any kind of knife that could achieve this level of performance. After coming back to his senses, Mu Changtian smiled and said, "I didn't expect that the 8th prince has such a powerful figure under his command. Boss Liang, you are really a hidden talent. It seems that the prince you are talking about is the 8th prince?" Although it was a little unbelievable, Liang Zong had already appeared here after all, and Liang Zong was indeed the owner of the restaurant under the name of the 8th prince, so he should be the 8th prince's man. But Mu Changtian couldn't understand why the 8th prince would send someone to rescue him. You have to know that the 8th prince is in the capital. He took such a big risk to save me. What use would it be even if he rescued me? It seems that the 8th prince does not have any military power, right? The 8th prince is a prince who has not yet been enfeoffed, and he only has a maximum of 1,000 quotas for his own personal guards in the capital. At first, Mu Changtian thought that the prince wanted to rebel, so he wanted to protect himself and then pull him into rebellion. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the son of Empress Xia. To be honest, this made Mu Changtian feel a little unhappy. After all, the other party was the 8th prince and was related to Empress Xia by blood. Having been cheated by his father once, how could he trust his son so easily? Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Liang Zong smiled and said, "8th prince? No, the 8th prince is not qualified to let me serve him." Liang Zong's words immediately stunned Mu Changtian. Not the 8th prince? Liang Zong, the owner of the restaurant under the name of the 8th prince, is actually not the 8th prince's man? Mu Changtian then asked curiously, "Who is the prince you are talking about? It's already this time, so I guess you can tell me now, right?" Liang Zong replied, "Don't worry, Duke Mu. You will see him soon." Mu Changtian smiled and said, "Your prince is really mysterious. Although we know that Liang Zong's realm has definitely not reached the Grand Master level, his strength is definitely infinitely close to the Grand Master. The mysterious prince is actually willing to release such a powerful person as an undercover, which proves that he must have a lot of masters under his command." Mu Changtian now wished he could tear Liang Zong's head open, wanting to see which prince had so many experts and planned so many things. Liang Zong said at this time, "Duke Mu, from today on, the Mu mansion will no longer exist." Having said this, Liang Zong turned his head and said to the Jinyui behind him, "Duke Mu was assassinated by thieves on his way to exile. At the critical moment, Duke Mu used the blood-burning technique and died together with the three masters." At this point, Liang Zong turned his head, looked at Mu Changtian and asked, "Duke Mu, what do you think of this result?" Of course, Mu Changtian knew the purpose of Liang Zong's arrangement, which was to make them change their appearance and live under new identities to avoid being discovered by Emperor Xia. Mu Changtian said, "Then I'll trouble Boss Liang." Liang Zong said, "Duke Mu is too polite. This is what I should do." The Jinyui then took action and quickly reconstructed the crime scene. When the shadow guard arrived at the inn, the entire inn had been engulfed in fire, leaving only a few soldiers brought by Chenpingi, who were lying outside the fire scene with serious injuries. Chapter 56 Mu Changtian's Speculation. Early in the morning, a convoy was driving on a bumpy road. The convoy was very quiet, with almost only the sounds of horse hooves and wheels on the road. After traveling all night, everyone in the Mu mansion was already tired. At this time, the female family members of the Mu mansion had basically closed their eyes and fallen asleep. But at this time, the men in the Mu mansion could not fall asleep for a long time. Especially Mu Changtian and his two sons. They sat in the carriage, looking at the mountains in the distance, not knowing what they were thinking. At this time, Mu Changtian suddenly said, "This is the road to Beijun." Hearing this, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping, who were already a little tired, instantly became energetic. Mu Xingping immediately asked, "Dad, are you seeing things?" Mu Changtian looked at the green mountains in the distance and replied, "I have been to Beijun many times to resist the invasion of barbarians. How could I be wrong? This is indeed the road to Beijun." Having said that, Mu Changtian frowned. Liang Zong did not tell them where they were going last night. After they got on the carriage, Liang Zong's men immediately led the way. Because it was too dark at the time, Mu Changtian could not see clearly which direction they were heading. When it was daybreak, Mu Changtian could see clearly. He discovered many iconic peaks. These peaks were the ones he had seen when he led his army to Beijun to resist the barbarians. He was very familiar with Bei County, and some of the roads in Bei County were already memorized in his mind. After hearing what Mu Changtian said, Mu Xingping speculated, "Dad, could it be that the prince they are talking about is the ninth prince?" Mu Jingwu's voice trembled a little, and he obviously didn't dare to believe what he said. How could they not know who the ninth prince is? Although the ninth prince is already Mu Zixuan's husband, everyone in Duke Mu's mansion still regards the ninth prince as a lazy, pleasure-seeking, and useless prince. As soon as Mu Xingping finished speaking, Mu Jingwu said, "Xingping, what are you thinking about? How could it be the ninth prince? Don't you know what kind of person he is?" This? Mu Xingping was silent for a moment, and then said, "That's true. Then why did they take us to Beijun? Beijun is the fief of the ninth prince, so the prince of Beijun can only be the ninth prince, right?" After hearing what Mu Xingping said, Mu Jingwu didn't say anything. He just turned his head and looked at his father, hoping that he could know something. At this time, Mu Changtian's brows were furrowed, and his expression was somewhat serious. He pondered for a long time before speaking. "It is indeed impossible that it is the ninth prince, but I suspect that some prince went to Beijun, and he should want to discuss something with me in Beijun. Of course, there is another possibility." Having said that, Mu Changtian paused and did not continue speaking. His face became serious again. Seeing his gloomy face, Mu Jingwu immediately asked, "Dad, is there still such a possibility?" Mu Changtian thought for a moment and said, "It's possible that the one who saved us wasn't the Prince of Daxia, but the barbarians." When Mu Changtian said this, the brothers Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping were stunned for a moment. Mu Changtian continued, "The barbarians are in the north. If they want us to go to their territory, we must pass through Beijun. And they have their reasons for doing so. I know Daxia very well. Winning me over will make it easier for them to attack Daxia in the future. After hearing what Mu Changtian said, Mu Jingwu hurriedly said, Dad, if they are really barbarians, then if we still join them, wouldn't that make us traitors? Mu Jingwu has a clear sense of right and wrong in his heart. There is no problem at all in asking him to betray Emperor Xia. After all, Emperor Xia abandoned them and even wanted their lives. But if he asked them to betray the entire Daxia and the people of Daxia, and then become the butcher's knife in the hands of the barbarians and massacre the people of Daxia in turn, Mu Jingwu could not do it. He doesn't want to become a sinner of the nation. After hearing his son's words, Mu Changtian fell silent and did not speak for a long time. His inner thoughts were actually the same as Mu Jingwu's. If he was just asked to join a certain prince of Daxia, he would definitely not hesitate. But if he were asked to join the barbarians, he would be extremely unwilling to do so. When the barbarians invaded Daxia, they killed so many civilians, and so many of his soldiers died at the hands of the barbarians. It would be better for him to die than to surrender to the barbarians, and become their running dog at this time. After thinking for a while, Mu Changtian said, Well, it's useless to think about it now. When we get to Beijun, we will know who the mysterious prince they are talking about is. You haven't slept all night. Close your eyes and take a good sleep. It will take many days to reach Beijun. Daxia, the capital. The Imperial Palace Garden. After hearing the report from the Shadow Guard commander, Emperor Xia always felt that his intelligence was weird. His face looked very unhappy. At this moment, the entire Imperial Garden was extremely quiet. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of crucian carps in the lotus pond jumping out of the water. After a long while, Emperor Xia finally spoke. 3 masters faced a person whose power was exhausted, and in the end they were dragged down by the other party and died together, haha. Emperor Xia's voice was very cold, exerting a huge pressure on the people in the Imperial Garden. It was obvious that Emperor Xia was in a very bad mood at this moment. Although Xia also has many grandmasters, grandmasters are not so easy to cultivate. Killing a dying man means losing 3 grandmasters. How can Emperor Xia be happy? At this time, Emperor Xia asked, I am very curious, why was Mu Changtian able to perform the blood-burning technique in the end? Shouldn't his power have dissipated? Having said that, Emperor Xia turned his head and looked at the Imperial Master Situsu in the pavilion. National Master, are you sure you sensed that Mu Changtian's power had dissipated? Hearing what Emperor Xia said, Situsu knew that Emperor Xia was suspicious of him, so he asked, Your Majesty, do you think that I didn't give him the Sangong pill? Emperor Xia said calmly, I just want to know why the power-dispersing pill has no effect on him. Emperor Xia was very suspicious, and he knew that Situsu wanted to protect Mu Changtian, so he couldn't help but suspect that Situsu was playing some tricks. Situsu then said, I did sense that Mu Changtian's internal strength had dissipated. As for why he was still able to use the blood-burning technique, I'm afraid someone in prison gave him a small pill to restore some of his strength. After hearing what Situsu said, Emperor Xia suddenly remembered that although there were not many elixirs in this world that could restore one's strength, they still existed. Especially those sects, they have done a lot of research on elixirs that can restore power. Emperor Xia immediately said to the Shadow Guard commander, Investigate! Investigate for me immediately. I want to see who is so bold as to go against me. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll take my leave. The Shadow Guard commander then turned and left. Looking at the back of the Shadow Guard commander as he left, Emperor Xia said to himself, Mu Changtian is indeed a good subject of mine. Before he died, he helped me solve a problem. The trouble that Emperor Xia was talking about was obviously referring to Mu Changtian's student Qinpingyi. Emperor Xia initially used Qinpingyi mainly to deal with Mu Changtian. Now that Mu Changtian has been dealt with, Qinpingyi has lost his usefulness. He had originally planned to wait for Qinpingyi to come back and then find an excuse to get rid of him. But now it's good, Mu Changtian and Qinpingyi died together. Now the military power of Daxia is completely in his hands. With the military power, he can do what he wants. Chapter 57. The Chu family faced with internal and external troubles. The news that Mu Changtian was assassinated during his exile, and used the blood-burning technique to take the blame for him before his death quickly spread throughout Daxia. With the death of Mu Changtian, Emperor Xia completely took control of the military power of Daxia and had millions of soldiers at his command. Moreover, all the generals of these armies were promoted by Emperor Xia, and most of them were loyal to Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia suddenly had so many soldiers in his hands. What did he want to do? What would he do? The major families in Daxia were not fools. For a time, the number of caravans in Daxia increased dramatically, especially in the territories of the major vassal kings, where the number of caravans doubled. Except North County, of course. The caravan is just a cover for the aristocratic families. What the aristocratic families do is to use the caravan to travel around and collude with various forces. Emperor Xia has even sharpened his knife, so it is impossible for those noble families to remain silent. All the major families have the same idea. Since Emperor Xia is dishonest and disobedient, then they should replace the emperor. There have been emperors in every dynasty who have tried to eliminate the aristocratic families. Some emperors used the imperial examination to weaken the foundation of the aristocratic families, some emperors restricted the aristocratic families in terms of land, and some emperors suppressed the aristocratic families in business. But the effectiveness of those methods is still limited. Emperor Xia eliminated the two heavenly kings and completely controlled the military power of Great Xia. It was obvious that he had lost patience with the aristocratic families. He wanted to use physical methods to directly eliminate the existing aristocratic families. Emperor Xia's actions were so quick and purposeful that they naturally soon attracted the attention of the major families, especially the Jiangnan families. Ever since Jiyu passed away for unknown reasons, Chu Xiong has been on guard against the capital city all these years and has sent many spies to the capital city. He knows any movement in the capital city. After learning that Mu Changtian was dead and the military power was in the hands of Emperor Xia, Chu Xiong had been unable to sleep well these days. He always felt that the Chu family was in great danger. Chu family yard? Chu Xiong sat in the pavilion, looking at the information coming from the capital, with a worried look on his face. At this time, two white-haired old men came to the pavilion, and one of them said, "Brother, you have also seen what Emperor Xia did. Shouldn't our Chu family also be prepared?" After hearing what his second brother Chu Liang said, Chu Xiong was silent for a moment, and then said, "I have sent someone to contact King Qi, and I believe there will be a result soon." Hearing this, Chu Liang said dissatisfiedly, "Brother, what's the use of King Qi? He is just a drunkard. Do you really expect him to start a rebellion?" Chu Xiong's idea is to use the vassal kings to restrict Emperor Xia and force him to give up attacking the aristocratic families, or to instigate the vassal kings to rebel so that Emperor Xia will have no energy to deal with the aristocratic families. Of course, it would be even better if any vassal king could defeat Emperor Xia. Prince Qi was the vassal prince who was most dissatisfied with Emperor Xia. Since Emperor Xia ascended the throne, he had targeted Prince Qi many times. Therefore, the first target chosen by Chu Xiong for inciting rebellion was Prince Qi. But it was obvious that the second brother Chu Liang had his own ideas. Chu Liang said at this time, "If it were up to me, we should just find someone to assassinate Emperor Xia. If he dies, all problems will be solved." The third brother Chu Song asked at this time, "If Emperor Xia dies, who should we support to take the throne?" Chu Liang said as a matter of course, "Is there any need to think about this? Of course, we support the 8th prince. If you don't support the 8th prince, do you want to support that waste in beijun who spends his days drinking and partying? Besides, the 8th prince's mother is from the Wang family, a Jiangnan family. He can't be as whimsical as his father and want to take action against us aristocratic families. Moreover, our Chu family happens to have a good relationship with the Wang family. After the 8th prince ascends the throne, we will send some girls from our family to be with him. If the girl from the Chu family can give birth to the 8th prince's child as soon as possible, it is not impossible for her to compete for the position of queen." After listening to Chu Liang's words, Chu Song said, "Second brother, why do I feel that the 9th prince is better? If he indulges in pleasure in the palace, wouldn't it be easier for us to control him? And he will make whoever we want him to make queen." Chu Liang snorted coldly and said, "Do you think I haven't thought about this? He is a useless piece of shit. If we really choose him, do you think he can balance the interests of the major families? Moreover, there will be more resistance in the court. The ministers will not agree. Any of the princes are qualified, but he is not. Don't forget, he is Chu Yu's child and has a special relationship with Xianyu Palace. If he really gets promoted, will it be our turn to control him? Chu Song said. Second brother, what you said makes some sense. At this time, Chu Xiong said with a dark face. Second brother, what you said is too much. Chu Yu is my daughter no matter what. No matter how we arrange the relationship, she is my daughter first, and then the goddess of Xianyu Palace. Why is her son not qualified to sit in that position? Also, you don't really think that Emperor Xia is that easy to assassinate, right? Isn't it a bit too early to start discussing who will ascend the throne? Emperor Xia has a grandmaster beside him, and besides Situ Su, we don't know if there are other grandmasters secretly protecting him. If we want to assassinate him successfully, it will be harder than ascending to heaven. Chu Liang said sarcastically. Brother, I think you are old and your brain is not as sharp as before. Why do you think I said I support the 8th prince? The 8th prince is in the capital now. He can definitely help us complete our plan to assassinate Emperor Xia. Chu Xiong frowned and said immediately. No, we absolutely cannot assassinate Emperor Xia now. If the assassination fails, Emperor Xia will definitely use this as an excuse to take action against the noble families immediately. We are not fully prepared and cannot take this risk. Now everyone in the court knows that Emperor Xia is going to take action against the aristocratic families, and the aristocratic families also know that Emperor Xia will take action against them. But even if Emperor Xia wants to eradicate the aristocratic families, he needs a reason that seems legitimate. Originally, Emperor Xia had not found a suitable excuse yet, but now the aristocratic families sent people to assassinate him, which gave Emperor Xia a reason. Seeing Chu Xiong was afraid of this and that, Chu Liang snorted coldly and said, Brother, you are getting more and more timid. Emperor Xia's butcher knife is about to fall, and you are still worried about this and that. I think you have to wait until the day when Emperor Xiao's million-strong army arrives in Sufing City before you will be happy. Having said that, Chu Liang turned around and left. Seeing Chu Liang leaving, Chu Song hurriedly followed him. Second brother, let's talk it over nicely. I am also thinking about the family, don't be angry. Seeing the two of them singing in unison, Chu Xiong's face looked very unhappy. He is not a fool, how could he not know what Chu Liang and Chu Song are thinking? Chu Song seemed to be talking to the 9th prince just now, but in fact he was talking to Chu Liang. Chu Song's sons all married daughters of the Wang family, and even his concubines were from the Wang family, so there was no need to think about his position. As for Chu Liang, it goes without saying that he has been coveting the position of head of the family for a long time. The Chu family is now caught up in internal and external troubles. Chu Xiong feels even more tired when he thinks of his son who is so disappointing and thinks about women every day. Chu Xiong rubbed his forehead, and then said to the woman behind him who had no sense of existence. Qingli, your sister is in Beijun, you should go to Beijun too. If the Chu family really suffers a catastrophic disaster one day, you don't have to come back. Hearing this, the woman in the green dress behind him said, Yes, Patriarch. The woman's voice was cold, without a trace of emotion, as if she was a complete killing tool. Chapter 58 Bei, King of the North? As they got closer to Beijun, the Mu family became more nervous. The women in Duke Mu's mansion were thinking that they could finally meet Mu Zixuan, especially Mrs. Mu, who had always wanted to know how her daughter was doing in Prince Bei's mansion. However, the men in Duke Mu's mansion were worried about whether they would just pass through Beijun and then continue to head north. If they just passed through Beijun, they would go to the territory of the barbarians. They would definitely not be able to betray Daxia. Soon Mu Changtian and his team discovered that after they arrived in Beijun, the convoy did not stop, but continued to head north. This made Mu Changtian's heart suddenly rise. Could it be that these people are really the barbarian spies? Then Mu Changtian stuck his head out of the carriage, looked at the Jinyui riding outside and asked, Little brother, where are we going? The Jinyui soldier immediately replied, Duke Mu, our destination is Yanqing, and it will take a few days to get there. When Mu Changtian heard the Jinyui soldier tell him the specific destination, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they were going to Yanqing. Then Mu Changtian retracted his head back into the carriage. At this time, Mu Xingping asked, Dad, I remember that the Northern King is in Yanqing? Could it be that the mysterious prince they are talking about is really the Northern King? Mu Changtian shook his head and then said, "It can't be him. Yanqing is the most prosperous city in Beijun. It's not surprising that the mysterious prince would meet us in Yanqing." Mu Changtian didn't think that Lu Qin had such a huge force. After all, everyone knew what kind of prince Lu Qin was. A few days later, Beijun, Yanqing. The Mu Mansion convoy, disguised as a merchant caravan, slowly entered Yanqing. After they found that they had arrived in Yanqing, the people in the carriages opened the window curtains and looked at everything outside. At this time, Mu Changtian was resting with his eyes closed, and Mu Jingwu reminded him, "Dad, we have arrived in Yanqing." After hearing Mu Jingwu's reminder, Mu Changtian opened his eyes and looked out the window. Although Yanqing is the most prosperous city in Beijun, at a glance, one can see the difference between Yanqing and other cities in Daxia. Most of the people on the street were wearing patched clothes with a lot of patches, and many of them had no shoes and walked barefoot. If we have to find something to praise about Beijun, it is that there is light in the eyes of the common people. They look very energetic, as if they are full of expectations for the future. At this time, Mu Xingping said, "I didn't expect that Yanqing, the most prosperous city in Beijun, is still so poor. It seems that it may not be so easy for Beijun to develop. I don't know how my little sister is doing in Beiwang Mansion." Mu Jingwu said, "Don't worry, although Beijun is poor, Beiwang Mansion is not poor at all. I heard that Beiwang Mansion can earn hundreds of thousands of taels of silver a month by selling perfume and soap." At this moment, Mu Changtian's thoughts were not in the carriage. He just wanted to meet the mysterious prince. He was already planning in his mind what he should do if the other party was a barbarian. At the same time, Northern Palace. Lu Qin had just finished exercising with Wang Qingzi, and was now in the pavilion selecting portraits of the women who would take concubines into the palace. Although Mu Zixuan has already chosen once, since she is Lu Qin's concubine, she must be shown to Lu Qin. However, Lu Qin didn't care much about things like portraits. The portrait is even more outrageous than modern photo fraud. Photo fraud is based on the original picture, but the portrait is purely the subjective work of the painter himself. However, Lu Qin still reluctantly selected some portraits of women that were more beautiful. After all, this was only the preliminary selection, and the real selection of concubines still required him to see them in person. Without seeing them in person, he had no idea how those women rated. At this moment, a guard in brocade clothes entered the yard. "Your Majesty, the Mu family has arrived!" Hearing this, Lu Qin immediately stood up from the stone bench. The whole family finally arrived, which was a surprise for Mu Zixuan. Then Lu Qin said, "Arrange for us to meet immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." After the genie guard reported the situation, he turned and left. The Mu Mansion's convoy finally stopped at Yanqing Yuai restaurant. After entering the restaurant, an 8-foot-tall and extremely strong middle-aged man came to Mu Changtian. Mu Changtian was startled when he saw the man in front of him. Another master! How terrifying is the power under that mysterious prince! It has only been a short time and they have already seen 2 masters. Qin Yushan then said, "Duke Mu, please follow me, the 3 of you." Qin Yushan was naturally talking about Mu Changtian and his 2 sons. After hearing the words of the man in front of them, Mu Changtian and the other 3 realized that they would probably have to meet the mysterious prince next. Thinking of this, the 3 of them became extremely excited. Then Mu Changtian and his companions separated from the women of the Mu Mansion. The women of the Mu Mansion went to the backyard of the restaurant, while Mu Changtian and his companions followed Qin Yushan to the 2nd floor. However, when they arrived at the private room on the 2nd floor, they did not see the mysterious prince. Qin Yushan said at this time, "Duke Mu, please wait a moment, our prince will be here soon." Mu Changtian didn't think much about it, all he had to do next was wait. Time passed minute by minute, and after about 3/4 of an hour, the door of the private room was opened. After hearing the movement of the door, Mu Changtian and the other 2 immediately stood up from their stools. Their eyes were fixed on the door, wanting to see who appeared. However, when the door slowly opened, a familiar face appeared in front of the 3 people. When he saw the person coming, Mu Changtian was stunned. He murmured, North King?" Not only was Mu Changtian dumbfounded, but his 2 sons also stood there. They knew who the Northern King was. Mu Changtian still remembered that he had met the Northern King once when he left the capital. At that time, the Northern King's mind was still very immature and he didn't even know the political taboos. How could such an uneducated person with no political acumen actually hold such a huge power in his hands? Mu Changtian couldn't help but think, could it be that the King of the North had been hiding his incompetence in the past, pretending to be a waste, making people really think that he knew nothing? If this is the case, then the King of the North is too scheming. The Northern King not only deceived them, but also deceived all the people of the Great Xia Dynasty. Until the three of them entered Beijun, they did not think that the King of the North was the mysterious prince. However, what they finally saw was the King of the North himself. The King of the North has such deep scheming and possesses such a huge force at his disposal. There is no need to speculate what he wants to do. Seeing Mu Changtian and the other two looking at him in disbelief, Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Father-in-law, you seem surprised to see me?" After hearing what Lu Chen said, Mu Changtian and his two sons finally came to their senses. They quickly bowed and said, "Greetings to the King of the North." Chapter 59. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. After Mu Changtian finished his greetings, he said with a little embarrassment, "Your Majesty, I didn't expect that the person who saved the Mu mansion in the end would be you." On their way to Beijun, Mu Changtian and his companions had thought that the mysterious Prince Liang Zong and his companions were talking about was the King of Bei. After all, Beijun was the King of Bei's fiefdom. But the thought that mysterious prince is the King of the North only flashed through their minds, and they quickly denied it in their hearts. However, the person who finally stood before them was the King of the North himself. This shocked them immensely. They really couldn't believe that the King of the North, who was rumored to be unlearned and extremely licentious, was actually hiding so deeply. Judging from the fact that the Northern Prince was able to produce the Great Huandan and that he possessed such a huge force, if he participated in the fight for the throne, the eldest prince would definitely not be his opponent. At this time, Mu Changtian and his two sons all had a question in their minds at the same time. Why did the Northern King hide his power when he has such a huge force? If he participated in the fight for the throne, with the power in his hands plus the support of the Jiangnan family, then the position in the capital would most likely be his. Now that the Northern King has been driven to Beijun, if he still wants to be in the capital, he will eventually have no choice but to raise an army. However, Mu Changtian and his men also saw the conditions in Beijun. If they raised an army in Beijun, it would be difficult to defeat the elite soldiers of Daxia. Even if they win, Daxia will suffer heavy losses, and the Northern King will be left with another mess. Lu Chen said at this time, "You all should sit down, don't stand." Having said that, Lu Chen entered the private room, and the royal guards at the door then closed the door. After Lu Chen entered the private room, Mu Changtian asked directly, "Prince, you have such a huge force in your hands, why did you hide your incompetence in the capital?" Lu Chen said calmly, "A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. My father is now in his prime. If he knew that I have such a huge force in my hands, what do you think he would do, father-in-law?" Hearing this, Mu Changtian and the other two reacted instantly. As a prince, the King of the North possesses such a huge force and has his own people in the army. If Emperor Xian knew about it, he would definitely be suspicious of him. You are a prince, and when your father is still in his prime, you are vigorously building up your own power and winning over soldiers in the army. What do you want to do? However, Mu Changtian still didn't quite understand. Even if the Northern King had a huge force in his hands, there was no need for him to pretend to be a waste. He just had to not reveal the cards in his hand. Although he was very confused, Mu Changtian didn't plan to ask any more questions. After knowing that the King of the North was a scheming person, Mu Changtian no longer regarded the King of the North as a political novice. He now only believed that the King of the North must have thought carefully before doing this. The King of the North must have a bigger plan. Although the King of the North is also the descendant of Emperor Xia, because the King of the North saved the Mu mansion, and Mu Zixuan is the King of the North's queen, Mu Changtian has no psychological grudge against Lu Chen. Mu Changtian said at this time, "The King of the North saved our Mu mansion. If the King of the North needs me in the future, I, Mu Changtian, will be loyal to him." Mu Changtian's words were equivalent to directly declaring his loyalty to Lu Chen. Hearing what Mu Changtian said, Mu Xingping and Mu Jingwu also hurriedly saluted and said, "We will also follow the Northern King until death." Lu Chen smiled and said, "We are all family, so don't say such things." At this point, Lu Chen looked at Mu Changtian and asked, "Father-in-law, there is actually a question that has been puzzling me for a long time, but I just can't find anyone to ask. It just so happens that you are here, so I want to ask you for advice." When Lu Chen talks to his own people, he never refers to himself as this king. Using I can bring people closer. However, Mu Changtian is a relatively conservative person. Although Lu Chen is his son-in-law, he is still a prince. In Mu Changtian's eyes, Lu Chen's status as a prince is greater than that of a son-in-law. Mu Changtian still said respectfully, "Prince, please speak." Lu Chen then asked, "Logically speaking, if my father wants to get rid of the aristocratic family, he must need a sharp sword. There is no doubt that you, father-in-law, are the most suitable, but why?" Lu Chen did not continue speaking. After all, this involved Mu Changtian's sad story. Mu Changtian instantly understood what Lu Chen wanted to ask. He sighed and replied, "Your Majesty, His Majesty has never trusted me. Or rather, in his eyes, I am not that sharp sword. Even if I am a sharp sword, it can only be the sharp sword of a noble family." Mu Changtian originally wanted to call Emperor Xia by his name, but thinking that the King of the North was Emperor Xia's son, it would not be appropriate to call Emperor Xia by his name in front of him, so he finally called Emperor Xia, "Your Majesty." At this time, Mu Changtian thought of something, so he continued, "And I suspect that Your Majesty already has a sharper sword in his hand." After hearing what Mu Changtian said, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. After a while, Lu Chen said, "The Mu mansion is gone. I have prepared a new house for you, but I'm afraid you will need to change your surname in the future." Mu Changtian immediately said, "Thank you, King Bei." It was good enough to be able to survive. As for changing the surname, Mu Changtian didn't care that much. As long as they waited for Emperor Xia to die, they could change their surnames back. At this time, Mu Changtian asked tentatively, "Prince, what are your plans after coming to Beijun?" In Mu Changtian's opinion, the King of the North holds such a powerful force in his hands that it is impossible for him to be willing to be an idle prince in Beijun. Mu Changtian wants to seize this opportunity. As long as the Northern King ascends the throne and becomes the new Emperor of Xia, the Mu mansion can still restore its former glory. Although the Mu family fell into this state because of Emperor Xia, Mu Changtian did not have much hatred towards Lu Chen, the son of Emperor Xia, because this was a political struggle and the interests of the son and the father were different. In most dynasties, there have been cases where the old emperor exiled his old ministers, and then the new emperor reused the exiled old ministers. This was an opportunity for the new emperor to show favor. After returning to the court, the exiled old ministers would mostly not hate the new emperor, but would be grateful to him instead. Hearing Mu Changtian's question, Lu Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile. "I don't have any plans yet." This? Mu Changtian was stunned. He didn't believe what Lu Chen said. The King of the North has been hiding in the capital for so many years, and has accumulated such a powerful force in his hands. If you say that the King of the North has no plan at all, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Lu Chen knew that Mu Changtian didn't believe him, so he continued. "The time has not come yet, and no matter how much you work, it will be in vain." Mu Changtian reacted instantly, and realized that the King of the North was waiting for a suitable opportunity. He said that how could a man as scheming as the King of the North live in peace in a corner? Mu Changtian then said, "My lord, if you need me in the future, I, Mu Changtian, will never hesitate to die." Lu Chen said, "Let's not talk about it later. I need my father-in-law to help me now." Mu Changtian immediately said, "Your Majesty, please speak." Lu Chen said, "I plan to train a cavalry in Beijun, but I don't have a suitable general. I wonder if you have any ideas, father-in-law?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Changtian was a little excited. He didn't expect that he could play a role just after arriving in Beijun. He quickly stood up, bowed to Lu Chen and said, "I will definitely train this cavalry as soon as possible and live up to the prince's expectations." Lu Chen nodded, then stood up and said, "Okay, let's stop here today. I'll ask the princess to visit you in your new home later." Having said that, Lu Chen walked towards the door. Mu Changtian and his two sons bowed again and said, "Farewell, your majesty." Chapter 60. Is this the true appearance of the Northern King? After Lu Chen left, Mu Changtian and the other two instantly breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The three of them still felt incredible at this time. That's the King of the North. The ignorant, licentious King of the North. He turned out to be the mysterious prince who saved the Mu mansion. Mu Changtian laughed at himself at this time. "Haha, I didn't expect that I would also make mistakes sometimes." Mu Jingwu said at the side, "Dad, I still don't understand why the Northern King hid his abilities in the capital. Logically speaking, with the power he controls and the support of the Chu family, the position of the crown prince is likely to be his." The King of the North had previously only said, "A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." But this could not fully explain why he concealed his shortcomings. Hearing his son's question, Mu Changtian pondered for a moment, then stroked his beard and said, "How can we guess what the Northern King is thinking? But judging from everything the Northern King has done, he seems to have never intended to use the power of the aristocratic families. Otherwise, the first thing he would have done after arriving in Beijun would have been to send someone to the Chu family to ask for their help in governing Beijun. But as far as I know, the Chu family and the Northern King's palace have not had any contact for a long time. So I suspect that the Northern King's attitude towards the noble families is actually the same as that of Emperor Xia." Hearing this, Mu Jingwu and Mu Xingping were stunned. After Mu Xingping reacted, he seemed to understand something, and he immediately said, "Could it be that the Northern King deliberately wanted to withdraw from the capital, with the purpose of using your majesty to eliminate the aristocratic families, and then wait until all the forces in the capital are almost exhausted because of the struggle for the throne, and then he will return to the capital to inherit the orthodoxy?" Mu Changtian said, "This is most likely the reason. The chaos in the aristocratic families has been going on for a long time. As a prince who is so patient, the Northern King must have greater ambitions in his heart. He cannot just be looking at the position of the crown prince. I suspect he has set his sights on the further future, on the things he needs to deal with after he ascends the throne. If Emperor Xia can resolve all the aristocratic families, after King Bei ascends the throne, King Bei will have the final say in the entire Great Xia. There is another great benefit to him from doing this. If someone says in the future that the royal family is too murderous, they are only referring to the current Emperor Xia, and it has nothing to do with the King of the North." After hearing Mu Changtian's analysis, the two brothers of the Mu family were stunned. They had not expected that the Northern King, who was once called a waste, actually possessed such great talent and ambition in his heart. If the Northern King ascends the throne and becomes the new Emperor of Daxia in the future, his ambition will probably not stop at controlling Daxia. According to the Northern King's current plan, by the time he ascends the throne, the aristocratic families in Daxia will most likely have been almost completely wiped out by Emperor Xia. At that time, the Northern King will be the one who has the final say in Daxia. The Northern King is a man of great talent and strategy. After taking control of the entire Daxia, it would be a shame for his long-term planning if he didn't do something big. The two brothers of the Mu family no longer dared to think about in which direction the Northern King would take the ship of Daxia after he ascended the throne. They couldn't help but wonder, could it be that what the Northern King really wanted to do was to destroy all dynasties and dominate the world? Is the Northern King's current plan just the beginning? Thinking of this, the two brothers of the Mu family couldn't help but take a breath. It turns out that this is the Northern King's true thought. Is this the true appearance of the Northern King? Lu Chen kept sneezing in the carriage on the way back to Prince Bei's palace. He even wondered if he had a cold. After all, I am a 9th rank warrior, so I shouldn't catch a cold that easily, right? Soon, Lu Chen returned to the palace. The first thing Lu Chen did after entering the palace was to find Mu Zixuan. Mu Zixuan was taking care of the child in the room. When she saw Lu Chen coming, she quickly put Lu Changfeng down. "Meet the prince." Lu Chen came to Mu Zixuan's side, put his arm around her waist, raised his hand and scratched her nose, then said, "My beloved, I have told you so many times, you are my wife, you don't have to bow to me every day." Mu Zixuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty is your Majesty, it is my duty to pay my respects to you." Seeing that Mu Zixuan was still saying this, Lu Chen stopped talking about this topic and said directly, "My beloved, I just prepared a surprise for you. Are you interested?" Hearing this, Mu Zixuan asked in confusion. Surprise? What surprise? Lu Chen smiled and said, If the surprise is revealed, how can it still be considered a surprise? I'll have someone take you to a place, and you'll know later. Mu Zixuan quickly said, Your Majesty, Fulmer hasn't gone to bed yet. Lu Chen glanced at Lu Changfeng on the bed, and then said, Let Shiro and the nurse take care of it first, you go to that place first. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Mu Zixuan became even more curious. What kind of surprise was it? During the time she had been married to the palace, the King of the North had not prepared any so-called surprises for her. But then again, the King of the North himself was a surprise to her. When she married into the Northern Prince's mansion, she thought her future life would be extremely miserable, but she did not expect that the Northern Prince had almost no other shortcomings except for his lust. Moreover, the King of the North has always been very good to her, the princess, and has doted on her and trusted her very much. He even entrusted her with the management of the palace's properties. It was not easy for a woman like her, who came from a family of criminals, to marry such a good man. How could Mu Zixuan dare to expect any surprises? Mu Zixuan then said, Well, I will go and see the surprise that the prince has prepared for me. Seeing that Mu Zixuan agreed, Lu Chen immediately pulled Mu Zixuan out of the room. Afterwards, Lu Chen arranged for the Jinyui to take Mu Zixuan to the mansion he had prepared for the Mu mansion. On the way to the new Mu mansion, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but be curious. She opened the curtain and asked the royal guard who sent her off, What surprise did the prince prepare for me? Do you know? Hearing Mu Zixuan's question, the genie guard quickly replied, Princess, the prince has instructed me not to tell you in advance. You will know when you arrive. Hearing the answer from the genie guard, Mu Zixuan curled her lips and wondered what kind of surprise could be so mysterious. Not long after, Mu Zixuan arrived at the door of the Mu mansion. Due to the sensitivity of the surname Mu, there is no plaque with the surname on the gate of the Mu mansion. It is just a gate. At this time, a guard in brocade clothes said to Mu Zixuan in the carriage, Princess, we have arrived. Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately got out of the car. Seeing the gate in front of her, Mu Zixuan was even more confused. Why did the prince ask her to come to this place? At this time, a guard in brocade clothes came to the door and said to the servant guarding the door, Go in and inform your master that the princess is here. When the servant heard this, he hurried into the mansion. Mu Zixuan arrived at the door of the Mu mansion at this time. When the servants of the Mu mansion saw Mu Zixuan, they immediately bowed and said, Greetings, princess. Mu Zixuan said calmly, Get up. She was a little absent-minded now and just wanted to know what surprise Lu Chen had prepared for her. At this moment, a familiar woman's voice came from not far away. Xian. Chapter 61 The Birth of the Second Child. After hearing the sound, Mu Zixuan immediately looked in the direction where the sound came from. Upon seeing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned where she stood. She never thought that she would be able to see her mother again in this life. From the day she married Lu Chen, she had already prepared herself to never be able to return to the capital and see her family again. But she didn't expect that just over a year later, she saw her mother again. Mu Zixuan was deeply moved. It turned out that this was the surprise the prince had mentioned. This was indeed a big surprise for her. At this moment, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but shed tears. After seeing her daughter, Mrs. Mu was also very excited. She hurried to Mu Zixuan. The mother and daughter immediately hugged each other tightly. Mu Zixuan cried, and Mu Shi also cried. Mu Zixuan cried because she finally saw her relatives, while Mu Shi cried because the Mu family had experienced a life-and-death crisis. She thought she would never see her daughter again. After a while, Mu Zixuan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She was about to comfort her mother, but she found Mu Changtian and others standing not far away. Mu Zixuan then realized that not only her mother had come to Beijun, but also her father and her two brothers had come as well. Even some of the servants in the Mu mansion were. What's going on? No matter how dumb Mu Zixuan was, she could realize something might have happened in the Mu mansion when she saw the scene before her. Mu Changtian is a duke and also holds military power. Although his military power has been taken back, the emperor will never let him leave the capital. But the whole family ended up in Beijun now, which clearly showed that something had happened at the Mu mansion. Mu Zixuan immediately asked, "Mom, what's going on? Why did you all come to Beijun?" Mu Changtian sighed, then said, "Zixuan, come in first, we will slowly tell you about the things in the capital." Mu Zixuan nodded, and then followed them to the reception room of the Mu mansion. Afterwards, Mu Changtian told Mu Zixuan everything that happened in the capital and on their way to exile. Only then did Mu Zixuan know what had happened in the Mu mansion. At this time, Mu Zixuan did not blame Lu Qin at all for not telling her about this. She also understood why Lu Qin kept it from her. When the accident happened in the Mu mansion, she had just given birth to a child and was weak. If I had heard about what happened in the Mu mansion at that time, I would definitely have been shocked. At this time, Mu Zixuan was even more grateful to Lu Qin. She never thought that one day it would be the king of the north who would save their entire family. At the same time, Mu Zixuan also felt extremely fortunate. If she had not married the king of the north, it is very likely that she and the Mu family would no longer be here. After staying in the Mu mansion for about 2 hours, Mu Zixuan returned to the palace. At this time, Lu Qin was in the study looking at the information of the Jinyui. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the study door. "My lord, may I come in?" Lu Qin put down the information, then stood up and said, "Come in." As soon as Mu Zixuan opened the door, Lu Qin smiled and asked, "My beloved, how about the surprise I prepared for you? Do you like it?" As soon as Lu Qin finished speaking, Mu Zixuan threw herself into his arms. Feeling the soft and warm fragrance of jade in his arms, Lu Qin patted Mu Zixuan's jade back gently in a comforting manner. Mu Zixuan sobbed and said, "Wowu, Prince, thank you for saving our family." Lu Qin smiled slightly. "You are my beloved concubine, and I don't want to see you sad after losing your loved ones. This is what I should do." As Lu Qin spoke, he continued to pat Mu Zixuan's back. All right, stop crying. The Mu family is all fine, and now that they are in Beijun, it will be easier for you to see your relatives in the future." Having said that, Lu Qin slightly pushed Mu Zixuan away, then wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingers. At this time, Mu Zixuan's face was rosy and her beauty was in tears. Her charming appearance made her even more lovable. Mu Zixuan looked at Lu Qin in front of her, not knowing how to express the gratitude in her heart. She stared into Lu Qin's eyes with affectionate features. Seeing Mu Zixuan like this, Lu Qin couldn't help it and kissed her directly. Mu Zixuan did not resist. Since she became pregnant, she had not developed any relationship with Lu Qin for a long time. In addition, because of the events at the Mu mansion, her gratitude towards Lu Qin burst out, which made her very eager to receive Lu Qin's deep love. Originally, Lu Qin didn't like to cultivate feelings with his wives and concubines in the study. After all, this was his workplace, and he could just grab Wang Qingxi, the female slave, and give her a beating occasionally. However, the atmosphere has already been created to this extent, so there is nothing more to say. The host and Mu Zixuan develop feelings once, and the experience points of qi refining skills are increased by 20, and the experience points of rejuvenation hands are increased by 20. Congratulations to the host for having another offspring. The reward is 200 122mm howitzers, 1,000 shells, and cement manufacturing technology. The more children you have, the more rewards you will get. Please keep up the good work and have more offspring. Hearing the system prompt sound behind, Lu Qin was stunned for a moment. He was still having a sweet time with his beloved concubine, but he didn't expect that his concubine would give birth to a child at this time. Seeing that Lu Qin had stopped moving, Mu Zixuan turned her head with spring water in her eyes and looked at Lu Qin and asked, "Husband, what's wrong?" Mu Zixuan would call Lu Qin husband only at times like this. Not only that, she had also called him husband, but also good brother and good husband. Lu Qin raised his hand and gently wiped the sweat off Mu Zixuan's white forehead, and replied, "Xiao Xiao should have given birth." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan instantly came to her senses, and she immediately said, "Prince, let's go over and take a look." Mu Zixuan is not the kind of person who does not distinguish between the important and the unimportant. Now is obviously not the time to indulge in pleasure. Lu Qin said, "Well, let's pack up and go over there." Then the two of them packed up simply and went to the north courtyard where Zhou Xiaoxiao was. The north courtyard was in a state of bustle at this time. Zhou Xiaoxiao had already given birth and was lying on the bed weakly, her face pale and covered in sweat. Lu Qin came to sit beside Zhou Xiaoxiao's bed, then held her hand and said, "Xiaoxiao, you gave birth to a child. Why didn't you send someone to inform me?" If the system hadn't prompted him, he wouldn't have known that Zhou Xiaoxiao had given birth. Zhou Xiaoxiao forced a smile and said, "Your Highness has been very busy recently, and I don't want to disturb you." Mu Zixuan said at the side, "Sister, the prince won't mind." Lu Qin smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao, you must remember to inform me when you give birth in the future, understand?" Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment. She had just given birth to a child, and the prince was talking to her about the next child. At this time, a blush appeared on Zhou Xiaoxiao's pale face. Seeing that she was so weak, Lu Qin immediately mobilized his spiritual energy and used the rejuvenation hand to treat Zhou Xiaoxiao. The next moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt extremely comfortable all over, and the pain and fatigue in her body disappeared instantly. After seeing the faint green light emanating from Zhou Xiaoxiao, Mu Zixuan, Chu Yuqin and others nearby were stunned. Chapter 62 Barbarian Movement. Chu Yuqin had heard Lu Qin say a long time ago that he had a destiny with immortality, so it would not surprise her that Lu Qin could use immortal magic. But knowing is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was lying on the bed, let out a moan. After a moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes stared at Lu Qin and said, "My lord, what did you do just now? Why do I feel so comfortable? I don't feel any pain at all." Hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's words, Mu Zixuan suddenly thought of the time when she gave birth. At that time, her body did not emit green light, but when she touched Lu Qin's body, she felt very comfortable all over. Within a few days, her body recovered to the state before giving birth. At first she thought it was because of her good physique, but now it seems that Lu Qin might have used a special method to treat her. Lu Qin did not answer Zhou Xiaoxiao's question immediately. Instead, he waited until her face regained color before he spoke. "This is my unique treatment method. It will help you recover as soon as possible." As soon as Lu Qin finished speaking, Chu Yuqin immediately turned around and said to the midwife and maid in the palace, "Don't let anyone tell anyone about what happened today." Seeing Chu Yuqin's serious expression and strong tone, the midwives and maids in the room quickly bowed their heads and said, "Yes, Madam Chu." They had never seen such a treatment method before. Obviously, this was not a treatment method possessed by ordinary humans, but a legendary magic. The midwives and maids in the room became extremely excited when they thought that their prince had magical powers. In the past they had only heard of the existence of immortals, but now they actually saw someone who knew immortal arts with their own eyes, and he was the prince they served. How could they not be excited? This is serving an immortal, which is not a chance for ordinary people to have. At this time, Zhou Xiaoxiao sat up from the bed, and Lu Qin hurriedly supported her. She has now recovered to the state she was in before giving birth, and there is nothing wrong with her body. Then she held the child next to her and looked at him carefully. "Your Majesty, I have only given birth to a daughter for you." A look of regret flashed across Zhou Xiaoxiao's face. She saw how much Lu Qin liked Lu Changfeng. She always thought that Lu Qin liked boys, so she felt a little sorry after she gave birth to a daughter. This is how it is in this era. A mother's status is elevated by her son. Only by giving birth to a son can a woman's status be improved. Lu Qin looked at the daughter in Zhou Xiaoxiao's arms and said with a smile, "Xiaoxiao, to me, sons and daughters are almost the same. In my palace, my daughters will have everything my sons have. Although my daughters may not get as much as my sons, I will never mistreat any of my children. You don't have to worry." After hearing what Lu Qin said, Zhou Xiaoxiao finally felt relieved. Mu Zixuan reminded at the side, "Prince, the child doesn't have a name yet, please give the child a name." Lu Qin thought for a moment then said, "Let's call her Lu Huanhuan. I hope she can grow up happily." Zhou Xiaoxiao muttered, "Huanhuan. Huanhuan, Your Majesty, this is a good name." At this moment, a maid's voice suddenly came from outside. "Your Majesty, Commander Qin wants to see you. He said he has something very important to tell you. I hope you can go to the study room right away." Zhou Xiaoxiao had just given birth to a child, and Lu Qin was supposed to accompany her at this time. Moreover, the maid in the palace was also quite sensible. If it was not something particularly important, she would not disturb him at this time. Chu Yuqin saw that Lu Chen's face had become a little serious, so she immediately said, "Qin'er, since it was Commander Qin who came to see you, it must be something important. You go first, and we'll just stay with Xiaoxiao here." Lu Qin said, "Okay, I'll go first." After he finished speaking, Lu Qin turned and left Zhou Xiaoxiao's room and went to his study. When Lu Qin arrived at the study, Qin Yushan was already waiting for him. After Lu Qin opened the door, he asked, "Commander Qin, what happened?" Qin Yushan quickly took out the bamboo tube in his hand, took out the sheepskin rolled into a cylinder, opened it, and handed it to Lu Qin, saying, "Your Majesty, the northern barbarians are making unusual movements." Hearing this, Lu Chen's brows instantly wrinkled into the shape of a character. After Lu Qin came to Beijun, he was not afraid of the assassinations by the scoundrels in the capital, nor was he afraid of the aristocratic families in Beijun. What he was most worried about and concerned about were always the barbarians north of Beijun. The news of the barbarians' unusual movements instantly made Lu Qin nervous. If the barbarian army marches southward, Beijun will be the first to bear the brunt, and the cities in Beijun will inevitably suffer a bloodbath by the barbarians. The reason why Beijun has never been able to develop and has always been so poor is because the barbarians have been raiding the south from time to time. After Lu Qin picked up the parchment scroll from Qin Yushan's hand and took a look at it, he fell silent and did not speak for a long time. The information on the parchment scroll only said that the barbarians had begun to gather, but had not yet formed a large army. It would take at least 2 months for them to complete the gathering. After a while, Qin Yushan saw that Lu Qin didn't say anything, so he took the initiative to say, "Your Highness, our people have heard that the barbarians went south this time not just to plunder food, but to completely occupy Beijun. The barbarian king intends to establish a country and use Yanqing as their capital." Hearing this, Lu Qin couldn't help but sneered and said, "They occupied Beijun and came to Beijun to establish a country. Then where should I go? It's a wishful thinking. Lu Qin is the vassal king of Beijun. If he loses his fiefdom, what kind of vassal king would he be?" Qin Yushan reminded him at this time, "Your Majesty, judging from the barbarian tribe's mobilization order from the royal court this time, the barbarians will at least bring 300,000 cavalry to attack Beijun. Northern Commandery currently only has 30,000 soldiers, and most of them are in Yanqing. They can't stop the barbarian army's attack at all. I'm afraid we have to make plans early." After hearing Qin Yushan's reminder, Lu Qin fell silent again. Large-scale wars are different from small-scale assassinations. If there were assassins coming to the palace to commit assassinations, a few grenades would be enough to make them cry for their parents. If the barbarians really came with 300,000 cavalry, they would definitely be a dark mass. Moreover, the reason why the Great Xia Dynasty had never been able to deal with the barbarians was because the barbarians were basically cavalry, and when the cavalry attacked, they advanced very quickly. Before the army of the Great Xia Dynasty had arranged its defense line, they were attacked. And when the Daxia army arrived to support and was about to launch a counterattack, the barbarian cavalry retreated like a wave and they could hardly catch up. Over the years, the Great Xia Dynasty's approach to dealing with the barbarians has always been mainly defensive. However, the barbarians' goal this time is to occupy Beijun, so they should not retreat as they did in the past when they saw the arrival of Daxia's army. However, if this were the case, even if Beijun was defended, there would still be great loss of lives and widespread misery. If all the people in Beijun were killed by the barbarians, wouldn't he, the prince, be left alone? Chapter 63, You're welcome, Mr. Zhou. Lu Qin looked at the parchment in his hand and didn't speak for almost a quarter of an hour. This was the real crisis he encountered after coming to Beijun. In fact, if he could not withstand the attack of the barbarians, and simply abandoned his fiefdom and returned to the capital, he would at most be punished but would not die. But once he voluntarily abandoned his fiefdom and fled back to the capital alone, his reputation as a prince would really plummet, and it would be difficult to recover. A king who abandons his people and his territory will be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. But if he doesn't leave, he will have to face a very realistic problem. 30,000 versus 300,000, how to fight? And it's infantry versus cavalry. There are 13 counties in Beijun, which are exactly 13 cities. 30,000 soldiers are simply unable to defend them. And it was difficult for him to know from which direction the barbarians would attack. Seeing that Lu Qin hadn't spoken, Qin Yushan also stopped talking and just stood quietly beside Lu Qin. For a moment, the study was eerily quiet, even the sound of mosquitoes seemed particularly loud. Lu Qin thought of the 122mm howitzers at this time. 122mm howitzers could play some role. Moreover, people in this world have never seen such a terrifying weapon, so they can catch the opponent by surprise. But the key to the problem is that the cavalry is dispersed and has strong mobility. What if the enemy sees that you have such a horrible weapon in your hands and just turns around and runs away? Thinking of this, Lu Qin was stunned for a moment. Wait, wasn't he worried about how to defend Beijun? Why is he now worried about the barbarians running away? Thinking of this, Lu Qin couldn't help but reveal an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. If these 300,000 cavalrymen could be gathered in one place, perhaps it would not be impossible for 30,000 to defeat 300,000? But would the barbarians be so obedient? If the barbarians dispatched so many cavalry at once, they would inevitably divide their forces. It would be impossible for them to attack a city with 300,000 cavalry. Unless there is a place or something that can attract them to attack with 300,000 cavalry. After thinking for a while, Lu Qin felt that he was not cut out for fighting, and professional matters should be left to professionals. He was thinking here alone, but he might not come up with a good idea even after thinking for a long time. He had never been to the battlefield in his previous life, nor had he fought a war in this life, so there was no point in daydreaming here. No matter how much you think, it will all be just talk in the end. Thinking of this, Lu Qin said to Qin Yushan, "Tomorrow morning, summon the important generals and governors of Beijun to the palace." Qin Yushan instantly understood what Lu Qin meant. Lu Qin obviously intended to gather them together first to discuss countermeasures and then make a decision. At the same time, Baiwa Tower. In the fragrant room, a graceful figure loomed. Wang Qingxi was bathing in the tub. At this time, a maid said behind the curtain, "Master, the people from the Blood Moon Tower have arrived." Hearing this, Wang Qingxi immediately got up from the bathtub. Water droplets all over her body kept sliding down her fair body, and she looked like a lotus emerging from the water. After Wang Qingxi put on his clothes, he came to the third floor of Baiwa Tower. At this time, a young man in white was standing by the railing, looking in the direction of the northern palace. This scene reminded Wang Qingxi of someone, the former deputy owner of the Blood Moon Tower, who also seemed to like standing there and looking in the direction of the palace. After Wang Qingxi entered the attic, he immediately said, "Master Zhou, you are finally here. I have long wanted to leave this damn place, Yanqing." Hearing this, the young man in white turned around and looked at Wang Qingxi with a faint smile on his face. "Miss Wang, thank you for your hard work." Zhou Hanwen is different from the head of the Blood Moon Tower. He is dressed in white and looks like a graceful young man, like a weak scholar. But he is not weak at all, he is a real master. Zhou Hanwen asked at this time, "Miss Wang, I heard that the Northern Prince's mansion is preparing to take a concubine. I wonder if this is true?" Wang Qingxi replied, "That is true, but why is Lord Zhou asking this question? Is Lord Zhou planning to send a female assassin to sneak into the palace and assassinate the Northern King?" At this point, Wang Qingxi smiled bitterly, pretending to be unwilling to recall something and said, "Master Zhou, if you want to do this, I suggest you forget it. Chu Yuqin is already a half-step master, and she follows the King of the North every day. She even listens outside when the King of the North and his concubines have sex. If we only send a female assassin to approach the Northern King, I'm afraid Chu Yuqin will find out before she even reaches the Northern King. Back then, the assassins from our Baiwa Tower were killed by Chu Yuqin alone. I suspect that she will become a master in a few years." Hearing Wang Qingxi's words, Zhou Hanwen frowned slightly. "I did have the idea of sending a female assassin to approach the Northern King, but after hearing what Miss Wang said, it seems that if we want to assassinate the Northern King, we can only lure him out. It would be best if he could be separated from that mysterious master." At this point, Zhou Hanwen's brows relaxed again, and then he stared at Wang Qingxi with a smile on his face. "Miss Wang, I heard that the King of the North is very lustful. I wonder if he is interested in you." Wang Qingxi replied. The king of the north has indeed been concerned about my health. For the sake of the mission, I have been keeping him hanging. If Master Zhou needs me for anything, please feel free to tell me. Zhou Hanwen said. Then please ask Miss Wang to lure the northern king to Baiwa Tower, so that our chances of assassination will be greater. Wang Qingxi said. Of course there is no problem with this. But even if I let him come to Baiwa Tower alone, I'm afraid the mysterious master and Chu Yuqin beside him will still follow him. Zhou Hanwen smiled and said, If we can lead those two out of the palace, it will be a good thing for us in the Blood Moon Tower. I want to prepare a surprise for the king of the north. Zhou Hanwen is not a stubborn person. If he wants to take revenge on the king of the north, he doesn't necessarily have to kill him immediately. If they could lure the two mysterious masters and Chu Yuqin out of the palace, the Blood Moon Tower would be able to enter the palace and kill people. He wanted the king of the north to see the bodies of his wives and concubines with his own eyes. And this time, the Blood Moon Tower came to Beijun for another important purpose, which was to obtain soap perfume and the method of making soap. As long as they can lure out the mysterious master, they will have enough time to steal the soap and perfume making method from the northern palace. From Zhou Hanwen's perspective at this time, there was only one Grand Master who was slightly more powerful in the northern palace. Without that Grand Master, the northern palace would be a lamb to be slaughtered. Wang Qingxi's mouth corners slightly raised at this time, his lips formed a faint arc, and he said with a slight smile. In this case, I will let the king of the north come to Baiwa Tower tonight. After hearing Wang Qingxi's words, Zhou Hanwen said politely, Then I'll trouble you, Miss Wang. Wang Qingxi said, Master Zhou, you don't have to be polite. This is what I should do. Chapter 64 That's an army of 300,000. After night fell, Lu Qin stayed in his study and repeatedly checked the map of Daxia, especially the terrain of Beijun. Although the map was hand-drawn by soldiers, it still has certain reference value. At this moment, Lu Qin was thinking that if he wanted to maximize the effect of the howitzer, the best way would be to lure all of the 300,000 barbarian cavalry into the narrow terrain. Then we can use the tie the bag method to make the barbarian cavalry have no way to escape. Of course, his current plan is just talk, and the specific operation is definitely extremely difficult. For example, whether the barbarians will be fooled or follow their thinking depends on the barbarian leader. Just then, there was a knock on the study door. Chinner, can I come in? Hearing Chu Yuqin's voice, Lu Qin said absent-mindedly, Well, come in. Chu Yuqin then entered the study and saw that Lu Qin's eyes were fixed on the map on the desk. In addition, Lu Qin had locked himself in the study after meeting Qin Yushan. Chu Yuqin knew that some major crisis must be coming. Chu Yuqin asked worriedly, Chinner, what happened? Chu Yuqin was not an outsider, and Lu Qin did not intend to hide it from her, so he answered. The barbarian king's court issued a call to summon 300,000 troops to the south to occupy Beijun, and then establish a country in Beijun, and use Yanqing as their capital. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin's brain froze. In this world, large-scale wars cannot be controlled by a master or a few strong men. If 300,000 cavalrymen really go south, Beijun will definitely not be able to hold on with just these few people. No wonder Lu Qin lost his appetite tonight and stayed in the study the whole time. Chu Yuqin asked at this time, Chinner, is the news accurate? Lu Qin nodded. This is the information sent back by the Jinyui from the grassland. Chu Yuqin fell silent. She couldn't even protect Lu Qin when the Blood Moon Tower sent people to assassinate him, let alone protect the palace among 300,000 cavalrymen. Chu Yuqin also understood that this was obviously not something she could interfere with. Lu Qin said at this time, Aunt Chu, I plan to transfer Zixuan and the others to Anping City, and then I will lead 30,000 troops to fight a decisive battle with the barbarian cavalry in Yanqing. Anping City is also a city in Beijun, but Anping City is further south. If Beijun was really lost, Mu Zixuan and the others would be able to leave Beijun and return to the capital as soon as possible. Hearing Lu Qin's words, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said, Chinner, you must not do that. That's 300,000 cavalry. How can the 30,000 soldiers of Beijun be a match for the barbarian cavalry? Although Chu Yuqin had never been to the battlefield, she knew that the barbarians' 300,000 cavalry were real 300,000 cavalry. Normally, When the Great Xia Dynasty or other dynasties went to war against foreign countries, they always claimed that they had an army of hundreds of thousands or millions. However, these so-called armies of hundreds of thousands or even millions are actually very exaggerated. Logistics account for most of the troops, and there may be less than half of the soldiers who can actually be used in combat. But the barbarian soldiers are different. Every one of their cavalrymen is capable of fighting. If they claim to have 300,000 cavalrymen, it means that they have 300,000 real combat soldiers. Chu Yuqin really couldn't imagine how Lu Xun would defend the city with the 30,000 soldiers of beijun if 300,000 barbarian cavalrymen arrived at the city. Seeing Chu Yuqin so flustered, Lu Xun showed a confident smile. "Aunt Chu, have you forgotten that I have a destiny with the immortals?" Chu Yuqin was not relieved by Lu Chen's words. She continued, "Chinner, I know you have a destiny with immortals, but with your current strength, you can't resist an army of 300,000. And there must be many masters in the barbarian army, even grand masters." Lu Chen said calmly, "What I mean is that I have a more terrifying weapon in my hands." This? After hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yuqin suddenly remembered the mysterious weapons that Lu Chen had used before. If Lu Chen has a large number of that kind of weapons in his hands, or the royal palace can manufacture similar weapons, then it is not impossible for 30,000 to defeat 300,000. Chu Yuqin asked curiously, "Chinner, can the weapons you mentioned really withstand the charge of the barbarian cavalry?" Lu Chen looked at the map and did not directly answer Chu Yuqin's question. Instead, he asked, "Aunt Chu, do you know what I am most worried about now?" Chu Yuqin looked down at the map and said nothing. Since Lu Chen said that he would lead 30,000 soldiers to confront the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarians head-on, what Lu Chen was worried about was naturally not the barbarians approaching the city. If Lu Chen was not worried about the barbarians at the gates of the city, Chu Yuqin really couldn't think of anything else that Lu Chen should worry about. Lu Chen continued at this time, "What I am worried about is that the barbarian cavalry will escape. We can't completely keep these 300,000 barbarian cavalry." Chu Yuqin. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin suddenly felt that her brain was a little confused. Not only do you want to resist these 300,000 barbarian cavalry from moving south, you also want to defeat these 300,000 cavalry completely, and you want them all to stay. If this were said to anyone, people would probably think that the king of the north was frightened by the news that the barbarians were heading south. That's an army of 300,000. Moreover, they are cavalry. Not to mention whether it is possible to defeat these 300,000 cavalry. Wanting to keep them is nothing but a pipe dream. At this time, Chu Yuqin sighed and said, "Chinner, I'm just a woman, and I don't know much about war. I just hope you can be safe." At this time, Lu Chen looked up at Chu Yuqin, whose eyebrows were slightly wrinkled and her face was full of anxiety. He smiled and said, "Aunt Chu, don't worry. If we are really defeated by the barbarians, I will also find a way to escape. For me, it is not too difficult to escape from the encirclement of the barbarians." Chu Yuqin asked, "Then when do you plan to send Zixuan and the others to Anping City?" Lu Chen said, "The sooner the better, I need to prepare in advance." At this time, Lu Chen looked into Chu Yuqin's eyes and continued, "Aunt Chu, I hope you can leave with Zixuan and the others and help me protect them." Chu Yuqin did not refuse Lu Chen's request this time, because she knew that she could not play a big role in such a large-scale war. "Okay, if Beijun is really lost, I will take Zixuan and the others back to the capital, and you can just stay in Yanqing and fight the barbarians." Seeing that Chu Yuqin agreed, Lu Chen felt less worried. At this time, the maid's voice was heard at the door. "Your Highness, there is an urgent message from the royal guards," Lu Chen said. "Come in." Then the maid entered the study and handed the letter to Lu Chen. Lu Chen opened it and glanced at it, then said to himself, "It seems that before we fight against the barbarian army heading south, we need to solve some minor problems." Chapter 65 Blood Moon Tower Attack. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin beside him immediately asked, "Chinner, what happened again?" Lu Chen replied, "The owner of the Blood Moon Tower came to Yanqing in person. He wanted Qingzi to lead me to the 100 Flowers Tower. If I was accompanied by the so-called mysterious master, the people of the Blood Moon Tower would come directly to the palace and massacre it. If I was not accompanied by the so-called mysterious master, they planned to kill me in the 100 Flowers Tower first, and then use me to lure out the mysterious master." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin frowned slightly, then she snorted coldly and said, "Blood Moon Tower is so bold that they have assassinated a vassal king again and again." At this point, Chu Yuqin looked at Lu Chen. "Chenner, what are you going to do?" Lu Chen said calmly, "It's time to solve the problem of Blood Moon Tower. Killing me is no problem, but if they want to touch my wife and children, then they should all go to hell." Lu Chen's words were calm, but his tone was filled with murderous intent. He was really angry this time. His system determined that his women were his weaknesses. If anyone wanted to touch his weaknesses, they would have no chance of survival. Lu Chen continued, "Eliminating the Blood Moon Tower is just the beginning. The person behind the scenes is still there. Without the Blood Moon Tower, there will be other assassin organizations coming to our door. It's time to give the person behind the scenes a warning." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yuqin instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen was planning to take action against the prince in the capital. Chu Yuqin naturally would not stop Lu Chen. After all, the prince had sent assassins to kill Lu Chen time and time again, which no one could tolerate. However, Chu Yuqin still reminded, "Chenner, now that the barbarians are heading south, if you want to attack someone in the capital, you must let your men do it more cleanly. Otherwise, if your father finds out, he will most likely not send troops to support you." Lu Chen said, "Don't worry, Aunt Chu, I still know the pros and cons." Then Lu Chen said to the maid outside the study, "Xiao Xue, go and call Commander Qin." A maid's voice came from outside the door. "Yes, Your Majesty." After the maid left, Lu Chen said to Chu Yuqin with a smile, "Aunt Chu, please go to Manhwa Tower later." Chu Yuqin instantly understood what Lu Chen wanted to do. She wanted the people in the Blood Moon Tower to think that she and the master followed Lu Chen to the 100 Flowers Tower, and then lure the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower to the palace and massacre it. Chu Yuqin said, "Okay, Chenner, you have to be more careful." Although she knew that Lu Chen's strength was no longer what it used to be, Chu Yuqin still subconsciously cared about Lu Chen. After all, he was the one she had watched grow up since he was a child. Now with the Jinui, all actions in the palace were much faster. Not long after Qin Yushan arrived at the palace, he asked the Jinui to set up an ambush in the palace. As long as the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower dare to come, they will never return. Although there is a Grand Master in the Blood Moon Tower, Qin Yushan is also a Grand Master, and Qin Yushan is not an ordinary Grand Master. It is not a big problem for him to deal with a small Grand Master in the Blood Moon Tower. In order to pretend to be more convincing, Lu Chen sent someone to the Mu Mansion to tell Mu Changtian that there was something very important, and asked him to come to the palace. Mu Changtian was very happy when he heard that the King of the North had given him a task so soon. He had things to do as soon as he arrived in Beijun, which meant that the King of Bei valued him very much. What he was afraid of now was that the King of Bei would always leave him aside. A general who is not valued by the king is of no value. It's time for him to show his worth. Afterwards, Mu Changtian dressed up carefully according to Lu Chen's request. He looked like a chivalrous knight. He wore a bamboo hat that covered his face, so people couldn't tell who he was. When Mu Changtian came to the palace with full of enthusiasm, thinking that Lu Chen was going to give him an important task, Lu Chen said to Mu Changtian, "Father-in-law, please go to Manhwa Tower and pretend to be the mysterious master of the palace. Help me divert the attention of the assassins from Shiyue Tower and make them think that the mysterious master of the palace has left the palace. This will attract them to attack the palace." Hearing this, Mu Changtian was stunned for a moment. Diverting the assassin's attention? What kind of important matter was this? Lu Chen asked his servants to tell him something very important, but this is the result? Although he was a little disappointed, Mu Changtian still accepted the order and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this point, Mu Changtian asked curiously, "My lord, how many assassins did the Blood Moon Tower send to kill you this time? Don't you need my help?" Mu Changtian still wanted to fight for it. Although he knew that Lu Chen had many powerful men under him, he was also a master after all, and a master could play a greater role. Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, "There are not many assassins, and they can be dealt with quickly. I don't need your help for the time being." Seeing that Lu Chen said so, Mu Changtian didn't want to force himself on him, so he had to follow Lu Chen's request and follow a fake prince to Manhwa Tower. On the way to Manhwa Tower, Mu Chantian curiously asked Chu Yuqin. Madam Chu, how many assassins did the Blood Moon Tower send this time? Chu Yuqin replied. I don't know about that either, but I heard that their host came in person. This? Hearing Chu Yuqin's answer, Mu Chantian was stunned. The owner of the Blood Moon Tower was here, but the king of the north could still act as if it was a nonchalant matter? Mu Chantian soon calmed himself down. With so many powerful men under his command, the king of Chu did not need to be afraid of the Blood Moon Tower. The owner of the Blood Moon Tower is at best a Grand Master, and the Northern King definitely has more than one Grand Master under his command. Going to the Northern King's mansion is simply courting death for the Blood Moon Tower. Mu Chantian thought to himself, forget it, after coming to Beijun, there are plenty of opportunities to express my loyalty, there is no need to rush. Shouldn't the King of Bei say that he wants him to train cavalry? That would be considered as making use of him. After a while, the palace's carriage arrived at the gate of Baiwa Tower. Seeing a man wearing a bamboo hat and Chu Yuqin standing beside the carriage of the palace, Zhou Hanwen in the attic raised his lips slightly. Miss Wang, it seems that it is indeed as you said, these two people will always protect the king of the north. Next, I'll trouble Miss Wang to find a way to delay the northern prince. I'm going to the northern prince's palace. Wang Qingxi smiled and said, Master Zhou, please take care. I will try my best to delay time and wait for you to return. As soon as Wang Qingxi finished speaking, Zhou Hanwen led the people from Blood Moon Tower to the northern palace. At this moment, it was late in the day and the sun had already set. The fiery red sunset glowed on people's bodies, dyeing their skin bronze. Zhou Hanwen and his group quickly crossed the streets and headed straight for the northern palace. The northern prince's palace was unusually quiet at this time, and there seemed to be no one inside. When Zhou Hanwen and his men broke into the northern prince's palace, they found that there was not even a single servant in the palace. Zhou Hanwen frowned. He instantly felt something was wrong. The next moment, countless arrows shot towards them, and Zhou Hanwen realized that they had been tricked. However, Zhou Hanwen was still very confident. He was a master, and it was impossible for these arrows to hurt him. As a master, he could feel that the man wearing a bamboo hat in Baiwa Tower was also a master. The mysterious master and Chu Yuqin were not in the northern palace. Even if there were still some guards in the northern palace, how could they resist his steps to massacre the northern palace? Zhou Hanwen then said to the assassin from the Blood Moon Tower behind him, Kill all the people from the northern palace for me, don't let any of them go. Chapter 66 Another Grand Master. Following Zhou Hanwen's order, the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower actually rushed directly towards the direction of the Jinui soldiers under the rain of arrows. Seeing this scene, Lu Qin was no longer surprised. The last time he dealt with the deputy master of the Blood Moon Tower, those 9th-rank masters of the Blood Moon Tower also rushed forward under the rain of arrows. It has to be said that before gunpowder was invented in this world, the status of warriors was still difficult to shake. Unfortunately, Lu Qin is here. Then Lu Qin distributed the grenades to the Jinui soldiers. The last time he killed the assassin from the Blood Moon Tower, he only used a dozen grenades, so he still had a lot of them. Lu Qin then said to the Jinui soldiers, Throw the grenade in my way. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qin pulled out the safety pin, held the grenade in his hand for a moment, and then threw it directly in the direction of Zhou Hanwen. Lu Qin's system can recognize people. He knew at a glance that the man in white was the owner of the Blood Moon Tower. Plus, he was now a 9th-rank warrior with great strength, so he easily threw the grenade over Zhou Hanwen. Zhou Hanwen had a very strong sense of perception, and his eyes immediately locked onto the round object in the sky. Although he didn't know what it was, Zhou Hanwen suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. That round thing looked like a stone, but Zhou Hanwen didn't think that the people in the palace had run out of arrows and could only throw stones. This was obviously some special weapon. Zhou Hanwen quickly jumped back a few steps. Although Zhou Hanwen jumped away, the warriors around him did not react. The grenade exploded directly in the air. With a loud bang, countless fragments flew out, and several warriors under the grenade had their heads pierced by several pieces of fragments. Faced with arrows that could be traced, these warriors might be able to resist, but faced with extremely fast, flying grenade fragments, they had almost no way to do anything except to dodge. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hanwen's face instantly darkened. Although he guessed that this was a special weapon of the royal palace, he never expected that the power of this weapon would be so great. In front of this weapon, a 9th rank warrior didn't even have a chance to survive. In just a blink of an eye, the Blood Moon Tower lost several 9th rank warriors. Originally, Zhou Hanwen just thought that there was a mysterious master in the palace. The Northern King was able to survive several assassination attempts in the Blood Moon Tower, all thanks to that mysterious master. Now it seems that they were totally wrong. Even if the Northern Palace did not have that mysterious master, just relying on this mysterious weapon, even if the Northern Palace did not have a single warrior, it would still not be an easy task for the assassins of the Blood Moon Tower to kill the Northern King. Everyone says that the King of the North is a waste. Now it seems that everyone in the world has been deceived. Possessing such a terrifying weapon yet not letting any news leak out, the King of the North must be planning something. But none of this matters anymore. What matters is how he is going to kill the King of the North under such circumstances. I don't know if it was because Zhou Hanwen, the owner of the Blood Moon Tower, was leading the team himself, but even though the first grenade took out several 9th grade warriors, the assassins of the Blood Moon Tower did not lose their composure. This surprised Lu Qin a little. However, Lu Qin did not intend to give them time to react. The next moment, he continued to throw grenades, and the other Jinui soldiers who were holding grenades in their hands also threw the grenades in the same way as Lu Qin had just done. Then more than a dozen grenades exploded above the head of the Blood Moon Tower assassin. The poor assassins from the Blood Moon Tower didn't even see the King of the North himself, and many of them were killed or injured, with only a few people left. Zhou Hanwen panicked at this time. He didn't expect that in such a short time, the people he brought with him were basically gone. These assassins are the elite of the Blood Moon Tower. In the past, these assassins would have no problem assassinating a prince, let alone the emperor of some small country. But today, even the Northern King's people were not seen, and most of their people were dead. The weapons of the Northern Palace are too terrifying. No! He must leave the Northern Palace quickly. The news about the weapons in the Northern Palace has never leaked out, which must be because any outsiders who saw these weapons were killed. Otherwise, it is impossible that Daxia had no news about these weapons at all. This is a powerful weapon that can subvert the world of martial arts. If people knew that the Northern Palace possessed such a weapon, the entire martial arts world would probably tremble, and the status of martial artists would plummet. Zhou Hanwen thought to himself that although he might not be able to kill the Northern King, as long as he escaped and spread the news that the Northern King's mansion possessed such a powerful weapon, it would not be long before the Northern King would be assassinated by martial arts masters all over the world. He didn't believe that the King of the North would be able to protect himself at that time. Thinking of this, Zhou Hanwen turned around and prepared to escape. However, the moment he turned around, he found that at the gate of the palace, a man in red clothes and a long sword on his waist was leaning against the door frame. The moment he saw Qin Yushan, Zhou Hanwen's pupils shrank slightly. Another master! And this is no ordinary master. He had seen this man before. This is the killer known as the Blood Demon and Mad Knife in the martial arts world. When this man was dominating the martial arts world, there was no Blood Moon Tower yet, and he had only seen this man once from afar. Zhou Hanwen never thought that he would meet this man again in this place. Zhou Hanwen had only one thought in his mind, and that was to escape. Not to mention the mysterious weapon in the palace, just the Blood Demon Mad Blade alone is not something he can deal with. Others had already become masters more than a decade ago. Even if Qin Yushan is still a master now, his strength is infinitely close to that of a Grand Master. It's not something that a warrior like him who has just entered the Grand Master realm can resist. Zhou Hanwen couldn't figure out why the Blood Demon Mad Knife appeared in the Northern Palace. He actually became the Northern King's subordinate. How did the Northern King do it? Qin Yushan smiled and said, "The fatal scholar Zhou Hanwen, the owner of the Blood Moon Tower, I have long wanted to see your iron fan. It seems that today I finally got my wish." After hearing Qin Yushan's words, Zhou Hanwen came back to his senses. Now is not the time to think about those things. Since he knows the horror of the Northern Prince's mansion, it is even more impossible for the Northern Prince to let him leave. If he wants to escape, he must first deal with Qin Yushan in front of him. Zhou Hanwen then took out a fan, opened it with a whoosh, and said, "Then please teach me, senior." As he spoke, Zhou Hanwen waved his fan and more than a dozen sharp needles flew towards Qin Yushan. After Qin Yushan easily avoided these sharp needles, he took a step forward and rushed towards Zhou Hanwen in an instant like a cannonball. The best way to deal with a hidden weapon-type long-range weapon in Zhou Hanwen's hand is to close the distance. However, Zhou Hanwen's iron fan was obviously not only able to launch hidden weapons. He then retracted his wrist forcefully, and the fan closed. The next moment, a sword blade appeared at the front of the fan. At this time, Zhou Hanwen's iron fan turned into a sword. Afterwards, the two began to fight in close range. Sparks from the collision of swords and fans kept flying, and the protective aura on the two men was completely released, and the floor tiles around them were lifted up. Chapter 67 The Era of Warriors is coming to an end. While Qin Yushan and Zhou Hanwen were fighting, several 9th-grade warriors of the Jinyui were not idle either. With the help of grenades, they quickly took care of all the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. Now Zhou Hanwen is the only owner of the Blood Moon Tower left. Lu Qin jumped down from the roof at this time, then walked to the flower bed in the martial arts training ground and sat down, watching the fight between Zhou Hanwen and Qin Yushan. At this time, a Jinyui Qian who came to Lu Qin and asked, "Prince, are we not going to take action?" Lu Qin immediately raised his hand and waved, then said, "No, this king wants to see what the battle between the grandmasters is like." Lu Qin had never seen a grandmaster fight, so he didn't know how strong the grandmaster was. By watching the battles between grandmasters with his own eyes, he would be able to better assess the grandmaster's combat effectiveness, and it would also be easier for him to judge whether modern weapons could easily defeat a grandmaster. By then, there will definitely be warriors at the grandmaster level among the barbarian cavalry, and probably more than one. Knowing the grandmaster's combat power in advance, he can make adequate preparations. At this time, Qin Yushan was holding the knife in his hand and chopping at Zhou Hanwen. Zhou Hanwen was forced to dodge and had no ability to fight back. Zhou Hanwen felt that his arms were constantly shaking. It turned out that the strength of the Blood Demon Man knife, who was once feared by the martial arts world, was not exaggerated. If he made even the slightest mistake, he would most likely die. At this time, Zhou Hanwen discovered Lu Qin in the distance. He had never seen Lu Qin, but judging from the respectful attitude of the surrounding Jinyui soldiers towards Lu Qin, he had basically guessed Lu Qin's identity. Zhou Hanwen finally came to his senses at this moment. He had realized that the person who had entered Baiwa Tower earlier was not the king of the north, but the handsome young man not far away was the real king of the north. They, the Blood Moon Tower, had been tricked from the very beginning. When he thought of this, Zhou Hanwen was furious, but he had no other choice at the moment. He himself was being beaten by Qin Yushan, and even escaping was a problem for him, so how could he possibly take the life of the king of the north in this state? Is it possible that I am really going to fall into the hands of this little brat today? When Zhou Hanwen thought of this, he felt a little unwilling. Since he succeeded as the owner of the Blood Moon Tower, assassination missions have rarely failed, especially the assassination missions he personally participated in, which were all 100% successful. I didn't expect that today I would be set up by a nominally useless prince. The more Zhou Hanwen thought about it, the angrier he became. Then the internal energy in his body began to work frantically. The next moment, red blood faintly appeared on Zhou Hanwen's body. Seeing this scene, Qin Yushan frowned. At this time, Zhou Hanwen waved his fan, and countless needles flew out from the fan. Qin Yushan quickly stepped back a few steps, and then blocked the flying needles with a knife. However, at this moment Zhou Hanwen had no intention of escaping. The moment he threw out all the needles, his figure went straight towards Lu Qin, who was not far away. Seeing this scene, Qin Yushan's face changed drastically. "Not good! Your Majesty, get out of the way!" Zhou Hanwen roared. "Boy, if you want to kill me, you will be buried with me!" Hearing this, Lu Qin smiled slightly and did not avoid it. Now is the best time to monitor firearms. A grandmaster who used the blood-burning technique and had his body protected by the inner energy. He wanted to see if Barrett's bullet could penetrate his body. Thinking of this, Lu Qin raised his hand casually, and a long Barrett appeared in Lu Qin's hand, with the black muzzle pointing at Zhou Hanwen's chest. Zhou Hanwen was stunned when he saw the stick-like weapon suddenly appear in Lu Qin's hand. The weapon in Lu Qin's hand appeared out of thin air, which would surprise anyone who saw it. Even Qin Yushan and other Jinui were stunned by this scene for a moment. Is this a magic trick? Where did such a long weapon come from? Although he was stunned for a moment by Lu Chen's actions, Zhou Hanwen's body did not stop. Seeing Zhou Hanwen about to reach Lu Chen, he said sarcastically, "You want to stop me with a stick? How despised am I?" As he spoke, Zhou Hanwen was ready to kill Lu Chen. However, he did not find what he imagined. The next moment, a loud noise was heard. Gang! Lu Chen's shoulders shrugged back slightly. Even though he was now a 9th rank warrior, the recoil was still quite strong when he was sniping with the Barrett. Fortunately, there was no problem with the accuracy, and the distance was so close that even a blind person could hit the target with his eyes closed. Moreover, the speed of the bullet was very fast. Even if Zhou Hanwen was a master, he had no way to dodge it. However, there is still a difference between a grandmaster and an ordinary warrior. The moment the bullet left the gun, Zhou Hanwen's eyes clearly saw a black dot flying out from the top of the strange stick. Zhou Hanwen thought it was a hidden weapon and planned to use his fan to block it. However, the moment Zhou Hanwen waved his fan, the Barrett bullet instantly penetrated his iron fan, then penetrated his body's protective chi and went straight through his chest. The moment the bullet penetrated Zhou Hanwen's body, he lost his sense of pain, but he could feel that his body had been pierced by something. Zhou Hanwen lowered his head in disbelief, and when he discovered the bloody hole on his chest, his pupils shrank slightly, revealing an expression of horror and disbelief. He just couldn't understand how, as a master himself, and with the protective chi in his body, how could any hidden weapon be able to penetrate his body? And even his own iron fan didn't block it. Soon, Zhou Hanwen's consciousness gradually became blurred, and his body fell down. Seeing the bloody hole in Zhou Hanwen's chest, Qin Yushan in the distance took a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but sighed. It seems that the era of warriors is coming to an end. Qin Yushan became a Jinui for some reasons, but he himself did not know that Lu Chen possessed such a powerful weapon. He only knew that Lu Chen was the master they must follow. After seeing the damage of the Barrett in Lu Chen's hand, he gradually understood why Lu Chen became the master of the Jinui. Because this boy will surely stand at the top of this world and look down on everything. At the same time, after Mu Changtian learned from Wang Xingzi that the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower had already gone to the palace, he immediately returned to the palace with Chu Yuqin. On the way, Mu Changtian saw that Chu Yuqin didn't look worried at all, so he asked curiously, "Madam Chu, aren't you worried at all that something might happen to the king of the north?" Chu Yuqin asked back, "Does General Mu want to see something happen to the prince?" Mu Changtian quickly said, "That's not the case. I'm just worried that the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower will hurt the prince." Mu Changtian had just arrived in Beijun. If something really happened to the king of Bei, his family would have a hard time, so he was the one who was most worried that something might happen to Lu Chen. Seeing Chu Yuqin so calm, Mu Changtian also felt a little curious. Is the Northern Palace really so powerful? Facing a Grand Master and the full force of the Blood Moon Tower, they are not panicked at all. Soon, Mu Changtian and Chu Yuqin returned to the palace. Mu Changtian quickly entered the palace, intending to help the palace resist the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower. However, as soon as he entered the palace, he found the bodies of the assassins in black clothes all over the floor. This Chapter 68 Aunt Chu, it is difficult for a doctor to heal himself. Seeing Mu Changtian and Chu Yuqin coming back, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Father-in-law, Aunt Chu, you have worked hard." Chu Yuqin didn't say anything. She quickly walked to Lu Chen's side and asked with concern, "Chinner, are you okay? Are you injured?" Although she didn't seem to be worried about the situation in the palace on her way back, she was still very worried about Lu Chen's condition. Lu Chen was about to say that he was fine, but suddenly he remembered something, so he immediately covered his chest, and then said with a strong look, "Aunt Chu, I'm fine, just a little injured." Seeing Lu Chen like this, Chu Yuqin suddenly became extremely nervous. "Chinner, are you feeling unwell now?" Lu Chen said, "I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere, but I feel like there is something stuck in my dantian, and I'm having trouble breathing." Hearing this, Mu Changtian, who was not far away, couldn't help but worry. He was about to say something when he heard Lu Chen say, "Commander Qin, please help deal with the body in the palace. The king is not feeling well, so he will go back to rest first. Having said this, Lu Qin took Chu Yuqin's hand and walked away in front of everyone, saying, Aunt Chu, please come and help me regulate my body. I feel that the qi in my body is becoming less and less smooth. Seeing this scene, Mu Chatian was stunned. After Lu Qin and Chu Yuqin left, Mu Chatian asked Qin Yushan curiously, Commander Qin, is the king of the north okay? Mu Chatian didn't know what was going on. He really thought that Lu Qin was seriously injured and needed Chu Yuqin to treat him. Hearing Mu Changtian's question, Qin Yushan smiled and said, The king of the north is naturally busy. This? Mu Chatian asked in confusion. Why are you still laughing when the northern king is in trouble? Qin Yushan asked back. General Mu, can't you see that the king of the north has trouble only in front of Madame Chu? Mu Chatian is not a fool. After hearing Qin Yushan's reminder, Mu Changtian understood instantly. Being injured is just an excuse. So, does that mean the king of the north has other thoughts about Chu Yuqin? Mu Changtian quickly stopped himself from thinking further. This was not something he should care about. It was normal for a man to have some thoughts about beautiful women. The king of the north was also a man, so it was not strange. Mu Chatian then focused his attention on the bodies of the assassins on the ground. He found that apart from the bodies of the assassins, there were no other bodies on the ground. There wasn't even a single corpse of a soldier in the palace. That was to say, when the assassins from the Blood Moon Tower came to the palace had to kill all of them with every soldier they had. How is this done? Mu Changtian then looked at Qin Yushan and continued to ask, Commander Qin, why didn't I see the bodies of the soldiers in the palace? Qin Yushan replied, General Mu, not a single soldier in the palace died, so where did the bodies come from? Upon hearing Qin Yushan's answer, Mu Chatian was completely stunned. The assassins from the Blood Moon Tower were wiped out in the royal palace without losing a single soldier. Is this the true strength of the northern palace? At this time, Qin Yushan said, General Mu, you should go back and have a good rest today. The prince will summon us tomorrow morning, and you will also attend then. Hearing this, Mu Changtian said, Okay, I'll go back first. Then Mu Changtian turned around and left the palace. At the same time, after Lu Qin and Chu Yuqin came to the study, Lu Qin pretended to be in great pain. Seeing Lu Qin like this, Chu Yuqin said with a worried look on her face, Qin'er, don't scare Auntie, how are you? Lu Qin said, Alas, I was accidentally hit by an assassin just now. Commander Qin checked me and said that I was fine, but I don't know why, I just feel uncomfortable in my chest. After hearing what Lu Qin said, Chu Yuqin no longer cared about the intimacy between men and women. She said directly, Take off your clothes quickly, so I can take a look. Lu Qin undressed without saying a word and took off his top. Chu Yuqin immediately raised her slender hand and gently stroked Lu Qin's chest. She used her internal energy to input into Lu Qin's body and help Lu Qin check, but found nothing wrong. Chu Yuqin said to herself, Strange, I didn't find anything unusual. At this point, Chu Yuqin raised her head, stared into Lu Qin's eyes with her beautiful eyes and said, Qin'er, is it the same as last time, that something went wrong when you were practicing martial arts, so that the power in your body is not flowing smoothly? Lu Qin said, That's possible. I guess the thief hit me with his palm just now, which brought out the hidden injuries I have accumulated from practicing martial arts in recent days, so I feel that the air flow in my dantian is not smooth. Chu Yuqin suddenly thought of something and said, I remember you know some magic to heal your body. Why don't you try to heal yourself with it? Lu Qin sighed. Alas, Aunt Chu, it's hard for a doctor to heal himself. My magic can only be used to heal others, not myself. Chu Yuqin said worriedly. What should we do then? Lu Qin asked with a smile. Aunt Chu, have you forgotten the method you used to help me adjust last time? This? Chu Yuqin hesitated. Of course, she did not forget how she helped Lu Qin to recuperate last time, but she always felt that the method was not very serious. Besides, she almost made a mistake last time. If she did the same thing this time, what if she couldn't control herself later? When she thought of what happened last time, a trace of mist appeared on Chu Yuqin's dignified and elegant face. Chu Yuqin then said, Qin'er, is that method really useful for your body? Lu Qin replied, Didn't we try it last time? It must be useful. Chu Yuqin hesitated for a moment, then said, Okay, let's try again, but don't get your legs too close to me. When she said this, Chu Yuqin's face turned even redder, and she looked like a completely shy, beautiful woman. It's okay to get the upper body closer, but it's inappropriate to get the lower body too close. She also knows that Lu Chen has some feelings for her, and she is worried that Lu Chen can't control himself. Seeing that Chu Yuqin agreed, Lu Chen said, "Yeah, I understand." Then Lu Chen raised his hands and hugged Chu Yuqin's slender waist from the front. Chu Yuqin's buttocks were leaning on the desk, slightly concave. At this time, Lu Chen said in Chu Yuqin's ear, "Aunt Chu, with the barbarian attack this time, I don't know if I can see you again in the future." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin hurriedly said, "Chinner, don't say such unlucky words. Auntie believes that you can definitely defeat the barbarians. After all, you are a person with immortal fate and are blessed by the immortals." Lu Chen said in a depressed tone, "It's better to be safe than sorry." Having said that, Lu Chen used his arms to hold the soft and fragrant girl tightly in his arms, and their bodies were pressed tightly together. Chu Yuqin twisted her hips slightly, trying to avoid Lu Chen's enthusiasm, but found that she couldn't move at all, so she had to let Lu Chen hold her. At this time, the unique masculine scent of Lu Chen rushed into Chu Yuqin's nose, making Chu Yuqin feel hot all over. Chu Yuqin became nervous. It was the same again, just like last time. Chapter 69. How could you treat me like this? Chu Yuqin wanted to use her internal energy to calm the abnormalities in her body and to calm her inner restlessness. But just like before, she did not have any internal energy, and was just like an ordinary person. Chu Yuqin couldn't help feeling a little nervous. She was like this every time she came into contact with Lu Chen. If this continued, she might make a mistake one day. Fortunately, Lu Chen did not make any move at this time. He hugged Chu Yuqin tightly, resting his head on her shoulders, and whispered in her ear, "If something happens to me one day, you must help me take care of Zishuan and the others. I'll leave them in your care." Hearing Lu Chen's tone as if he was explaining his last wishes, Chu Yuqin quickly said, "Chinner, if you say something like that again, I'll be angry." In Chu Yuqin's opinion, what Lu Chen said was very unlucky. What if Lu Chen's words came true and something really happened? Seeing Chu Yuqin's tone becoming more serious, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Okay, I won't say anything." Feeling Chu Yuqin's soft body, Lu Chen had other thoughts. His blood was surging and he felt a little restless. A unique fragrance disturbed Lu Chen's nose, constantly stimulating him, as if teasing him. Chu Yuqin also noticed something strange at this time. She twisted her body slightly, trying to move her buttocks away from Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen did not do as she wished. His big hands moved down slightly and fixed Chu Yuqin's hips, making it impossible for her to move. Chu Yuqin was in a state of panic. She had not expected Lu Chen to be so bold. She quickly moved her upper body to slightly push Lu Chen away. Then, she looked at Lu Chen with spring eyes and asked, "Chinner, are you feeling better? Let me go when you feel better." There was a hint of pleading in Chu Yuqin's tone. If this continued, something might really happen. Lu Chen said, "I still feel uncomfortable. Let me stay a little longer. Maybe I have accumulated too many hidden injuries and it will take some time to heal." Chu Yuqin blushed and whispered, "Can you keep your hands to yourself and stop touching me everywhere? If you keep doing this, I'll really get angry." Lu Chen said innocently, "Touching randomly? No, my hands are always placed like this, right?" Chu Yuqin pursed her lips and didn't say much. She really didn't know how to speak. As time passed, Chu Yuqin could no longer suppress her inner restlessness. Her whole body went limp, and she could only stand with the help of Lu Chen. At this time, Lu Chen stared into Chu Yuqin's beautiful eyes and said, "I feel that this conditioning method doesn't seem to be very effective. We need to go a step further." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin, who was already in a daze, suddenly woke up. Want to go one step further? Their bodies were already pressed together. If they went one step further, wouldn't that be? Chu Yuqin didn't dare to think any further. She quickly said, "No, we can't do that kind of thing." Seeing Chu Yuqin's excited expression, Lu Chen smiled and said, "You misunderstood me. That's not what I meant." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yuqin breathed a sigh of relief, and then she asked gently, "Chinner, what you mean by taking a further step is to do?" Before Chu Yuqin could say yes, Lu Chen leaned over and kissed her sweet lips. Chu Yuqin's mind suddenly went blank. She didn't expect Lu Chen to do such a thing, and Lu Chen's action was so sudden that she didn't even have time to dodge. Lu Chen glanced at Chu Yuqin's favorability at this time. In the past, Chu Yuqin's favorability had always been 98, always 2 points short of 100. But after he took the initiative to kiss her, Chu Yuqin's favorability not only did not decrease, but instead increased by 1 point to 99. Lu Chen felt it was a little unbelievable. When he did this, he had already prepared himself for Chu Yuqin's favorability towards him to decline. In fact, this is easy to understand. Chu Yuqin originally had that kind of feeling for him in her heart, and with the continued influence of Dragon and Phoenix Tea, her heart had long belonged to him. It's just that because of some secular morals of this world, which trapped her like shackles, she never dared to take the next step with Lu Chen. But today, Lu Chen took the initiative to break the stalemate between the two of them, which directly broke the shackles in Chu Yuqin's heart, so her favorability towards Lu Chen began to increase. However, after Chu Yuqin came to her senses, she quickly raised her hand and kept pushing Lu Chen's chest, trying to push him away. Chu Yuqin pushed Lu Chen's chest with her jade hands and protested, but Lu Chen ignored her. This is the best opportunity for desensitization. If nothing further happens between him and Chu Yuqin, then the relationship between him and Chu Yuqin will remain stalemate in the future. Lu Chen did not plan to take Chu Yuqin down today, but he had to let Chu Yuqin get familiar with doing intimate things with him. Only in this way, she would be able to accept him more quickly when doing serious things in the future. Chu Yuqin struggled for a while, and found that she couldn't push Lu Chen, so she had to give up and passively cooperate with Lu Chen's kiss. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yuqin felt that Lu Chen's hands were becoming more and more dishonest. Her mind suddenly cleared up. If this continued, she would probably become Lu Chen's woman. No! This can't go on any longer. He is Sister Yu's child. I can't make mistakes. No one knew where she got the strength from, but she suddenly pushed, and this time she actually pushed Lu Chen away. After pushing Lu Chen away, Chu Yuqin said with tears in her eyes, "Chinner, you've gone too far. How could you treat me like this? But I'm your aunt." Seeing Chu Yuqin's pitiful and touching appearance, Lu Chen felt a little guilty. He immediately said, "I don't know why I couldn't control myself just now. This may be related to the immortal method I practiced. I was wrong, please don't be angry." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Chu Yuqin calmed down a little. She wiped her tears with her sleeves and asked, "How is your health?" Lu Chen said, "I have recovered a little, much better than before." After hearing Lu Chen's answer, Chu Yuqin said, "I can help you take care of your body, but you are not allowed to mess with me in the future." Lu Chen showed a frustrated expression and said, "I know." Seeing Lu Chen's expression, Chu Yuqin knew that her words were too harsh, and she felt very guilty. Then she took the initiative to move forward and leaned on Lu Chen's broad chest. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Yuqin to come up to him on her own. Chu Yuqin said at this time, "Don't move, I'll just hold you." Hearing this, Lu Chen said, "Okay." After a while, Chu Yuqin noticed Lu Chen's abnormality again. Chu Yuqin blushed and cursed fiercely. "Chinner, you little rascal, why are you always so dishonest?" Chapter 70. Don't even think about it. Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen naturally knew what she was talking about. Lu Chen then said helplessly, "Aunt Chu, I am a man. Any hot-blooded man, holding a beautiful woman in his arms, can't remain indifferent." Chu Yuqin became even more flustered when she heard Lu Chen praising her as a great beauty. Although she had forced herself to calm down just now, for some reason, she started to become agitated again. Chu Yuqin emphasized again, "I am your aunt. You are not allowed to have any improper thoughts about me." Lu Chen said calmly, "Aunt Chu, we are not related by blood. Besides, you are only about 11 years older than me." Hearing this, Chu Yuqin was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen was telling the truth. They really had no blood relationship. The most she had was just a sworn sister to Lu Chen's mother. Moreover, an age difference of 11 years seems to be a big difference, but when those men get married, some men in their 70s or 80s marry girls in their teens, so this age difference is actually nothing. If you think about it this way, there doesn't seem to be anything inappropriate between the two of them. Chu Yuqin's brain froze at this moment, and she quickly stopped herself from thinking about it. How could she have such an idea? She was a married woman. She was a widow now. And Chen Er was a prince. How could a prince marry a widow? Thinking of this, Chu Yuqin immediately said, Chen Er, I don't care what you say, just don't have any thoughts about Aunt. If sister you knew that I cheated her son's body, how can I face her after I die? Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, Then let me cheat on you and that'll be fine. Chu Yuqin snorted and said, Don't even think about it. Hearing Chu Yuqin's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Although Chu Yuqin spoke so tough, he could already tell that Chu Yuqin's inner defense had loosened. With a few more intimate contacts, Chu Yuqin would completely fall. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yuqin asked gently, Chen Er, are you feeling better? Lu Chen said, Well, is my Dantian feeling better? I don't have that feeling of poor air flow anymore, but I feel uncomfortable in other places. Hearing this, Chu Yuqin instantly understood what Lu Chen was talking about. She spat and cursed. You little rascal, don't think I don't know what you are thinking. Ask Mu Zixuan to solve your other health problems yourself. Having said that, Chu Yuqin slowly pushed Lu Chen away, then took a few steps back to distance herself from him. Chen Er, since you're okay, I'll leave first. Lu Chen said. Okay. Lu Chen felt that it was about right. This kind of thing still needed to be done step by step and could not be done forcefully. Then Chu Yuqin turned around and walked towards the door. Seeing Chu Yuqin's charming figure, Lu Chen felt that he could no longer control himself. Then he immediately went to Mu Zixuan's yard, picked up Mu Zixuan and went to the next room to cultivate their relationship. The next morning. Early in the morning, before Lu Chen got up, all the important officials from Beijun came to the palace. County Magistrate Li Rui was puzzled when he saw the generals and captains in armor on the palace's martial arts training ground. Why did the palace summon them at this time? After the King of the North came to Beijun, he never cared about Beijun's affairs. Every time he came to report to the King of the North would find an excuse to send him away. This seems to be the first time that the Northern King has summoned them to the palace? Could it be that the King of the North intends to take over the affairs of Beijun? Thinking of this, Li Rui felt a little nervous. He was not sure whether the King of the North would make some major policy adjustments. If the King of the North really wanted to carry out reforms, then for him as the county magistrate, the workload would probably increase significantly. Of course, this is not what Li Rui is most worried about. What he is most worried about is that the King of the North will remove him from his position as county governor in order to find someone to cooperate with the reform, and replace him with someone close to the King of the North. Thinking of this, Li Rui immediately came to Li Feng and asked in a low voice, General Li, do you know why the prince asked us to come here? Li Feng shook his head and said, I just received the news from the prince, and I don't know why he is looking for us. Hearing what Li Feng said, Li Rui became even more worried. Even Li Feng, an important general beside the Northern King, didn't know what happened. It must be a big deal. At this time, a middle-aged man in armor entered the training ground with two young men. Seeing that man, Li Feng and the soldiers who had followed Lu Chen to Beijun were stunned. Li Feng then walked towards the man. When he got in front of the man, Li Feng was about to salute, but the man directly lifted his arm. Li Feng looked at Mu Chatian and asked in confusion, General Mu, why did you come to Beijun? Hearing what Li Feng said, Mu Changtian smiled and corrected him. General Li, you got the wrong person. My last name is Mo, not Mu. After hearing what Mu Changtian said, Li Feng instantly realized that something must have happened in the capital. As Mu Changtian's subordinate, how could he not know Mu Changtian and his two sons? Li Feng now finally understood why Mu Changtian had asked them to follow the Northern King. Judging from the situation, the Tiger Guards might have been disbanded and reorganized. Li Feng immediately said, General Mo, what happened in the capital? Mu Changtian replied, Duke Mu's mansion was suspected of colluding with the remnants of the Qin kingdom, and was exiled by His Majesty. Our Mo family also suffered and was assassinated by thieves during the exile. Fortunately, the prince sent someone to rescue us and brought us to Beijun. Hearing Mu Changtian's words, Li Feng's brain was stunned. He also noticed the changes in the palace during this period. There were many 9th grade masters in the palace recently, and there was even one who was suspected to be at the Grand Master level. Li Feng had long realized that the King of the North was not a simple person, so he did not find it strange that the King of the North sent people to rescue Mu Changtian. He just couldn't believe that the King of the North had such courage. There is a difference between being able to save someone and daring to save someone. Some people have the ability to save people, but they may not have the courage to do so. The Duke Mu's mansion was eliminated because of a conflict with the Emperor, but the King of the North still dared to save the Duke Mu's family under such circumstances, which shows how courageous the King of the North is. If it were any other prince, he would probably be afraid of being implicated and would never dare to have any contact with Duke Mu's mansion. Li Feng thought to himself, could it be that the King of the North asked them to come here today just because of General Mu? Just as Li Feng was thinking this, a maid from the palace came over and said to everyone, "The prince wants you to go to his study and wait." Hearing this, everyone immediately walked towards Lu Chen's study. After Lu Chen got up, he had a simple breakfast and then went to the study. At this time, everyone in the study was still wondering why the King of the North was looking for them. At this time, the figure of the Northern King appeared at the door, and everyone immediately bowed and said, "Greetings to the Northern King!" Lu Chen waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to be polite. Then he walked straight to his desk and opened a map on the table. Li Rui was the first to ask, "My lord, why did you summon us today?" Chapter 71. Should we ask the court for help? After hearing Li Rui's question, Lu Chen did not answer directly. He glanced at Qin Yushan in the crowd and said, "Commander Qin, you go ahead and speak." After hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yushan. Li Rui and others were a little curious. "Commander? What is this position? When did this kind of position appear in the palace?" Qin Yushan walked out of the crowd at this time, came to Lu Chen's table, saluted and said, "Yes, your majesty." Afterwards, Qin Yushan said to everyone, "Our people intercepted the barbarians' call on the grassland. The barbarians are planning to gather 300,000 cavalrymen to march south, capture Beijun, and then establish a country in Beijun, with Yanqing as the capital." Hearing Qin Yushan's words, everyone's faces changed instantly. The barbarians have always been the biggest threat to Beijun. The reason why Beijun is so poor is that the barbarians come south to plunder from time to time. Unexpectedly, this time the barbarians did not come to rob, but instead directly occupied Beijun and even wanted to establish a country in Beijun. For a moment, everyone in the study was extremely panicked. Especially Li Rui. The reason why he was able to become the county magistrate was because the previous county magistrates were killed by the barbarians, otherwise it would not be his turn to be the county magistrate. He originally thought that he could live a few days of peace, but he didn't expect that just over a year later, the barbarians would move south again. And it was not an ordinary robbery. If it was just stealing food, Li Rui would not be so worried, because the barbarians would only steal food from several other cities north of Yanqing, and rarely come to cities like Yanqing that are further south. After coming back to his senses, Li Rui hurriedly asked, Qin, Commander, is your intelligence accurate? The barbarians moving south is a big deal, not to mention 300,000 cavalry moving south to attack Beijun. This matter must be reported to the court, and it must be reported immediately. In the eyes of everyone, the 30,000 soldiers of Beijun were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarians. They could only resist the barbarians with the help of the imperial army. In fact, every time Beijun resisted the invasion of barbarians, it relied on the imperial army. The 30,000 soldiers of Beijun were just to deal with some small fish and shrimps. Qin Yushan said at this time, "The intelligence we collected has been verified. Our people infiltrated the barbarian king's court and got this news from a barbarian king himself." This? Hearing Qin Yushan's words, everyone showed disbelief on their faces. Who is this Commander Qin beside the prince? How could the prince's men sneak into the barbarian royal court? At this moment Li Rui suddenly came to his senses. He had always thought that Lu Chen was a lazy prince who was idle and didn't care about anything. Now he understood that all this was just something the Northern King did to show off to others. The King of the North already had his own power in private, and this power had penetrated into every part of the North County and even into the barbarians. When he thought of this, Li Rui's forehead broke out in sweat. Fortunately, when the Northern King came to Beijun, he did not trip him up or anything. Otherwise, let alone the official hat, I'm afraid we don't even know whether he is still alive now. At this time, Mu Chatian asked, Prince, what are you going to do? Are you going to ask the court for help? 30,000 against 300,000, there is no chance of winning at all. The court must send a large army, otherwise Beijun will be in danger. Lu Chen said, I plan to send someone to tell the court about this news later, but it will take at least 3 months for the court to gather the army, and the barbarians will be able to complete the assembly in about 2 months. We still need to defend Beijun for a while. Although Lu Chen was confident that he could have 30,000 soldiers to defend Beijun and defeat the 300,000 cavalry of the barbarians, such matters must be reported to the court. After all, Beijun was nominally the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty. If the imperial court is not informed of a foreign invasion, no matter whether the enemy wins or loses the battle, the imperial court will think that the enemy has rebellious intentions and fails to inform the imperial court of such an important matter. However, Daxia's army could not be assembled as quickly as the barbarians. It would take at least 2 or 3 months to mobilize the army. There is a saying that goes, food and fodder must be sent before troops move forward. The army of Daxia is definitely not as fast as the barbarian cavalry. What's more, this is in Beijun, where the roads are extremely bad. It will take more time for Daxia to mobilize a large army here. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Rui's face turned even paler. If the barbarians went south, they would probably be able to occupy the entire Beijun in less than a month. However, it would take such a long time for the Daxia army to assemble. By the time the Daxia army arrived, their 30,000 soldiers would probably have all died. It is hard to imagine what will happen to Yanqing by that time. Lu Chen continued, I plan to evacuate all the people in the north of Yanqing to the south of Yanqing, and then concentrate all our forces in Yanqing to hold back the 300,000 barbarian troops. General Mo, you have fought against the barbarian army before. What do you think of this idea? When Mu Changtian heard Lu Chen's question, he was stunned for a second and frowned slightly. Then he took a look at the map and asked, There is no problem with clearing the countryside, but if all the people north of Yanqing are evacuated, the barbarian army will march straight into Yanqing. It will be difficult for 30,000 soldiers to defend Yanqing. Mu Chatian was very clear about the strength of the barbarian cavalry. Most of the barbarian cavalry were elite. It was basically impossible for 30,000 soldiers to hold back 300,000 cavalry. Lu Chen continued, What if I have a weapon in my hand that can instantly break the cavalry formation? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Feng and others' eyes lit up instantly. Those who had followed the Northern King from the beginning knew very well that the Northern King had some mysterious weapons on him, such as the exploding stones and the black stick that could kill a 9th-grade warrior instantly. There are rumors in the army now that the King of the North has inherited the legacy of an immortal. As for whether there is an inheritance from immortals, it doesn't matter. As long as the King of the North has weapons that can destroy the barbarians, or such weapons can be manufactured on a large scale, that will be enough. Mu Chatian was about to ask Lu Chen what the weapon was, but Lu Chen looked at the map and asked, General Mo, I plan to lead the barbarian cavalry to the Wanning River Valley, and then ambush them on the high ground in the valley. Do you think this plan is feasible? After all, Mu Changtian had fought with the barbarians several times, and he knew their situation best, so Lu Chen wanted to ask for his opinion. Professional matters should be left to professionals. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Changtian looked at the map on the table seriously, but he did not answer immediately. After a long while, Mu Changtian spoke up. If the prince was in Yanqing, it would not be difficult to lead the barbarian cavalry to the Wanning River Valley. The terrain of the Wanning River Valley is relatively flat, which makes it easier for the barbarian cavalry to go south and head straight to Yanqing. But Your Majesty, if we set up an ambush in the Wanning River Valley, with only 30,000 men, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop the barbarian cavalry's charge. There are high ground on both sides of the Wanning River Valley, and the front is flat. Even if the barbarian cavalry is ambushed in the Wanning River Valley, others just need to speed up and pass through the Wanning River Valley quickly. The Wanning River Valley is not very long. If one wants to resist the charge of the barbarian cavalry, it would be difficult to do so without 100,000 people. What's more, the 30,000 soldiers of Beijun will set up ambushes on the high ground on both sides, and by then there will not even be 30,000 soldiers left to fight head-on. Chapter 72 I Want Him to Be My Slave. After listening to Mu Changtian's words, Lu Chen looked at the map and fell into deep thought again. This is indeed a problem. The Wanning River Valley is not long, so it is not a problem for the barbarian cavalry to pass through quickly. Once the howitzers are used, the barbarian cavalry will inevitably be in chaos, and they will either rush forward or retreat backward. Whether the barbarian cavalry rushed forward or retreated backward, they needed a large number of soldiers to resist the barbarian cavalry. Of course, if they just wanted to repel the barbarian soldiers, they only needed to defend the front of the Wanning Valley. However, Lu Chen has big ambitions. He doesn't just want to repel the barbarian cavalry. If we only repel the barbarian cavalry, they will not be able to capture Yanqing and will most likely attack other cities. What he wanted to do most in this battle was to destroy the barbarians' manpower and prevent them from gathering troops and moving south for a long time. Therefore, these 300,000 people must never be released. If they were released back, after the barbarian soldiers recovered, they would go south to plunder again. Lu Chen didn't think that the howitzer could completely scare them. Lu Chen had also heard about the situation in the north. When winter came, even many people in Beijun would starve to death, not to mention the barbarians on the grassland. Lu Chen was not sympathizing with the barbarians. In his opinion, people would do anything when they were about to starve to death. It was impossible for the barbarians to be afraid to move south just because Beijun had howitzers. Lu Chen sighed and said, "Hurry up and recruit soldiers." Hearing this, Mu Changtian still said with some concern, "Your Majesty, in such a short time, it will be very difficult to train the new recruits to be able to fight against the barbarian cavalry." Mu Changtian's words were a bit conservative. It was simply impossible to train soldiers to be able to fight against the barbarian cavalry within 2 months. Lu Chen naturally understood this truth, and he immediately said, "I plan to create an artillery battalion. The newly recruited soldiers will not participate in the frontal combat. At that time, all 30,000 soldiers of Beijun can enter the frontal battlefield." Artillery battalion? What is that? When everyone heard the new term from Lu Chen's mouth, they were confused. They had never heard of an artillery battalion. Lu Chen looked at Li Rui and said, "Li Jianshou, I'm sorry to trouble you with this matter. You need to cooperate with General Li and others to recruit 10,000 new soldiers as soon as possible." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Li Rui immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Rui sighed inwardly. He originally wanted to persuade the Northern King to retreat southward, but from the Northern King's tone, it seemed that others had no intention of retreating southward at all. If he proposed to retreat southward at this time, wouldn't he offend the King of the North? Li Rui couldn't help but think, what's the point of recruiting 10,000 more soldiers? Not to mention 10,000 soldiers, even if he recruited 100,000 more new soldiers, he would not be able to stop the barbarian cavalry. Although he thought so in his heart, Li Rui did not dare to say it directly. After all, the King of the North was a vassal king, and he was the master of Beijun. At this time, Lu Chen looked at the map on the table and said, "After the artillery battalion is formed, I will show you the new weapons of the Northern Palace." Hearing this, everyone became even more curious. The King of the North seemed to be very confident about the new weapons he mentioned. They didn't know what kind of new weapons gave the King of the North the courage to fight a decisive battle with the barbarian army in Yanqing. Although they were curious, they did not ask any further questions. The King of the North had already said that he would show them, so the main task now was to recruit soldiers and form a new army as soon as possible. In the north, the barbarian royal court. On the endless grassland, there are felt tents of various sizes, also known as yurts. The closer you get to the middle of the yurts, the larger their area is. The largest yurt is where one of the barbarian kings lives. The barbarians are widely distributed on the grassland, with a total of 7 kings. The one located to the north of Beijun is the Serious King, who is preparing to attack Beijun and establish a country in Beijun. At this time, a woman wearing animal skins came to the middle of the yurt community on horseback. The woman had fair skin and a beautiful and delicate face, and she didn't look like someone who lived on the grassland at all. As soon as she got off her horse, she immediately asked her slave, "Is Wu Yuan back?" The slave with the inscription on his face who was leading the horse beside her immediately replied, "I am back, Your Highness." Hearing this, the woman immediately rushed excitedly to the smaller yurt next to the big yurt. After lifting the curtain, she found that the man she had been talking about had indeed returned. At this time, the man named Wu Yuan was kneeling on the ground, reporting some information to a beautiful woman. Inside the yurt, a stunningly beautiful woman was half lying on the bed, revealing her long white legs. The woman was wearing gorgeous fluffy clothes and was adorned with glittering gold ornaments all over her body. She looked extremely charming and seductive. She is the most important woman in the barbarian branch of the serious king, and also the queen of the previous serious king. According to the barbarian customs, after the death of the previous serious king, she must marry the new serious king. It's just that for some reasons, she has never married, but she has promised the current serious king that if he can conquer Beijun and establish a country in Beijun, she will marry him and become his queen. At this time, the woman who entered the tent bowed and said, "Greetings, princess." Although the beautiful woman in front of them has not yet married the current serious king, everyone recognizes that she is the princess. Yelun Nanyan glanced at Xiao Wenyao, then said softly, "Get up." Yelun Nanyue's voice is so gentle that it makes people feel like bathing in the spring breeze. Xiao Wenyao, the woman who entered the tent, is the daughter of the current serious king Xiao Hongbao. Originally, they did not have a surname. But in order to learn this Xia, all the people in the serious king's tribe now have surnames, and the royal family of the serious king has the surname Xiao. The name Xiao Wenyao was also given to her by Princess Yelu Nanwen not long ago. Yelu Nanyan's attention returned to the man in front of her. She asked, "I heard that the Prince of Beijun is a lecher and spends all day having fun in the palace. Since he went to Beijun, he has never interfered in Beijun's affairs. Is this true?" Wu Yuan said, "My princess, that is indeed the case." Hearing the man's answer, Yelu Nanyan smiled. "So, this time when the king goes south, Beijun is within his grasp?" Wu Yuan reminded, "Princess, although the northern king is just a waste, the army of Daxia will not sit idly by. Once the king sends troops, Daxia will definitely send a large army north." Yelun Nanyan said calmly, "By the time the Great Xia army arrives, the king will have already established a firm foothold in Beijun, and civil strife is about to break out in Great Xia, so the Emperor of Xia will not have the energy to take care of us." At this time, Xiao Wenyao on the side interrupted and said, "Princess, if we can capture the king of the north after conquering the North County, can you hand him over to me? I heard that the king of the north is very handsome, and I want him to be my slave." Chapter 73 How handsome is he? After hearing what Xiao Wenyao said, Yelun Nanyan smiled slightly, and then said, "Yao Yao, I'm afraid this won't work. After all, he is still the prince of Daxia. If we catch him, we can use him to make some deals with Daxia. He is still useful to us." Xiao Wenyao curled her lips and didn't say much. After all, Yelu Nanwe was the princess, and had a lot of say in the Serious King clan. The Serious King tribe has been able to grow to its current size and possess advanced weapons, all thanks to the leadership of the princess. She actively learned from Xia and secretly bribed many people from the Xia Dynasty. Then, she used these people to conduct business with the Xia Dynasty. The Wu Yuan kneeling in front of her was one of them. Under her leadership, the Serious tribe is no weaker than other barbarian branches, and is even stronger. The idea of establishing a country in Beijun was also proposed by Yelu Nanwe. She found that the north was getting colder every year, and the barbarian population was increasing rapidly. Today's grassland can no longer support so many barbarian populations. In addition, Beijun was becoming increasingly poor. Even if they went to Beijun to steal food, the food they got would not be enough to feed their tribe for long. The best way is to learn from the Xia Dynasty and feed more people by growing food crops. She also heard that a kind of grain crop that could produce 1,000 kilograms per moose seemed to have appeared in Beijun. If the Serious King could conquer Beijun and establish a kingdom in Beijun, their branch would no longer need to move around by water and grass, and their lives would become better. The strength and scale of the Serious King clan today are inseparable from Yelu Nanyue's policies, so she is irreplaceable in the Serious King clan, and even the current Serious King Xiao Hongbo respects her very much. Of course, Yelu Nanyue's status was not there from the beginning. She was only a teenager when she married the previous Serious King. However, the previous Serious King was already an old man at that time. He was paralyzed in bed and unable to manage the entire tribe. It was Yelu Nanwe who helped him manage the tribe. Over time, Yelu Nanwe had great power in his hands. After the death of the Serious King, there was no offspring. Under the mediation of Yelu Nanyan, the Serious tribe elected Xiao Hongba as the new Serious King. The current serious king was selected with the help of Yelu Nanhwa, which once again consolidated Yelu Nanyue's power. Moreover, Yelu Nanhwa is a very smart woman. She gives enough face to the current serious king and lets him make his own decisions on all major issues. This way, it seems that she has given up all her power. Even when the serious king said he wanted to marry her, she did not refuse. She just set a goal for the serious king and said that she would marry him if he achieved the goal. Yelu Nanhwa was only a teenager when she married the previous serious king, and she is still a virgin. It is impossible for her to be a widow for the rest of her life for a dead person, so she must get married. In the eyes of the current serious king Xiao Hongbao, Yelu Nanhwa is definitely his woman, so he trusts her very much. As for taking over Beijun and marrying her, Xiao Hongbao regards Beijun as a gift to Yelu Nanhwa. At this time, Yelu Nanyan looked at Wu Yuan, who was kneeling in front of him, and continued, "Wu Yuan, you must have worked hard to gather information in Daxia this time. Go down and have a good rest." Wu Yuan immediately said, "Thank you, princess." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yuan stood up and left Yelu Nanyue's yurt. Seeing Wu Yuan stood up and left, Xiao Wenyao quickly said, "Princess, I'm leaving first too." Having said that, Xiao Wenyao turned around and left the yurt. After Xiao Wenyao walked out of the yurt, she quickly said to Wu Yuan, "Wu Yuan, wait a minute." Wu Yuan stopped, turned his head and looked at Xiao Wenyao, and asked respectfully, "Your Highness, what do you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Wenyao asked directly, "Did you bring the perfume soap I asked you to bring me?" Wu Yuan smiled and said, "Since it is the order of Her Royal Highness the Princess, I will naturally obey. Those things are still in the carriage. I will go and deliver them to Her Royal Highness the Princess right away." Xiao Wenyao said, "No need, I'll go with you, and you tell me about Daxia." I don't know if it was influenced by Yelu Nanhwa, but Xiao Wenyao was very interested in all aspects of Daxia. Wu Yuan was from Daxia, and every time he came back from Daxia, she would ask him about things about Daxia. For example, if there were any interesting things happening in Daxia recently, or if there was any gossip about the Prince of Daxia, in short, if it was something that she found interesting, she would ask Wu Yuan about it. After hearing what Xiao Wenyao said, Wu Yuan said, "Okay, Princess, if you have anything you want to know, you can ask me." Then Xiao Wenyao said as she walked, "Everyone says that the Great Xia Northern King is very handsome. Is he really that handsome? Can you describe to me how handsome he is?" When Wu Yuan heard Xiao Wenyao's first question, he was stunned. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment, and did not answer immediately. Seeing that Wu Yuan did not answer directly, Xiao Wenyao turned to look at Wu Yuan and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you silent?" Wu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, I really don't know how to describe the King of the North. If you look at it from the perspective of a Daxia woman, the King of the North is indeed handsome, but if you look at it from the perspective of a grassland woman's husband selection standards, I'm afraid the King of the North would seem a little thin. The King of the North is not a martial artist, and his body is not strong." Hearing Wu Yuan's answer, Xiao Wenyao's eyes suddenly lit up, and then she said, "I don't like men who are too strong. Almost all grassland men are fat and ugly. What's so good about them?" Seeing that Xiao Wenyao seemed very interested in the King of the North, Wu Yuan continued, "Your Highness, you should also know that the King of the North particularly likes beautiful women. If he saw Your Highness, he would definitely be unable to walk. If Your Highness is interested in the Northern King, this time the king went south to attack the northern county, it might be an opportunity for you." After hearing what Wu Yuan said, Xiao Wenyao sighed. "You just heard it too. The princess said that the Northern King is still useful. Even if she captures the Northern King this time, she will not hand him over to me." Wu Yuan smiled faintly. He had originally planned to trick Xiao Wenyao into going directly to Beijun, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Now was a critical period, and doing anything unnecessary would arouse suspicion, which would not be worth the loss. Then Wu Yuan said, "Don't worry, Princess. You will always have a chance to be alone with the King of the North." Xiao Wenyao said, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. By the way, do you know how to make perfume and soap? Every time I run out of stuff, I have to wait for you to go to Daxia to buy more. It's too troublesome. Why don't we make it ourselves?" Wu Yuan said, "I'm sorry, Princess, the methods of making perfume and soap are only known to the Northern Palace. They only sell finished products, and have never disclosed the methods of making soap and perfume. Hearing Wu Yuan's words, Xiao Wenyao was stunned for a moment. Northern Palace? Wu Yuan then added, yes, it is said that perfume and soap were created by the King of the North. Not only that, this time I also brought something called soap for Her Royal Highness the Princess. It is also made by the Northern Palace. Soap is more practical than soap. I guarantee that Her Royal Highness the Princess will like it after using it. Chapter 74. My daughter does not want to marry the King of North Korea. After hearing what Wu Yuan said, Xiao Wenyao became even more interested in the King of the North. During this period, because her father was going to attack Beijun, she often heard rumors about the King of the North. This is also one of the reasons why Xiao Wenyao suddenly became interested in the King of the North. On the one hand, she had heard the words, King of the North, quite often recently, and on the other hand, she wanted a more refined slave, that is, a gigolo. What's more, she thought that her slave status could not be too low. Slaves with too low a status would not have the sense of accomplishment of conquest. It just so happened that the King of the North was a useless prince, which gave her an idea. Originally, she thought that the King of the North was just a prince who only knew how to eat, drink and enjoy himself in his mansion. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Wu Yuan said, Xiao Wenyao suddenly found that the King of the North seemed to be of some use after all. She particularly liked the perfume and soap from the Northern Palace. When she put the perfume on her body, she could cover up the fishy smell of her fur, and the soap could wash her body clean. She is now completely dependent on these two things. When she heard that these two things were created by the King of the North, she became more determined to capture the King of the North and make him her slave. Xiao Wenyao then said, it turns out that the Northern King is not a complete waste. At this point, Xiao Wenyao asked curiously, by the way, what is soap? Wu Yuan explained, soap is specially used for bathing. After taking a bath, the fragrance will remain on the body, and it will not dissipate for a long time. Xiao Wenyao asked, isn't this just like perfume? Wu Yuan said, Your Highness, perfume can be applied to people at any time, but it cannot clean the body. However, soap is different. Soap can clean the dirt on the body. Xiao Wenyao said, not quite understanding. So it's the same as soap. Wu Yuan said speechlessly, Your Highness, soap is actually used to clean clothes, not for bathing. Xiao Wenyao didn't listen to Wu Yuan's words at all. She said directly, Who cares? Anyway, it's enough to wash the dirt off my body. Seeing that Xiao Wenyao said so, Wu Yuan was too lazy to correct her any further. As long as she liked it, that was enough. As they walked, they arrived in front of Wu Yuan's caravan. At this time, Wu Yuan's caravan carriage was filled with various goods exchanged from Daxia. Ever since Yelunanhua bribed the merchants of Daxia, some caravans of Daxia have frequently traded with the barbarians. At the beginning, they only traded some salt and tea. Gradually, as commodity transactions became more and more frequent, the barbarians directly purchased iron from Daxia, and later began to trade weapons and armor. The fact that the Sirius King clan can become as powerful as it is today is inseparable from these merchants from Daxia. Wu Yuan immediately came to one or two carriages, rummaged inside the carriages, then took out a bar of soap and came to Xiao Wenyao. Your Highness, this is the soap for bathing. Your Highness, please do not use soap to take a bath in the future. Soap is bad for your health and will damage your skin. After hearing what Wu Yuan said, Xiao Wenyao curiously took the soap from Wu Yuan's hand. Before she put the soap to her nose, she smelled a fragrance. Xiao Wenyao quickly put the soap under her nose and smelled it. Then she said in surprise, It actually smells good. This Northern King seems to be particularly interested in women's products. If I can turn him into my slave, he might be able to create more useful women's products for me in the future. Wu Yuan actually wanted to say that this thing can be used by both men and women, but he didn't say much. As long as the naive princess was happy, that was enough. At this time, a man came to Xiao Wenyao. Your Highness, the king wants you to come over. Hearing this, Xiao Wenyao was stunned for a moment, then asked, What does my father want to talk to me about? The man said, I don't know either. You will find out when you go there. Xiao Wenyao then handed the soap to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan, send these things to where I live. Wu Yuan said respectfully, Okay, Your Highness. As soon as Wu Yuan finished speaking, Xiao Wenyao happily came to the king's tent, which was the largest yurt of the Tianlang tribe. After entering the yurt, Xiao Wenyao discovered that there were many people sitting inside whom she had never seen before. Sitting in the middle was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a convex middle head. He was Xiao Wenyao's father, the current serious King Xiao Hongbao. When Xiao Hongbao saw Xiao Wenyao coming in, he was about to speak, but Xiao Wenyao immediately asked, "Father, what do you want to talk to me about?" Seeing Xiao Wenyao took the initiative to ask, Xiao Hongbao didn't waste any words and said directly, "Yao Yao, you have grown up, and it's time for you to get married." These words were like a bolt from the blue, and Xiao Wenyao was stunned where she stood. After a while, Xiao Wenyao finally reacted. She quickly said, "Father, I am still young. I can't bear to leave you. I want to continue to accompany you." Although Xiao Wenyao is a little naive, she is not a fool. People like her can only marry into other tribes and become a tool for marriage alliances. Just look at the princess, she married an old man and had to serve him every day. Yelu Nanhwa was still one of the better ones. After all, Yelu Nanhwa had great power. It was different for other women. Xiao Wenyao still remembered several other women who married the previous serious king. Many of them were tortured to death by the serious king. If the former serious king was still in good health when Yelu Nanhwa married him, I'm afraid Yelu Nanhwa wouldn't be much better. Xiao Wenyao is very afraid of getting married. Seeing that Xiao Wenyao was so against getting married, Xiao Hongbao immediately said, "Yao Yao, all grassland girls at your age must get married. Even though you are my daughter, you are no exception." Hearing Xiao Hongbo's strong tone, Xiao Wenyao knew that no matter what she said, it would be useless. She had no choice but to resign herself to her fate and said, "Dad, I know." The seriousness on Xiao Hongbo's face was instantly swept away, and then he said with a smile, "Since you agree, after I go south to capture Beijun, you will marry the king of Beixian and become his queen." As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Wenyao's face turned pale instantly. The Northern Xian king is the king of a barbarian tribe that recently migrated to the north. Now that the barbarians were no longer ruled by the Great Xia, they were divided into 7 tribes, each with its own royal court and its own king. Of course, every tribe actually wants to unify the entire barbarian tribe like before, and Xiao Hongbao is no exception. He planned to establish a country after conquering Beijun, then win over the king of Northern Xian through marriage, and then proclaim himself the Great Xia to make the barbarian tribe submit to him. Xiao Hongbao is a very ambitious barbarian king. At this time, Xiao Wenyao knelt on the ground with a plop. "Father, I don't want to marry the king of Northern Xian." Xiao Wenyao had also heard of who the Northern Xian king was. The Northern Xian king's tribe was different from theirs. Because their tribe often interacted with the Xia, many of their customs had become the same as the Xia's. Not to mention how poor the Northern Xian king's tribe was, they even still retained the habit of cannibalism, and the Northern Xian king himself was a very cruel person. Xiao Wenyao really couldn't imagine what kind of inhuman treatment she would receive if she married the queen of Northern Xian.